Chapter 1 Soul Transmigration to a Different Realm. In the royal city of the Haoyue Kingdom, a the heart of the foremost aristocratic family, the Gu family, leased Thiener Kirkortna's Willing Garden. As the morning mist lingered, a group of Gu family disciples and guards commenced their martial training, engaging in Thiermernage exercises. Thecarintheodoth Gu familias Gu Zhanshuan, Onoft Hanina martial arts master soft Hainu in Realment Haoyue Kingdom, Andal Sunoft Hay Tree martial soft He Kingdom's military, bestowed with Thetitatli off Dukov state. Wielding immense power Thetan still saw true out a political arena. I tis precise Slijuato's influence Ethath Guffamily flourished, occupying a vast expanse off land in the royal city, a place where Ivory and Chisprecious, with Thyri stay test brawling gover 1,000 acres, fled with numerous scour-charts and gardens, making gidiacy for an ordinary visitor to be cumulos to the neat confines. Bang bang bang. Thes sound office slicing through here reverberated, shaking the atmosphere. The Gufamala disciples displayed remarkable Egelian swiftness and moved like he fierce a tidgershunting Thirpri, Wiliathers soared like Yagles and Theski, their movement sasiumless blend off strength hand finesse, showcasing a solid foundation in their martial arts training. Some disciples manate the pulpobarov truinagy, their movements resonating like he drawn bow, striking the training dummies with such force a thought they should urge upon impact. Figures darteth through here like flowers in bloom, their blades glint in genty light, the colossan off their power and trunig not a sturthy hearts of onlookers. Yet, amidst tis fervent display of martial prowess, a solitary figure stood in Ochrener, accompanied by a servant and clutching a birdcage, appearing as if leisurely strolling through a morning market. This figure was rather slender and delicate, possessing a face that still berhintsify healthfulness, with exquisite features, thin lips, a straight nose, and long jaya brows tarched into his dimples, lending a slightly elongate dias an air of captivating galor. At that moment, Thegazov this figure was fled with astonishment and disbelief as she observed the practitioner immersed in her martial arts. What is happening? Where on earth is this? Gu Daochen, in his previous life, was a peerless genius from a Tencent martial arts family in China, deeply engrossed in the stud diafincient Chinese martial arts, having mastered countless techniques and classics, including the legendary 72 skills of Shaolin, the 18 dragon subduing palms, the 9 Yang scripture, and the 6 meridians divine sword, among others. He even dabbled in legendary arts such as star absorbing technique, the 9 swords of Du Gu, and the celestial demon strategy. Moreover, Hesuptable in various sentient Chinese martial arts, aiming to create even more formidable techniques. By a twist of fate, he learned Thathanini and Scripturian Thanini and Scriptura could be fused in cultivation, igniting within you made Sarato experiment. However, while attempting to merge these two scriptures, Hune Fortunate fell into stat of demonic deviation, resulting in Heisen time litimes, leaving behind a Insegrakanius who had met an unfortunate teend. Little did Gudeo can anticipate that instead of vanishing into nothingness, Hugh inexplicably find himself in Thyssen familiar realm. Could it Bethany have truly traversed into another world? Within Gudeokin's memories, this world, distinct from Earth, is referred to as the Kangmang continent, Ariel Mzalal for martial artists. His new identity in this life is that of the 9th young master of Gu family in Haoyue Kingdom. The Gu family wields immense power in Haoyue Kingdom, with a sprawling lineage and connections to the military. A son of the premier family is in Haoyue Kingdom, the Gu family naturally boasts a thriving martial culture. Not to mention Gu Zhangsu and Anfielder soft Gu family, event those of his own generation, including the 9th young master, Ari exception Lida Lin Ted Samizer Vainha military, Wiliathers per Sazelf cultivation, Al enjoy in remarkable reputation among the youthful elite. However, the 9th young master, Inwam Gudeichin has been born, is entirely disconnected from the notion soft master, hero, and martial arts. This 9th young master of Gu family, a direct descendant of the Injur branch of Guklin, is a complete wastrel, indulgent in a live of leisurery and excess, living off the family wealth without contributing anything of merit. Born into such a prestigious family, the 9th young master is steeping ilfa princeling. In the royal city of Haoyue, this 9th young master is notorious for his reckless behavior, indulgent in debauchery, gambling, and gathering a band of rascals, making ga name for himself through countless scandalous events. From flirtery with nobly ladies, defiling the prime minister's mansion, orchestrating brawls with the official soft Ministry of Justice, even pawning the family heirlooms for gambling. It can be said that theorized nothing unimaginable Thady has not done. Had he not been off gubled, any one of his actions would have been sufficient to cost him his life multiple times over. Logically, such a descendant should have been disciplined with family long ago. However, Gudayakin's father, Guwui, Wason Seath General off Southern Expedition in Taoyua Kingdom, Hoha Deer Nej Reet Maritan Thebadal Field and established parallel achievements for the Gu family, becoming a figure of greater renown. Regrettably, Gui I fell victim to an ambush during gay fierce battle in Metatragasend, while Gudayakin's mother succumbed to illness a year later, leaving Gudayakin as Thessalahir. Thus, Thecarinthiadoth Gu family, Gujanchuan, Hasselways felt a deep sense of guilt towards his grandson, allowing him to indulge in his reckless ways, which fostered his debauched character. In the martial training ground, the body refinement realm consists of 9 level situs the first step for martial artists centering the path of martial arts and its fundamental toy or future achievements. Before Gudayakin estu de middle league Edmund Cladina green robe, moving gracefully across the training ground, continuous ligwiting Gufamolid disciple sand guards in their martial practice. This man, Chi Yun, known as double-linked palms, stands stallion straight, exuding a formidable Arakantoa mount on pressing down with a woman force. In this phase, you must temper your skin, muscles, bones, blood, eve nio your marrow and internalergans until theory sembliren and steel. Extractiviriancy of potential from your body. As Chiyun's resonant voice echoed like a thunderous bell, all the Gufamolid disciple sand guards synthi train a ground attentively listened. In the corner, Gudayokinal soperketa pizzers, listening intently. Those who horiach the panacleoft body refinement trelm can exert a force equivalent to 1,000 pounds sifthi enter the field. A ninth level body refinement expert cania solitaple or horsand withstand the impact of a heavy war chariot. Only be extracting or body's potential toitsamus tenth body refinement trelm can aspire to reach greater inks in the future. However, the body refinement trelm is merely the beginning. Once you watt in the ninth level since the chi, you can step into chi condensation realm. The power of true energy originates from within the Dantianitis a force far superior to our physical bodies. Only up and entering the first level of chi condensation realm can you truly be considered a martial artist. As Chi Yun spoke, his sharp gaze scrutinized the very figure in the training ground, as Thoth Hakud put even thes lightest movement of each disciple. In this willing garden, there were ethos who ho adjusted to the chi condensation realm, as well as youth length body refinement realm. However, the Gufamalis profound heritage and abundant martial resources allowed Thesiung disciple so far surpassed peers outside the family. This fact brought satisfaction to Yun. Yet, as Gudayakin observed the unfolding in the training ground, have found himself a talash for words. Theathor has something to see. In Thizera, encountering the light-hearted, invincible narrative is truly serendipitous. Fellow practitioner, please Holden. Chapter 2 Provoked. Goodness. The martial arts off this world are equity fantastical. Watching those Suho practice said martial arts distinctly different from those of China, Gudayokin couldn't help but smirk. With double-linked palms Chiyun had just articulated left Gudayokin in deep contemplation. In this bizarre world, martial artists begin hinting their bodies from engaged to their body refinement realm. No ton litithi trained through various external techniques, but they have also developed methods such as bone forging techniques, soft snake energy, and horizontal training off the overlord hammer to forgetir physica forms. Moreover, disciplines from top-tier families like Gufamal utilize various shareball baths, elixirs, and Thebla ferocious beasts on their bodies, nourishing their internal organs to transform themselves into supreme beings. Additionally, their chi condensation realm bears similarity as the inner forcio fancy in China. However, the martial arts off this world diverge a significant lie from Gudayokin's understanding of martial arts. What on earth is this? That person leaping is called flying swallow step? This is off slashes is referred to a swordplay? Is the individual wielding gas word door impersonating a dolphin? As Gudayokin sees what in disbelief, he observed those practicing martial arts in the training ground. Although the exuded vigor and thenemy soft their technique were melodious, their exchanges were a large liar deucid tussimples word and saber strikes, lacking any semblance of genuine technique. This level of martial arts training gone sparring, in Thisofa martial arts master like Gu Daochin, way subtly vexing, almost provoking him to deliver a's weaved kick toe into towel. At that moment, as Gudeo King gazed with disdain upon the figure sin the trainaground, a voice fled with contempt and derision echoed in response. Ah, is that no tour esteemed ninth young master of Gu family, Gudauchen? He heard Thadio Wari caught peeping while Simeonuus bathing glass nightandle most medi artemis. Yet he seemed completely unscathed. At this moment, Theo knew mocked Gudeo Kin from the corner was known either than Gu Fong, a martial arts prodigy of the generation of Gu family, ho hadel really cultivated the thirtle velof chi condensation stitch. He, our ninth young master of Gu family, Hasselway shown interest in martial arts, preferring instead the company of beautiful women, gambling, and strolling with birds. What brings him here today? Perhaps the ninth young master has shaded change of heart? Wishing to cultivate in fine semi-ontably? However, Hehestivin stepped in ta the fierstol veloft body refinement stage what can have possibly cultivate. Upon hearing Gu Fang's remarks, Afe whether Gu familiaus, taking a brief respite, casted a long glance at Gudauchen. Damn it, how to these a little bratsmicum. Thetis stain fultanoft he sane individual cyanite dager geofanger within Gudauchen. In his previous life, he was a master of fancient martial arts in China, unrivaled in his prowess how could Hilo Wei few juniors still provoke him? However, just as Gudeo Kin was about to teach them a lesson, a thought suddenly crossed his mind, prompting him to withdraw his foot with Orismile. As a former prodigifancient martial arts, Gudeo Kin possessed an intricate understanding of the man anatomy, down to them in test details. Yet, have found this body to be source of the frustration. Within the body of the ninth young master of Gu family, there washered lies in gliespect that met, the standard soft martial arts soft bones, blockhead meridians, stagnant head vital energy. In layman's terms, this ninth young master's physique could be described as struggling to row loot off bed, let alone a ride a bicycle. What is this could been up to? Hasha been indulgent excessive lion food, drink, and gambling, do west the vast Gu family not keep handy in him. After Heiserbirth, the condition of ninth young master's body for exceeded Gudeo Kin's initial expectations it can be med wasta material without exaggeration. According to Thimi Morius of ninth young master, the martial artists in Thisvist continent were categorized into grades wasta, ordinary, inferior, medium, superior, extraordinary, and supreme. Ida said that beyond the supreme, there exists Saladin known as divine. At present, this body undoubtedly belong at Tathuist category. Given the current condition of his body, Gudeo Kin found it difficult to practice martial arts, let alone others a lesson. After silently cursing, Gudeo Kin sighed in resignation. It seems I can only take my time. Casting a glance see few Gufamal youths Wamakid Hayman the training courtyard, Gudeo Kin closed his eyes, choosing to ignore them. Being Gof was to great might spell despair for martial artist, yet for Gudauchen, it was not beyond redemption. As Gudeo Kin slightly closed his eyes, a profound technique would begin to materially in his mind. Theo knew how it taints the right fruit has two aspects clarity and transformation. Clarity removes obstacles, while a transformation eradicate hindrances. Without thine seasoned obstacles, one can enter and exit meditation freely. What is meant by clarity is the cleansing of the marrow transformation refers to the alteration of the tendons. Ta cleans ephemeristrid the body of impurity as all organs and limbs must be cleansed without a trace of laborion const pentathic. Without this, there will be no foundation for the path. Cleansing the marrow stop purifithi internal turning the tendons to strengthen the external. The Jin Jing. The profound technique of thought now appeared in Gudeo Kin's mind was known as the Jin Jing, revered as the foremost scripture reef Shaolin in ancient China. The Jin Jing is said to have been created by Bodhidharma, the founder of Shaolin, while Ether's claim its authorship belongs to the Taoist Zhangzi Ind. It details serial of cultivating, Kiffer longevity and is considered an oft remarkable scripture so fancy in tan modern China. Reputa to possess the ability to transform one's constitution, turning decanta the miraculous. Ejin signifies the alteration of t body tendon sand bones, or in other words, a complete metamorphosis. It is stated, beyond the bones into it hint the muscles, every limb band joint is interconnected by tendon sand meridians, facilitating the flow of blood throughout the body. From this perspective, the sense of the Jin Jingli is sin transforming the body's tendons, unblocking the meridians throughout the body a suprema technique. As the Jin Jing technique would begin to manifest, subtle changes come in said within Gudeo Kin's body. A stream of clarity emerged as if born from the void, gradually coalescing within Gu Daokin's being. As Sit coalesced within, it twas guided by Gu Daokin towards a blocked meridian in Hisinkel, flowing slowly. This stream of clarity was incredibly profound, devoid of oppressive sensation or fear scener was ethereal and unfathomable. Yet, as Sit said through, the previous slide blocked meridian began to gradually unblock and strengthen. The Ijin Jing is not a slide difficulty cultivity achieving mastery typically requires decades soft dedication. Given the current frailty of this body, walk no show long it will take a tourist or rito stay to capable of martial cultivation. Upon sensing this transformation, Gu Daokin exhaled deeply, his brow furrowing slightly. The more esoteric the martial art, the longer the cultivation period required. And for a unique scripture like the Ijin Jing, master in Jit was certainly not an overnight task. However, just as Gu Daokin pondered this, a sudden soundy code in his mind. Beep. Infinite Upgrade System Fusion 6 Full. Commencing activation. Chapter 3. The Infinite Upgrade System. The Infinite Upgrade System? What is this? Upon hearing the voice in his mind, Gu Daokin was momentarily taken aback. The Infinite Upgrade System allows the host to upgrade anything specified without limitation. As long as sufficient upgrade points are possessed. As if sensing Gu Daokin's inner confusion, the system's voice suddenly echoed once more. Ding, system activation successful. Host, Gu Daokin. Aptitude, waste, common, inferior, medium, superior, extraordinary, exceptional, divine. Realm, none. Upgrade items, none. Permissions, not yet activated. Indeed, the aptitude is classified as waste. Although Gu Daokin found himself somewhat bewildered by this inexplicable system, he soon set aside his doubts, considering the fact that he had been reborn into another realm. However, upon viewing the attribute panel before him, his attention was immediately drawn to the phrase waste aptitude, causing him to involuntarily curl his lip. At that moment, the system's voice rang out again. Ding! The system has initiated for the first time. Granting the host an introductory gift package. Would you like to open it? A gift package? Open it. Ding! The gift package has been successfully opened. The host is awarded 10,000 upgrade points, which can be used to upgrade any specified item. Please specify the item. As the system's voice trailed off, it seemed to be waiting for Gu Daokin's specification. Any item? It can be specified? Can anything truly be designated? Then, I specify, the Ijin Jing. In a moment of astonishment, Gu Daokin tentatively uttered his choice. Ding! Host has specified the cultivation method Ijin Jing. Would you like to confirm? Is it really possible? Confirm. As Gu Daokin's voice resonated, in his disbelief, the upgrade points indicated by the system began to flash rapidly. Ding! Ijin Jing is starting to upgrade. Consuming 100 upgrade points, it cultivates to the first layer of Ijin Jing. Consuming 200 upgrade points, it cultivates to the second layer of Ijin Jing. Consuming 400 upgrade points, it cultivates to the third layer of Ijin Jing. Consuming 700 upgrade points, it cultivates to the fourth layer of Ijin Jing. Consuming 1,000 upgrade points, it cultivates to the fifth layer of Ijin Jing. In a flurry of rapid consumption of upgrade points, Gu Daokin's mind became utterly dazed. In ancient Huaxia, the Ijin Jing is divided into 9 layers. The first layer is I Qi. The second layer is I Shui. The third layer is I Jing. The fourth layer is I Mai. The fifth layer is I Sui. The sixth layer is I Gu. The seventh layer is I Jian. The eighth layer is I Fa. And the ninth layer is I Xing. Each layer's cultivation is immensely profound and esoteric, involving the endless mysteries of the human body. Even with Gu Daokin's past life as a martial arts prodigy, he had only managed to cultivate to the fifth layer, I Sui. Nevertheless, even so, Gu Daokin's cultivation and aptitude were already among the elite, rare to find a match to at this moment, under this peculiar system. Gu Daokin's once utterly flawed physique was visibly improving. Moreover, amidst the continuous ding sounds, streams of profound true energy were generated, meridians connected, layers of fascia intertwined, and points of acupressure opened. In just a blink, the Ijin Jing had astonishingly reached the 7th layer of Ijin. What on earth has happened? In disbelief, Gu Daokin hurriedly began to examine his body once more. At this moment, within the body of the 9th young master of the Gu family, an earth-shattering transformation had already taken place. The once obstructed dantian had now expanded infinitely, The previously blocked meridians were nearly all connected. The blood flowing through the vessels resonated with a sound akin to the mighty Yangtze River. The layers of fascia and bones were as resilient as steel. Even the marrow deep within the bones felt heavy as a mercury column, faintly exuding a hint of fragrance. This is the true achievement of cultivating Yi Jing Jing to the 7th layer of Yi Jing Ding. Consuming 2,000 upgrade points, it cultivates to the 8th layer of Yi Jing Jing. In the midst of Gu Daochun's excitement, in the blink of an eye, Yi Jing Jing had ascended to the 8th layer, EFA. The 8th layer of EFA does not refer to changing hair but signifies reaching an unparalleled realm that allows for the alteration of all body hair and even the fine pores of the skin through the cultivation of Yi Jing Jing. It is known that altering bones, muscles, or internal organs through drugs or training may be feasible. However, changing the very hair and pores of the body from within is a challenge akin to climbing to the heavens. Nearly impossible. The 8th layer of EFA, however, represents an extraordinary realm that is nearly unfathomable, merely a step away from the final 9th layer of complete perfection, Yi Xing Ding. Consuming 3,000 upgrade points, it cultivates to the 9th layer of Yi Jing Jing. The gift package's upgrade points have been fully utilized, leaving 100 upgrade points remaining, insufficient for further upgrades. As the original 10,000 upgrade points dwindled to mere remnants, Yi Jing Jing had already reached the 9th layer, Yi Xing. Yi Xing. The 9th layer of Yi Jing Jing. Sensing the state of his body, Gu Daochun found himself at a loss for words. Throughout the millennia of Huaxia's martial arts, those capable of cultivating Yi Jing Jing to the 9th layer could be counted on one's fingers. Each a figure of unrivaled prowess. The fact that he had effortlessly reached the 9th layer of this profoundly enigmatic cultivation method in mere moments would surely astonish those ancient practitioners if they were to learn of it. Yet, at this moment, what thrilled Gu Daochun even more than reaching the 9th layer of Yi Jing Jing was the system's final statement. Upgrade points depleted? Are you implying that if there were more upgrade points, then Yi Jing Jing could continue to upgrade? In a tremor of excitement, Gu Daochun's voice quivered slightly as he inquired. The infinite upgrade system allows for limitless upgrades as long as sufficient upgrade points are available. However, the higher the level of the item, the more upgrade points are required. The system mechanically responded to Gu Daochun's query. Limitless upgrades. As long as there are upgrade points, then it can be upgraded infinitely. This implies, if he had enough upgrade points, the already perfected 9th layer of Yi Jing Jing could potentially evolve into a 10th layer, an 11th layer, a 12th layer. How absurd. But how to obtain upgrade points? In his excitement, Gu Daochun finally grasped the terrifying potential of this infinite upgrade system. By utilizing the host's current permissions, upgrade points can be obtained by completing randomly assigned tasks from the system. Tasks? Nodding slightly, Gu Daochun's mind was still in a whirl. Completing random tasks to earn upgrade points. Furthermore, the mention of current permissions indicated that in the future, this infinite upgrade system would unveil unknown privileges. The shock brought by the infinite upgrade system was overwhelming, and he had already resolved to find ways to acquire upgrade points in the days to come. Chapter 4. The 9th layer of body refinement Ding. Reassessing the host, Gu Daochun, aptitude, early extraordinary, realm, 9th layer of body refinement. Upgrade items, cultivation method Yi Jing Jing, 9th layer, upgrade points, 100. Permissions. Upgrade points can be obtained by completing tasks. Once the upgrade was complete, the system's voice rang out once again. The aptitude has already reached early extraordinary. However, with Yi Jing Jing at the 9th layer, it has only just attained early extraordinary. There remains a significant gap to reach exceptional aptitude, AS for the legendary divine grade. That is even more unattainable. It seems that the martial artists of the Tsangmang continent are not to be underestimated. Upon witnessing his aptitude transform from waste to early extraordinary, Gu Daochun felt a mix of joy and slight dissatisfaction. Despite cultivating Yi Jing Jing to the 9th layer, his aptitude had not elevated to exceptional, leaving him somewhat displeased. However, he was unaware that although the martial artist's aptitudes in the Tsanggu continent are categorized as waste, common, inferior, medium, superior, extraordinary, exceptional, and the mythical divine grade, the vast majority of individuals fall within the common and inferior categories. Achieving medium is already a rarity, and those who touch upon the threshold of superior are regarded as prodigies, coveted by various sects and empires. within the entire Gu family, and even throughout the entire Haoyue kingdom. Few possess the aptitude of superior, as for extraordinary, exceptional, and divine. Those are beyond the realm of common understanding. Each individual with such aptitude is an unparalleled genius, capable of achievements that could astound the world. Well, never mind. If Yi Jinjing can truly achieve infinite upgrades in the future, attaining divine aptitude is merely a matter of time, and surpassing even divine is not beyond the realm of possibility. However, the 9th level of the body refinement realm, I wonder if the body refinement realm of this world is the same everywhere. Emerging from the fluctuations of his innate talent, Gu Daochen cast a glance at his current cultivation level. According to the knowledge possessed by the 9th young master of the Gu family, the vast continent had long since developed a martial arts system far more complete than that of Huaxia. The body refinement realm, in which Gu Daochen currently resided, represented the most fundamental level of this vast continent, serving as the first step for martial artists to embark on the path of martial arts. Divided into 9 levels. Yet, despite the multitude of techniques for body refinement available on the vast continent, achieving a level akin to Huaxia's Yi Jinjing, where the marrow within the bones, the subtle meridians of the body, and even the pores of the skin are tempered, is nearly impossible to attain this moment. Although Gu Daochen's body refinement level was merely the 9th, his physical body far surpassed that of any other martial artist at the same level on the vast continent by an immeasurable degree. Moreover, Yi Jinjing was originally an internal cultivation method of Taoist body refinement from Huaxia, containing boundless mysteries. Those who cultivate Yi Jinjing experience a gradual enhancement of their physique over time, eventually reaching an astonishing level. Gu Daochen was merely at the threshold of this journey. Gu Daochen, have you conceded once more? The appearance of the infinite upgrade system is a long story, but in reality, it all transpired in an instant. Ji Yufeng and the others merely witnessed Gu Daochen retreating in anger, even closing his eyes. This prompted further ridicule from the group. Although Gu Daochen bore the bloodline of the Gu family, Gu Feng and his companions regarded him as the black sheep of the family, often mocking him. Concede? Gu Feng. I simply haven't had the time to bother with you all eye in my eyes. The things you practice are akin to children's games, far beneath my status as a young master. Upon hearing Gu Feng's taunt once more, Gu Daochen slowly opened his eyes, at that very moment. Whether it was an illusion or not, Gu Feng and his companions felt 2 piercing beams of light flash by, causing their hearts to tremble inexplicably. What did you say? How dare you speak to me in such a manner? Naturally, Gu Feng and his companions were furious at Gu Daochen's words. Oh? You don't believe me? Would you like me to demonstrate? With a gentle smile, Gu Daochen began to stride towards them. 9th young master, this is not a game. Young Master Gu Feng has already reached the 3rd level of the Qi condensation realm. Even if he holds back intentionally, he might still injure you. Ji Yufeng and the others' commotion had long been observed by Qi Yun, and Gu Daochen's words naturally reached his ears. In response, Qi Yun could not help but smirk. Dismissing Gu Daochen's claims, if what Gu Feng practiced was merely child's play, then what could one say about his own role as a mentor? However, due to Gu Daochen's status as the 9th young master, Qi Yun dared not say much, merely offering a calm reminder. Oh? It seems Coach Qi is quite confident. However, I am known for my inscrutable depths. How could you possibly gauge me? Qi Yun's cultivation was decent. Yet in terms of martial prowess, he would hardly qualify as even a 3rd-rate master in the martial world of Huaxia. How could Gu Daochen possibly regard him seriously? You, Coach Qi, you needn't say more. Allow me to teach my 9th brother a lesson, so he understands what true martial arts entails, lest he always remain self-satisfied. Seeing Gu Daochen's dismissive demeanor, Gu Feng grew even colder and, without waiting for Qi Yun to say anything further, directly approached Gu Daochen. Just so happens that I recently learned a set of health exercises. Let me see how it compares to your martial arts. Let us discover whether your martial arts are superior or my health exercises are stronger. As he spoke, Gu Daochen adopted a relaxed stance and waved at his opponent. Health exercises? Since you are so blissfully ignorant, do not blame me for being ungracious. However, considering your status as a member of the Gu family, I shall show some restraint. Observing Gu Daochen's reckless behavior, Gu Fong smiled coldly and finally made his move. Tiger Demon Bone Training Fist. With a faint shout, Gu Fong unleashed the Tiger Demon Bone Training Fist he had cultivated for several years. This strike radiated an overwhelming force, akin to a tiger descending a mountain. Unstoppable. Although Gu Fong intentionally held back some strength and did not employ true qi, the blow was still swift and fierce, far beyond the capability of an untrained individual to withstand. Yet, just as Gu Fong's fist, aimed directly at Gu Daochen, who appeared to be riddled with openings, was about to connect, Gu Daochen's languid left hand inexplicably traced a perfect arc and landed precisely on Gu Fong's wrist. Then, without any visible exertion, Gu Daochen simply turned his body, pushing forward gently. In an instant, Gu Fong felt a soft yet irresistible force dissipating the tremendous power behind his strike, while his body was involuntarily flung away along with his own fist. Chapter 5. The Arrival of Tai Chi. At this moment, Gu Daochen was employing the Tai Chi of Huaxia. Do not underestimate Tai Chi. In the eyes of a martial arts master like Gu Daochen, it is far from the mere display or fitness routine that ordinary people perceive, but rather a profound martial art rich with endless mysteries. Previously, Gu Daochen's weakened physique rendered him incapable of expressing the yin-yang forces of Tai Chi. Now, under the foundation of the 9th level of Yi Jin Jing, Huaxia Tai Chi unveiled its supreme mysteries for the first time in this foreign world. What? This is impossible! The clash between Gu Fong and Gu Daochen had already drawn the attention of many onlookers. Gu Fong was one of the few geniuses of this generation in the Gu family, having reached the 3rd level of the Qi condensation realm at the tender age of 18. Initially, everyone presumed that Gu Daochen, the inept young master, would undoubtedly be no match for Gu Fong. Yet, in the next moment, Gu Fong was inexplicably sent flying. This unforeseen turn of events left all witnesses astounded. However, before the crowd could fully comprehend the situation, Gu Fong, having been flung away, let out a furious roar and charged back. How dare you take advantage of my moment of vulnerability? To have been unexpectedly thrown by the very person he held in disdain ignited a fiery rage within him. Although Gu Fong was not truly injured, the overwhelming humiliation drove him to fury. Yet, before he could finish his words, Gu Fong's fierce charge was once again met with Gu Daochen's languid dismissal, sending him flying once more. Thud. This time, Gu Fong's momentum was too strong. Propelled by the forces of Tai Chi, he lost control of his body, with his face colliding directly against a stone lock used in martial arts training. Then, amidst the stunned silence of the crowd, a series of crunching sounds echoed, and several of Gu Fong's front teeth fell from his mouth. Grasping the sparrow's tail, single whip, wild horse parts mane, stepping forward 7 stars. With the power of the 9th level of Yi Jin Jing as his foundation, Gu Daochen remained calm and composed, moving leisurely as if taking a morning stroll, drawing circles with his hands and feet. In what seemed like slow motion, against the backdrop of the full of openings health exercises, Gu Fong, regardless of the martial arts techniques he employed, including true qi, could not even brush the hem of Gu Daochen's garments. In the presence of Gu Daochen's health exercises, this young martial genius of the Gu family appeared as a mere child. Tossed around by an adult in no time, he was left battered and bruised, unable to rise again. What on earth just happened? Gu Fong was actually defeated by Gu Daochen? Furthermore, was what Gu Daochen performed truly just health exercises? As the dust settled, the crowd fell into a stunned silence. Even Qi Yun, who had been watching, wore a blank expression, utterly bewildered. At this moment, the only thoughts flooding the minds of the onlookers were the slow, deliberate movements of Gu Daochen, reminiscent of an elderly person. Was that truly the health exercises Gu Daochen had learned? Could it be an unparalleled martial art that they simply failed to recognize? Yet, looking at Gu Daochen, he didn't seem to be practicing anything extraordinary. How could Gu Fong have inexplicably lost? Could it be that, as Gu Daochen had just asserted, Gu Fong's martial arts were inferior to his health exercises? If Gu Fong had fallen to the astonishing martial prowess of Gu Daochen, perhaps the spectators would have accepted it more readily. However, the fact that a martial arts genius had been defeated by health exercises left them in disbelief. Is this your martial arts? How do you think it compares to my health exercises? What do you say? Are you all interested in sparring with me? You may come at me together. Confronted with the fallen Gu Feng and the several martial arts prodigies from the Gu family who had just ridiculed him, Gu Daochen had already retracted his stance and spoke with a calm demeanor. However, under Gu Daochen's sweeping gaze, those who had just mocked him now fell silent, not daring to make a single move. At that moment, Gu Daochen had undoubtedly delivered a resounding slap to their faces. Had it been earlier, they would have certainly sought to teach him a lesson, but now, after witnessing Gu Feng's fate, how could they dare to act recklessly? As the scene descended into an eerie silence, the sound of approaching footsteps from outside the martial arts garden broke the stillness. Hey, I've brought my friends from the Divine Martial Academy. They are true martial arts geniuses. You all should take the opportunity to learn from them. With a melodious voice, a charming figure stepped forward. Why is it so quiet? Haven't you all been practicing martial arts? Oh, it's you. Upon entering the martial arts garden, she immediately sensed something amiss. However, as her gaze swept across the arena, she spotted Gu Daochen and swiftly approached him. Jiyu Yenner, the 8th descendant of the Gu family, and the youngest cousin of Gu Daochen. 8th cousin, good morning. From the memories of the 9th young master, Gu Daochen learned that Gu Yenner was merely a year older than him, yet possessed superior aptitude, having reached the 4th level of qi condensation, even surpassing Gu Feng. The Gu family held her in high regard for her martial talent. Jiyu Yenner, with her bold and chivalrous spirit, could not stand Gu Daochen's usual debauchery and often took the opportunity to tease him. Leveraging her status as his elder cousin, it's still early? What time is it? By the way, aren't you the one who dislikes practicing martial arts the most? Whenever grandfather wanted to teach you, you would run away. So, what brings you to the martial arts garden today? Are you itching for a lesson from me? Gu Yenner rolled her eyes at Gu Daochen's greeting, showing no mercy. Yet, in an instant, her eyes landed on Gu Daochen's attire. What on earth are you wearing? Why do you have a servant and a birdcage with you? Her eyes, which were already quite large, widened further upon seeing Gu Daochen's peculiar outfit. Well, I've recently been studying the path of health preservation. Taking an early morning stroll with birds is beneficial for both body and mind. Besides, I wanted to observe our Gu family's so-called martial arts geniuses practice. Gu Daochen paid no heed to the obvious disdain in her tone and struck a pose reminiscent of an elderly gentleman leisurely strolling in the market, even whistling at the adorable red bird in the cage he had taken from his servant. Exuding an air of flamboyance, Pft, Yenner, this must be your illustrious 9th young master of the Gu family, right? Just as Gu Daochen was fully embracing his role as the 9th young master, a few chuckles resonated from behind Gu Yenner. Subsequently, 4 figures, 3 men and 1 woman, entered the Gu family's martial arts garden. Among the 3 handsome young men, each exuding an aura of distinction, the woman who followed was particularly striking, capturing Gu Daochen's attention. Clad entirely in white, she possessed an enchanting grace, with bright eyes and pearly teeth, her skin as smooth as jade. Moreover, her attire, reminiscent of ancient Chinese styles, enhanced her classical beauty. Who is this young lady? As Gu Daochen's gaze swept over the group, he was momentarily captivated, his eyes lingering on the ethereal figure. Hey, 9th young master. What kind of gaze is that? I advise you to keep your distance from my friends. They are students from the Divine Martial Academy, the highest martial arts institution in the Haoyue Kingdom. Bai Qing is even referred to as the Fairy of Luo Yin, her aptitude surpassing mine, and her martial prowess exceeds yours, so don't even think about getting involved. Jiyu Yenner, her eyes wide with indignation, glared at Gu Daochen upon noticing the way he looked at her friend. The Divine Martial Academy is the premier martial arts institution in the Haoyue Kingdom, uniquely independent of royal influence. Its dean is one of the 9 grandmasters of the Tianyuan realm in the kingdom. To enter the Divine Martial Academy, one must be a genuine martial arts prodigy, recognized by the academy itself. No exceptions, not even for princes or princesses. In this system, the students of the Divine Martial Academy are all truly exceptional martial talents in the Haoyue Kingdom. Far beyond the likes of Gu Feng and his peers, Jiyu Yenner's friends were all formal students of the academy, and among them, the enchanting Zhao Baiqing was celebrated as the Fairy of Luo Yin. Divine Martial Academy? I vaguely recall it being a place I have no interest in, utterly dull, Upon hearing Gu Yin'er mention the Divine Martial Academy, Gu Daochen rifled through the ninth young master's memories and struggled to recall any details about this place. What? The Divine Martial Academy is a place you have no interest in? You are just a spoiled brat who wouldn't even gain entry. Gu Yin'er rolled her eyes at him, while the students from the academy exchanged knowing smirks. Gu Daochen, it's not that you don't want to go. It's that you can't. My dear cousin is preparing to participate in this year's assessment for the Divine Martial Academy, which is why I invited these friends to observe and offer guidance in our family's practice arena. Gu Yin'er, clearly unimpressed by Gu Daochen's boasts, swiftly countered, What do you mean by that? Just because I'm the ninth young master, I can enter any place I wish, even the inner chambers of the Prime Minister's residence. Gu Daochen was unfazed by Gu Yin'er's fury, striking another flamboyant pose while whistling at the fiery red bird, feeling rather pleased with himself. In truth, he had indeed performed such feats in the memories of the ninth young master. By the way, I hadn't considered that the so-called dull Divine Martial Academy would have beauties like Miss Baiqing. If I had known earlier, perhaps I would have enrolled long ago. His gaze unabashedly roamed over Zhao Baiqing, appraising her from head to toe. You? Seemingly sensing Gu Daochen's unabashed scrutiny, Zhao Baiqing involuntarily shuddered, followed by a surge of indignation. Revered as the fairy of Luo Yin, Zhao Baiqing was one of the Academy's rising stars. Renowned for her unparalleled beauty and martial prowess, accustomed to countless admirers. Yet, regardless of their status, no one had ever dared to gaze upon her so audaciously as Gu Daochen did, especially feeling his gaze unreservedly traverse her form. The usually calm Zhao Baiqing felt an unfamiliar warmth wash over her. Gu Daochen, do you have no shame? You've brought disgrace upon our family. The Divine Martial Academy is a gathering place for martial geniuses, not a realm you can waltz into at will. How foolishly naive. Before Zhao Baiqing could respond, Gu Yin'er could no longer tolerate the absurdity of her family's only wastrel, directly tugging at Gu Daochen's ear as she invoked her status as his elder cousin. Hey, Gu Yin'er, how can you use foul language and resort to violence against me? I think you're the one tarnishing the Gu family's reputation. Are you jealous of me? Gu Daochen merely twisted slightly to evade her grasp without a trace. Unfazed, Gu Yin'er wasn't truly malicious. Rather, she often helped Gu Daochen when he got into trouble. However, she enjoyed wielding her status as his older cousin to reprimand him from time to time. You've improved today? You managed to dodge my grab? Instead of growing angry, Gu Yin'er seemed to discover something new and intriguing when she realized Gu Daochen had evaded her grasp. Dodging your little grab is no big deal. I usually let you win. In truth, my martial skills have already reached the pinnacle. Defeating you would be a mere triviality. Didn't you see that Gu Fong? He was just soundly defeated by me. With a disdainful pout, Gu Daochen expressed a contemptuous reaction akin to that of a child witnessing something beneath his notice. You think you can defeat Gu Fong? You believe your martial arts have reached perfection? Truly, you are so brazen as to boast without a shred of humility. Although Gu Yin'er had long perceived Gu Fong's dismal state, she remained skeptical of Gu Daochen's words. You doubt me? Well, feel free to test it out, but I assure you, you are no match for this young master. By the way, aren't your friends supposed to be prodigies from the Divine Martial Academy? Why not let this fair maiden give it a try? With a slight huff, Gu Daochen cast a provocative glance at Zhao Baiqing, who resembled an ancient heroine. Gu Yin'er recalled Gu Daochen's earlier performance and had no interest in engaging with him. Despite the fact that his opponent had reached the 4th level of the Qi condensation realm while Gu Daochen was merely at the pinnacle of the body refinement realm, he was confident that he could easily defeat her even with his eyes closed. However, the martial talents from the Divine Martial Academy did pique his interest. He was curious to see if they would prove stronger than the Gu family. Among them, it seemed that Zhao Baiqing, with her lofty demeanor, was the leader, prompting Gu Daochen to directly challenge her. Chapter 7. To encounter this young master S-bird would mean my defeat. What? How audacious, Gu Daochen. Do you dare claim that I am not your equal? Have you forgotten how I schooled you in the past? Do you even comprehend what the Divine Martial Academy represents, to so recklessly challenge Baiqing? Gu Yin'er felt a mix of amusement and irritation at Gu Daochen's arrogance. Just then, Zhao Baiqing stepped forward. Are you truly challenging me? Her exquisitely pale visage regained its usual calm, though a flicker of embarrassment and pride in her martial prowess remained visible in her eyes. What? Does Fairy Luo Yin also believe I am unworthy? Upon hearing her speak, Gu Daochen revealed a sly smile. Of course, not. It is merely a tradition at the Divine Martial Academy that its students must be willing to accept any challenge. Bai Qing had heard of the illustrious ninth young master of the Gu family. Although she was unsure of the source of his confidence, she could not defy the Academy's rules by avoiding a challenge. Yet, she was left wondering how he intended to compete. Zhao Baiqing's demeanor and grace were impeccable. She showed neither flattery due to Gu Daochen's lineage nor contempt for his status as a spoiled youth. It seemed her heart was solely devoted to martial arts and her own unshakable confidence. However, the next moment, Gu Daochen's voice shattered her tranquil demeanor. Well then, since Fairy Luo Yin is a guest, I shall not bully you. Here's the deal. If you can touch this young Master S-Bird, I shall concede defeat. On the training grounds, ninth young master, are you truly resolute? At this moment, Zhao Baiqing's white garments fluttered without wind. Her expression still calm, but now tinged with a visible chill. The notion that touching this young Master S-Bird would equate to his defeat felt like an affront. Even the martial prodigy from the Divine Martial Academy would not dare to treat Zhao Baiqing with such disdain. Indeed, this young Master S-Word is his bond. If you can touch this young Master S-Bird, I shall immediately concede. Seemingly oblivious to the frost adorning her features, Gu Daochen nonchalantly waved the exquisite birdcage in his hand. Speaking with an air of arrogance, his reckless bravado caused a stir among the Gu family members. What on earth is happening with Gu Daochen? Wasn't he previously disinterested in martial arts? Now, having just defeated Gu Feng, does he intend to challenge Zhao Baiqing? Is he jesting? Zhao Baiqing is a paragon of the Divine Martial Academy, far beyond Gu Feng's capabilities. Indeed, not only does Zhao Baiqing surpass Gu Feng in skill, but even if their abilities were equal, Gu Feng would still be no match for her in 10 exchanges. What scheme is the ninth young master concocting? Is he truly bringing a birdcage into a duel? Previously, Gu Daochen had inexplicably triumphed over Gu Feng with a series of movements that left others bewildered. Now, with the prospect of challenging a paragon of the Divine Martial Academy, the spectators from the Gu family were at a loss for words. As the martial arts instructor of the Gu family, Qi Yun was supposed to intervene. Zhao Baiqing and her companions were invited by Gu Yin'er to share insights on martial arts with the younger generation of the Gu family. Qi Yun had intended for Gu Feng and others at the Qi Condensation Realm to spar with Zhao Baiqing, but with Gu Feng's recent defeat, he was unsure how to proceed, especially upon hearing Gu Daochen's audacious claim. He nearly choked on his own disbelief. On the training grounds, since you have made your decision, I hope you do not come to regret it. Faced with Gu Daochen's brazen demeanor, Zhao Baiqing ceased any further dialogue. With a swift motion, she darted forward like wisps of smoke, heading straight for Gu Daochen. The Luo Yin step. At this moment, Zhao Baiqing executed one of the advanced techniques of the Divine Martial Academy. The Luo Yin step as the smoke curls, the ethereal garments crossed the void. Once this technique was performed, her figure became as fleeting as smoke, dreamlike and elusive, devoid of any earthly presence, yet exceedingly swift. Leaving her opponent unable to grasp the distinction between reality and illusion, it was one of the Academy's most exquisite martial arts forms. Indeed, there is some skill. Upon witnessing her technique, Gu Daochen's previously playful demeanor shifted, his gaze finally sharpening. Zhao Baiqing's movements were markedly superior to those he had previously encountered, compelling him to regard her with newfound seriousness. However, that was all it was, Miss Baiqing. Just as Gu Daochen prepared to jest with her again, a voice resonated in his mind. Ding! The host has triggered a mission, slapping Zhao Baiqing's face. Mission reward, 300 upgrade points. Infinite upgrade system. The system had unexpectedly issued its first random mission, offering 300 upgrade points. In that moment, Gu Daochen's heart raced, but as he hesitated for a brief instant, Zhao Baiqing's delicate hand, akin to a white onion, shot toward the birdcage in his grasp. This fellow is indeed still a spoiled brat. How could he even entertain the thought of entering the Divine Martial Academy? It seems his victory over Gu Feng was merely a stroke of luck. To the spectators, it appeared as though Gu Daochen had made no response to Zhao Baiqing's advance, rendering those from the Gu family who had hoped for a favorable outcome utterly disheartened. Yet, in the next second, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As Zhao Baiqing's swift hand was mere inches away from seizing the birdcage. Gu Daochen, seemingly sensing her intent without even looking, became as light as a willow seed in the wind, effortlessly gliding backward just in time to evade her grasp. With a missed attempt, Zhao Baiqing gasped in surprise, clearly not anticipating this outcome. However, she did not falter for even a moment, swiftly spinning her arm to reach for the birdcage once more. Within Zhao Baiqing, a surge of true energy had already coalesced, making every strike appear deceptively slow yet strikingly rapid. Her flowing white sleeves danced gracefully, and her jade-like palm flashed, producing a fierce gust that sliced through the air, creating an enchanting yet formidable presence that left opponents defenseless. To have cultivated such skill and martial prowess at her age, it was no wonder Zhao Baiqing was hailed as a prodigy of the Divine Martial Academy. Yet, amidst the incredulous gazes of the spectators, Gu Daochen appeared like a feather in the storm, swaying effortlessly with the winds, impervious to her intricate maneuvers, untouched by even the slightest brush of her attacks. The willow-like evasion technique. As the willow catkins dance gracefully in the wind, this unique movement technique, like catkins swaying with the breeze, was created by an extraordinary figure from the land of Huaxia. Although this technique may not boast remarkable speed, it possesses an elusive quality akin to the drifting catkins. Light and subtle, leaving no trace to decipher, times it resembles the gentle caress of a spring breeze, while at other moments, it mirrors the tumultuous rise and fall of a solitary boat amidst raging seas. In the eyes of Gu Daochen, this willow catkin technique may not be deemed an advanced form of movement, yet it proves sufficient against Zhao Baiqing's ethereal Luo Yin steps. Chapter 8. The Light-Hearted Fairy in the Blink of an Eye. Dozens of exchanges had transpired. Zhao Baiqing's hands had nearly grazed the birdcage several times, yet that mere inch felt like a chasm, each attempt culminating in near success but ultimate failure. Despite Zhao Baiqing's Luo Yin steps being both enchanting and profoundly mysterious, Gu Daochen remained as carefree as the catkins in the wind, effortlessly evading her grasp. This unexpected turn of events finally stirred Zhao Baiqing, whose previously calm demeanor transformed into one of disbelief. How could this be? Her Luo Yin steps, a pinnacle of martial arts from the Divine Martial Academy, were her pride and joy. With them, she had triumphed over countless adversaries and prodigies of the martial world. Yet now, facing a mere dandy from the Gu family, she found herself unable to even touch his birdcage. For the first time since entering the Divine Martial Academy, Zhao Baiqing began to doubt her own abilities. At that moment, Gu Daochen's leisurely voice resounded once more. This young master delights in the trivialities of the marketplace, teasing young ladies and swindling wealthy officials, thus honing this convenient technique for swift escapes. So, how does my method of evasion compare to your Luo Yin steps, Miss Baiqing? As the two engaged in combat, the disparity in their skills became glaringly apparent. However, while Gu Daochen appeared relaxed and at ease, he was secretly grappling with a dilemma. What kind of absurd system would compel me to confront Zhao Baiqing? Yet, how could I bear to mar such a beautiful visage? Nevertheless, the points for upgrading were non-negotiable. It seemed there was no other choice. Casting a fleeting glance at Zhao Baiqing's delicate, ethereal features, Gu Daochen couldn't help but smirk, revealing a hint of dandy charm. How could it be? Was my Luo Yin step truly inferior to a technique born from the streets? Upon hearing Gu Daochen's claim of having developed his skill through frivolities, Zhao Baiqing found herself speechless, her emotions in disarray. As her thoughts began to swirl, her form faltered slightly, and in that instant, an uninvited claw seemingly emerged from the void, brazenly landing upon Zhao Baiqing's angelic cheek. Ding! Host successfully struck Zhao Baiqing. Reward: 300 upgrade points. What is Gu Daochen doing? Is he daring to flirt with the fairy Zhao? Am I mistaken? This dandy actually has the audacity to tease a prodigy from the Divine Martial Academy. This is bound to stir up trouble for the Gu family. As the brazen act unfolded, nearly everyone from the Gu family stood dumbfounded. Yet, the most astonished of all was Zhao Baiqing herself. Throughout her life, she had never encountered such an incident, nor could she have imagined this scene unfolding today. Although Gu Daochun's hand had withdrawn, the lingering scent of masculinity remained on her cheek, causing her mind to freeze in confusion. Zhao Baiqing's stunning face flushed with alternating hues of red and white. As if caught in a moment of stunned silence, while she struggled to comprehend the situation, several other disciples from the Divine Martial Academy below the stage had already ignited with rage. The celestial being they had long revered was now being trifled with before their very eyes. In a fit of indignation, one figure leapt onto the martial stage. "You shameless rogue! How dare you disrespect our Luo Yin fairy? I, Li Feng, shall challenge you to a duel." Li Feng, a martial genius from the Divine Martial Academy and one of Zhao Baiqing's secret admirers, could no longer contain his fury at witnessing the indignity cast upon his beloved. However, he wisely refrained from attacking Gu Daochun directly, instead opting for a duel to teach him a lesson. A duel? This young master may not be able to best you in swordplay. No, rather, competing in swordplay may not guarantee a victory. After completing the system's task and earning 300 upgrade points, Gu Daochun was reveling in his good fortune when Li Feng's sudden challenge drew his attention. I know that the dandy from the Gu family is a notorious wastrel. Yet you claimed it was easy to gain entry into my Divine Martial Academy? It seems your martial talent is indeed remarkable, worthy of comparison with us. Therefore, I, Li Feng, shall not use my true energy today, but will engage you in a contest of swordplay to see if you can escape using that mere technique of yours. Li Feng had attained the 4th level of qi condensation, while Gu Daochun was rumored to be a dandy who had yet to step into the realm of body refinement. If Li Feng were to unleash his true energy, not only would the Gu family disapprove, but it would also tarnish the reputation of the Divine Martial Academy. Thus, in asserting his integrity, Li Feng subtly mocked Gu Daochun's status as a mere spoiled rich kid. "Oh, so it seems you are determined to defend that beauty's honor and teach this young master a lesson? Very well, as a gentleman, I shall not stoop to your level. I have gleaned a few techniques while amusing myself with birds. Today, I shall see what remarkable swordsmanship you, a prodigy of the Divine Martial Academy, have to offer." With a languid glance at his opponent, Gu Daochun handed the birdcage to a servant and took from them a finely crafted bamboo stick, roughly a meter long, pointing it at Li Feng. Having acquired a few techniques while entertaining himself with birds, Gu Daochun's words ignited Li Feng's ire once more. It seemed the young master was indeed a prodigious talent unbound by conventional training. "Very well. Since you claim to have mastered techniques through your whimsical pursuits, I shall witness the prowess of your bird-entertaining skill." As soon as the words left his lips, Li Feng unleashed a dazzling flurry of sword strikes, each one radiant like silver threads, aimed directly at Gu Daochun, who held only a stick. "Alas, the techniques of my bird-entertaining stick have reached an unparalleled level of invincibility, yet it seems excessive to employ them against you." The principles of martial arts, encompassing the cycles of yin and yang, the interplay of elemental forces, were all at play. Faced with Li Feng's brilliant swordsmanship, Gu Daochun sighed softly before casually flicking his bamboo stick, precisely intercepting Li Feng's blade at the most vulnerable point of its trajectory, effortlessly deflecting it. With a slight twist of his wrist and a cold snort, Li Feng, undeterred, pivoted and unleashed another assault. Swish, swish, swish. The swordplay Li Feng practiced, known as the silver chain sword technique, was executed with remarkable speed, each stroke a dazzling display of silver brilliance. However, Gu Daochun appeared unfazed, wielding his bird-entertaining stick with a casual grace, effortlessly interrupting Li Feng's attacks before they could fully manifest, and no matter how Li Feng attempted to strike, the outcome remained unchanged. The lonely 9 swords, the breaking sword style, the 9 swords of Dugu, crafted by the legendary sword demon Dugu Chubai of the Huaxia era, comprises various styles. The general formula: the breaking sword style, the breaking blade style, the breaking spear style, the breaking whip style, the breaking rope style, the breaking palm style, the breaking arrow style, and the 9th sword, the breaking chi style. With no moves to speak of, it excels in seizing the initiative and exploiting the flaws in an opponent's technique, entering the fray with precision and subtlety, achieving the pinnacle of martial artistry. In a previous life, Gu Daochen possessed an ardent passion for the sword arts, mastering various styles such as Hongshan swordsmanship, Wudong swordsmanship, and Kunlun swordsmanship. He had long since grasped the profound essence of techniques akin to the Nine Swords of Dugu. Although the Nine Swords may not surpass the exquisite craftsmanship of the Xian Tai heavy sword or the versatility of using anything from wood to stone as a sword, it would effortlessly dismantle the swordplay of someone like Li Feng, akin to plucking fruit from a tree. With a swift motion, Gu Daochen transformed the bird-teasing staff into the breaking sword style, executing movements that appeared clumsy and awkward, as if he were genuinely teasing a bird. Yet, in the face of this seemingly careless swordplay, Li Feng felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. What is happening? What kind of move is this? I have never encountered anything like it. No, it cannot be. There are no moves at all. It seems he is truly teasing a bird. But why does it feel this way? Could it be that my 3 years of grueling practice of the silver chain sword technique at the Divine Martial Academy pales in comparison to this dandy's bird-teasing staff? Li Feng, who prided himself on being a martial genius of the Divine Martial Academy, had originally intended to showcase the Academy's prestige by teaching this young scion a lesson in front of the fairy-like Zhao Baiqing. However, an incense stick's worth of time had passed, and he found himself unable to completely unleash his sword maneuvers under the onslaught of the opponent's bird-teasing staff. This blow shattered Li Feng's composure entirely. No, I refuse to accept this. With a fierce roar, a surge of potent true energy erupted from Li Feng's dantian, flooding into his precious sword. The sound of the sword's cry resonated, and with a swift motion, the long sword sliced through the air, aimed once again at Gu Daochen. Inner energy. This is bad. He is actually using inner energy. How dare you go against the agreement and harm someone from the Gu family? As the sound of the sword's cry echoed, the spectators from the Gu family and various attendants outside the martial arena were taken aback, immediately erupting in shouts. Previously, Gu Daochen's peculiar bird-teasing staff had forced Li Feng into a position where he could not unleash his techniques, leaving both the Gu family and other disciples of the Divine Martial Academy dumbfounded in disbelief. Yet they understood that Gu Daochen was, at most, at the body-refining realm and had certainly not reached the qi condensation realm. In their perception, the body-refining realm could not withstand an opponent of the qi condensation realm. Li Feng had initially stated he would not use true energy. A fair competition would have sufficed. But now he had broken his word, suddenly employing his qi condensation cultivation. This would allow him to sever Gu Daochen's bird-teasing staff with ease, inflicting harm upon him. Naturally, the Gu family could no longer remain passive in the face of this. No matter how inept or dandy Gu Daochen might be, he was still the young master of the Gu family, a direct descendant of the ancient bloodline, and the beloved grandson of Gu Zhanchuan. How could he be harmed by an outsider? Not even if that outsider were a disciple of the Divine Martial Academy. However, just as the Gu family members were about to intervene, Gu Daochen remained unfazed. With a flick of his wrist, he redirected the bird-teasing staff towards an inconceivable direction. The breaking qi style of the Nine Swords of Dugu. This style specializes in countering all forms of inner energy. Under the Nine Swords of Dugu, all inner energy is rendered void. With a seemingly inexplicable point, Gu Daochen skillfully evaded the sword's edge, striking the spine of Li Feng's sword instead, forcing the true energy-infused strike to be deflected once more. Yet Gu Daochen did not cease his assault. With a flick of his wrist, the bird-teasing staff traced an unusual arc, swiftly landing a point on Li Feng's bird-piercing scream erupted, and as the spectators in the martial arena stood in stunned silence, Li Feng's precious sword clattered to the ground with a clang, while he paled and crouched down, clutching his vital area. Silence. As the arena bore witness to this astounding turn of events, an eerie quiet enveloped the entire Gu family's martial grounds. If Gu Daochen's earlier light-hearted banter with Zhao Baiqing and his victory over Gu Feng's physical exercises had merely suggested that this dandy young master had practiced some trivial skills, it was nothing compared to the bizarre spectacle they now witnessed. Everyone had seen Li Feng's silver chain sword technique, and few had the confidence to withstand even 10 strikes. It was evident that Li Feng was undoubtedly a genius of the Divine Martial Academy. Yet here was Gu Daochen, the dandy young master of the Gu family, who had managed to toy with his opponent using nothing but a bird-teasing staff, even defeating Li Feng after he unleashed his true energy. Was this truly the technique of the bird-teasing staff? Could such a style triumph over the swordplay of the Divine Martial Academy? What then? Were the martial arts that they had trained in for years worthless? In truth, many preferred to believe that Gu Daochen had secretly mastered some extraordinary sword technique that enabled him to triumph over Li Feng, as this would provide them with some solace. However, having observed Gu Daochen's bird-teasing antics, there was scarcely a hint of any sword technique, let alone any trace of staff technique. Instead, it all appeared bizarre, as if he were genuinely teasing a bird. This outcome rendered the spectators increasingly unable to accept the reality, yet it was not Gu Daochen's intention to dishearten them. Having been reborn into a different world, he understood the necessity of concealing his true abilities. In public, he could not reveal an intricate sword technique or martial art, as this would only invite suspicion. However, martial arts such as Tai Chi, the graceful movements akin to willow catkins in the wind, and the 9 swords of Dugu, allowed him to conceal his skills without leaving a trace, proving to be the most prudent approach. Chapter 10. The Splendid Life of a Dandy. The martial arts of the Divine Martial Academy are not even a match for this young master's bird-teasing staff and the art of evasion. What a hollow reputation they have. Did I not say that this young master would not hesitate to attend the Divine Martial Academy? Do you truly believe I am just a dandy? Let me assure you, my martial arts have already reached the pinnacle, achieving a harmonious connection with the cosmos. As for your martial arts, well, let us not dwell on that. You may disperse now. This young master has birds to walk. Amidst the eerie silence of the martial arena, Gu Daochen, exuding an air of a transcendent master, accepted the birdcage from the astonished and excited servant and strode away in the face of Gu Daochen's departure. Not only did the Gu family members refrain from stopping him, but even Zhao Baiqing and the other disciples of the Divine Martial Academy, whose minds were reeling from the shock, made no attempt to intervene. Instead, they gazed at Gu Daochen's receding figure with expressions of confusion and disbelief. In the courtyard of falling dust, this was once the exclusive courtyard of the Gu family's 9th young master. Named to reflect his refined tastes, a space uniquely belonging to Gu Daochen, as Gu Daochen returned to the courtyard, he once again grasped the essence of what it meant to be luxurious. The courtyard was vast and resplendent, adorned with pavilions, flower beds, trees, ponds, and rockeries, all meticulously arranged. Gu Daochen traversed this magnificent space, taking an entire incense stick's worth of time to reach its end. During his stroll, he was greeted by numerous servants, each bowing to him without pause. These attendants catered to Gu Daochen's every need, from maintaining the courtyard to nurturing various exotic creatures, leopards, lions, tigers, mastiffs, and birds, among others. Moreover, these fierce beasts, which appeared formidable at first glance, seemed inexplicably affectionate towards Gu Daochen, wagging their tails as if welcoming him. This left Gu Daochen momentarily speechless. It appeared that the 9th young master of the Gu family truly lived in extravagance. Yet, one must ponder, is this the splendid life of a dandy? Perhaps, at this moment, Gu Daochen was beginning to grasp the essence of being a dandy. Young master, you have returned from your bird walking. Just as Gu Daochen indulged in these thoughts, a somewhat sharp voice broke through. An elderly figure, slightly stooped and walking with a somewhat unsteady gait, emerged swiftly from the nearby grove. Upon suddenly hearing that voice and observing the effeminate gait of the individual before him, Gu Daochen was inexplicably seized by a chill. However, he soon found solace in the realization that Wei Zhongxian, the steward of the entire estate of the 9th young master, was before him in his youth. Wei Zhongxian was merely a scholar, but after offending a powerful official of the court, he was imprisoned and subjected to humiliation through castration, becoming a eunuch, as fate would have it, just before his impending death. He was rescued by Gu Wui, the father of the 9th young master, who took him into his home. Grateful for this act of salvation, Wei Zhongxian pledged his unwavering loyalty to Gu Wui, serving him faithfully. Following the birth of Gu Daochen, Wei Zhongxian watched him grow, and after the demise of Gu Wui and his wife, he remained in the estate, becoming the overseer of Gu Daochen's household. Caring for him with utmost devotion, a eunuch, It is surprising that such a figure exists in this vast continent, and his name is Wei Zhongxian. Nonetheless, this individual is remarkably loyal to the ninth young master of the Gu family. Beyond wealth, servants, and fierce beasts, the presence of a eunuch to attend to him makes it akin to that of an emperor. Emerging from the memories of the ninth young master, the earlier chill that had gripped Gu Daochen dissipated, replaced by a sensation that elevated him from a mere dandy to the stature of an emperor. Young master, the tasks you assigned a few days ago have been successfully completed. May I inquire if you are satisfied? Wei Zhongxian approached with a swift gait, disregarding the beads of sweat forming on his brow as he gestured in the air. Instantly, 3 menacing figures emerged from the forest, led by several beast tamers. Young master, these 3 ferocious beasts possess the bloodline of demon beasts. I specifically sought out the finest tamers in the royal city and invested a substantial sum in several bottles of cultivation pills from the Wandan Pavilion for them. Now, your favored trio of beasts has reached the pinnacle of the body refinement stage, just a step away from condensing demonic energy and becoming first-level demon beasts. When the time comes for you to engage in beast battles, victory is assured. In Wei Zhongxian's slightly excited and obsequious tone, the 3 fierce beasts, exuding a fierce aura, gradually approached Gu Daochen. These 3 beasts bore a striking resemblance to those Gu Daochen had previously encountered. Yet they were distinctly more formidable and aggressive. Point 1 was a lion-tiger hybrid, typically measuring just over a meter in height and 2 meters in length. Yet this specimen towered over 2 meters and spanned 5 meters in length, exuding explosive power. Its terrifying fangs, exposed, were cold and sharp, as if they could pierce through stone. Another was a black panther, but this one sported 3 eyes upon its forehead, their deep blue hue emanating an air of mystery. And it possessed 2 long, swaying tails. The final beast was a giant python, exceeding 10 meters in length, its scales resplendent in vibrant colors, with a menacing demeanor that was unsettling to behold. You have done well, Gu Daochen remarked, his expression peculiar as he stifled a bitter laugh. This 9th young master of the Gu family truly revels in amusement, favoring beast battles. This activity has recently gained popularity among the upper echelons of the Haoyue kingdom, where individuals capture and train their preferred fierce beasts as pets. They then engage in competitions in a unified arena, with lavish rewards for the victors. However, many noble youths partake not merely for the prizes, but for the thrill and to elevate their status. This particular 9th young master exhibits a relentless enthusiasm for beast battles, having captured numerous powerful creatures. His most cherished acquisitions are these 3 demon bloodline beasts, which Wei Zhongxian has been tasked with training to potentially evolve into demon beasts, allowing the young master to dominate in future contests. The nature of this noble endeavor resembles the Gulf of contemporary China, albeit in a far more crude form. It seems I may need to introduce a touch of sophistication to this world. After a nod of approval, Gu Daochen satisfiedly commended Wei Zhongxian and the beast tamers. Yes, continue to train them diligently. If you truly manage to cultivate them into demon beasts, substantial rewards await you. But for now, I have just perspired profusely and must return to bathe and change. With a casual wave, Gu Daochen made his way back to his bedroom. Chapter 11. Martial Arts Realms. The fragrant sandalwood incense wafted gently upwards. Golden sunlight streamed through intricately carved crimson wooden windows, casting a dreamlike and elegant glow upon the gilded ivory stone walls, imbuing the room with a sense of opulence. The floor was adorned with a layer of exquisitely patterned silk velvet carpet, stretching from the grand rosewood door to the entirety of the chamber. The ambience exuded a singular word: luxury. It seemed rather splendid to be a dandy, quite reminiscent of the dreams I harbored in my previous life. As Gu Daochen beheld the retro-chic lavishness of the room once more, he couldn't help but marvel. Although he had been a paragon of genius in the ancient martial arts family of China in his previous life, alongside his aspirations for martial prowess, he had also fantasized about becoming a super dandy who could bully men and dominate women, living off indulgence. Now, could it be that my past life's reckless pursuit and untimely demise were merely a prelude to realizing that alternate dream? Perhaps the heavens, seeing my relentless diligence in the past, sought to spare me from further chaos in the martial world, bestowing upon me this chance to wreak havoc upon the vast continent instead? It appears my character is not so shabby after all. Even the heavens seem to favor me. However, this young master has offended so many, it is entirely possible that someone may seek vengeance. Blast it! This is a world of martial arts. Regardless of being a dandy, life is paramount, and no matter how formidable the backing, one's own strength is always the most reliable. As the saying goes, one must possess strength to retaliate. It is prudent to exercise caution. I must first reclaim the prowess of my former life. After perusing the great deeds of the ninth young master, Gu Daochen, a martial arts master, couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. Regardless, the opportunity to relive my life is a gift. Reborn in a world purely dedicated to martial prowess, I am determined to ascend to the pinnacle once more. After digesting these fragmented memories, Gu Daochen's eyes suddenly gleamed with brilliance. Although he had recently cultivated to the 9th level of the Yi Jin Jing through the infinite upgrade system and had bested several martial prodigies within the Haoyue Kingdom, the body refinement stage is merely the foundation, enhancing a martial artist's aptitude and establishing a base for future growth. This is merely the starting point of martial arts, and according to the memories of the 9th young master, there exist higher realms beyond the body refinement stage, the Qi condensation stage, the divine vein stage, and the heavenly origin stage. Each of these martial arts realms is similarly divided into 9 levels. The head of the Gu family, the grandfather of the 9th young master, is a master-level expert at the 3rd level of the heavenly origin stage, one of the 9 such masters in the Haoyue Kingdom. Meanwhile, the elders of the Gu family, including various uncles and aunts of Gu Daochen, are all formidable figures at the divine vein stage. However, the martial understanding of this 9th young master is evidently limited. He only knows that the heavenly origin realm is referred to as martial arts masters, unaware of the realms that surpass it. Indeed, the martial arts of the vast continent must extend far beyond this. What this young man knows is likely confined to the Haoyue Kingdom. If I wish to explore the mysteries of martial arts across the vast continent, I shall have to rely on my own endeavors. Nevertheless, with the foundation of the 9th level of the Yi Jin Jing, reclaiming my former peak is hardly a challenge. With the infinite upgrade system as my cheat, no matter how formidable the vast continent may be, it shall remain within my grasp. In my previous life, I was an unrivaled martial genius. In this life, although reborn as a dandy, I shall still compel this vast continent to tremble beneath my feet. However, the pressing priority is to swiftly elevate my cultivation, striving to restore myself to the pinnacle of my previous life's innate state, before gradually exploring the martial arts of this world, and witnessing what delightful surprises it may bestow upon me. Lost in reverie, Gu Daochen could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of anticipation. A fleeting glance around the room revealed that, to his eyes, now attuned to the 9th level of the Easy Muscle Sutra, every detail was vividly apparent. Every intricate vein on the furniture, every delicate pattern on the white jade walls, and even the tiniest thread of the heavenly velvet carpet within a 10-foot radius became starkly clear to Gu Daochen. The entire world seemed to transform before his eyes. His ears subtly perked up, and he became aware of the sounds beyond the room. Outside in the courtyard, there was a faint rustling sound of sweeping, accompanied by the scuttling of small insects in the grass, and even the faint movement of earthworms beneath the ground. Within a 10-foot radius, it appeared that no sound could escape Gu Daochen's perception. This was the realm of the 9th level of the Easy Muscle Sutra. Oh, someone is approaching. Just as Gu Daochen was immersed in the sensations of the 9th level, a series of hurried footsteps echoed from afar. 9th young master, Steward Wei said you wished to bathe. Accompanied by a melodious voice, the intricately carved rosewood door swung open, revealing 4 figures adorned in ancient attire, their figures graceful and alluring. Each of these maidens possessed exquisite features and enchanting figures. While they may not be the epitome of beauty, they were undoubtedly among the finest. It's you, Tanner and Xiaoyu. Upon recognizing the figures, Gu Daochen nodded in acknowledgement. These 4 were the personal maids of the 9th young master of the Gu family, Tanner, Ruoshui, Ning Zhao, and Xiaoyu, specially selected to serve Gu Daochen. It seems I have not seen you all for quite some time. Were you perhaps slacking off somewhere? Gu Daochen jested, as he had not encountered these maidens frequently since his rebirth, making it a rare opportunity to share a light-hearted moment. Yet, his joking tone instantly instilled a sense of dread in the newly arrived maidens. "Ah, young master, we are guilty beyond measure. We have been waiting outside the courtyard for you. Young master, forgive us. We would never dare to be lazy. Please, young master, do not hold it against us, considering how long we have served you." In an instant, Tanner and the others fell to their knees, their delicate faces pale with fear of incurring Gu Daochen's displeasure. This scene left Gu Daochen utterly astonished. Chapter 12. So stimulating, what is happening? I merely uttered a casual remark, did I not? Must it be to this extent? In my previous life in Huaxia, it was generally the men who knelt before women. Faced with this spectacle, Gu Daochen was naturally taken aback, however, in a mere moment. Realization dawned upon him. This was not the Huaxia civilization of his past life, but rather a society reminiscent of the feudal era of Huaxia. Given the Gu family's influence, they were practically sovereigns within the Haoyue kingdom. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the family head, Gu Zhanshuan, could shake the very foundation of the kingdom with a stomp of his foot, and a single word could lead to the execution of countless subjects. As the sole scion of the Gu family in this generation, and one of the most notorious young masters in the Haoyue kingdom, it was utterly commonplace for the ninth young master of the Gu family to bestow death upon a few servants or guards if he were displeased. You all, never mind that I harbor no ill will towards you. Quickly prepare. I wish to take a bath. With a sigh, Gu Daochen waved his hand, indicating the urgency of the matter. In this world, social hierarchies were exceedingly rigid. For the daughters of ordinary families to enter a prestigious family like the Gu clan and serve a direct descendant like Gu Daochen, these maids had undergone countless selections. Their demeanor, appearance, talents, and family backgrounds had all been meticulously scrutinized before they could enter the Gu family. Moreover, in this era, maids and guards were bound by loyalty to their masters. Once they pledged allegiance, they were virtually destined to serve for life. Otherwise, they would be branded as abandoning their master. Thus, although the ninth young master of the Gu family had a reputation for being a frivolous wastrel, these maidens still regarded Gu Daochen as their sole master. Yes, young master. Hearing that Gu Daochen bore no grudge, Tanner and the other maids breathed a sigh of relief and hurriedly set to work. In less than a moment, a pure gold bathtub adorned with exotic petals was brought into Gu Daochen's chamber by the servants. You may leave. I wish to. He waved his hand, intending to rise. But before he could finish, Tanner and the others had already approached him, unfastening his garments. What are you doing? What is it, young master? We are here to assist you with your bath. Indeed, for many years, it has always been us sisters who helped the ninth young master bathe. Tanner, Ning Zhao, and the others worked in seamless coordination, their movements practiced and fluid, quickly removing Gu Daochen's outer robe. However, this alluring scene caused Gu Daochen's blood to rush. Is it really this stimulating? 4 women are voluntarily offering to bathe me, and they are all beauties. The societal norms of this vast continent are truly depraved, inhumane, and exhilarating. Wait, you all, I am not feeling well today. You may step outside. This time, I shall bathe myself. Feeling the soft, fragrant hands of the 4 maidens exploring his body, Gu Daochen, overwhelmed by sensations he had never experienced before, felt as though he might bleed from his nose. Not feeling well? Is the young master unwell? Are you ill? Noticing Gu Daochen's reluctance, the 4 maids exchanged uncertain glances. In the past, the ninth young master had always relished their assistance during his baths, even during such times. They would often be subjected to his playful touches. Although the 4 sisters had reservations, they had long accepted that their bodies no longer belonged to them, but to their master. However, today, Gu Daochen's reaction seemed peculiar, leading them to genuinely believe he was unwell. No. Regardless, you all should step outside first. This is an order from me. Gu Daochen could not admit to being overwhelmed, nor could he allow them to perceive that the true ninth young master had been replaced by him. And thus he issued a firm command. Then, we shall wait outside, young master. Should you require anything, merely call for us. under Gu Daochun's directive. Although the four maids remained puzzled, they dared not voice any further inquiries and retreated. Phew! Finally, they are gone. For some reason, a fleeting sense of regret washed over Gu Daochun as he watched the four delicate, classical beauties exit his chamber, almost compelling him to summon them back. Calm down. Calm down. After a moment, Gu Daochun forced himself to suppress these unwarranted thoughts, plunging into the bathtub to cool his overly heightened temperature. Sigh. It seems that being a wastrel is not as easy as it appears. To fully embody this role, I still have some distance to cover. Perhaps it is indeed time to rectify my previous notions of justice and purity. The influence of traditional Huaxia thought still lingers within me, rendering me overly righteous and pure. This misunderstanding must be corrected in this lifetime. Otherwise, my reincarnation as a wastrel would have been in vain. This would not only be a disservice to the Gu family, the late ninth young master, but also to myself. Creak. The door swung open, revealing the freshly bathed Gu Daochun at the threshold. A wave of unfamiliar yet warm sensations washed over him, causing Gu Daochun's heart to flutter slightly. Raising his gaze, he observed that this world had three suns, warm and radiant, a reminder that he was no longer on the earth he once knew, nor in familiar Huaxia. A gentle breeze caressed him, lifting the damp strands of his hair, making Gu Daochun acutely aware that his rebirth was as dreamlike as it was tangible. Young master, you have completed your bath. Upon seeing Gu Daochun emerge, Tanner and the other four maidens, who had been waiting at the door, immediately bowed in unison. However, upon catching sight of Gu Daochun's countenance, they simultaneously covered their mouths in surprise. As Gu Daochun's personal maids, Tanner, Xiaoyu, and the others had been in service for many years. However, recently, when they beheld the familiar visage of Gu Daochun, an inexplicable and peculiar sensation arose within their hearts, as if the current ninth young master of the Gu family was somehow different from the past. This feeling was strange yet profoundly captivating to the four of them, leaving them momentarily bewildered. Chapter 13. The Gu family's library. The melodious voices of the four girls drew Gu Daochun's attention back, and he cast a sweeping glance over their graceful figures, seemingly lamenting why he had driven them away just after bathing. Very well, I shall take a stroll. Ning Zhao, Tanner, my sheets have become soiled. Please dispose of them directly. No. Replace the bed and the silk velvet carpet as well. Bring in a new set. With a grand gesture, Gu Daochun commanded Tanner and the others to replace everything. However, such words could only be uttered by the ninth young master of the Gu family. It is worth noting that the bed Gu Daochun used was crafted from the finest fragrant Nanmu wood and intricately carved by a master artisan. Its value equivalent to a decade's worth of taxes for an ordinary family. The silk velvet carpet that adorned the entire bedroom was priced by the foot and rivaled gold in value. A rarity throughout the entire Haoyue kingdom. Now, simply because it was slightly soiled, he ordered everything to be discarded. Only a family of the Gu's stature could sustain such extravagant behavior. Yes, young master. Upon hearing Gu Daochun's command, Xiaoyu, Tanner, and the others exchanged glances before hurriedly nodding in agreement. Simultaneously, they breathed a sigh of relief. Inwardly, it seemed that the ninth young master remained unchanged, still the quintessential libertine. I shall take a walk. You all tidy up well. Perhaps if the young master is pleased, he may allow you to attend to him tonight. With a wave of his hand, Gu Daochun stepped away, leaving Tanner and the others in a flurry of confusion amidst the breeze. This feeling is truly exhilarating. It appears that I have already embarked on the first step of my libertine life after my rebirth. Having left the four classical maids with a formidable challenge, Gu Daochun couldn't help but chuckle heartily within in a mere moment. He was once again grasping his signature birdcage and vanished from his courtyard. The Gu family library, eh? Ninth young master, why are you here? Upon seeing Gu Daochun's figure swaying towards them with the birdcage in hand, the guards stationed at the library promptly bowed in greeting. I came out to stroll with my birds. I initially intended to return to my courtyard to peruse little books for amusement, but I realized I had grown weary of those. Thus, I specially came to the library to see if there are any illustrated little books. Placing the birdcage on the ground, Gu Daochun chuckled as he spoke. What? Little books. Upon hearing Gu Daochun's words, the guard's expressions instantly froze in disbelief. The library was a repository of the Gu family's collection of martial arts manuals. They were undoubtedly aware of the libertine young master's penchant for inappropriate literature, a fact well known throughout the Gu family. However, now, this Gu Daochun was audaciously stating his intention to seek illustrated little books in the Gu family's library. What did this libertine young master take the library for? Were they, the guards, to protect those so-called illustrated little books? Young master, this is the library. We do not have those little books you speak of. With their faces stiffened, the guards replied awkwardly, none. I have heard that martial arts manuals contain some anatomical sketches and such. Gu Daochun said incredulously. Anatomical sketches? The guards' faces twitched at Gu Daochun's description of the martial arts techniques as anatomical sketches. Although I have seldom entered the library, whether or not there are little books can only be ascertained by my own inspection. How could you possibly comprehend my extraordinary vision? Step aside. Not wishing to waste further words with the guards, Gu Daochun lazily rolled his eyes at them before striding in without a care. Yes, just as Gu Daochun stated. He had rarely set foot in the library, yet he was indeed the genuine ninth young master of the Gu family, so the guards did not dare to obstruct him, allowing him entry. In fact, it was not that Gu Daochun lacked the qualifications to enter the library. Rather, he had always been unwilling to do so. Previously, the family head Gu Zhantian and others had repeatedly tried to force Gu Daochun to learn martial arts in the library, but he had resolutely refused to exert any effort into training. Now that he wished to enter, it was likely a fortunate turn of events for the Gu family, even if his intentions were somewhat dubious. Inside the library, Guiyuan Blade, 100 Fury Leg, Divine Dream Claw, Black Tiger Concealment, Silver Feather Phantom Step, Yellow Tiger Strength, Gu Daochun was perusing one ancient martial arts book after another, lost in deep contemplation. The former libertine ninth young master, aside from indulgence in pleasure and vices, had little else to his name, and his recollections of martial arts were scant. Even if Gu Daochun wished to extract any useful information from these texts, he found himself at a loss and could only rely on his own gradual exploration. Through observing the Gu family's martial arts arena, Gu Daochun had developed a vague understanding of the martial arts of this world. Yet he still felt it was far from sufficient. The skills of the Gu family's guards and ordinary descendants were simply too pedestrian. However, the martial prowess exhibited by Zhao Baiqing and Li Feng, disciples of the Divine Martial Academy, though not comparable to Gu Daochun's, was evidently superior to that of the Gu family's martial arts. This indicated that the martial arts system of this world was not as simple as it seemed. Thus, on this day, Gu Daochun had made a beeline for the Gu family's library once more. As he continued his search, he finally found what he needed. Detailed explanation of martial arts? His eyes brightened as Gu Daochun promptly took the book from the shelf and began to peruse it. This book merely provided a brief overview of the martial arts situation on the Kangming continent, classified as the most rudimentary of texts, positioned at the entrance of the Gu family's library. Consequently, Gu Daochun flipped through only a few pages before arriving at its contents. Kangming Martial Arts, Heaven, Earth, Profound, Yellow. As the book detailing the martial arts of the Kangming continent gradually unfolded before him, Gu Daochun's heart was stirred, and he began to comprehend the martial arts of this world. The martial arts of the Kangming continent are categorized into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Profound, and Yellow, with each level further divided into upper, middle, lower, and pinnacle ranks. Among them, Heaven and Earth levels are legendary martial arts within the Haoyue Kingdom, possessed only by the formidable and terrifying sects, holy lands, and empires on the Kangming continent. In contrast, nations like the Haoyue Kingdom primarily practice yellow-level martial arts, with only a few Divine Meridian Realm warriors and Tianyuan Realm masters potentially grasping profound-level martial arts. The martial arts learned by the Gu family guards and ordinary younger clan members are mostly upper and middle yellow ranks, while the skills of Zhao Baiqing and Li Feng from the Divine Martial Academy should rank among the pinnacle of yellow-level martial arts. This explains the apparent disparity between the two. Gu Daochun could hardly believe that, given the Gu family's status and strength, they were only able to study yellow-level martial arts. As he continued to read, Gu Daochun could not help but sigh softly. In truth, Gu Daochun was unaware that, While the martial arts of this world had long since formed a system, even predating those of Huaxia, it was, in many respects, exceedingly lacking. For an average martial artist, attaining proficiency in lower yellow-level techniques was already a considerable challenge. Most martial artists trained in subpar martial arts. For a family like the Gus to establish a library with collected martial techniques was an extravagance beyond the imagination of ordinary martial artists. Chapter 14. The Eye of All Phenomena. Heaven-level martial arts, earth-level martial arts. What might these ranks entail? Could they possibly compare to the martial arts of Huaxia? Upon discovering that the Kangming continent harbored the mysterious heaven-level and earth-level martial arts, Gu Daochen felt not the slightest trepidation. Instead, a long-lost excitement surged within him. What Gu Daochen had always pursued was never the chilling heights of isolation, but the true pinnacle of martial arts, one filled with rivals, adversaries, and friends in exhilarating combat. If the martial arts realms of the Kangming continent were confined to what he had witnessed today, it would be a tremendous disappointment for Gu Daochen. Only through challenges could Gu Daochen feel that his rebirth had been worthwhile. The martial arts exhibited by Zhao Baiqing and Li Feng from the Divine Martial Academy possessed their own intricacies. Although Gu Daochen was a master of Huaxia martial arts, he must also learn and adapt. In this life, he hoped to explore the vastness of Kangming martial arts and engage in countless battles against extraordinary talents. Let us commence this journey from the ancient family, from the Divine Martial Academy, and from the Kingdom of the Bright Moon. The path of martial arts is not one of stagnation. Gu Daochen, during his time on Earth in Huaxia, devoted nearly his entire life to gathering the martial arts secrets of various major sects, synthesizing them, and even creating entirely new forms of martial arts. Now, having arrived on this vast continent, it is only natural for him to explore whether the martial arts of this other world can elevate his own practice to new heights. Upon entering the library, Gu Daochen remained engrossed for several hours. Although the ancient family's collection primarily consisted of yellow-tier martial arts, the innovative concepts and styles that diverged from Huaxia provided him with a fresh perspective and insights into martial arts. After an indeterminate amount of time, he finally exhaled a long sigh. It seems that humanity's pursuit of power invariably gives rise to extraordinary and awe-inspiring ideas. The founders of several martial arts have indeed inspired this young master. Though regrettably, their martial realms are insufficient, making many techniques far from perfect. With a few tomes in hand, Thunder Wind Transformation, Qingyang Sword Technique, and 10,000 Troop Step, Gu Daochen's eyes sparkled with contemplation. This young master could gradually refine them, and perhaps employ that system to elevate their capabilities to an astonishing level. Yet, upon reflection, the upgrade points are exceedingly precious. It would be unwise to squander them so readily, given my current martial prowess. Enhancing these techniques' effectiveness is entirely feasible. Even raising them to the level would not pose a significant challenge. In this manner, they could serve as a means to conceal my identity when necessary. Gently returning the martial arts books to their places, Gu Daochen stretched, revealing a hint of weariness. Just as he intended to leave the library, however, a casual glance led him to discover a few tattered sheets of paper positioned at the end of a nearby bookshelf. Oh, what is this? Driven by curiosity, Gu Daochen picked them up, The Eye of All-Seeing Manifestation. As the faded title on the cover caught his eye, a tremor ran through his heart. When he turned to the first page of the dilapidated manuscript, its contents unfolded before him. The Eye of All-Seeing Manifestation does not stray from the nurturing of yin and yang. Myriad laws manifest, transcending the realms of the three teachings, the universe, the earth, the sun, the moon, the stars, endless beings, boundless transformations. Humans, ensnared by their hearts, cannot fathom the myriad changes of heaven and earth, ultimately falling into the veils of confusion and failing to transcend. The ancient script long hidden in obscurity materialized before Gu Daochen's eyes. His heart stirred with inexplicable excitement. The Eye of All-Seeing Manifestation. To perceive the myriad transformations of heaven and earth, to reach the very essence. The description within this tome surpassed all of Gu Daochen's expectations. If the creator of this technique truly succeeded in cultivating the Eye of All-Seeing Manifestation, would it not harbor the profound mysteries of the cosmos? Overcome with enthusiasm, Gu Daochen eagerly continued to read. To perceive the myriad transformations of heaven and earth, one must circulate true energy through the meridians and acupoints, employing secret methods to reach the eyes. Initially, one could discern the changes in martial techniques. Subsequently, one could observe the shifts in mountains and rivers. Ultimately, one could perceive the transformations of the stars and celestial phenomena. As he turned page after page, the various mysteries of the eye of all-seeing manifestation revealed themselves. However, just as Gu Daochen was becoming engrossed, his hand met emptiness. The next page was blank. What? It has barely begun, and yet it ends? The eye of all-seeing manifestation barely recorded the first tier of cultivation, leaving everything that followed as a void. This sensation of grasping at treasure only to find it slipping away stirred a frenzy within Gu Daochen, who was already deeply immersed in martial arts. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. This book had appeared to him in a fragmentary state from the outset. It seemed that either the ancient family had fortuitously acquired these remnants from an unknown source, or the author himself had never completed the work. Alas, had the eye of all-seeing manifestation been intact, it would surely comprise a technique of at least heavenly tier, far beyond what the ancient family could possess, let alone casually store here. Given the content of these fragments, there was nothing of substance to cultivate. With a sigh, Gu Daochen murmured regretfully, as he suspected, the creator of the eye of all-seeing manifestation had merely conceived this idea. Even after a century, he had only managed to grasp half of the first tier's techniques, with no further progress. The myriad manifestations of heaven and earth, the boundless nature of creation. How could mere mortals hope to comprehend or master them? Nevertheless, the brilliance of this extraordinary individual in crafting half of the first tier's techniques remains astonishing. The ancient family had obtained these fragments by chance during the blood-soaked battlegrounds of Guzhantian, from the corpse of a significant figure of an enemy nation, a martial arts lineage. The ancient family recognized the incredible power contained within these fragments, yet no one could cultivate from them based solely on these scant words. Even the family's few martial prodigies could not decipher the slightest mystery. Attempts to forcibly cultivate from them nearly resulted in blindness. Eventually, the ancient family's members relinquished their efforts to practice the eye of all-seeing manifestation, yet felt it too precious to discard, ultimately relegating it to the library's shelves. However, the inability of the ancient family to cultivate this astonishing technique did not preclude Gu Daochen from doing so. Chapter 15. The Celestial Wolfguard System. Can this young master designate the eye of all-seeing manifestation for upgrade? Ding. The technique eye of all-seeing manifestation is incomplete at the first tier. Upgrading to the first tier requires 300 upgrade points. What? Upgrading the first tier requires 300 points. Upon hearing that his infinite upgrade system could indeed elevate this fragmented eye of all-seeing manifestation to the first tier, Gu Daochen felt a surge of joy. However, when he learned that merely upgrading the first tier required 300 points, he was taken aback. Previously, the first tier of the I Ching Jing only required 100 points. Thus, this incomplete eye of all-seeing manifestation necessitates 3 times the points for its first tier. 300 upgrade points, 300 upgrade points. Does this mean that my recent encounter with Zhao Baiqing was in vain? If the first tier alone demands 300 points, how many will be needed to reach the envisioned pinnacle? His expression fluctuated between gloom and brightness as Gu Daochen wrestled with his thoughts. It was not that he disliked the eye of all-seeing manifestation, but rather that he envisioned needing numerous upgrade points for various martial arts in the future, rendering his current points woefully insufficient. Having just publicly slapped Zhao Baiqing, he had received a task reward of 300 upgrade points. Now, before he could even savor them, they might be squandered, blasted. Opportunities must be seized. This enticing technique cannot slip away. I can make do with the lower tier for now, and when I accumulate more points, I shall gradually upgrade it. System. Consume 300 upgrade points to upgrade the eye of all-seeing manifestation. Amidst the inner turmoil of decision-making, Gu Daochen resolutely bit the bullet and expended the hard-earned 300 upgrade points. Ding. Consumed 300 upgrade points, upgraded the technique eye of all-seeing manifestation to the first tier. The next tier upgrade requires 1,000 points. Remaining upgrade points. 100 points. As the familiar voice of the system resonated, Gu Daochen sensed a change within his eyes, albeit subtle. requiring him to gradually attune to it. Nonetheless, a feeling began to emerge within him, foretelling that the future demands for upgrade points would likely be insatiable. Moments later, greetings, ninth young master. As Gu Daochen exited the library, he was met by several figures who had appeared outside. These figures were not the previous guards. They were lean or robust, with eyes like hawks, gleaming with a fierce light. Beneath their gazes lay an unmistakable aura of coldness and lethal intent. Killing intent. This was a killing intent potent enough to stir even Gu Daochen. It was the iron-blooded essence cultivated by those who had survived countless battles amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. This aura was deeply imprinted within their very bones, indelible and inextinguishable. The celestial wolf guards, upon witnessing these figures, Gu Daochen's mind was already conjuring their names. The current head of the Gu family, Gu Zhanchuan, Gu Daochen's grandfather, stands as the paramount authority within the military of the Haoyue Kingdom, the Grand Marshal of the nation, commanding millions of troops with unparalleled prowess in the heat of battle. Even in times of peace, he retains the loyalty of 3,000 elite guards to ensure his safety. These 3,000 guards are none other than the most formidable and trusted subordinates of Gu Zhanchuan, the renowned Shan Tianlangwei. Having fought alongside Gu Zhanchuan in countless campaigns, the strength of the Shun Su Tianlangwei is unfathomable, indifferent to the specter of death. Why is the Gu family so formidable? Their very existence instills fear and respect in the other major factions of the Haoyue Kingdom. The 3,000 Shun Su Tianlangwei serve as one of the fundamental reasons for this power. Imagine 3,000 experts, terrifying in their might and drenched in the blood of adversaries, all obediently following the commands of Gu Zhanchuan. Such a force is sufficient to instill trepidation in any faction. Even an entity as formidable as the Divine Martial Academy may not withstand the terrifying onslaught of the Shun Su Tianlangwei. What brings you here? Is it a crime for this young master to peruse a little book? With a dismissive glance away from the Shun Su Tianlangwei, Gu Daochen snorted lightly as he spoke. Little book. Upon hearing Gu Daochen's words, several of the Shun Su Tianlangwei couldn't help but twitch their lips, though they quickly masked their reactions. Reporting to young Master Jiu, Lord Gu Zhanchuan requests your presence. The old master? Upon seeing these elite guards, Gu Daochen immediately deduced that it was Gu Zhanchuan, the pillar of the Gu family, who sought him out. After all, who else in the Gu family could command the Tianlangwei? Yet, Gu Daochen felt a stir within him at the thought of being summoned by Gu Zhanchuan at this moment. Indeed, Lord Gu Zhanchuan is currently awaiting you in the study. He requests that young Master Ju visit him as soon as you exit the library. The Shun Su Tianlangwei lowered their heads as they spoke. Dado? If that is the case, then let us proceed. Nodding slightly, Gu Daochen followed the guidance of the Shun Tianlangwei. As they traversed the estate, they passed through a garden, several pavilions, a grand plaza, and a fish pond, taking a tranquil path for nearly half an hour before arriving at the core hall of the Gu family. The Gu family is indeed vast. Gu Daochen had initially thought his own courtyard was spacious enough, but now, having walked from the library to the residence of the elder, he realized it spanned a staggering 7 or 8 miles. This left him utterly astonished. In the Haoyue royal city, every inch is precious. Yet the Gu family possesses such an expansive estate, far exceeding Gu Daochen's expectations. Clearly, the Gu family's standing within the Haoyue Kingdom is beyond what Gu Daochen had previously imagined. In awe, leaving the Shun Su Tianlangwei outside the hall, Gu Daochen stepped into the heart of the Gu family. Within an ancient and elegantly furnished study, Gu Zhanchuan, the Grand Marshal of the Haoyue Kingdom and one of the few Tianyuan realm masters, sat behind his desk, seemingly lost in contemplation. At nearly 70 years of age, Gu Zhanchuan's hair remained a lustrous black, his face square and imposing, and his physique robust. His presence loomed like a mountain, exerting a palpable authority that was unmistakably that of a seasoned leader. Before Gu Zhanchuan, none dared challenge his dominion. Even high-ranking officials would hesitate to breathe in his presence, and even the king of the Haoyue Kingdom would show him respect. However, this solemn atmosphere was disrupted by the arrival of a familiar figure. Chapter 16. Gu Zhanchuan, Old Master. I heard you wanted to see me. If there's something to discuss, please be quick. It's getting late. And I have an engagement with the maidens tonight. Without hesitation, Gu Daochen strode into the study, a place akin to a forbidden ground within the Gu family. Deep within his memories, although Gu Daochen harbored a certain trepidation towards his grandfather, Gu Zhanshuan, he consistently interacted with him in this manner. To avoid revealing any flaws, Gu Daochen naturally adopted the demeanor befitting the ninth young master of the Gu family when addressing the family's most esteemed figure. "What nonsense are you spouting?" Upon hearing Gu Daochen's flippant remark about his engagement with the maidens, Gu Zhanshuan, who had been seated and reading, suddenly trembled with indignation, casting his book onto the desk and rising to his feet, eyes wide with disbelief. Given Gu Zhanshuan's stature, he had long since mastered the art of concealing his emotions. Yet, upon encountering his wayward grandson, his frustration bubbled to the surface. He could never fathom how, within such a strict family, a scion like Gu Daochen could emerge. Your parents may have passed, but the Gu family has given you more than others, not less. Yet you squander your days in idleness, stirring up trouble everywhere. How am I to answer to your deceased parents for your current state? As his ire escalated, Gu Zhanshuan nearly pointed an accusatory finger at Gu Daochen. The current Haoyue kingdom. Prominent youths of Gu Daochen's generation either excelled in scholarly pursuits or boasted exceptional martial talents, typically achieving at least the Qi condensation realm. In the Gu family, which revered martial prowess, several of Gu Daochen's gifted siblings had already attained the 6th level of Qi condensation or above. Some held positions in the court, while others served in the military, rising to the rank of commander. Talents like Gu Yin'er aspired to enter the Divine Martial Academy. Yet, Gu Daochen, the youngest scion, spent his days in debauchery, indulging in excess and leading a life of leisure. After a lifetime of heroism, he was burdened with such an unambitious grandson. Answer? What is there to answer for? Am I not doing just fine? Unfazed by Gu Zhanshuan's wrath, Gu Daochen responded with a nonchalant air, appearing as if he were the mastermind orchestrating the family's affairs. Faced with Gu Daochen's oblivious demeanor, Gu Zhanshuan felt his frustration mounting yet again. Had he been too lenient with this grandson? How could he have turned out to be such a disappointment? The current Haoyue kingdom is rife with treachery. The king is frail, the crown prince and various princes are restless, and the major families are sharpening their blades, poised to act. Countless eyes are fixed on the Gu family. You may play as you wish, but if you continue to act recklessly during such turbulent times, you might end up losing your life without realizing it. With a tone of grave admonition, Gu Zhanshuan expressed his frustration. However, beneath his stern words lay a thread of concern for his wayward grandson. Though the Haoyue kingdom appeared stable on the surface, beneath the surface, tumultuous currents surged, unbeknownst to the average citizen. The aging king's health was deteriorating, and the princes were subtly mobilizing, entwined in the power struggles of the kingdom's major factions. A new round of realignment and power struggles was set to unfold amidst a backdrop of bloodshed. The competition for imperial power has always been the most brutal. Though the Gu family wielded significant influence and strength, it could hardly insulate itself from the impending storm. In fact, the family's prominence might attract the attention of the princes, inviting both overtures and threats. Should they fail to align with the right factions, they would inevitably face coercion and manipulation. In such a precarious situation, a single misstep could spell disaster for the Gu family. Moreover, Gu Daochen's notorious debauchery made him a prime target for rival factions and those with ulterior motives. The Haoyue kingdom is fraught with peril. Is a battle for succession on the horizon? Such a klitsch plot. Will this affect my aspirations as a scoundrel? Upon hearing Gu Zhanshuan's words, Gu Daochen's heart stirred, and he revealed a hint of concern. Through Gu Zhanshuan's remarks, Gu Daochen gained some insight into the current state of affairs in the Haoyue kingdom. With the Gu family being such a prominent entity, it would undoubtedly play a crucial role in the impending struggle among the princes. At this juncture, many would seek to align themselves with the Gu family or curry favor with its members. Meanwhile, other powerful factions and families would harbor their own agendas. In this context, the Gu family indeed faced considerable pressure. However, what truly preoccupied Gu Daochen was whether his hard-won status as a scoundrel might be jeopardized by these unfolding events. Jeopardize your scoundrel aspirations? How dare you even utter such a thing? Gu Zhanshuan had just spoken earnestly to Gu Daochen for quite some time, even harboring a flicker of concern for the other party. Yet now, This young man was anxious about whether this would hinder his frivolous future. This extinguished Gu Zhanchuan's earlier worries in an instant, while the suppressed wrath within him surged for the third time. However, just as Gu Zhanchuan was about to unleash his fury, he suddenly recalled something, took a deep breath, and forced himself to calm down. This morning, I heard you triumphed over Gu Feng in the training grounds. Moreover, you also defeated Zhao Baiqing and Li Feng from the Divine Martial Academy. Is that true? After being irritated by Gu Daoqin's antics, Gu Zhanchuan finally remembered the pressing matter and began to inquire. Upon hearing Gu Zhanchuan's question, Gu Daoqin silently acknowledged his earlier suspicions. He had long anticipated that his actions today would certainly attract the attention of the Gu family. However, he had not expected that the family patriarch, Gu Zhanchuan, would personally inquire. Of course, this young master possesses extraordinary talent and unparalleled aptitude. What do victories over Gu Feng and a few disciples of the Divine Martial Academy count for? In truth, this young master had indulged in debauchery over the years solely to hone his skills. It was merely that you were unaware of it. Do not presume that Gu Feng and those ordinary disciples of the Divine Martial Academy are my equals. Even the so-called prodigies are no match for me. Sometimes, acknowledging one's prowess can lead to a greater lack of suspicion from others. Thus, Gu Daoqin not only refrained from denying anything but instead erupted into hearty laughter, resembling a petty individual reveling in success. Chapter 17. Innate true qi indulging in debauchery to cultivate your skills? Are you jesting? Gu Zhanchuan, whose eyelids twitched, overlooked Gu Daoqin's words once more. And just what were you doing in the library for 3 or 4 hours? What were you up to? Did you not despise practicing martial arts the most? Gu Zhanchuan took a deep breath and pressed on. Did your guards not inform you? This young master was merely seeking some small books for amusement. The illustrations in those martial arts manuals are quite captivating. I was utterly engrossed. Gu Daoqin spoke candidly, unabashed about his exploits. Looking at small books? Did this lad truly go to the library for small books? Gu Zhanchuan's eyelids twitched once more. In truth, the guards had already reported that Gu Daoqin had entered the library early that morning and was flipping through the pages at an astonishing speed, practically reading 10 lines at a glance, pausing only occasionally to scrutinize a few. The rhythm of his reading seemed less like martial training and more akin to searching for the occasional anatomical illustrations found in books. As Gu Zhanchuan beheld Gu Daoqin's unabashed admission, a sense of frustration welled within him. However, inexplicably, Gu Zhanchuan felt that his grandson was acting rather peculiarly today. The events at the training grounds and the library had left him feeling as if the sun had risen in the west, inducing a sense of incredulity. According to descriptions from the Gu family members, Gu Daoqin had indeed defeated Gu Feng along with Zhao Baiqing and Li Feng from the Divine Martial Academy using haphazard techniques. This was entirely contrary to reason. How could a scion of privilege, wielding whimsical tricks, defeat the martial geniuses of the Divine Martial Academy? What does this imply? Could it be that the martial arts cultivated by others are inferior to the playful moves of a debauched youth? Such a phenomenon would not only be unacceptable to the martial artists of the Gu family and the Divine Martial Academy, but if word spread, it would also be intolerable to the countless practitioners of martial arts throughout the Haoyue Kingdom. Today, this incident had not only sparked discussions among the Gu family for an entire day, but even the Divine Martial Academy had been stirred by the matter. This left Gu Zhanchuan with profound doubts about his frivolous grandson. Furthermore, although Gu Daoqin's manner of speaking remained as unrefined as ever, in the past, when Gu Zhanchuan was enraged, Gu Daoqin would often exhibit a semblance of fear, refraining from openly contradicting him. Yet today, Gu Daoqin maintained an air of tranquility, seemingly oblivious to the pressure emanating from Gu Zhanchuan. This left Gu Zhanchuan feeling somewhat astonished. Well, fine. Even if you possess some insight into martial arts. Moreover, I've heard that your lifestyle has become considerably more regular in recent days. Is that true? Though still harboring doubts, Gu Zhanchuan set aside these two matters in the absence of answers and turned his attention to a different topic. However, upon hearing Gu Zhanchuan's words, Gu Daoqin felt a subtle shift within him. His reincarnation had indeed revealed some flaws. Yet, how did the patriarch of the Gu family come to know about the happenings within his courtyard? It seemed that although this grandfather appeared to be displeased with his lack of ambition, he was, in fact, quite concerned about his youngest grandson. However, if this were the case, would he also be aware if Gu Daochen were to entertain the maidens? Your physique. Before Gu Daochen could respond, Gu Zhanchuan's gaze suddenly sharpened, filled with suspicion. With a slight fluctuation in his aura, Gu Zhanchuan had already appeared before Gu Daochen, reaching out to grasp his arm. Subsequently, a subtle thread of true energy flowed from his palm into Gu Daochen's body. Innate true qi. Faced with this sudden action, Gu Daochen showed no inclination to evade. However, the moment Gu Zhanchuan's energy infiltrated his body for examination, Gu Daochen's heart stirred. Previously, he had learned from the ninth young master's memories that Gu Zhanchuan was at the Tianyuan realm, revered as a martial arts master, but he had not fully grasped this concept. Now, as he sensed the subtle fluctuation of the other's energy, he finally understood the depth of Gu Zhanchuan's cultivation. In the vast continent of martial artists, the Tianyuan realm equated to the innate realm in Huaxia. In Gu Daochen's previous life, the ancient martial arts on Earth had once declined, with martial arts manuals being incomplete and lacking any medicinal elixirs or divine artifacts. As for the natural energies required for cultivating the innate realm, they were even more scarce. Thus, despite Gu Daochen's exceptional talent, he had remained stuck at the threshold of the innate realm, unable to progress beyond the peak of the acquired realm. Through the memories of this young man, it became evident that this vast continent was a pure world of martial artists, where cultivation formed its own system, replete with abundant natural energy and various martial techniques. Elixirs and more. In such a realm, becoming an innate master was entirely commonplace. And this patriarch of the Gu family, Gu Zhanchuan, was indeed one of the masters at the innate realm. What is happening, your body? Just as a myriad of thoughts surged through Gu Daochen's mind, Gu Zhanchuan, having finally sensed the condition within Gu Daochen, widened his eyes in astonishment and disbelief. What is wrong with my body? Am I ill? Upon hearing Gu Zhanchuan's astonished tone, Gu Daochen continued to feign ignorance. In truth, although Gu Zhanchuan, as a Tianyuan realm master, possessed strength far surpassing that of Gu Daochen, with his recently attained mastery of the 9th level of the I Ching Jing, Gu Daochen could easily conceal the state of his body from Gu Zhanchuan's scrutiny. The I Ching of the 9th level of the I Ching Jing allowed for perfect control over one's body, rendering it undetectable to the outside world, with no energy leaking out, thus appearing flawless. However, since Gu Daochen intended to swiftly restore his martial arts cultivation and even break through to the innate realm, which he had never achieved in his previous life, it was only a matter of time before the Gu family discovered his true state. Given that, rather than hiding, it would be more advantageous to allow the Gu family to uncover it themselves. Illness? Certainly not. Now, please tell me, what has transpired? How could your body be so formidable? After a brief pause, Gu Zhanchuan impatiently inquired. Chapter 18. Gu Moyan well, how would I know what has happened? A few days ago, I woke to find my entire body drenched in black sweat. I thought someone was envious of my striking handsomeness and was plotting revenge against me, since he had already decided to play the fool. Gu Daochen resolved to maintain the ruse. Moreover, although Gu Daochen had not concealed the condition of his body using the I Ching Jing, he had significantly diminished his physical state to avoid alarming the Gu family too much. It was essential to note that after cultivating to the 9th level of the I Ching Jing, Gu Daochen's physique had reached an extraordinary quality, a level unmatched throughout the entire Haoyue kingdom. Such a significant change would inevitably arouse the Gu family's suspicions. Thus, although Gu Daochen did not intend to hide the truth from them entirely, a degree of restraint was indeed necessary. As the saying goes, fame breeds fear, just as pigs fear becoming too plump. Jealous of your handsomeness? Plotting revenge? Nonsense. In response to Gu Daochen's nonsensical ramblings, Gu Zhanchuan did not take them seriously. However, he harbored a vague belief that his wayward grandson truly knew nothing at all. How could a young man whose sole ambition was to indulge in a life of idleness and lethargy, searching for little books in the library, possibly possess such knowledge? Was it conceivable that his grandson was indeed a genius in martial arts, merely waiting for the right moment to reveal his talents? Moreover, this level of physical prowess seemed to surpass even that of Wu Yi and Mo Hai, perhaps even eclipsing Gu Zhanchuan's own capabilities from his youth. Silently attuning to the formidable energy within Gu Daochen, Gu Zhanchuan's expression grew increasingly doubtful and astonished. Tell me what you've experienced in these past few days. No, I already know about the things you've done. Unable to comprehend the situation, Gu Zhanshuan finally released Gu Daochun's arm, though his eyes remained filled with an unusual intensity. You knew all along, old man, but some of this is my private business. It might not be appropriate for you to intrude, right? Although Gu Daochun recognized that Gu Zhanshuan was concerned for him, he still felt that such scrutiny was rather inconvenient, especially considering the secretive endeavors he planned to undertake in the future. What more privacy do you seek? If it weren't for my vigilance, given your usual behavior, you wouldn't have survived more than a few encounters, Gu Zhanshuan retorted with a glare. Nevertheless, I will soon turn 16 and ought to be allowed to engage in adult matters. You can't keep your eyes glued to me forever. That would be quite disrespectful. Disrespectful? Nonsense. Oh, you really are about to turn 16. In that case, I should assign you some legitimate responsibilities to prevent you from idling away your days. Very well, let's start with your martial arts training, Gu Zhanshuan declared, as a sudden thought struck him, leaving no room for dissent. Martial arts training? Surely that is unnecessary. With my innate talent, I can easily self-learn and soon reach the pinnacle. When the time comes, should you encounter any difficulties, I would be more than willing to assist. Get lost. After what had been an overall pleasant conversation, the exchange between the grandfather and grandson concluded with a simple command to get lost. This old man truly does not trust me at all. After all, I bear the bloodline of the Gu family. If danger were to befall them in the future, how could I possibly remain indifferent? Is it possible that he feels a sense of embarrassment at being saved by his wayward grandson? Muttering to himself, Gu Daochun followed closely behind as he exited the core hall of the Gu family, strolling towards the courtyard where he resided. Along the way, numerous servants and guards of the Gu family bowed to him, and a gentle breeze stirred his dark hair, evoking a sense of familial warmth within his heart. Having just been reborn into this unfamiliar world, he had yet to fully integrate himself into it. Although Gu Zhanshuan appeared to be aloof, the genuine concern emanating from him was something Gu Daochun could clearly perceive. Despite his soul no longer belonging to the previous Gu family's ninth young master, the blood coursing through his veins was undeniably that of the Gu lineage, a bond that could never be ignored. Daochun. Just as Gu Daochun had not ventured far, a graceful and dignified middle-aged woman suddenly appeared before him. Aunt Mo Yen. Upon seeing her, Gu Daochun inexplicably felt a surge of warmth. The highest authority in the Gu family was, of course, Gu Daochun's grandfather, Gu Zhanshuan. However, as the Duke of the Haoyue Kingdom and a military marshal, Gu Zhanshuan had countless matters to attend to and required ample time for his martial training. Thus, the individual who truly managed the family's affairs was none other than Gu Mo Yan. Gu Mo Yen was the only daughter among Gu Zhanshuan's 5 children, making her Gu Daochun's aunt. She was a remarkable woman who had reached the 7th level of the Divine Pulse realm in martial arts and was exceptionally skilled in strategic planning, earning the respect and trust of the Gu family. With Gu Zhanshuan entrusting her with significant responsibilities as the head of the family. However, now nearing her 40s, Gu Mo Yin remained unmarried and had a very close relationship with Gu Daochun's father since childhood. Thus, after Gu Wui fell in battle, Gu Mo Yin had taken Gu Daochun under her wing, treating him as her OWNI. In fact, had it not been for Gu Mo Yan's unwavering protection, Gu Daochun's numerous misdeeds might have led him down a far darker path. Well, I heard about your recent exploits today. Your aunt is quite pleased. Gu Mo Yan's gaze towards Gu Daochun was unmasked with joy and pride. It is all thanks to your diligent guidance. Aunt, those fellows underestimate me, thinking I am only good for indulgence, while they remain oblivious to my unparalleled talent. Gu Daochun maintained his earlier demeanor. Yes, I know that while you may appear mischievous, you possess great intelligence. Once you awaken, you will undoubtedly shine brightly. Unlike others who dismissed his claims, Gu Mo Yin seemed to genuinely believe in him. However, her unwavering faith stirred something within Gu Daochun. But you must take your grandfather's words to heart. The kingdom is currently unstable, and certain individuals harbor sinister intentions towards our Gu family. You must exercise caution, for should anything happen to you, I would have no way to explain it to your father and mother. Gu Mo Yin appeared to be aware of the conversation between Gu Daochun and Gu Zhanshuan, reiterating her earnest warning. Is that so? I understand, but with my character, those individuals are unlikely to succeed. Do not worry, Aunt. Upon hearing Gu Mo Yin express concerns about the instability in the Haoyue kingdom, Gu Daochen felt a renewed sense of urgency. Previously, while perusing the memories of the Gu family's ninth young master, Gu Daochen had sensed that this individual had offended too many people, and at any moment, he could find himself in grave danger. Now, from the words of Gu Mo Yin and Gu Zhanchuan, he felt an increased awareness of the looming crisis within the Haoyue kingdom. He had resolved that upon returning, he would swiftly delve into the condensing Qi realm, thus expanding his options significantly. Nevertheless, you need not worry too much. Our Gu family is not to be trifled with. Those who wish to disturb us must first weigh their own strength. Go on. If you need anything, do not hesitate to tell your aunt. By the way, this is the storage ring you requested last time. Your aunt went to great lengths to procure it, so consider it a gift for your upcoming 16th birthday. Though the space is limited, it can hold a few cubic meters of items, so take good care of it. As she spoke, a beautifully crafted black box appeared in Gu Mo Yan's hand, which she then presented to Gu Daochen. A storage ring. Such a marvelous artifact exists in this world. Receiving this unexpected surprise, Gu Daochen couldn't help but feel delighted. Gently opening the black box, he beheld a stunning ring of deep green, adorned with intricate designs. Before his astonished gaze, a storage ring, crafted from empty void stones and requiring the expertise of a master artificer to forge, was a rare treasure valued at no less than 10,000 gold coins. Yet, despite its worth, it was virtually unattainable. Even those with wealth could rarely acquire one. Without the influence of a powerful family like the Gu, possessing such a precious item was akin to a dream. Gu Daochen had previously mentioned wanting a storage ring to Gu Mo Yin, and to his surprise, she had genuinely arranged for its creation. This clearly illustrated Gu Mo Yan's deep affection for him. In that case, thank you, Aunt. Well then, I will take my leave now. With a respectful gesture towards Gu Mo Yin, Gu Daochen donned the storage ring and departed. All right, as Gu Mo Yin watched Gu Daochen leave. A voice suddenly emerged from behind her. Mo Yin, you are too indulgent with that boy, even gifting him a storage ring. At this rate, who knows how much trouble he will attract in the future. As the voice spoke, Gu Zhanchuan's figure materialized silently behind Gu Mo Yan. My dear father, while storage rings are rare, our Gu family can still obtain a few. Moreover, you hold a certain fondness for this grandson of yours. Otherwise, you wouldn't have repeatedly warned the Chancellor and Minister Li to refrain from troubling Daochen. Seemingly aware of Gu Zhanchuan's arrival, Gu Mo Yin offered a respectful greeting. Humph, you have the gall to say that? He has brought nothing but shame upon my name. If it weren't for this boy's reckless antics and constant stirring of trouble, would I need to repeatedly consult Meng Yuanzhou and Li Wei? As the discussion unfolded, Gu Zhanchuan felt a surge of indignation rise within him. My dear father, please calm your anger. If Daochen continues to stir up trouble as he did today, perhaps it might indeed be a blessing for our Gu family. Gu Moyan, cognizant of her father's tough exterior concealing a softer heart, shifted the conversation back to the events of the day. What are your thoughts on today's occurrences, Moyan? Gu Zhanchuan inquired, a brief silence hanging in the air. Alas, while you and I have paid heed to Daochen in the past, our understanding of him remains woefully limited. Since childhood, he has lacked parental affection, yet he possesses remarkable intelligence. It is conceivable that he harbors untapped talents we have yet to uncover. The two disciples from the Divine Martial Academy, though they have recently entered, are already among the elite, surpassing most of our clan members. Yet, they were bested by Daochen. Although neither party fought with their full strength, it remains a fact that he triumphed. This indicates that Daochen is far more than just a frivolous young master. Jiyu Moyan spoke with a calm demeanor. Sigh, the currents within the kingdom city are turbulent. The forces coveting our Gu family are formidable, and with Daochen's temperament and lack of martial knowledge, he becomes an ideal target for them. Moyan, your keen insight is commendable. Let us hope this young man truly possesses the qualities you attribute to him. Indeed, I too found myself under the illusion today that I have never fully comprehended this young man. Well, let us hope he brings me some surprises, Gu Zhanchuan mused, surprisingly refraining from rebuttal to Gu Moyan's assessment. With a soft sigh, he turned and departed once more. In the courtyard of Luochen, young master, you have returned. Upon spotting Gu Daochun's figure, the servants within the courtyard hurriedly bowed in respect. It was evident that they had heard about Gu Daochun's remarkable feats at the training grounds today. Their gazes were imbued with an unprecedented reverence and excitement as they looked upon their ninth young master. However, at that moment, Gu Daochun regarded these servants with a sense of suspicion and wariness. How could the old man know about my activities in the courtyard? Could it be that among these servants, there are spies for him? He scrutinized each passing servant, deep in thought as he sought out potential traitors. Just then, Wei Zhongxian, the steward in charge of Gu Daochun's daily life, jogged over from a distance. "Young master, you have returned. Dinner has been prepared for you. By the way, what would you like to do this evening? Please inform this old servant, and I shall make the necessary arrangements." Having served Gu Daochun for many years, Wei Zhongxian was well acquainted with the ninth young master's habits and routines. Steward Wei, you seem to know me quite well. Tell me, have you been secretly reporting my matters to the old man? Gu Daochun asked with a sidelong glance at Wei Zhongxian. What? The family head? How could that be possible? The family head is exceedingly busy. And given my position, I scarcely even catch a glimpse of him. Besides, I have always been loyal to the ninth young master. How could I disclose your affairs to anyone else? Wei Zhongxian replied, his voice trembling with fear as he quickly knelt. Chapter 20. The Three Great Beasts. Oh, indeed, that makes sense. Gu Daochun nodded in acknowledgement of Wei Zhongxian's words. Jiu Zhanchuan, being one of the three dukes of the Haoyue kingdom, often became so engrossed in his duties that he relied on Gu Moyan to manage the family affairs, leaving him little time to monitor Gu Daochun. Yet, how did he come to know of these events? No other preparations are necessary, but I require a secret location for my martial training tonight, one where I shall be undisturbed. Gu Daochun spoke slowly, his gaze still scanning the cautious servants. Martial training? Upon hearing Gu Daochun's words, the servants exchanged glances, uncertain of how to respond. This young master had engaged in nearly every peculiar endeavor imaginable, yet he had never practiced martial arts. What was he up to today? They had heard of his victory over several martial geniuses from the Divine Martial Academy. Could it truly be the case? Despite their doubts, the servants dared not voice their inquiries, remaining silent. Ninth young master. A hidden location? I happen to know of one. After Gu Daochun finished speaking, Wei Zhongxian suddenly had a thought and leaned closer to whisper to him. Oh, take me to CIT. Gu Daochun nodded slightly, following Wei Zhongxian's lead. In the rocky hills behind the courtyard. Oh, there is a cave here? Before long, Gu Daochun arrived at a chaotic stone forest behind his courtyard, and following Wei Zhongxian's guidance, he discovered a cave resembling a stone chamber hidden within. While the cave was not as secretive as a concealed chamber, it was not easily discovered either. Yes, ninth young master, this is a place you frequented as a child, though you have rarely visited in recent years. Do you find it satisfactory? Wei Zhongxian inquired, standing respectfully by him. It is quite good. However, it would be best to have a few guards stationed outside during his martial training sessions, especially when practicing internal techniques or integrating martial arts. Gu Daochun typically preferred to be in a secluded space, free from interruptions. Otherwise, someone must be posted to prevent disturbances at critical moments, for any unforeseen circumstances could lead to failure or, in worse cases, to a dangerous backlash that could harm his meridians. Guards? Perhaps I should arrange for a few capable servants, or summon the guards from outside. Wei Zhongxian suggested after considering Gu Daochun's words. Servants? Guards? Let's skip that. Steward Wei, where are those peak fighting beasts you trained for me? Bring them here. Gu Daochun mentally reviewed the servants and guards in his courtyard. He realized there were no suitable candidates. But then he suddenly recalled the three powerful fighting beasts that Wei Zhongxian had previously tamed. Fighting beasts? Young master, please wait a moment. I will fetch them right away. Hearing Gu Daochun's command, Wei Zhongxian hurriedly dashed off. Moments later, under the guidance of several beast trainers, the three fierce beasts, a lion-tiger hybrid, a three-eyed black panther, and a green giant python, appeared before him. Are these the creatures approaching the level of demonic beasts? Upon seeing the three formidable figures emerge, Gu Daochun's eyes lit up as he stepped forward. Young master, these three fighting beasts still retain some of their ferocity. Please exercise caution to avoid injury. The beast trainers hurriedly cautioned Gu Daochen as he approached, fearful of any harm that might befall him, knowing they would not leave the Gu family unscathed if he were hurt. "Do not worry. I am fine." Unfazed by their warnings, Gu Daochen continued to advance until he stood before the largest lion-tiger hybrid. As Gu Daochen approached, the towering creature, larger than himself, emitted a low growl, its unease evident as it seemed to warn him. However, Gu Daochen appeared completely unfazed by the beast's hostility, confidently stepping closer. With Gu Daochen's approach, despite the trainer's best efforts to pacify the creature, the lion-tiger hybrid could no longer contain its ferocity and lunged forward, its massive jaws wide open to snap at him. "Young master, be careful." Seeing this unfold, Wei Zhongxian and the beast trainers were taken aback, but the next moment left them wide-eyed with astonishment. "Little one, it would be wise to behave in my presence." Gu Daochen's voice, calm and composed, resonated as his figure suddenly vanished from sight. In the blink of an eye, a hand, ordinary yet unexpectedly powerful, landed atop the fierce beast's head. This hand was fair and slender, yet at that moment, the lion-tiger hybrid, with all its might, felt as though it were merely a chick confronting an imposing mountain, abruptly halting its assault. Upon feeling this sudden force, the lion-tiger hybrid let out an enraged roar, thrashing its hooves in an attempt to dislodge the pressure upon its head. However, the hand seemed to harbor an unassailable strength, disregarding the creature's struggles as it continued to press down relentlessly. This force was devoid of any spiritual energy. It was purely physical strength, yet it proved more formidable and terrifying than the lion-tiger hybrid itself. Before this pale hand, the creature gradually began to emit mournful cries. Retreating in defeat at last, amidst the incredulous gazes of Wei Zhongxian and several esteemed beast tamers, the massive form of the lion-tiger beast was forcefully pressed into the rocky ground beneath the oppressive force of that pale hand. Young Master Jiao, the figure that had subdued the lion-tiger beast solely with physical prowess, was none other than Gu Daochen at that moment, gazing at Gu Daochen's slender silhouette suspended in midair. Wei Zhongxian and the beast tamers found it beyond comprehension how he managed to achieve such a feat. Wasn't the ninth young master of the Gu family known for his disdain for martial arts? When had his physical strength reached such a terrifying level? "Hemph, I told you to behave." Neither Wei Zhongxian nor the other beast tamers were martial artists, so they could not fathom the terrifying realm attained by mastering the Huaxia Yi Jin Jing to its 9th level. Every aspect of Gu Daochen's physique, his muscles, bones, organs, and blood vessels, had reached an extraordinary, inhuman state through the Yi Jin Jing. At this moment, not only could the lion-tiger beast not contend with Gu Daochen, but even if it had transformed into a low-tier demon beast, it would still be no match for him. Chapter 21. Upgrading the Demon Beast. With the infinite upgrade system, can this ferocious beast be upgraded, and how many upgrade points are required? After pressing down the lion-tiger beast, Gu Daochen suddenly summoned the system in his mind. Ding! The infinite upgrade system can upgrade any item designated by the host. To upgrade the lion-tiger beast to a level 1 demon beast, 30 upgrade points are required. Indeed, it is possible. Upon hearing the system's voice, Gu Daochen felt a jolt of excitement. Then, let us upgrade it to a level 1 demon beast. After a brief moment of contemplation, Gu Daochen made his decision. Ding! Consumed 30 upgrade points, upgrading the lion-tiger beast to a level 1 demon beast. Commencing upgrade. With Gu Daochen's decision, the infinite upgrade system was instantly activated. Consequently, before the wide-eyed astonishment of Wei Zhongxian and the beast tamers, the lion-tiger beast, which had been pressed down by Gu Daochen's palm, began to undergo a violent transformation. Roar with a ferocious roar, the already colossal lion-tiger beast started to expand dramatically once again. Its muscles erupted like steel cables, terrifying claws elongated like blades, and its already fearsome teeth doubled in number, while a formidable horn resembling that of a rhinoceros sprouted from its forehead. With this astonishing transformation, moments later, an aura several times stronger than before suddenly emanated from its body. Level 1 Demon Beast. At this moment, under the auspices of Gu Daochen's infinite upgrade system, the lion-tiger beast had completely transformed into a level 1 demon beast. Huff, huff, huff amidst the heavy panting, as Gu Daochen withdrew his hand. the lion-tiger beast finally stood up once more, its height now exceeding 3 meters. Its entire body appeared as if sculpted from stone, with bulging muscles brimming with inexhaustible strength. The overwhelming pressure it exuded forced the beast tamers to kneel before it, trembling in fear. Demon beasts were entirely different from ordinary ferocious beasts. Not only did their strength multiply, but they also formed demon cores, even gaining intelligence. Even the lowest-tier demon beasts were far more powerful than regular ferocious beasts. While these beast tamers could train ordinary ferocious beasts, they were utterly powerless against demon beasts. And they had to be cautious not to be devoured themselves, however. Amidst the panic of the beast tamers, the lion-tiger beast, after its roar, lowered its head towards Gu Daochun's figure. Ah? The demon beast bows its head. This is acknowledging its master. How could this be? It has actually recognized young Master Jiu as its master. Could it be that the moment young Master Jiu subdued it, it immediately acknowledged him as its master upon evolving into a demon beast? As they witnessed this scene, the beast tamers were left utterly dumbfounded, seemingly unable to anticipate that events would unfold in such a manner. In truth, their conjectures were not entirely incorrect, yet they failed to grasp the most crucial aspect. By overpowering the lion-tiger beast with sheer physical strength, Gu Daochun indeed made the beast realize that he was a stronger entity, adhering to the law of the jungle, which naturally birthed the notion of submission within it. Moreover, and perhaps more importantly, it was the assistance of Gu Daochun's system that enabled the lion-tiger beast to evolve into a demon beast with a demon core. For the lion-tiger beast, this was akin to a rebirth. It was the combination of fear and gratitude that ultimately led to its recognition of Gu Daochun as its master. Not bad. Not bad. This power should surpass that of a first-tier martial artist in the Qi condensation realm by quite a margin. Reaching out, Gu Daochun patted the lowered head of the lion-tiger beast, and a fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Although demon beasts were classified according to human martial cultivation levels, demon beasts of the same level generally surpassed human martial artists in strength. This was a widely recognized truth. With the lion-tiger beast's formidable physique and life force, it would likely not be an easy task for even a second-tier martial artist in the Qi condensation realm to defeat it. Subsequently, Gu Daochun wasted no time and proceeded to employ the same method to subdue the other two beasts, the three-eyed black panther and the fearsome giant python, upgrading them both to level 1 demon beasts. After its evolution, the three-eyed black panther did not only maintain its size but became even more elongated, moving like a phantom with not a hint of presence. One could only imagine how terrifying this demon beast would be in the pitch darkness. The fearsome giant python, on the other hand, had grown even larger, its scales transforming from a forest green to a blood red. As it slithered, it left the stones beneath it flattened, showcasing the impenetrable hardness of its scales. Saliva dripped from its massive jaws, instantly corroding the ground with a hissing sound, revealing its terrifyingly corrosive nature. However, it must be said that the three-eyed black panther and the fearsome giant python appeared to be slightly stronger than the lion-tiger beast, requiring 35 upgrade points for their ascension. Originally, Gu Daochun had 100 upgrade points left after upgrading the Yi Jing, and he later used the 300 upgrade points acquired from the slapping Zhao Baiqing's face task on the myriad phenomena San Luo Ai. Consequently, upon upgrading the 3 ferocious beasts to level 1 demon beasts, Gu Daochun's upgrade points were completely depleted, leaving him with a clean slate. From now on, I shall call you Little Lion, Little Black, and Little Red. All right, you 3 will guard this cave entrance until I finish my seclusion. No one else is allowed to approach. Wei Butler, please inform everyone that during my seclusion, no one is permitted to disturb me. Otherwise, if they are devoured by these 3 demon beasts, I shall bear no responsibility. At Gu Daochun's command. The 3 demon beasts seemingly understood, taking their positions around the concealed cave entrance. Meanwhile, Gu Daochun had already waved his hand and vanished into the cave, disappearing from sight. Inside the cave, upon a stone platform, the essence of movement and stillness lies in the interplay of yin and yang, ultimately converging the spirit. When the spirit converges, the vital energy harmonizes, refining the essence back to the spirit. Invoking the 9 Yang divine art, Gu Daochun slowly recalled its fundamentals, sitting cross-legged upon the stone platform, his mind and spirit unifying as he calmed his thoughts and began to cultivate. Thanks to the infinite upgrade system, Gu Daochun's physical cultivation had directly reached the 9th layer through the I Ching Jing, with the next realm being the Qi condensation realm. In the vast continent. Only by stepping into the Qi condensation realm and cultivating true Qi could one genuinely enter the gates of martial arts. Given Gu Daochun's urgent concern that he had offended too many individuals and might be targeted, he decided to hasten his progress in achieving Qi condensation. As for the choice to embark on the cultivation method of the Qi condensation realm, it is the 9 Yang Divine Art. Chapter 22. 9 Yang Divine Art. In the Legends of Huaxia, the 9 Yang Divine Art is the supreme skill recorded in the 9 Yang scriptures, integrating the profound secrets of Buddhism, Taoism, and Confucianism, embodying endless martial truths. Once a martial artist masters the 9 Yang Divine Art, their internal energy becomes boundless and everlasting, making them capable of utilizing the martial arts of the world. With the internal strength derived from the 9 Yang Divine Art, even the most ordinary techniques can unleash tremendous offensive power, and their defensive capabilities become unmatched, able to automatically protect the practitioner and even rebound external attacks, granting them an indestructible body. Additionally, the 9 Yang Divine Art serves as a sacred text for healing, impervious to all poisons, specifically designed to counteract all cold and negative internal energies. However, the 9 Yang Divine Art is exceedingly profound, and to reach its ultimate threshold, one must endure the torment of self-immolation from overwhelming inner heat or receive guidance from a master to unblock the hundreds of acupoints throughout their body, thereby truly mastering it. Thus, throughout the millennium of the Huaxia martial world, despite the countless talented heroes, those who can genuinely cultivate the 9 Yang Divine Art are few and far between. Nevertheless, Gu Daochun, in his previous life, primarily cultivated the 9 Yang Divine Art. It was precisely when he attempted to merge the 9 Yang Divine Art with the 9 Yin scriptures that he fell into madness and perished. In fact, prior to entering seclusion, Gu Daochun had already resolved to once again focus on the 9 Yang Divine Art in this life. Although he had gathered many superior internal cultivation methods in his previous life, his heart remained steadfastly attached to this supreme and resolute 9 Yang Divine Art. As he gathered Qi into his Dantian, he activated the Mingmen point, propelled the primordial essence, guided the Du meridian down to the coccyx, and ascended directly from the spine to the Niwen point, descending from the Ren meridian to the Zhongluo point, and returning to the Qihai. The 2 meridians spiraled like a wheel, continuously alternating between rising and falling. The heart mantra of the 9 Yang Divine Art reverberated endlessly within Gu Daochun's mind. Meanwhile, streams of scorching true energy that had yet to solidify gradually emerged from Gu Daochun's Qihai, coursing through the meridians of his body. The Jiuquan and other acupoints, the foot Shaoyang gallbladder meridian, the hand Yangming large intestine meridian, the merging of the large intestine meridian into the earth. Earth gives birth to metal. The hand and foot Shaoyang, the foot Yangming, converging at the meeting of the Yangwei, flowing into the 5 internal organs, refining the spirit in the Dantian, raising Qi at the Guiwei, directing Qi down to the sea, gathering light at the Tianxin. With both the Du and Ren meridians activated, the Qi flowed ceaselessly, exerting force steadily. The most daunting aspect of cultivating the 9 Yang Divine Art lies in unblocking the extraordinary meridians and acupoints of the human body, totaling 365 points. During this period, the cultivator must endure the agony of flames consuming their body. Thus, cultivating the 9 Yang Divine Art requires not only intelligence and patience, but also an extraordinary level of endurance. Only after 3 to 5 years may one achieve minor success, and at least 10 years must pass before one can gather the 9 Yang and reach great accomplishment. However, the I Ching Jing that Gu Daochun cultivated prior was itself a supreme skill for unblocking the body's meridians and acupoints, cleansing the tendons and marrow, and allowing one to be reborn. With the aid of the infinite upgrade system, a cheat of sorts, Gu Daochun directly cultivated it to the 9th level of perfection, having already unblocked all major acupoints and meridians in his body. Thus, at present, his cultivation of the 9 Yang Divine Art can be said to be remarkably efficient, devoid of any bottlenecks or difficulties. Under the full operation of his energy, The scorching true energy that had just emerged in his dantian rapidly cycled through several small and large circulations, visibly expanding in size, buzz, as the scorching true energy continued to grow. It was uncertain how many cycles had been completed, but ultimately, with a resonant hum, a fiery red orb resembling the sun suddenly took shape from Gu Daochun's dantian. The first layer of the Nine-Yang Divine Art. Has he truly achieved the first layer of the Nine-Yang Divine Art so swiftly? Upon sensing within his dantian that blazing true energy orb, akin to the rising sun, Gu Daochun felt a flicker of joy within. Although the duration of cultivation was unknown, he was certain that he had not spent more than half a day cultivating the Nine-Yang Divine Art. Remarkably, in this short span of less than half a day, he had already attained the first layer. It is worth noting that in his previous life, Gu Daochun required over 3 months to cultivate the first layer of the Nine-Yang Divine Art. And now, the time had been reduced by over 100-fold. Is this the foundation laid by the 9th level of the I Ching Jing? If so, does this mean that what took him 10 years to achieve in his previous life can now be accomplished in merely around a month? Feeling the surging waves of true energy within his dantian, Gu Daochun was overcome by a sense of dreamlike disbelief. It seemed almost beyond comprehension that the advancement in the Nine-Yang Divine Art could occur so rapidly. Ding, detection of host's true energy fluctuations. Host, Gu Daochun, aptitude, supergrade early stage, realm, first layer of qi condensation, physique, fire attribute. Upgrade items, I Ching Jing, 9th layer, 10,000 forms I, first layer. 3 level 1 demonic beasts. Upgrade points, 0. Permissions. Upgrade points can be obtained by completing tasks. Just as Gu Daochun was incredulous at his swift entry into the first layer of the Nine-Yang Divine Art, a familiar voice echoed once more in his mind. However, this time, to Gu Daochun's surprise, alongside the familiar items in the system's attribute panel, there appeared an additional piece of information, physique, fire attribute. What does this mean? Could it be that the physiques of individuals in this world are differentiated? In astonishment, Gu Daochun could not help but once again activate the recently attained first layer of the Nine-Yang Divine Art. Delving deeper into his perception, Tuqiu, Tianjing, Ran and Du, hand and foot 3 yin meridians, hand and foot 3 yang meridians, a stream of supreme yang and resolute true energy circulated through Gu Daochun's extraordinary meridians and acupoints once more. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. Gradually, Gu Daochun began to perceive a clue. As his Nine-Yang true energy coursed through him, while his meridians and acupoints were indeed unblocked, allowing for unobstructed flow, it was insufficient to facilitate such a rapid increase in the Nine-Yang true energy. However, Gu Daochun discovered that with every pass of the Nine-Yang true energy through a significant acupoint in his body, the true energy would noticeably amplify by a fraction. Though this increment was subtle, after cycling through over 100 major acupoints in Gu Daochun's body and returning to his dantian, it was evidently enlarged significantly. Each major acupoint within this young master contained a fierce, fiery essence, fire attribute physique. Could this be the essence of fire attribute physique? Upon observing that the circulating Nine-Yang true energy had visibly increased in size, Gu Daochun's heart was unable to resist another surge of excitement. In his previous life in Huaxia, while Gu Daochun was aware that the human body possessed varying physiques, such knowledge generally pertained only to the realm of health preservation and had little to no impact on martial cultivation. Yet, from his recent cultivation of the Nine-Yang Divine Art, it seemed that in this world, physique and aptitude exerted far greater influence on the human body. Chapter 23. Fire Attribute Physique. 9 Yang Mutation. Is this not a distinctive feature of this vast continent? Could this be the very reason why the Nine-Yang Divine Art experiences such rapid growth? In murmurs to himself, Gu Daochun seemed to glimpse yet another fragment of the immense world within this vast and boundless continent. Initially, Gu Daochun had harbored doubts that merely relying on the foundation of the I Ching Jing would allow for such rapid cultivation of the Nine-Yang Divine Art. Yet now, he had finally discerned the fundamental reason. The Nine-Yang Divine Art resonated harmoniously with his current physique, complementing each other perfectly. In the midst of inexplicable excitement, Gu Daochun could not help but once again fully activate the Nine-Yang Divine Art. 1 cycle, 2 cycles, 3 cycles. Gu Daochun's comprehension of the nine-yang divine art had reached an exquisite level in his previous life, allowing him to operate it without any hindrance. Under his full exertion, the nine-yang true energy surged once more at a visibly accelerated rate, and soon, the second orb of nine-yang true energy was on the verge of formation. However, just as Gu Daochun was reveling in his excitement, an unexpected occurrence arose. To Gu Daochun's astonishment, the second orb of nine-yang true energy, which was about to take shape, did not appear in his dantian as he had anticipated. Instead, it shifted direction and headed towards the adjacent Yuzhen acupoint. Then, before Gu Daochun's wide eyes, with a resounding hum, a blazing orb of nine-yang true energy manifested within the Yuzhen acupoint. The second layer of the nine-yang divine art. How could this be? Why did the second orb of nine-yang true energy appear in the Yuzhen acupoint? Stunned, Gu Daochun found himself at a loss for words. In his previous life, he had nearly comprehended the nine-yang divine art to its utmost limit, but had never encountered such a situation. Nor had he even heard of it. Could this also be a consequence of the young master's fire attribute physique? How could his nine-yang divine art manifest such an anomaly in this boundless world? In truth, Gu Daochun was unaware that the rules governing the powers in this alternate world, although distinct from his previous life in the realm of Huaxia martial arts, bore a remarkable resemblance. Such a significant transformation was undoubtedly implausible. At this moment, the changes he observed in the nine-yang divine art he was cultivating were, in fact, shrouded in mystery. The physical constitution of humans in this alternate realm indeed differed greatly from that of Huaxia. Certain individuals possessed innate affinities for elemental energies such as water, fire, and metal within their constitutions, while others were endowed with unique physical traits. Special constitutions, as the name suggests, are those that diverge significantly from the norm. According to legends, among the countless millions on the vast continent, a few exceedingly rare individuals might undergo mutations, acquiring special constitutions. Tales speak of individuals capable of turning tides and possessing unparalleled power merely through their unique physical attributes, such as the Xianin body, the innate spiritual body, the primordial holy body, and the original demon body, among others. However, those endowed with special constitutions are exceedingly rare. Each one is a paragon among men. And within the population of the Haoyu Kingdom, not a single individual of such caliber could be found. Naturally, the physique of the ninth young master of the Gu family was not a special constitution, yet it possessed a fire affinity. While this constitution alone did not confer immense power, it was fortuitously aligned with Gu Daochun. Initially, upon achieving perfection in the Yi Jin Jing, Gu Daochun's physical constitution was fully awakened, not only reaching an extraordinary level of aptitude, but also amplifying the inherent fire affinity within him by at least several tens of times. Presently, Gu Daochun was practicing the nine-yang divine art, which is, in terms of tiers, undoubtedly superior to the heavenly techniques of the vast continent, inherently inclined towards the fire element. Under the activation of the nine-yang divine art, the physique of the ninth young master of the Gu family truly radiated its formidable brilliance, transforming into a fire affinity that could rival that of special constitutions. At this moment, within Gu Daochun's body, every major acupoint resembled a miniature furnace, harboring immense fire energy. Typically, this fire energy remained concealed. But stimulated by the nine-yang divine art, it finally unleashed its hidden powers, even causing the nine-yang divine art itself to undergo transformation. What could be the cause of this? Had the nine-yang divine art mutated? Or had this body itself undergone changes? In a state of confusion, Gu Daochun once again devoted himself to the full operation of the nine-yang divine art. Gradually, as the third cluster of nine-yang true qi formed, it did not manifest within the dantian as expected, but instead appeared in another major acupoint, the tailbone acupoint. By heavens, this was truly bizarre. Faced with this unprecedented change, Gu Daochun felt an unsettling uncertainty. However, he was also struck by a peculiar sensation. Within the tailbone acupoint and the jade pillow acupoint, where the cluster of nine-yang true qi had formed, there seemed to exist a heat akin to that of a dantian, imbued with the scorching power of the nine-yang divine art. Could it be that within this body, every major acupoint equated to a dantian? Startled by this sudden realization, Gu Daochun swiftly turned his wrist. channeling a profound inner force, as 3 fiery clusters of 9 young true chi erupted vigorously from the Dantian, tailbone, and jade pillow, manifesting as 3 blazing spheres of true energy hovering above his palm. The third level of the 9 young divine art bore no distinction. It was even purer and more potent than in his previous life, as he attentively experienced the formidable aura of the 9 young true chi within him. Gu Daochun's eyes gleamed with excitement. Although this situation had far exceeded his expectations, rather than causing panic, it ignited a remarkable idea within his mind. This fire affinity constitution appeared to resonate harmoniously with the 9 young divine art, potentially enhancing its power. Moreover, crucially, each acupoint of this fire affinity seemed to harbor abundant fire energy, enabling the rapid generation of 9 young true chi. Thus, if I could gather sufficient upgrade points, might I continuously elevate the 9 young divine art, allowing 9 young true chi to permeate every major acupoint. Upon reaching this thought, Gu Daochun's spirit surged with excitement. The human body is a labyrinth of mysteries, housing countless hidden powers within its myriad acupoints. Exceeding 1,000 in number, however, the true primary acupoints amount to only 365. These so-called primary acupoints lie along the body's meridians. Within the human body, there are 12 primary meridians governing the 5 viscera and 6 bowels. Additionally, the central meridian on the front of the body is known as the Ren meridian, while the central meridian on the back is the Du meridian. Together, they traverse the entire being. The total of these 14 meridians encompasses all 365 primary acupoints. Chapter 24. Astonishing concept of 9 yangs. Might just moments ago, Gu Daochun had already discovered that within the 365 primary acupoints of this body, there existed mysterious and intense heat. For the 9 young divine art, this equated to having 365 dantian. If Gu Daochun could, as he was now, saturate the 9 young true chi throughout all 365 major acupoints, transforming each into A1 yang, what kind of power would that unleash? The magnitude of such force was beyond Gu Daochun's imagination. However, the 9 young divine art consists of only 9 levels, in Huaxia. Achieving the simultaneous manifestation of the 9 yangs signifies a state of perfection, akin to a century's worth of cultivation, perpetually circulating and thriving. Therefore, according to the original techniques, even if he were to cultivate the 9 young divine art to its pinnacle, it would merely saturate 9 major acupoints. Yet, Gu Daochun possessed an infinite upgrade system. If he were to dedicate all future upgrade points solely to the 9 young divine art, he might continuously elevate it, ultimately saturating all acupoints in his body. At that point, it would no longer be the 9 young divine art, but rather the 100 young divine art. The 100 young divine art. If this were truly attainable, would not this young master become invincible across the world? Even innate level masters might find themselves no match for me, would they? However, should I pursue this path, it would likely necessitate an extensive duration within the qi condensation realm. Yet, such an endeavor would lay an astonishing foundation for me. Once I enter the Tianyuan realm, capable of absorbing the world's elemental energies, with the power of the 100 yang divine art, I could contend against 100 peers of equal standing. Even challenges against higher realms would not be beyond possibility. But how many upgrade points would be required to manifest the 100 yang power in the qi condensation realm? Is this even feasible? As Gu Daochun contemplated the vast might that would accompany the cultivation of 365 clusters of 9 young true chi within him, he found himself engulfed in unprecedented exhilaration. Should this astonishing vision truly come to fruition, Gu Daochun could scarcely fathom the extraordinary heights of martial achievement he would attain in this lifetime. Nevertheless, to realize such aspirations would demand a staggering amount of upgrade points, presenting an insatiable abyss. Furthermore, it was possible that he would no longer have upgrade points available for other martial arts. This concern left Gu Daochun feeling quite troubled. Well, whatever. I shall take it one step at a time. After all, it will still take nearly a month to reach the pinnacle of the 9 young divine art. At that time, I shall reassess the situation. With his thoughts racing, Gu Daochun ultimately set aside this delightful dilemma and resumed his cultivation of the 9 young divine art. In the time that followed, Gu Daochun seemed to vanish entirely, fading from the sight of the Gu family members. Yet, This disappearance only served to astonish the Gu family and all the attendants, servants and maids, leaving them incredulous. The ninth young master, they remembered, had not ventured out for some time to engage in reckless behavior or acts of violence, especially as Gu Daochen had just triumphed over the two prodigies of the Divine Martial Academy in the training grounds. An achievement substantial enough to immortalize his name, it was anticipated that the ninth young master would have already proclaimed it to the heavens. However, to his astonishment, this event had quietly faded away under the tacit agreement between the Gu family and the Divine Martial Academy. Such a turn of events left the members of the Gu family utterly baffled. Could it be that this miscreant of their clan had truly turned over a new leaf? Half a month later, at dawn, as the sun began its ascent, Gu Daochen stared intently at the rising sun, feeling no discomfort from its brightness, but rather warmth radiating from three fiery orbs in the sky. These three suns were indeed scorching. What a splendid world it was! As the intense sunlight bathed him, Gu Daochen felt an inexplicable warmth and comfort, akin to basking in the sun. Suddenly, a growl from his stomach snapped him back to reality. Goodness, after not eating for over 10 days, he was famished. Having cultivated the 9-sun divine art to the 9th level, Gu Daochen's physical capabilities had transcended the ordinary, even after such a prolonged fast. He suffered no ill effects, though hunger was unavoidable. Just then, he could no longer endure the pangs of hunger and decided to conclude this extraordinary period of seclusion. This seclusion lasted for over half a month, allowing Gu Daochen to elevate his 9-sun divine art to the 6th level. This progress exceeded his initial expectations. Although the cultivation of the 9-sun divine art slowed significantly as one approached the final stages, especially the last level, Gu Daochen estimated that, at this pace, within another 10 days at most, he would perfect his 9-sun divine art to its 9th level. At that point, he would reach the 9th level of qi condensation in this world. Such speed was undoubtedly beyond the imagination of anyone in this realm. The blazing 9-sun true energy was truly nostalgic for this young master. In his musings, Gu Daochen's gaze suddenly fell upon a large tree not far to his left. With a swift motion of his hand, he struck it. With a resounding smack, the tree, which could easily require 2 people to encircle, shook violently, causing the branches and leaves at its crown to rustle and fall like petals scattered by a celestial maiden. As Gu Daochen's hand slowly withdrew from the trunk, a distinct handprint emerged, remarkably clear, down to the minutest details of his fingerprints. Surrounding the imprint, however, there was not a trace of damage. Had this been witnessed by Gu Zhantian or Gu Moyan, they would undoubtedly have gasped in astonishment. Though this was merely an expression of internal power at the qi condensation stage, the clarity of the handprint and the absence of any destructive spread indicated that the martial artist had achieved an extraordinarily refined control over his internal energy. Typically, only those who had undergone decades of training, at least within the divine vein realm, could reach such a level. Moreover, the handprint on the tree appeared merely as a mark, yet it was darkened as if scorched by flames. At that moment, Gu Daochen gently extended a finger and lightly touched the spot where he had struck. With a whoosh, the moment his finger made contact with the handprint, it disintegrated into powder, sliding down like flowing sand. Moments later, a massive hollow formed within the tree, a sight most unsettling. The 9-sun divine art, with that single strike, Gu Daochen had effectively incinerated and shattered the entire interior of the tree. Chapter 25. Exiting seclusion. Indeed, the fire attribute constitution of this alternate world is truly remarkable. Although the 9-sun divine art still requires time to reach perfection, the 6th level of my current cultivation is already comparable to the 8th level of my previous life. Furthermore, with the 9-sun true energy at my disposal, I am now capable of executing numerous martial techniques, placing me in a favorable position among qi condensation practitioners. Witnessing the devastation wrought by his palm strike, Gu Daochen felt a surge of delight. By his calculations, the current potency of the 9-sun divine art under the peculiar fire attribute of this world had far surpassed anything he had experienced in his past life. Moreover, many intricate martial arts from Huaxia necessitated substantial internal energy as support. Now, having successfully cultivated the 9-sun true energy once more, Gu Daochen was prepared to employ a variety of Huaxia martial arts. Thus, Although the Nine Sun Divine Art had yet to reach perfection, Gu Daochen was confident that with his current physique at the 9th level of the Muscle Transformation Art, combined with the 6th level of the Nine Sun Divine Art, and the array of Huaxia martial techniques at his command, he would find few rivals among the Qi condensation practitioners of the present-day Haoyue Kingdom. Just then, following the noise from Gu Daochen's strike on the tree, a series of low growls echoed nearby. In no time, 3 fierce figures emerged before him: lion hybrid beast, 3-eyed black panther, crimson giant python. These 3 first-tier demon beasts had recognized Gu Daochen as their master. Upon receiving his command to guard the cave, they had remained vigilant, preventing anyone from approaching. "Thank you for your hard work, my loyal companions. You have performed admirably. Soon, I shall reward you with a feast." Gu Daochen praised as he affectionately patted each of them. At that moment, over 10 figures rushed towards him from the surroundings. "Ninth young master, you have finally emerged. It has been so many days. We were worried sick. Young master, you haven't eaten in all this time. You must be starving. We prepared meals daily, hoping to bring them to you. But those demon beasts wouldn't let us near. Ninth young master, are you all right?" In front of Gu Daochen stood the steward Wei Zhongxian, the maiden Xiaoya, Ning Zhao, Tanner, and Ziluo, along with a host of his servants, all wearing expressions of joy and concern. Earlier, when Gu Daochen mentioned his intent to enter seclusion for cultivation, they had assumed he was merely indulging in folly, seeking to experiment with oddities. They never expected him to remain in seclusion for over 10 days without a sound, which naturally spurred worry amongst Wei Zhongxian and Xiaoya. However, with the lion hybrid beast, 3-eyed black panther, and crimson giant python guarding him, they had been unable to approach the cave at all, left with no choice. They could only wait in silence. Just as they were on the verge of reporting their concerns to Gu Moyan, Gu Daochen appeared at the perfect moment, allowing everyone to breathe a sigh of relief. In the bathing chamber, having just feasted and quenched his thirst, Gu Daochen reclined in a grand golden bathtub, reveling in the attentive service of Xiaoya, Ning Zhao, Tanner, and Ziluo. Having resolved to embrace his debauched persona, Gu Daochen finally cast aside the noble purity of his former life and indulged without guilt in the excesses of this new world. It must be said that the 9th young master of the Gu family had not earned his reputation for a mere whim. The 4 maidens he had chosen, Xiaoya, Ning Zhao, Tanner, and Ziluo, though perhaps not as renowned as the Divine Martial Academy's Luo Yanshan and Zhao Baiqing, were nonetheless stunning beauties, each exquisite in their own right. Xiaoya was delicate and cool. Ning Zhao possessed skin as fair as jade. Tanner was charming and gentle, while Ziluo donned purple attire with a spirited grace. Each possessed their own unique allure, as he reveled in the sensation of 4 delicate hands caressing him. Gu Daochen felt a profound sense of contentment wash over him. In this state of complete relaxation, he noticed an increase in the agility of the Nine Sun Divine Arts operation within him. It seemed that a balance of work and leisure was truly essential. If this could consistently enhance the progress of his Nine Sun Divine Art, then why should he endure the hardships of seclusion? Wouldn't it be far more delightful to bask in the company of beauties while bathing? Amidst a wave of emotions, Gu Daochen found himself increasingly at ease. However, as he indulged in his reveries, he failed to notice that the 4 maidservants, Xiaoya, Tanner, Ning Zhao, and Zilu, had, unbeknownst to him, developed a slight blush on their cheeks. Although the ladies had previously bathed Gu Daochen, this time, for reasons unknown, they observed that the male form they were so familiar with had undergone numerous changes. The former young master, once frail and emaciated, verging on being a mere shadow of a man, now seemed to exhibit distinctly defined muscle contours, as if sculpted by an artist's hand. Though he still appeared somewhat lean, there was an undeniable aura of latent strength, reminiscent of a perfectly carved masterpiece that captivated their gaze. As Xiaoya inhaled softly, the ladies detected a faint, alluring fragrance emanating from Gu Daochen's body, not the typical scent of cosmetics or floral notes, but rather a pure, infantile aroma that lingered in their memories. Particularly when Gu Daochen's occasional glances met theirs, there was a subtle pressure and charm in his gaze that made their hearts flutter uncontrollably. "Ah, by the way, Xiaoya, Ning Zhao, can you play a tune for me?" Gu Daochen, reveling in the luxury of being pampered by beautiful maidens, suddenly felt an urge to hear some music. Of course, all four of us possess considerable skill in music, especially Ning Zhao, whose guzheng has once garnered fame throughout the Haoyue kingdom. They chimed in unison upon hearing Gu Daochun's inquiry. Oh, is that so? Then Ning Zhao, do play a piece for me, Gu Daochun commanded with a splash. In mere moments, the air in Gu Daochun's bathing chamber was filled with melodious strains akin to celestial music. Young Master Jiu, young Master Zhu Zhishan has arrived. Just as Gu Daochun was indulging in his lavish lifestyle, the steward Wei Zhongxian knocked at the door to report. Zhu Zhishan? Upon hearing the name, Gu Daochun was momentarily taken aback. Was this not the name of one of the four great talents of Jiangnan? The notorious scion of wealth? Yet, almost instantly, memories of the individual surfaced in his mind. Please, invite him in. Following Gu Daochun's directive, within moments, a rotund figure waddled into the room. Chapter 26. The Arrival of a Comrade. Ah, my dear Daochun, you truly know how to enjoy life. The figure resembled a large, plump ball, his chubby face squished into a narrow slit where his eyes barely peeked through. With broad shoulders and short, stout limbs, he moved with a grandeur reminiscent of a rolling tide, nearly breaking the doorframe as he squeezed through. Despite his corpulent stature, he was bedecked with an array of jewels and ornaments. Resembling a traveling merchant of precious stones, Zhu Zhishan, the sole heir of the wealthiest family in the Haoyue kingdom. Not only was he exceedingly rotund, but he also indulged in feasting, revelry, and gambling, always adorned in ostentatious jewels to ensure that no one would forget his wealth. Yet, he and Gu Daochun shared a camaraderie that was unmistakably deep. Old Zhu, still flaunting your gold chains and oversized watches, dining on grilled skewers thrice a day? I specifically widened the door for you. And you nearly couldn't fit through, Gu Daochun remarked, his eyes rolling at the sight of the rotund figure. Fat people have their own fate, whether it be heavier than Mount Tai or lighter than a feather. You, old fatso, are not far from your demise, he continued, his gaze following the plump figure with an exasperated amusement. What mountains? I've never heard of such mountains you speak of, Zhu Zhishan retorted, his expression one of mock disbelief. Humph, young Master Gu, your figure is as slender as a stick. How can you compare yourself to me, old Zhu? Zhu Zhishan quipped back, seemingly unfazed by Gu Daochun's jibes. Yet, upon noticing Gu Daochun's current physique, he was taken aback. Wait, don't tell me. You seem to have become quite well-proportioned. Of course my physique is perfect. What can your little eyes discern? Gu Daochun boasted, unabashedly showcasing his form. His flamboyant display caused a fresh wave of embarrassment among Xiaoya, Tanner, and the others. Perfect, you say? Zhu Zhishan scoffed, raising his hefty hand to clap, sending ripples through the heavy bathtub, while the colorful gemstone rings adorning his fingers sparkled under the light, revealing their opulence, a sight that drew the attention of Gu Daochun and the maidservants alike. Each of those rings was a top-tier gem, capable of purchasing a property in the royal city, a testament to extravagance. Cut it out, old Zhu. I know you're wealthy, but you've come to the wrong place if you intend to flaunt your riches. Do you wish to seduce my maidservants? Gu Daochun retorted, fully aware of Zhu Zhishan's habitual ostentation. Of course, I know your penchant for showing off. But what's with that ring you're wearing? Zhu Zhishan's interest was piqued as he noticed the emerald green ring adorned with mysterious engravings on Gu Daochun's middle finger. Where did you acquire such a storage ring? I once offered a bounty of 100,000 taels of gold for one in Kuden tea per curate. You should know my character by now. A mere flick of my finger, and wealth, beauty, and treasures could all be mine in an instant, Gu Daochun replied dismissively. What box are you referring to? Well, I know that you, young Master Gu, are immensely wealthy, but that doesn't seem to correlate with your character, Zhu Zhishan commented, rolling his eyes. Enough of this banter. Old Zhu, I've come to discuss serious matters. After the customary exchange of pleasantries, Zhu Zhishan finally steered the conversation towards serious business. Serious matters? Are you suggesting we visit the flower courtesans in the countryside, gamble at the Golden Pavilion, or drink at the Drunken Immortal Tavern? What serious matters could a layabout like you have? Gu Daochun scoffed, recalling the unsavory memories associated with Zhu Zhishan's idea of serious matters. Hey, young Master Jiu, you are indeed my true friend. You know exactly what I'm thinking. But this time, you must come with me, Song Tianyang, along with those rascals from the Li and Sun families. Recently won over 800,000 taels from me, 800,000 taels. Zhu Zhishan exclaimed animatedly, his words tumbling forth in a rush. Chapter 27. The bet 800,000 taels? How did you manage to lose that much? Upon hearing Zhu Zhishan's embellished recounting, Gu Daochen was taken aback. Alas, in the beginning, I was winning consistently, but somehow, I began to lose. You know I am usually wise and formidable with astonishing gambling skills. How could I possibly lose? I certainly refused to accept it and continued to wager against my opponent. Who would have thought that in the end, I ended up losing over 800,000 taels to that rascal, Zhu Zhishan said, filled with indignation. You prodigal son, Zhu Xiao, brother Zhu, comrade Lao Zhu, I know you are not short of money, but surely, one does not lose such an amount so frivolously. That is a staggering sum of 800,000 taels. Although Gu Daochen had been a martial arts master in his past life, he understood the significance of wealth. 800,000 taels was a sum that an ordinary person could never hope to earn in several lifetimes, yet it was squandered by Zhu Zhishan. This spendthrift, in mere days, a spendthrift is indeed a spendthrift, he remarked. Last month, didn't your ninth young master also lose several tens of thousands of taels? You still dare to criticize me? Upon hearing Gu Daochen's words, Zhu Zhishan could not help but retort, impossible. Humph. I have always been wise and formidable, with extraordinary gambling skills. How could I lose? Suddenly recalling that he too was akin to this fellow spendthrift, Gu Daochen could not help but snicker, unexpectedly echoing Zhu Zhishan's sentiments, which elicited a light laugh from Xiaoye, Tanner, and others. Well, it seems we are both equally matched. I remember you even pawned a jade pendant from your family for gambling funds. Clearly believing Gu Daochen to be the more reckless, Zhu Zhishan's narrow eyes nearly rolled back in exasperation. However, noticing Gu Daochen's displeasure, Zhu Zhishan quickly ceased his jests and continued to prod him. In truth, this amount of money is trivial for both of us, but our reputations in Pingqing are at stake. Ninth young master, do you not wish to seek vengeance against them? If the three young masters of Pingqing take action, how could the Song and Li families, those scoundrels, possibly stand against us in any wager? With gritted teeth, Zhu Zhishan elaborated, given your demeanor, have you perhaps already accepted their wager? Observing Zhu Zhishan's confidence, Gu Daochen raised an eyebrow and inquired, does Song Tianyang dare to provoke me? How could I possibly show weakness? I have indeed represented the three young masters of Pingqing in accepting. The corpulent Zhu Zhishan rose with a resounding thud, exuding an air of dominance. Well, since you are so confident, why not go in my stead? I have no interest in gambling at the moment. Upon realizing that Zhu Zhishan had indeed unilaterally accepted the wager, Gu Daochen rolled his eyes at the sight of the rotund figure, who was puffing his chest as if he were the paramount ruler. Oh, not say that, young Master Gu. The three young masters of Pingqing are inseparable. How could you be absent? Just your presence alone would surely frighten those rascals into submission. Zhu Zhishan grew anxious upon hearing Gu Daochen's reluctance. Oh, is my reputation truly that illustrious? At this moment, Gu Daochen was weighing whether to attend. Although he had been reborn and intended to indulge in the life of a frivolous youth, he was currently focused on how to swiftly cultivate the 9-yang divine skill. Thus, he was not particularly interested in a wager among a few debauched young masters. However, as Gu Daochen pondered, the system's voice rang out once more, ding. The host has triggered a gambling task. The more one wins in gambling, the more upgrade points one receives. Such a task exists? Upon hearing the system's announcement, Gu Daochen was momentarily taken aback. Random tasks were indeed very random. Last time it was to slap Zhao Baiqing's face. And now it was gambling. It seemed that although this system was indeed a system, its seriousness was questionable. Could it be that in this life, having been reborn as a debauched youth, this inexplicable system was also a scoundrel? Regardless, since he had triggered another frivolous random task, while cultivating the 9-yang divine skill was undoubtedly important, acquiring substantial upgrade points was even more crucial. It seemed that this invitation was one he could not decline. Inseparable indeed. Very well, since you, old Zhu, have already agreed, I, Gu Daochen, shall accompany you. I shall go see what scheme Song Tianyang and the others are concocting. With unwavering determination, Gu Daochen rose with conviction, only to momentarily forget he was still bathing, causing Xiaoye, Ning Zhao, Tanner, and Ruo Shui to scream and cover their eyes in surprise. The Shanshui Tian was situated in the outskirts of the Haoyue Kingdom, renowned as one of the most luxurious and upscale entertainment venues within the royal city, as well as the largest den of indulgence. Here, one could find the finest beauties, a diverse array of gambling, high-end sports, and rare delicacies. Truly, there was nothing they could not provide for discerning patrons. Those fortunate enough to spend here were primarily the noble lords and affluent merchants of the Haoyue Kingdom. Ordinary folk could not even gain entry as dusk approached. One would expect the crowds within the city to dwindle. However, within several kilometers of the entrance to Shanshui Tiantian, lavish carriages were bustling to and fro, creating quite a lively scene. Those arriving were filled with eager anticipation, while those departing wore expressions of satisfaction and reminiscence. Amidst this ebb and flow, two equally opulent carriages slowly approached from afar. Moments later, the carriages arrived at the designated parking area outside Shanshui Tiantian. The carriages came to a halt. Zhu Zhishan tumbled out of the first carriage, and Gu Daochen leapt down after him. I say, you two, why did you arrive so late? Just as Gu Daochen and Zhu Zhishan alighted from the carriage, a familiar voice rang out, and a figure hurriedly approached from a distance. This person was not particularly tall but was exceedingly thin. Resembling a stick figure, if Gu Daochen was considered somewhat lean, this individual stood like a living piece of wood. Additionally, there was a hint of lewdness on his face, giving him a distinctly debauched appearance. Sikong Shuren, this man is the final member of the three young masters of Pingqing in the Haoyue Kingdom. Chapter 28. Shanshui Tiantian, you wooden stick. I had a hard time inviting ninth young master. Now that the three young masters of Pingqing have gathered again, we shall wreak havoc. Upon seeing his comrade Sikong Shuren arrive, Zhu Zhishan, ecstatic, reached out with a big hand and pulled him into a bear hug, nearly suffocating the stick-like figure in his ample flesh. Let go of me, you pig. I'm not a girl. Why are you hugging me so tightly? In a fit of anger, Sikong Shuren had no means to resist. Rolling his eyes in frustration, Hey, it's inappropriate for men to be so affectionate. Are you two not afraid of scandal? Gu Daochen felt a jolt of discomfort at the sight of Zhu Zhishan almost engulfing Sikong Shuren. It was unintentional. Embarrassed, Zhu Zhishan sheepishly released Sikong Shuren. As the group engaged in jovial banter, the attendant responsible for greeting guests at Shanshui Tiantian hurriedly arrived. It is the esteemed young Master Gu, young Master Zhu, and young Master Sikong. Such rare guests. Your presence here tonight graces us immensely. In a flurry of activity, upon spotting the three young masters of Pingqing, the attendant immediately began to bow and smile profusely. In truth, the trio was hardly rare visitors. In the attendant's mind, the three young masters frequented the establishment at least once a month. Sometimes, when they became caught up in the revelry, they would even stay for 10 days or half a month, a perfectly normal occurrence. Such high-spending patrons were indeed the lifeblood of Shanshui Tiantian. Indeed, our arrival undoubtedly adds to your prestige. Need you even say so? Zhu Zhishan, unfazed by the attendant's flattery, declared grandly that of course, young Master Song Tianyang has been awaiting you at Ruangxiang Tower for quite some time. He instructed me to escort you as soon as you arrived. Clearly, the attendants were well aware of the significance of Zhu Zhishan and Gu Daochen and Sikong Shuren, and dared not offend them. Hastening to convey their intentions to, the wretched scoundrels have arrived rather swiftly. Are they so eager to lose to me? Lead the way at once. Upon hearing that Song Tianyang and his companions had already arrived, Zhu Zhishan was suddenly consumed by fury. He slammed his hand down, causing ripples of flesh to undulate like waves. Despite his wealth, Zhu Zhishan was notoriously stingy. For someone to win money from him felt akin to taking his very life. The Shanshui Tiantian, though renowned as the most opulent den of iniquity in the Haoyue Kingdom, lacked the ostentatious luxury of the mundane world, and certainly did not embody the debauchery that many might envision. Conversely, it could be described as a serene retreat, intimately connected with nature. Lakes, verdant grass, babbling brooks, and lush greenery flourished here. All of this harmoniously intertwined with artifice such as rockeries and pavilions, culminating in a tranquil, pastoral haven, hence the name Shanshui Tiantang. Indeed, every design within the Shanshui Tiantang was a masterpiece, exquisitely crafted, representing a flawless union of artifice and nature. Moreover, its expanse surpassed that of the Gu family estate by several folds. Leaving Gu Daochen in silent awe, within this vast garden, pavilions were erected at intervals of several hundred zhang. Each pavilion was intricately elegant, unique in style, and obscured from one another, as if they were independent paradises removed from the world. Guests who frequented this establishment would invariably reserve an entire pavilion for themselves, indulging in the luxuries befitting a local sovereign. Beautiful maidens, delectable dishes, and endless amusements at their beck and call. This was, undoubtedly, the most alluring aspect of the Shanshui Tiantang. What a splendid Shanshui Tiantang it is to establish such a secluded paradise within the royal city, catering to the pleasures of the current nobility and affluent merchants. Suggests that there lies a complex web of influence behind it. The patrons here were primarily powerful nobles and wealthy merchants, each possessing significant clout. What secrets of the realm might they divulge in this place? Moreover, the interactions and dealings among them would likely give rise to various entanglements and conflicts. The Shanshui Tiantang was clearly no ordinary establishment. As they traversed this domain, Gu Daochen's thoughts swirled. Tio, an ordinary person? Or perhaps to the former frivolous ninth young master of the Gu family, the Shanshui Tiantang might merely seem an upscale brothel, a playground for the elite. However, to Gu Daochen now, it appeared to be something far more significant. There was undoubtedly immense power lurking behind this establishment. If that power had ulterior motives, it could evolve into a formidable force. Esteemed young masters, we have arrived at the Jade Palace of Incense within Shanshui Tiantang. The trio of Gu Daochen strode through the courtyards with grandeur, finally reaching the Jade Palace of Incense. To their astonishment, the corpulent Zhu Zhishan exhibited surprising agility, darting ahead with a sudden burst of speed. Song Tianyang, your Zhu uncle has come to collect a debt. Open the door at once. He was already fervently muttering to himself, eager to reclaim all that he had lost. Ha ha ha, you three from Pingxing are quite punctual. With a raucous laugh, the doors of the Jade Palace of Incense swung open, revealing 4 young men in Gu Daochen's line of sight. Song Tianyang, Li Jianda, Sun Hong, and Tian Hushuan. Upon recognizing the 4 figures, Gu Daochen's mind swiftly catalogued their identities. The leader among them, Song Tianyang, stood tall and composed. The grandson of the kingdom's esteemed grandmaster, Song Ziyuo. As a national advisor, Song Zhuo wielded tremendous power and was of the same caliber as Gu Zhanshuan of the Gu family. To Song Tianyang's left stood the slender and haughty Li Jianda, grandson of the Minister of Revenue, Li Mingjiang. The remaining 2 were Sun Hong, the boisterous son of the Supreme Commander of the Imperial Guard, and Tian Hushuan, the son of the city's defense commander, both notorious for their arrogance. These 4 ruffians often conspired together, much like the trio from Pingxing. Now, the 2 factions were on a collision course. Chapter 29. The Profligates versus the Bullies. Himph. When have the 3 young masters from Pingxing ever been late? You dared to win my money in the past. Today, prepare to roll in defeat. Upon seeing his sworn adversaries, Zhu Zhishan puffed out his chest, stepping forward with an intimidating presence. Lose? You think we will lose? Zhu Zhishan, have you been blinded by greed? Sun Hong retorted, his usual arrogance undeterred by Zhu Zhishan's taunt. Indeed, your stench of copper is so overwhelming. It seems you can't showcase your wealth without flaunting gold and jewels. I, Li Jianda, oversee the nation's finances. When have you seen me reduced to your level? Li Jianda sneered, casting a disdainful glance at Zhu Zhishan's gaudy adornments. TSK, your family merely allocates the kingdom's wealth. It doesn't belong to you. My brother Zhu's coppery scent may be strong, but at least it's earned. Are you envious, perhaps? With a scoff, Sikong Shuren joined the fray. Listening to the pointless exchange of insults, Gu Daochen could only offer a weary expression. They say a scholar cannot reason with a soldier. Now, it was the bullies squabbling with the profligates, and clarity was nowhere in sight. Just as the verbal sparring seemed to stretch indefinitely, Song Tianyang, the leader of the opposing group, broke the tension with a genial tone. A trifling sum of money is inconsequential to us. Ninth young master, Brother Zhu, Brother Sikong, we've wagered too little in the past. This time, I have summoned you for a truly grand gamble. I wonder if you possess the courage for it. With a scrutinizing gaze upon Gu Daochen and his companions, Song Tianyang's voice carried a distinct air of condescension. Upon hearing Song Tianyang's words, Gu Daochen felt a slight shift in his heart. It must be said, that brief statement revealed the national advisor's grandson to be quite exceptional, exuding an almost flawless demeanor. However, Gu Daochen sensed a deliberate provocation in his tone, as if the other party sought to bait them. Moreover, he couldn't shake the feeling that Song Tianyang's gaze had lingered on him for a fleeting moment, though the intent behind it remained elusive. Do we possess the courage? Zhu Zhishan scoffed. Are you trying to intimidate us? Do you think today is your guaranteed victory? Indeed. As soon as Song Tianyang's words fell, Zhu Zhishan and Sikong Shuren erupted in a raucous uproar, their bravado palpable. The three young masters from Pingqing are certainly something. But, ninth young master, why are you so quiet today? You seem rather unenthusiastic. With a fleeting glance, Song Tianyang's attention shifted back to Gu Daochen. What is there to say? I have little interest in certain victory. Gu Daochen replied with a dismissive grunt, revealing a hint of the obstinate pride characteristic of the Gu family's ninth young master. Oh? Ha ha ha. The ninth young master remains as imposing as ever. However, besides gambling, I have also prepared something intriguing for you all, something that will surely pique your interest. Observing Gu Daochen's unwavering demeanor, Song Tianyang chuckled heartily, gesturing for the group to enter. Upon entering the Jade Palace of Incense, which was astonishingly constructed entirely of jade, the interior exuded an ancient charm, both elegant and exquisite. Especially within the pavilions, the air was perfumed with incense, creating a soothing ambience. This incense, crafted from rare herbs, offered numerous benefits to the body and was worth a fortune. Within the Jade Palace of Incense, dozens of beautiful maidens attended to the guests, playing music, painting, and performing, all exceedingly enchanting. How do you wish to play this time? Lay out your terms. As they stepped into the Jade Palace of Incense, Zhu Zhishan's narrowed eyes scanned the maidens hungrily before he hurriedly seated himself at a table, eagerly inquiring. Ha ha, young Master Zhu remains as impatient as ever. Our status does not permit us to gamble like the common folk. We must maintain a certain decorum to reflect our noble lineage. With a faint smile, Song Tianyang replied, though his tone clearly conveyed disdain for Zhu Zhishan's humble origins. Regrettably, Zhu Zhishan failed to perceive the underlying contempt. Hey, if we're gambling, let us just gamble. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Zhu Zhishan alone could occupy a table meant for three, disdainfully gesturing at the various dishes and wine flasks before him. Remarking that the tables were already laden with an array of pastries, delicacies, and wine vessels, clearly prepared in advance by Song Tianyang and his companions. Humph! I said this lad knows nothing about such matters. Observing Zhu Zhishan's ostentatious demeanor, Sun Hong and Tian Hushuan couldn't help but scoff derisively. Hee, Brother Zhu, is this what you call genuine sentiment? Well, since you are so eager to lose your silver, we have no reason to refuse. A servant was summoned to prepare the gambling table. Despite Zhu Zhishan's urgency, Song Tianyang remained unfazed. After instructing his attendants, his gaze shifted once more towards Gu Daochen. Ninth young master, since we are in the idyllic countryside, would it not be a pity to limit ourselves to just a few rounds of gambling? The servants will need some time to prepare the equipment, so why not enjoy a drink first to warm up? As Song Tianyang spoke, several maidservants began filling the wine cups on the tables to eye in the gathering. With Song Tianyang at the helm, Sun Hong and Tian Hushuan naturally followed suit, while everyone understood that the trio from Pingqing was led by Gu Daochen. Warm up? Splendid. I, the young master, can drink 1,000 cups without inebriation. Gu Daochen laughed boisterously, raising his cup and casting a quick glance at the faces around him. At that moment, he perceived a flicker of delight on Sun Hong and Tian Hushuan's faces. These fellows have ulterior motives. A sense of doubt crept into Gu Daochen's mind as he lowered his gaze to examine the wine, and he soon detected something amiss. The wine was fragrant, and an ordinary person would fail to notice anything unusual. Yet the former ninth young master would have downed it in one gulp without hesitation. However, having been a master of martial arts in his past life, Gu Daochen had a profound understanding of various herbs and was particularly sensitive to their properties. The aroma of the wine alone alerted him to something suspicious. Chapter 30. Aphrodisiac. The substances in this otherworldly realm differ from those in Huaxia. One must taste them to discern their effects. With this in mind, as he caught sight of the secretly delighted expressions on Song Tianyang and the others, Gu Daochen resolutely downed the wine in one gulp. The ninth young master remains as forthright as ever. This is what I, Li Jianda, admire most. Upon witnessing Gu Daochen's audacity, Li Jianda raised his thumb in praise. Truly worthy of the Gu family's ninth young master. Such heroic spirit leaves us feeling inadequate. Song Tianyang merely smiled faintly and remarked to Gu Daochen with thinly veiled mockery. Come, ninth young master, drink some more. This wine is exceptionally rare, a sight seldom seen, even for your illustrious Gu family. At Song Tianyang's prompting, Sun Hong stepped forward, refilling Gu Daochen's cup while speaking. However, Gu Daochen's gaze upon Song Tianyang and the others was distinctly peculiar. After sampling the first cup, Gu Daochen had already discerned that the wine contained a trace of an herb with hallucinogenic properties. While consuming it might not pose any serious threat to one's health, it could still influence one's mental state. Yet, the peculiar aspect was that this herb, mingled with the exquisite incense from the Yurenzhuang, seemed to create a chemical reaction, instilling in Gu Daochen a subtle sense of restlessness. Aphrodisiac. At that moment, this term emerged vividly in Gu Daochen's mind. The master of herbs. These spendthrifts, the second-generation elite, and the debauched bullies had dared to slip him an aphrodisiac. Moreover, this had been concocted by a master alchemist, refined through a secondary process to enhance its effects. Could it be that these rascals intended to? As this thought crossed his mind, Gu Daochen felt a wave of revulsion wash over him. Drink? Drink to your grandfathers. Are you implying that the Gu family lacks good wine? Spotting Sun Hong pouring him a second cup, Gu Daochen's expression stiffened, and he splashed the wine back at him. At that moment, Sun Hong, who had been trying to engage Gu Daochen amicably, found himself drenched as the wine splattered across his face. Cough, cough you. Quickly wiping the wine from his face, Sun Hong's expression turned menacing. But before he could retaliate, Sikong Shuren and Zhu Jishan stood up and moved closer. What's this? Sun Hong, have you grown a bear's heart and leopard's gall to dare offend the ninth young master of the Gu family? Zhu Jishan and Sikong Shuren had never held Sun Hong and his companions in high regard. Although they were puzzled by Gu Daochen's sudden outburst, witnessing him assertively humiliate the other party invigorated their spirits, prompting them to align with him. You lot? Faced with the trio of Gu Daochen, Sun Hong's desire to retaliate faltered, his face darkening. After all, Gu Daochen was of the illustrious Gu lineage, while Sun Hong was merely the son of a general in the imperial army. Lacking the power to confront the Gu family, ultimately, he could only direct his gaze towards Song Tianyang. Well, it is indeed Sun Hong's rashness for failing to choose his words wisely, ninth young master. Please do not take offense. The Gu family is affluent and influential. What fine wines have they not tasted? However, today, we are engaged in both a gambling and a drinking affair. I have heard that the ninth young master is a hero among heroes, possessing an extraordinary capacity for drink. Today, I, Song Tianyang, am curious to see if the rumors hold any truth. With a calm demeanor, Song Tianyang showed no signs of agitation, swiftly brushing aside the incident and continuing to provoke Gu Daochen to drink. Hero among heroes, Song Tianyang, you truly are a discerning talent, Gu Daochen mused, feeling a sense of camaraderie with him for the first time. Acknowledging his desire to bow before the pomegranate skirt of his presence, Gu Daochen proclaimed, In that case, I shall indulge in this drink with you. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, Gu Daochen filled his cup with the aphrodisiac more and downed it in one gulp. To gamble with such stakes requires an aphrodisiac? This is not how one warms up. It seems that Song Tianyang and his crew are well prepared today. The question remains whether they are scheming against him, the ninth young master of the Gu family, or against the three from Pingcheng. Such antics pique Gu Daochen's interest. He is eager to discover their true intentions. Ha ha ha, I, Song, Share your sentiments, ninth young master. Indeed, heroes see eye to eye. By the way, earlier we played a few rounds of dice with young Master Zhu. Since he wishes to reclaim his lost honor, why not settle it once more with a game of dice? I wonder if the ninth young master and young Master Sikong possess the courage for this. Song Tianyang's gaze swept over the flushed Zhu Zhishan before resting on the trio. Dice? Is that what we wager on? Does young Master Zhu fear us? Zhu Zhishan blurted out, his face reddening as he protested. The previous games were undoubtedly rigged by you. This time, I, Zhu Zhishan, will reclaim both my losses and interests, ninth young master. Let's gamble with them, Zhu Zhishan, seemingly unable to contain himself, shouted excitedly. Seeing Zhu Zhishan's impatience, Gu Daochen sighed inwardly, lifted his cup filled with the aphrodisiac once more, and declared boldly, Do we lack courage? Humph, let's proceed as Brother Zhu wishes. In the National Master's residence, National Master Song Zhuajing reclined lazily on a soft couch, enjoying the graceful dance of the maidservant before the curtains. Has everything been arranged by Tianyang for this occasion? Half closing his eyes, Song Zhuajing casually inquired of the person beside him. Reporting to the National Master, it should have already commenced by now. The individual beside Song Zhuajing was a middle-aged man, refined and composed, exuding an air of grace even in the presence of the National Master. Indeed, with Mr. Jun orchestrating, all will proceed smoothly. Sigh. If Tianyang could learn even a fraction of Mr. Jun's skills, it would suffice for him a lifetime. The National Master appeared to trust the man beside him immensely, smiling as he spoke. National Master, you flatter me. Young Master Tianyang is exceptionally gifted. His cunning and resourcefulness are unparalleled among his peers. At such a young age, he possesses a calm demeanor, neither arrogant nor impetuous, adept at plotting in secrecy and crafting intricate schemes. In my youth, I was far inferior to him. Given time, young Master Tianyang will undoubtedly become a leading figure of the Song family. The important figure beside the National Master seemed to hold young Master Song Tianyang in high regard, generously bestowing praise upon him. Chapter 31. All in leading figure? Mr. Jun, you flatter him excessively. Tianyang often mingles with some debauched young scions. Where is the strategy in that? Allowing Tianyang to take charge alone is a test for him. If he succeeds, all is well, but should there be a misstep, it could lead to trouble. The National Master, Song Zhua, spoke slowly, though he appeared somewhat unconvinced about Song Tianyang. His tone revealed not a trace of anxiety. Master of the National Academy, young Master Tianyang has always been low-key and exceptionally adept at patience. His concealment amongst the debauched surely serves a purpose. While Sun Hong and Tian Heshuan may be lacking in virtue, they wield considerable influence within the royal city and have their own uses. As for the ninth young master of the Gu family, he is nothing more than a thorough wastrel. How could he possibly escape the machinations of young Master Tianyang? The gentleman from the National Academy, Jun, maintained his calm demeanor as he spoke. Indeed, among the younger generation of the Gu family, that ninth young master is indeed a rarity. Jiu Zhanshuan, that old curmudgeon, prides himself on his illustrious reputation, yet has produced such a descendant. Truly, the trap set by the National Academy is aimed directly at Gu Daochen. Once Gu Daochen falls into this snare, Songs will naturally have further plans, ensuring he can never extricate himself. At that time, both the Gu family and Gu Zhanshuan will find themselves in a precarious position, exposed to vulnerabilities. When the crucial moment arrives, he will be the most vital piece on the chessboard of the National Academy. Yes, this plan has been personally orchestrated by Jun, with Tianyang at the helm, so it is indeed comprehensive, yet we must also guard against unforeseen circumstances, in the event that the plan is exposed. With half-closed eyes, Songs was instructed with a faint air of indifference. That is unlikely. Tianyang has perfected this plan, accounting for all variables, including the other two among the three young masters of Pingxing. Moreover, with Li Jianda offering support, Gu Daochen will undoubtedly find himself ensnared. The advisor from the National Academy, Jun, pondered briefly before affirming once more, at this moment, none could foresee that within the National Academy of the Kingdom of Haoyue, a trap was being laid for the ninth young master of the Gu family. This elaborate scheme, backed by the considerable might of the Song family, could potentially shake the entire court, verging on perfection. However, fate can be capricious. If the target truly were the original ninth young master of the Gu family, there would be no issue. But now, at this juncture, the impeccably devised plan of the National Academy was progressing methodically under Song Tianyong's guidance. However, an unexpected twist had emerged, catching them off guard. Gentlemen, we are all men of considerable wealth. Our wager should not be trivial. How about we begin with a stake of 1,000 taels? At this moment, the gathering had settled around the table, and Song Tianyong spoke with a smile. 1,000 taels of silver is indeed the entirety of a modest man's fortune, something an ordinary citizen would find nearly impossible to accumulate in a lifetime. Yet, in Song Tianyong's words, it was merely the ante for gambling. 1,000 taels? Surely you jest. Is the National Academy truly so impoverished? How long will this take? I have come to dominate, with an expression of disdain and arrogance. Gu Daochun's eyes widened upon hearing Song Tianyong's proposed stake. Yes, did you not say we were to play for high stakes? What is this paltry sum? The three young masters of Pingqing have ample silver. We must wager grandly. Following Gu Daochun's proclamation, Zhu Zhishan and Sikong Shuren chimed in, their demeanor suggesting they were certain of their victory over the others. A base stake of 10,000 taels. With no ceiling? Do you truly believe your victory is assured? Observing the trio's haughty demeanor, Li Jianda, son of the Minister of Revenue, could not help but smirk inwardly. The three young masters of Pingqing are indeed audacious. Very well, I, Song Tianyong, can certainly keep pace with a base stake of 10,000 taels, provided you gentlemen are entertained. With a flicker of his gaze, Song Tianyong remained composed, simply considering for a moment before acquiescing. All right, then it is settled. How shall we play? Gu Daochun mumbled somewhat absent-mindedly. The keen observer would note that his eyes were beginning to glaze over, occasionally drifting towards the beautiful maidservants attending them. The effects of the aphrodisiac had begun to take hold. Song Tianyong discreetly observed Gu Daochun. The simpler the gamble, the more exhilarating it is. This time, let us wager on high and low. What do you gentlemen think? Agreed. Let us begin. Seemingly unable to contain himself, Gu Daochun, along with Zhu Zhishan and Sikong Shuren, promptly slammed their substantial stacks of banknotes onto the table, initiating the game. The rules were simple. Each player would place their bets beforehand, taking turns to roll the dice. The highest number would win. The more the winning side bet, the greater their winnings would be, while the losing side would forfeit their stakes to the victor. And if the opponent's stake exceeded their own, they would need to cover the difference. The first roll determined the order of play, placing Gu Daochun last. When the gambling commenced in earnest, Gu Daochun boldly declared, "All in!" To the astonishment of Zhu Zhishan, Sikong Shuren, and the others, Gu Daochun wagered his entire 20,000 taels. Young Master Gu, you must be jesting at this sight. Sun Hong and Tian Heshuan stammered in disbelief. 20,000 taels, for Song Tianyong and Li Jianda, it might be manageable, but for Sun Hong and Tian Heshuan, who were merely sons of the city guards and military officers, their total funds barely approached that amount. Should they lose, they would be utterly ruined. Although they had previously spoken of high stakes, this was an entirely different magnitude of high. Yet, in the face of Gu Daochun's audacious wager, Sikong Shuren and Zhu Zhishan were momentarily taken aback. Their faces flushed with excitement. All right, the ninth young master is indeed bold. This is the kind of swagger befitting the three young masters of Pingqing. I, Zhu, shall follow suit and wager 20,000 taels. I will join as well. This time, we must ensure they lose everything. Under the influence of alcohol, the two debauched heirs, Sikong Shuren and Zhu Zhishan, were thoroughly intoxicated and, seeing Gu Daochun's bravado, followed suit, as if wagering 20,000 taels assured them victory. Chapter 32. A Stroke of Luck. Young Master Gu, are you serious? Hee, intriguing. Since you gentlemen possess such confidence, I shall gladly join in. Let us begin. The reckless actions of Gu Daochun and his companions elicited a slight frown from Song Tianyong. Yet he quickly regained his composure, nodding in agreement. As I was first in order, I shall commence. Upon hearing Song Tianyong's words, Li Jianda let out a soft snort before picking up the 3 dice and casting them forth. With a delightful clatter, the dice rolled, and as they came to a halt, the numbers revealed themselves to the assembly. 4, 5, 6, 15 points. Li Jianda's technique was evidently astute. indicating he had honed this skill. This result caused Sun Hong and Tian Hechuan to breathe a sigh of relief. The only numbers capable of surpassing Legendas were 16, 17, and 18, rendering their chances of victory quite favorable. As the atmosphere grew slightly tense, one by one, the others began their turns. Yet, Legenda's 15 points remained the highest. Zhu Jishan and Sikong Shuren, one rolling a mere 9, the other only 4, found the situation sobering them from their intoxication. Finally, it was Gu Daochun's turn to roll, and he picked up the dice. These dice do not seem to be filled with lead or mercury. After weighing them lightly, Gu Daochun felt a flicker of surprise within it appeared these youths had not come merely to gamble. The intentions of the intoxicated gentleman do not lie solely in the wine. However, since you have dared to scheme against me, allow me to ensure that you incur a total loss. My points for advancement are dependent upon your silver. After all, yet, upon a moment's contemplation, Gu Daochun, amidst the gazes of the onlookers, first blew a breath of celestial energy onto the 3 dice. Then with a deft twist of his wrist, as if invoking a spell, he cast them forth. The dice tumbled into the bowl with a delightful clatter, producing a melodious sound as they collided. Simultaneously, Gu Daochun's right hand discreetly pressed against the edge of the table, where a thread of true energy, as fine as a needle, silently emanated from his fingertips. Although Gu Daochun's Jiang True Qi had only recently reached the 6th level, it had already attained a level of subtlety that even a master of the Tianyuan realm might struggle to detect. Today, for the first time in this foreign world, Gu Daochun employed his Jiang True Qi in the art of gambling deceit. As he cast the dice, the crowd collectively held their breath, their eyes wide with anticipation. Then, under the scrutinizing gazes of Sun Hong, Tian Hechuan, and others, the 3 jade dice seemed to possess a magical allure, spinning until they finally settled, revealing an astonishing outcome to all present: 2 5s and a 6. Just enough to surpass Legenda. What? This is impossible. Upon witnessing the heart-stopping result, Sun Hong and Tian Hechuan turned pale, their expressions betraying disbelief in stark contrast. Zhu Jishan and Sikong Shuren from Gu Daochun's side leaped in joyous exclamation. Wow, the 9th young master has won. 16 points, 200,000 taels of silver. In their frenzied laughter, Zhu Jishan and Sikong Shuren immediately filled Gu Daochun's cup once more, celebrating their triumph. Right from the first round of the game, Gu Daochun, as if aided by divine fortune, won a staggering 800,000 taels in silver notes from Song Tianyang, Legenda, and others, reclaiming the money Zhu Jishan had lost previously. Sun Hong and Tian Hechuan found themselves utterly destitute, reduced to mere spectators unable to gamble further. This, naturally, left Zhu Jishan and his companion in a state of ecstatic exhilaration, their gambling strategy providing an unparalleled thrill. However, for Song Tianyang and his associates, their sentiments were entirely opposite. 200,000 taels of silver. Upon seeing the dazzling points on the dice, Song Tianyang and Legenda exchanged glances, brows furrowed in concern. They could scarcely believe that this so-called waste of the Gu family, the 9th young master, possessed such extraordinary luck. Placing a bet of 200,000 taels right from the outset, he had indeed won by a narrow margin. Moreover, Sun Hong and Tian Hechuan, having been thoroughly cleaned out, were now out of the game entirely. This outcome clearly diverged from their initial expectations. Yet, as they observed Gu Daochun celebrating with Zhu Jishan and Sikong Shuren, Song Tianyang could not help but smirk slightly. The 9th young master is indeed fortunate. A mere 200,000 taels is a loss I can afford. Let us continue. Following Song Tianyang's declaration, Legenda, Sun Hong, and Tian Hechuan reluctantly handed over their 200,000 taels in silver notes to Gu Daochun. Excellent. Let us proceed. I assure you, I shall make you tremble in fear today. With the 200,000 taels retained as a base, Gu Daochun wagered the entirety of the remaining 800,000 taels. Naturally, he did not accept the silver notes from Sikong Shuren and Zhu Jishan. After reclaiming his own 20,000 taels, he staked the full 80,000 taels won from Song Tianyang and his companions. 80,000 taels? You? Song Tianyang had not anticipated such audacity from the 9th young master. Very well, may fortune continue to favor you. As they observed Gu Daochun's bold move, Song Tianyang and Legenda's expressions shifted once more. However, When they caught sight of Gu Daochun's eyes, now slightly glazed, they fell silent and placed their bets without further ado. At this juncture, Sun Hong and Tian Hushuan had already been eliminated, leaving only Song Tianyong and Li Jianda to face Gu Daochun. All five were affluent individuals. A mere few 100,000 taels was insignificant. With each party harboring their own motives, the gambling resumed. Yet, after only a few rounds, Song Tianyong and Li Jianda began to falter. Ninth young master, you are truly unstoppable today. Your luck is remarkable. At that moment, surrounding the gambling table, Gu Daochun, Zhu Zhishan, Sikong Shuren, along with Song Tianyong and Li Jianda, were engaged in a tumultuous battle, each clutching their jade dice. However, the countenance of Song Tianyong and Li Jianda was far from pleasant, while Sun Hong and Tian Hushuan had turned ashen, standing behind them. This setup was merely a pretext for gambling. Song Tianyong's true intent lay in exploiting Gu Daochun's impending debauchery once the aphrodisiac took full effect. In his original plan, the gambling merely needed to exhibit a mix of wins and losses, all while ensuring that Gu Daochun and his companions enjoyed themselves, thus accelerating the drug's effects. However, he had not anticipated that fortune would smile so favorably upon Gu Daochun, who not only won consecutively but whose stakes soared exponentially, rapidly escalating to 800,000 taels. Despite having prepared ample funds to mitigate potential losses, both Song Tianyong and Li Jianda felt an overwhelming pressure from the staggering amount. Humph, do you really need to say anything? I, the young master, have just spent half a month in seclusion, meticulously honing my gambling skills. Now, my prowess is unparalleled, and my luck is extraordinary. I shall ensure that you are left with nothing. In his triumph, Gu Daochun had amassed a stack of banknotes that towered impressively above those of the others. Ninth young master, we, the three young masters of Pingxing, are counting on you this time. You must avenge us, wipe them out. Let us see if they dare to challenge us again. Watching Gu Daochun's triumphant spree, Zhu Zhishan and Sikong Shuren, irrespective of whether Gu Daochun truly spent half a month perfecting his gambling techniques, were consumed by excitement, raising their cups in a fervent toast. Indeed, whoever dares to provoke us, I shall see to it that they are left destitute. 800,000 taels. All in. Amidst the somewhat dazed expressions of Song Tianyong and his companions, Gu Daochun once again waved his hand, pushing forth the entirety of the 800,000 taels. Even for Song Tianyong and Li Jianda, who hailed from illustrious families, 800,000 taels represented a staggering sum, far exceeding their capacity to mobilize. Although they had prepared significant funds in anticipation of unforeseen circumstances, what they had deemed sufficient now appeared woefully inadequate. Ninth young master, you are being rather aggressive. The previously composed Song Tianyong's demeanor darkened. What is it? Surely, you are not out of funds already. It is only a few rounds in. Furthermore, was it not you who organized this gamble? How can you so swiftly concede? If you lack the funds, then I shall take my leave. Perceiving the expressions on Song Tianyong and his companions, Gu Daochun surmised they may indeed have reached their limits. A sudden impulse struck him as he pulled a lovely maiden, adorned in pastoral attire, closer to him. Ah, my beauty, these scoundrels have run out of funds. I have decided to take you home with me. What do you say? At this moment, Gu Daochun's eyes were ablaze with desire, his gaze lingering hungrily upon the maiden, as if the effects of the wine had begun to overwhelm him. Wait. Since the ninth young master is still unsatisfied, let us have one final round of betting. I can see your interest has been piqued. Since I, Song Tianyong, have arranged this gathering, how could I let you bear the costs alone? Song Tianyong had already prepared everything for the three of them. Once the last round concluded, he intended for Gu Daochun, Zhu Zhishan, and Sikong Shuren to accompany him to enjoy the company of beautiful women. Witnessing Gu Daochun's intent to depart, Song Tianyong disregarded the insult of being called a scoundrel, urgently appealing for him to stay. This scenario had required immense effort on Song Tianyong's part to orchestrate, and it was under the watchful eye of his grandfather, Song Zhua. He could not allow it to unravel at the last moment. Gu Daochun's need for release was evidently becoming pressing. If he could endure just a little longer, the moment would arrive when Gu Daochun would be consumed by his primal urges, after which everything would fall into place. Very well, I can hardly wait. Let us proceed. But can you still muster 800,000 taels? With great difficulty, Gu Daochen tore his gaze away from the captivating beauty and cast a somewhat mocking glance in the direction of Song Tianyang. 8 million taels. After exchanging a knowing look with Li Jianda, they both fumbled and retrieved approximately 5 to 6 million taels in silver notes from their respective pockets, then paused. Well, I must admit, I did not bring sufficient funds this time. However, to avoid dampening the mood of the esteemed ninth young master, I shall not default on my debts. Here, I possess a piece of millennium-old cold jade, which can significantly enhance the Qi condensation speed of Qi condensation realm warriors, valued at no less than 2 million taels of silver. Gritting his teeth, Song Tianyang removed a palm-sized white jade pendant from his waist and placed it on the table. Millennium cold jade, capable of accelerating the Qi condensation speed of a warrior? Is that truly the case? However, I am not a Qi condensation realm warrior. What use would this hold for me? I reckon it is worth at most 300,000 taels. Reaching for the white jade pendant, Gu Daochen examined it with his hands and even bit into it, questioning its authenticity. Yet, in mere moments, Gu Daochen was already convinced of the jade's efficacy, though he would never admit it aloud. What? 300,000 taels? Upon hearing Gu Daochen's attempt to bargain, Song Tianyang's face twitched uncontrollably at the sight of Gu Daochen biting the pendant. What? Unwilling? If so, then I shall take my leave, Gu Daochen. Without a hint of concern for the visibly enraged Song Tianyang, rolled his eyes dismissively. Wait, then let it be 300,000 taels. With a grim countenance, Song Tianyang and Li Jianda, under the pressure exerted by Gu Daochen, began to pledge all their belongings and assets. It was only when they were on the verge of vomiting blood that they finally managed to gather the 8 million taels of silver demanded by Gu Daochen. Good. Since that is settled, let us commence the final round. It was indeed evident that the Imperial Master's residence and the Minister of Revenue's household possessed remarkable treasures. At that moment, Gu Daochen's eyes sparkled as he surveyed the various precious items on the table, continuously marveling inwardly. Just moments ago, he had already won a staggering 8 million taels of silver, and with it, he had accrued an additional 8,000 system upgrade points. 8,000 upgrade points. That equated to caressing Zhao Baiqing's face over 20 times. Merely through a single gamble, he had amassed such a wealth of upgrade points, leaving Gu Daochen immensely satisfied. Furthermore, the items presented by Song Tianyang and Li Jianda, aside from the silver notes, undoubtedly held a value far exceeding 8 million taels. Based on Gu Daochen's estimations, the total worth of their silver notes and items would surpass 20 million taels. Should he succeed in winning these possessions, he would not only acquire vast wealth but also significantly boost his system upgrade points. Meanwhile, as Gu Daochen contemplated the value of these items, Li Jianda and Song Tianyang were already drenched in the sweat of anxiety. Over 10 million taels of silver were at stake, and even if this was a setup, such a loss was beyond their capacity to bear. Presently, Gu Daochen was clearly losing control over the effects of the aphrodisiac, making escape impossible. Under such circumstances, the group naturally sought to reclaim their lost silver. However, Song Tianyang was not particularly adept at gambling. After rolling a 10, he could only look at Li Jianda with a mixture of helplessness and hope. After recalling all his dice-throwing techniques, Li Jianda took a deep breath and finally cast the dice. Chapter 34. Ruinous Gamble. Among Song Tianyang's group, Li Jianda was the most skilled gambler. However, he usually resorted to using loaded dice to achieve frequent victories. In this instance, the gambling was merely a pretext, a formality to buy time. Hence they had only employed ordinary dice. As a result, despite rolling several times and achieving relatively high numbers, he had failed to roll an 18-point triplet. Faced with the threat of losing everything, Li Jianda was now fully committed. It seemed fortune smiled upon him this time. Amidst the clattering of dice, the two dice that came to rest displayed 6 points each. Only the last one continued to roll. In the astonished gaze of Li Jianda and Song Tianyang, the final die began to reveal its 6-point potential. However, unbeknownst to them, Gu Daochen had stealthily placed a hand on the corner of the table. 6, 6, 6, Sun Hong and Tian Hushuan shouted excitedly, their hearts racing. If this third die also showed 6, it would mean an 18-point triplet, allowing them not only to win this round but also to recover all previous losses. Yet, Fate was unkind. As they watched with bated breath, the last die, just as it was about to settle on 6, unexpectedly collided with another die. Consequently, in front of their eyes, the last die landed on a glaring 2. And the previously rolled 6 was flipped to become a 3.623. In the end, Li Jianda's last roll yielded only 11 points. It's over. Upon witnessing this scene, Li Jianda and Song Tianyang felt their hearts plummet to the depths of despair, releasing sighs of disappointment and frustration. Only Zhu Jishan and Sikong Shuren cheered loudly, dancing with joy. Ha ha ha. It seems today not only is it this young master's good fortune, but your luck is, well, quite decent. Gu Daochen laughed maniacally as he casually tossed the dice. 36s, 18 points. A triplet. Ah, I graciously accept your generosity. It appears you have intentionally come to bestow riches upon me. I shall not stand on ceremony. As he swept the money from the table, Gu Daochen staggered to his feet. Now then, shall we engage in some serious business? Since consuming the aphrodisiac, a full incense stick's time had passed, and Gu Daochen was already in a state of urgent need. Of course. We have prepared everything for the 3 young lords of Pingsheng. We shall ensure that young Master Gu and the 2 others have a delightful time. Taking a deep breath and forcing himself to calm down, Song Tianyang finally spoke again. Although this gambling match had exceeded his expectations, nearly leading him to ruin, they were on the verge of achieving their ultimate goal. Once their objective was met, the arrogant Gu Daochen would soon find himself unable to shed tears. At that time, Song Tianyang would ensure he repaid every last bit he owed. A trivial sum of money was nothing to concern Gu Daochen. However, as the saying goes, one rules the world while the other indulges in beauty. Young Master Gu, young Master Zhu, and young Master Sikong, having won greatly in today's gamble, it is time to savor the delights of lovely maidens. This way, please. Under the guise of polite smiles, Song Tianyang, Li Jianda, Sun Hong, and Tian Hushuan exchanged knowing glances, understood only by the 4 of them. They then assisted the somewhat unsteady Gu Daochen as they made their way toward the rear pavilion of the Yuruangxiang building. Creak! The doors swung open, revealing a surrounding ambience of bamboo windows and delicate curtains, adorned with fresh flowers and exquisite decorations. Even the furnishings within the room were intricately carved, exuding a uniquely feminine charm. Delicate and gentle, a waft of fragrant aroma enveloped them, instantly evoking a feeling of enchantment. A splendid place, with exquisite ambience. Upon entering the fragrant boudoir, Gu Daochen inhaled deeply, intoxicated by the scent. 9th Young Master. The beauties in this fragrant boudoir are the finest among pastoral flowers. They have been prepared especially for you. Enjoy yourself, 9th Young Master. I shall take my leave. Upon witnessing the ethereal allure of the ancient path and the intoxicating ambience, Song Tianyang, unable to contain his impatience, secretly scoffed as he exited the room. The picturesque landscape and pastoral setting of the Haoyue royal city was, after all, the most prestigious gathering place for the elite. A realm of indulgence that knew no bounds. Once Song Tianyang departed, Gu Daochen's gaze, enchanted and slightly flushed, wandered towards the dimly lit boudoir, where the most prominent feature captured his attention. A solitary, pale yellow lantern casting a soft, hazy glow. In the embrace of this gentle illumination lay a woman, draped in sheer, snow-white fabric, reclining on the bed with her back to Gu Daochen. Her delicate shoulders were sculpted as if carved from jade. Her hair, dark as the evening sky, elegantly swept up, while her slender waist could be encircled by a mere hand. The graceful curves of her silhouette hinted at an extraordinary beauty that could only be described as breathtaking. Such a tantalizing scene would send any normal man's heart racing, let alone a debauched young master who had indulged in potent spirits and aphrodisiacs. The pleasures of this otherworldly realm were indeed beyond perfection. When he laid eyes upon that mesmerizing figure, even Gu Daochen felt a jolt of astonishment. Though he had anticipated the machinations of Song Tianyang and his cohorts, knowing their schemes revolved around this enchanting presence, the adage rang true. Opportunity should never be squandered. Faced with such a scenario, to touch would be beastly, yet to refrain would be even more beastly. It was a conundrum that left him in a quandary. Ah, beauty! I am coming, my lady. Let me behold you. With a stirring within, Gu Daochen swaggered forward, arriving breathlessly at the bedside in mere moments, reaching out to caress the silky smoothness of her shoulder, turning her delicate form to face him. Who are you? As Gu Daochen's hand made contact with that exquisite shoulder, she trembled visibly, and when her face finally came into view, it sent shockwaves through Gu Daochen's very being. Beautiful, utterly beautiful. Her features were like a painting, her nose delicate, her teeth as white as pearls, her skin as pure as jade, and her countenance unparalleled. The visage before him seemed to encapsulate all the beauty in the world, rivaling even the ethereal Luo Yin, whom he had previously encountered. Yet, in the midst of his astonishment, a memory surged forth from the depths of his mind. Princess Yuming, one of the 10 most beautiful women in the Haoyue Kingdom. The most cherished daughter of the reigning monarch, Li Yuming, Chapter 35. Princess Yuming. Upon seeing Gu Daochen's face, Princess Yuming's body quivered profoundly, especially as the rich scent of wine and the crimson hue of his eyes ignited feelings of shame and despair upon her exquisite cheeks. Yet, it seemed she was under the influence of some drug, aware yet unable to speak or move. Tio think that the one meant to serve me today is Princess Yuming. Recognition of her identity sent a tumultuous wave through Gu Daochen. It was common knowledge that the young master of the Gu family had long coveted Princess Yuming, yet had never succeeded in his pursuits. Now, the very princess he had yearned for appeared before him in such an unexpected manner within this pastoral haven. At that moment, Gu Daochen grasped the true intent behind Song Tianyong and his cohort's elaborate schemes. However, his gaze involuntarily drifted towards her alluring figure, where her curves were subtly revealed beneath the sheer fabric. A soft murmur escaped his lips, causing Princess Yuming to feel an overwhelming heat wash over her. Her heart racing in a flurry of panic. Clad merely in gossamer, her most alluring features were tantalizingly obscured. She sensed the impending events that were about to unfold before a man's eyes. Yet, just as Princess Yuming was engulfed in shame and fury, Gu Daochen made no immediate move. Instead, he sighed deeply. Alas, the night moon casts a veil of dreams, and the gentle spring breeze carries whispers of affection. For a beauty such as you, any normal man would undoubtedly be stirred. Moreover, I have just been dosed with an aphrodisiac. Faced with the intoxicating scene before him, Gu Daochen's previously flushed gaze did not turn frantic. Rather, it became unexpectedly lucid, and this moment did not escape Princess Yuming's notice. Aphrodisiac? He claims to have been dosed? What could this mean? Hearing Gu Daochen's words, the despair within Princess Yuming stirred, revealing a glimmer of confusion in her eyes. Alas, I have indulged a bit too much in drink, my head aches. Let me ponder this. He rubbed his temples, murmuring to himself, it seems the princess was recently ambushed and drugged, perhaps lured out of the palace under false pretenses and abducted. Now, she finds herself ensnared in this fragrant chamber within the pastoral haven. Then, Song Tianyong arranged for me to come here under the pretense of a wager, secretly administering the aphrodisiac, leading me to the princess. If all proceeds as planned, I would undoubtedly engage with her without hesitation. At that point, she would surely believe that this was all a calculated scheme by me, Gu Daochen, a beastly fiend, and I would have no defense that, of course, whether this debauched young master lives or dies would matter little to most. And it would hardly warrant such extensive efforts from Song Tianyong and his ilk. Yet, regardless of whether the princess chose to take her own life in shame or sought vengeance, my family would certainly face the inquiries and reproaches of the royal court and its ministers. Under such pressure, it is inevitable that someone would emerge to concoct further schemes, gradually undermining my family, until my father had no choice but to capitulate. What a splendid scheme it is! As the final words escaped his lips, Gu Daochen couldn't help but chuckled. Gu Daochen's cultivation of the 9 Young Divine Art rendered him impervious to toxins. Though the aphrodisiac employed by Song Tianyong and his associates was potent, it posed no real threat to him. Consequently, they could not have fathomed that Gu Daochen would not follow their scripted plan, but would instead decipher their intentions within moments. However, as Gu Daochen unraveled their plot, Princess Yuming was left utterly astonished and bewildered. Is this truly the infamous young master of the Gu family, Gu Daochen? How could he possess such insight? And yet, his reasoning is remarkably sound, in truth. Princess Yuming had indeed been ambushed just yesterday while conducting affairs outside the palace, falling victim to masked assailants who drugged and abducted her. Just moments ago, she had believed that all of this was merely the result of Gu Daochun's lecherous desires for her beauty. Yet, upon hearing his revelations, she began to sense that matters were, perhaps, far more complicated than they appeared. My father recently informed me that the current court is unstable, rife with undercurrents. I hadn't considered it deeply until now, only to find myself embroiled in the aftermath so swiftly. Having discerned the machinations of Song Tianyang and his cohorts, Gu Daochun reached out, gently lifting Princess Yuming's delicate arm, feeling for her pulse. The effects of the drug in your system should last for approximately another half-hour. This means someone will likely come to rescue you in due course, coincidentally stumbling upon my gallant demeanor. As he caressed her smooth skin, Gu Daochun felt a tremor of excitement within himself. However, despite my handsome visage and charming demeanor, I am not one to exploit another's vulnerability. Alas, I must disappoint the princess. I have indulged too much in drink and feel a bit weary, so I shall not keep her company this evening. When help arrives, please feel free to act as you wish. With that, Gu Daochun collapsed onto the couch with a thud, lying beside Princess Yuming and promptly falling into slumber. The sound of his snoring soon filling the air. What does it mean to disappoint the princess? Upon hearing the words of Gu Daochun, Princess Yuming could not help but feel a flash of anger in her eyes. Furthermore, this individual had the audacity to describe himself as handsome and elegant, like a jade tree swaying in the wind, a solitary pear blossom overshadowing the begonia, which was truly the epitome of shamelessness. At this moment, although Princess Yuming harbored immense disdain for Gu Daochun's recent remarks, the sound of his snoring surprisingly alleviated much of her earlier anxiety, despair, and indignation, replacing it with a sense of incredulity akin to a dream. This experience had initially led Princess Yuming to believe that she was destined to face calamity and humiliation, yet the situation had taken an astonishing turn of events. She speculated that her unexpected predicament might have been a result of someone's deliberate machinations against the Gu family. According to Gu Daochun's prior deductions, the mastermind behind it all could likely be the Song family from the National Master's residence. To her astonishment, the Gu Daochun, whom she had previously viewed as a debauched and lecherous scion, had not pounced upon her like a ravenous wolf upon witnessing her allure. Instead, he had calmly succumbed to slumber. This entire scenario left Princess Yuming in a state of disbelief. Chapter 36. The arrival of the Imperial Guards lying beside the very person she had once detested the most. Princess Yuming was at a loss for her emotions. Had this debauched young master merely been acting all along? Or had she simply failed to see through him? Just recently, this fellow had been pestering her relentlessly, even daring to propose a marriage alliance based on the Gu family's status. Yet, in the blink of an eye, everything had transformed into this, as she lay beside Gu Daochun, listening to his even breathing. Princess Yuming was certain he was truly asleep. However, was he not under the influence of an aphrodisiac provided by Song Tianyang? How could this lecherous scion, after consuming such a potion, treat her with such indifference? Did she truly possess so little allure? The emergence of this thought startled her, prompting her to swiftly dispel any distracting notions. Time passed slowly. After approximately half an hour, a sudden flurry of hurried footsteps echoed from outside the Yuyuan Wanxiang Pavilion. Subsequently, amidst a cacophony, over 100 figures clad in the armor of the Imperial Guards swiftly surrounded the entire establishment. Esteemed lords, what has transpired? At that moment, the steward in charge of Yuan Wanxiang, Yu, was the first to react, hastily rushing out. As the steward of the pavilion, he was well aware of what the presence of these guards signified. Just then, a young girl, elegantly dressed, accompanied by a leading guard, emerged with urgency. Captain Wang, the princess is right here. The girl's face was etched with anxiety as she spoke to the guard beside her. Indeed, are you in charge here? We have just received word that Princess Yuming has been abducted to the Shanshuetian. It is here. With a mere flick of his gaze towards the steward, the leading guard spoke in a grave tone. What? Princess Yuming? This cannot be true. Upon hearing their words, The steward was taken aback. Humph, whether it is true or not remains to be seen. Quick, open the door. If it is indeed the case, then you can expect to close your Shanshui Tianyuan for good. The disappearance of the princess placed immense responsibility on the leading guard. And although he knew that Shanshui Tianyuan was a gathering place for high-ranking officials and wealthy elite, he could not afford to hesitate. Captain, please wait. Today, Yuyuan Ruanxiang has been reserved by the young master Song from the National Master's residence, young Master Li from the Ministry of Revenue, and the 9th young master of the Gu family. They should still be asleep. If you enter now. Suddenly recalling something, the steward hesitated, his voice faltering. The young master Song? Young Master Li, and the 9th young master of the Gu family? Upon hearing these names, the leading guard paused momentarily, but quickly scoffed again. The search for Princess Yoming's whereabouts is a direct order from the king. And no one can defy it. Stand aside. This leading guard was affiliated with the palace and directly under royal command. Even the names of the national master's residence and the Gu family could not deter him. After issuing his command, he led his men straight into the pavilion. What is going on? Just as the guards stepped into Yuyuan Ruanxiang, the figures of Song Tianyang, Li Jianda, and others emerged in succession. Upon hearing the leading guard's intent, they too feigned great shock and expressed their willingness to assist in the search. Amidst the clamor, Zhu Zhishan and Xikong Shuren gradually awakened. Eventually, the guards made their way to Gu Daochun's chamber. But just as they were about to enter, the door creaked open on its own. You have arrived. As the door swung open, a figure of exquisite grace and noble demeanor appeared before the guards. Ah, the princess. Upon sighting this figure, both the guards and the princess's maidservants, overwhelmed with joy, hurriedly knelt in reverence. Simultaneously, the other guards and Song Tianyang's group rushed over upon hearing the commotion. It truly is the princess. How could Princess Yuming be here? Ah, is this not Gu Daochun's room? Could it be? Upon witnessing Princess Yoming's appearance, not only did her maid and the leading guard express their astonishment, but Xikong Shuren and Zhu Zhishan stood gaping, perplexed by the unfolding events. Meanwhile, Song Tianyang and Li Jianda displayed looks of disbelief, pointing toward Gu Daochun's room, their expressions incredulous. What? Is it that debauched 9th young master of the Gu family? Hearing Song Tianyang's words, the leading guard's expression shifted, his demeanor growing suddenly fierce. The notorious reputation of the 9th young master of the Gu family, especially his previous entanglements with Princess Yuming, led him to conclude that her disappearance was undoubtedly the work of that brazen Gu Daochun. However, before he could act, Princess Yuming spoke calmly. It's all right. The 9th young master of the Gu family merely wishes to discuss a few matters with me. There is nothing else. With a subtle glance at Song Tianyang and Li Jianda, Princess Yuming spoke coolly. Coming from the royal family, one cannot be underestimated. Though Princess Yuming was a woman, she was keenly aware of the intrigues of the inner palace and the treachery of human nature. The performance of Song Tianyang and the predictions made by Gu Daochun regarding this very situation had firmly established her suspicions. However, her words left Song Tianyang and Li Jianda dumbfounded, their mouths agape in utter disbelief. What is happening? Shouldn't Princess Yuming be filled with indignation and eager to take vengeance upon Gu Daochun? How has it turned into this? Discussing matters. Has Princess Yuming been captured by Gu Daochun? Or has something else transpired that we are unaware of? In disbelief, Song Tianyang and the others stared wide-eyed at Princess Yuming, only to find her expression serene, revealing none of the turmoil they had anticipated. This only deepened their confusion and suspicion. Princess Yuming, are you speaking the truth? The leading guard inquired, doubt evident in his voice. Of course. Now, let us go. I am tired. Seemingly unwilling to elaborate further, without waiting for the guards to say anything else, Princess Yuming stepped forward. The guards had no choice but to hastily follow, fearing they might lose her once more. Otherwise, their own lives would be in jeopardy. Witnessing this scene, Song Tianyang, Li Jianda, and the others stood there like mutes, mouths agape, wanting to call her back, yet ultimately failing to utter a single word. Chapter 37. A heavy loss. Young Master Gu. My young Master Gu? Ah, you are still asleep. As soon as the guards departed, Zhu Zhishan and Sikong Shuren rushed into Gu Daochun's chamber like startled rabbits. However, upon seeing Gu Daochun soundly asleep on the bed, they exchanged incredulous glances. At this moment, their curiosity about what had transpired in Gu Daochun's room reached its zenith. Huh? What happened? Why are you here? Groggily, Gu Daochun was awakened by the antics of his two overly curious companions. What happened? Ninth young master, why did Princess Yuming just walk out of your room? Old Nine. What exactly transpired? Did you sleep with Princess Yuming? Zhu Zhishan's narrow eyes widened to an almost comical degree, while Sikong Shuren wore a lewd grin, evidently lost in his own fantasies. What the hell are you two rambling about? What Princess Yuming? I must have drunk too much earlier. I vaguely saw a beautiful woman, but before I could do anything, I fell asleep. How did a princess come into the picture? Here lies a picturesque landscape of mountains and waters. How could there possibly be a princess here? Have you lost your senses? Gu Daochun shot a skeptical glance at the two and remarked incredulously, Is this merely a fabrication? Everyone witnessed it just moments ago. Even the Imperial Guard has arrived. Indeed, echoed Zhu Zhishan and Sikong Shuren. Just a while ago, Princess Yuming mentioned that you had discussed certain matters. Observing Gu Daochun's disbelief, they insisted fervently, discuss certain matters. Could it be that Princess Yuming is enamored by my charm and thus wishes to negotiate a marriage with me? Yet, I must confess, I had indulged a bit too much and failed to notice her presence. Nay, you are surely deceiving me, Gu Daochun obstinately retorted. Princess Yuming is infatuated with you? It appears you have truly overindulged. However, we are not deceiving you in the least. If you doubt our words, you may inquire of Song Tianyang and the others. Zhu Zhishan and Sikong Shuren, seemingly defeated by Gu Daochun's shamelessness, could only shake their heads in disbelief. Song Tianyang, following the direction indicated by Zhu Zhishan, Gu Daochun finally spotted Song Tianyang, Li Jianda, and the others at the entrance. At that moment, the expressions of Song Tianyang and his companions were a blend of peculiar emotions, anger, confusion, and their faces fluctuated between pale and flushed, with their lips twitching intermittently. This scheme had been orchestrated by Song Tianyang to ensnare Gu Daochun, yet it felt as though he had fallen into someone else's trap. Not only had he failed in his endeavors, but he also incurred a loss of over 10 million taels of silver. What a misfortune, however! Upon hearing Gu Daochun's earlier remarks, a wave of despair washed over them. This insufferable dandy had fallen asleep due to drunkenness. He hadn't even noticed Princess Yuming's presence. Thus, their elaborate invitation to a high-level alchemist to concoct an aphrodisiac had been rendered futile by the effects of alcohol. Was this some cruel jest of fate? As they grappled with their frustration, Gu Daochun finally rose and approached them. Could it be that what you just said is true? Did Brother Song truly arrange for Princess Yuming to meet with me? How infuriating! Had I known, I would have remained fully alert, forsaking even my gambling pursuits, and instead taken Princess Yuming directly. With a heavy sigh of regret, Gu Daochun lamented, You truly ought to have informed me sooner. Alas, opportunities are fleeting. Now that the moment has passed, I find my intoxication has subsided. Let us part ways and return to our respective homes. After a moment of self-reproach, Gu Daochun, amidst the dazed expressions of Song Tianyang and the others, laid blame upon them once more before sweeping away with Zhu Zhishan and Sikong Shuren. As night deepened and dawn approached, a gentle breeze brushed against their garments, carrying a refreshing chill that invigorated the spirit. Upon departing the picturesque landscape, Gu Daochun, Zhu Zhishan, and Sikong Shuren diverged on separate paths homeward. Within the rumbling carriage, Gu Daochun reclined, reflecting on the day's events. Prior to venturing to the landscape, he had set forth with 200,000 taels of silver. Yet now his fortune had multiplied 100-fold. Although he had generously bestowed 1 million taels upon Zhu Zhishan and Sikong Shuren, his remaining wealth still amounted to an astonishing 20 million taels. This sum did not even account for the 1,000-year-old cold jade and various rare jewels pledged by Song Tianyang and the others. 20 million taels of silver, equivalent to 200,000 taels in gold, constituted an astounding fortune for the Gu family. Acquired in merely a single night, this could almost be likened to a gift from the imperial advisor and the Minister of Revenue. Simultaneously, with this influx of wealth, Gu Daochun's infinite upgrade system had also amassed an additional 20,000 upgrade points. Such a windfall was undoubtedly a considerable boon for him. When the system had first activated, the initial 1,000 points had allowed Gu Daochun to elevate the Yi Jing from its first layer to the ninth. Now, what magnitude of assistance would these 20,000 points provide? Should they be allocated to the Yi Jing, the 9-Yang divine skill, or perhaps even to cultivate another divine technique? As he pondered the best use for these upgrade points, Gu Daochun found himself ensnared in a delightful quandary. However, the next layer of the Yi Jing requires 5,000 points, and the following one may demand as much as 10,000. Such expenditure seems excessive. Given my current extraordinary aptitude at the 9th layer, I have sufficient capability for now. The Wanxiang Sanluo I remains in the exploratory phase. I have yet to uncover its true mysteries, so I shall reserve it for the future. As for the 9-Yang divine skill, I am already at the 6th layer, and within half a month, I should reach the 9th. Utilizing upgrade points at this juncture would be unwise. After circling through these thoughts, Gu Daochun sighed, realizing that he had no immediate application for his upgrade points. Chapter 38. The night assassination. It must be said that Gu Daochun's acquisition of such abundant upgrade points and this unexpected fortune was largely due to Song Tianyong and his companions. Regrettably, however, it was Princess Yuming who bore the brunt of the consequences. Setting aside thoughts of upgrade points, Gu Daochun's mind drifted back to the events that transpired in the picturesque landscape on the surface. It appeared that Song Tianyong and Li Jianda had set a trap for him, but behind the scenes lay the machinations of the Imperial Advisor's Office and the Ministry of Revenue, aimed at undermining the Gu family. Yet, under Gu Daochun's strategic maneuvering, Song Tianyong and his associates had suffered a resounding defeat, incurring losses exceeding 10 million taels while facing the impending scrutiny and ire of Princess Yuming. Gu Daochun could easily envision the overwhelming dread that now weighed heavily upon them. Moreover, Princess Yuming, known for her aloofness and grace, would undoubtedly seek to address the affront she had suffered, given her status. Uncovering the truth behind this affair would not pose much difficulty. Even if she could not procure tangible evidence, she would likely confront Song Tianyong and the Imperial Advisor's Office with questions, or perhaps even craftily impede their affairs. It was evident that the failure of this plot would soon become a source of vexation for the Imperial Advisor's Office. Yet, how unfortunate it was that he had let such a stunning beauty slip through his fingers in that moment. Opportunities like that may never present themselves again. He truly felt as though he had behaved worse than a beast. However, just as Gu Daochun was mired in these reflections, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. As the carriage neared the outskirts of the royal city, the driver suddenly collapsed without warning, falling to the ground. The carriage came to an abrupt halt. What? This sudden occurrence caught Gu Daochun's attention, and as if stirred by an unseen force, the carriage's curtain billowed open, revealing a shadowy figure clad in black. This figure was nearly imperceptible amidst the night, yet Gu Daochun's keen gaze discerned the presence of a man, a middle-aged individual with a gaunt visage, hawkish nose, and serpent-like long needles slung at his waist, eye in the dark of night, armed with a deadly weapon. The man's intentions were unmistakable. Upon locking eyes with Gu Daochun, the figure momentarily scanned the carriage, noting the distinct emblem of the Gu family before fixing his gaze upon Gu Daochun, a murderous glint illuminating his shadowy countenance. Gu Daochun, the 9th young master of the Gu family, with a hint of menace in his voice. The assassin ceased all further conversation, launching himself into the air and striking towards Gu Daochun with a palm. A wave of frigid internal energy erupted, the force of his attack splintering the sturdy wooden boards of the carriage. An expert at the 8th layer of the condensed Qi realm, such formidable energy could extend several feet beyond his body. This individual was indeed a master assassin intent on taking Gu Daochun's life. Faced with this lethal strike, Gu Daochun's eyes sparkled with determination. The 8th layer of the condensed Qi realm? Humph. With a cold snort, Gu Daochun showed no inclination to evade and met the attack head-on with a palm of his own. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as their energies collided, sending shockwaves that shattered the carriage into pieces. At that moment, the once impassive black-clad assassin was struck with profound astonishment, his spirit shaken as he was propelled backward. What kind of martial arts is this? Such pure internal energy. Could it be the ninth layer of the condensed chi realm? Are you not the ninth young master of the Gu family? The voice trembled intermittently. The man in black felt as though his palm had just struck a furnace. The opponent's scorching true energy not only sent him flying but also burned him like a tangible flame coursing through his palm and arm. Penetrating deep into his body, it could be described as an internal inferno, even to the extent of shattering his meridians, at the ninth level of the chi condensation realm. No, it was even stronger than that. This utterly unexpected outcome left him in profound disbelief. Wasn't the ninth young master of the Gu family a worthless scion? How could he possibly possess such terrifying martial arts and internal strength? Had he mistaken the person? I am indeed the charming and dashing ninth young master of the Gu family, genuine and without deceit. The carriage lay in ruins, and at that moment, Gu Daochen revealed himself. Slowly approaching this person. This was Gu Daochen's first time engaging in a direct clash of internal forces with a warrior from another world. As anticipated, in the face of his sixth level of the Zhuyang divine skill. Even though he was merely at the sixth level of chi condensation, he utterly surpassed his opponent, who was at the eighth level of chi condensation. This was partly due to the pure and robust internal energy generated by the Zhuyang divine skill, which was both supreme and unyielding, not even on the same plane as the opponent's internal force. The difference between the two was akin to that of steel rebar versus a wooden plank. There was simply no comparison. Furthermore, Gu Daochen found it intriguing that warriors of the chi condensation realm in this world did not cultivate their meridians. Instead, they merely stored their internal energy in their dantian, releasing it into their palms or weapons when needed. This inefficient method of utilizing internal energy was worlds apart from the specific meridian and acupoint techniques developed in Huaxia. It can't be. The ninth young master of the Gu family hasn't even entered the chi condensation realm. How could he, at this moment, upon hearing Gu Daochen acknowledge his identity, the man could hardly contain his disbelief, his gaze filled with skepticism as he inquired, "Pft, what do you know? The secrets of my young master are not for you to uncover. Speak. Who are you? Why have you come to assassinate me? Is it for wealth or lust? Could it be you were sent by Song Tianyang?" Gu Daochen inquired nonchalantly. You, truly are the ninth young master of the Gu family? Could it be that the Gu family expended some mysterious elixir to forcibly elevate you to the ninth level of chi condensation? Humph. You are truly fortunate, but even so, today you shall not escape your fate. Martial arts are certainly not solely about cultivation. Since you are the ninth young master of the Gu family, you must die today. Upon hearing Gu Daochen's question, the man in black did not respond. Instead, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he swiftly produced a snake-like long needle from his waist. With a sudden movement, he lunged towards Gu Daochen once more. Although he had been defeated by that previous palm strike, he had not sustained any fundamental injury. At this moment, with Gu Daochen so close, the man in black was still utterly confident he could kill his opponent. Chapter 39. Erroneous Bone Separation Hand. Serpent's illusory kill. With a cold shout, a sound akin to a snake's hiss pierced the air. The snake-like long needle in the black-clad man's hand darted forward, reaching Gu Daochen in mere moments. In martial arts, the outcome of a confrontation is not solely determined by cultivation levels. It also hinges upon the techniques employed. The black-clad man surmised that this notorious playboy of the Gu family had undoubtedly been forcibly elevated in strength at great expense. However, martial arts techniques must be refined through rigorous practice. This so-called waste of the Gu family could not possibly measure up. Thus, even if his internal energy was inferior to Gu Daochen's, killing him would not be a difficult task. Yet, it was evident that his estimation of Gu Daochen had once again proven erroneous. I truly do not know where you derive your confidence. Serpent's illusory kill. The name sounds pleasant, yet it remains so clumsy. Feeling the unmasked killing intent and confidence emanating from his opponent, Gu Daochen's expression became somewhat peculiar. From the moment the man had unleashed his serpent's illusory kill, it had already fallen into Gu Daochen's sight, and not a single trace of his trajectory had escaped his notice. At this moment, the opponent's move appeared imposing, even accompanied by a chilling snake-like hiss. However, to Gu Daochen, a prodigy of ancient martial arts, This attack resembled the flawed techniques he had witnessed in the martial arts arena of the Gu family. So rudimentary it was laughable. The snake-shaped needle weapon darted back and forth only a few times, merely mimicking the shape of a serpent as for the sharp sound. It was merely the result of the opponent's chi condensation 8th level internal energy being forcibly infused into the weapon. Such a clumsy technique, in Gu Daochun's eyes, was not even worthy of being called third-rate martial arts. Only the opponent's speed could be considered somewhat acceptable. Your internal energy cultivation is passable, yet your martial skills are utterly crude, devoid of any technical substance. Allow me to show you the martial arts of Huaxia. With a slight flicker of his gaze, Gu Daochun's figure vanished from his original position. What? Where did he go? Alarmed, the black-clad man hurriedly searched for his opponent's whereabouts. However, at that moment, Gu Daochun had already closed in beside him from the side. What? In shock, the man quickly attempted to change his technique, but before he could make a move, Gu Daochun's hands appeared as if performing magic, manifesting upon him, seizing, capturing, sealing, twisting, sinking, swallowing, exhaling. In an instant, it seemed as though Gu Daochun's hands had multiplied, executing an array of intricate locks and captures, shifting unpredictably, with each strike precisely targeting the major acupoints on the man's body. Leaving him utterly unable to react, the 72 erroneous bone separation hands. At this moment, Gu Daochun was employing the Huaxia martial arts Huayang Sect's ultimate technique, the 72 erroneous bone separation hands. The erroneous bone separation hands, executed barehanded, contained various techniques such as seizing, capturing, sealing, twisting, sinking, swallowing, and exhaling, intricately locking and capturing while subtly targeting 36 major acupoints in the human body, embodying endless variations and unpredictability. As he executed the technique, Gu Daochun moved with the swiftness of an eagle, soaring to the skies, and the heaviness of thunder striking the earth. His hands appearing as if they were performing magic, leaving the black-clad man with almost no opportunity to react. Just as Gu Daochun distanced himself from the man, the air filled with cries that were far from human, echoing throughout the mountains and fields. With the internal energy of the 6th level of the Zhuyang divine skill as his foundation, Gu Daochun could finally unleash a fraction of the ancient Huaxia martial arts might. In his very first appearance on this vast continent, he had directly incapacitated the expert sent to assassinate him. Gu Daochun's recent display could be likened to a river in motion, steadfast as a mountain, while the assassin now lay twisted and broken, no longer resembling a human. Now, tell me about your origins. Who is your master behind the scenes? Observing the black-clad man writhing on the ground in agony, Gu Daochun spoke coolly. You? I, gasping for breath, the man's eyes reflected shock intertwined with fear, as if he still could not believe what had just transpired. However, the immense pain enveloping his entire being served as a harsh reminder of the reality of the previous scene. Nevertheless, when it came to Gu Daochun's relentless inquiries about his identity, the man remained tight-lipped, clearly unwilling to divulge anything. Do you still wish to hold out? My erroneous bone separation hands only become more excruciating with time. Your best choice now is to die early and seek rebirth. Think it over. Seeing the man remain silent, Gu Daochun let out a cold snort. Erroneous bone separation hands, Upon hearing Gu Daochun utter the name, the man's heart jolted once more, yet he remained resolute, not revealing a single word. Gu Daochun was in no rush, simply watching him quietly. However, moments later, the black-clad man began to falter under the strain. How could this person be the wasteful young master of the Gu family? Wasn't it said that he was merely a playboy, devoid of any martial prowess? What is happening now? Under the might of the erroneous bone separation hands, the man screamed in agony, his mind racing in disbelief. Initially, he had thought his mission would be a walk in the park, devoid of any difficulty. He had even believed it was overkill to deploy an 8th-level chi condensation expert against a worthless young master. But who knew that the so-called playboy 9th young master of the Gu family possessed such terrifying martial arts? As time passed, the man's contorted body trembled violently, clearly indicating that the intense pain was exceeding his threshold of endurance. I will speak. I am chasing death's unfathomable Gu Lian, an assassin from the Bloodfeather Pavilion. My current mission is to take your life. As for the mastermind behind this order, I am unaware. I merely act on command. You may as well kill me now. Trembling, this individual finally divulged the assassination plot. Chasing Death's unfathomable Gu Lian, an assassin from the Bloodfeather Pavilion, to assassinate me. Upon hearing these words, Gu Daochen felt a slight tremor within. Although he had not previously heard of Chasing Death's unfathomable Gu Lian, the name Bloodfeather Pavilion resonated in his memory. It is one of the most fearsome assassin organizations in the realm of the current Haoyue Kingdom. Shrouded in mystery regarding the number of its assassins, their formidable powers, and the location of their headquarters. Over countless years, no target marked by the Bloodfeather Pavilion has ever escaped their grasp. Now, according to this individual, it appears that this debauched young master has inexplicably become a target of the Bloodfeather Pavilion. How could one even fathom such a predicament? Chapter 40 Analysis. Why do you seek to assassinate me? This defies all logic. Could it be that Song Tianyong sent you? Gu Daochen inquired, bewildered. Song Tianyong? I truly am unaware of the identity of the client. I merely received orders to lie in wait for the opportunity to strike you near this idyllic landscape. Gu Lian spoke through gritted teeth, enduring the pain. Received orders? From whom? At what time did you receive them? Gu Daochen pressed on, brow furrowed. Our organization is exceedingly clandestine. When commands are issued, the contact person remains concealed, and tasks are relayed through other means. As for the timing, it should have been several hours prior. It hurts so much. Just kill me. At this point, Gu Lian could no longer bear the agony coursing through his body. Humph, if you come to kill me, you should be prepared for death. Considering you have not concealed anything, I shall grant you this favor. Since you have come to take my life, Gu Daochen saw no reason to spare his adversary. With a swift motion, he seized the serpentine needle-like weapon from Gu Lian and plunged it directly into his heart, ending the assassin's life. This young master has just been reincarnated, and already he has attracted the attention of an assassin from the Bloodfeather Pavilion. Truly, what a stroke of misfortune. With the driver deceased and the carriage shattered, Gu Daochen was left with no choice but to lead a horse back. Yes, he made his way back to the Gu family estate. Gu Daochen's mind was consumed with thoughts about the words spoken by the Bloodfeather Pavilion assassin. Who could possibly seek to take my life? The ability to enlist the likes of the Bloodfeather Pavilion surely indicates a formidable adversary. The only individuals aware of my presence in this tranquil landscape are Song Tianyong's group and the likes of Zhu Jishan and Si Kongshuren. Zhu Jishan and Si Kongshuren would likely not resort to such actions. Yet, I cannot entirely dismiss them. Logically speaking, Song Tianyong's group appears to be the most likely suspects. However, their current scheme is to ensnare me in a scandal regarding the princess, aiming to manipulate or align with the Gu family. How could they wish for my demise? Or could it be that after suffering significant losses and failing in their plans, they are driven by humiliation to reclaim their lost funds? Yet, the assassin stated that he received his orders several hours ago. At a time when I had yet to arrive at this picturesque locale, this timeline does not align. As the thoughts unraveled in his mind, Gu Daochen meticulously considered all potential figures that might wish him harm. Yet he still could not pinpoint the true mastermind behind this assassination attempt. Him. Based on the memories of this ninth young master, the National Master's residence, National Master Song Zhua, and that Minister of Revenue, if I recall correctly, they seem to support the second prince, Y Elder, and have mentioned that the current Haoyue Kingdom is rife with undercurrents, and the various princes have commenced their struggle for the throne. Thus, could it be that Song Tianyong's trap was orchestrated by the second prince in an effort to compel the Gu family into his camp? If this young master were to meet an untimely demise, then the National Master's residence and the second prince would undoubtedly be the primary suspects. The Gu family and my elder would easily uncover this truth. At that point, given my elder's temperament, he would surely cause an uproar in the royal city, even going so far as to confront the second prince and the National Master's residence. Such an outcome would prevent any possibility of alignment. In that case, it would not align with the desires of the second prince or the National Master. The ones most eager to see this young master meet his end would thus be the Crown Prince or the faction of the sixth prince, Although the assassin revealed little information, the memories of the Gu family's ninth young master regarding the royal city of Haoyue are not overly detailed, merely a vague impression. Yet, armed with this knowledge, Gu Daochen shifted his perspective, contemplating the situation from the viewpoint of the beneficiary, and with each passing moment, the true mastermind behind this inexplicable assassination plot began to take shape. Gu Zhanchuan and Gu Moyan had long warned Gu Daochen that the current Haoyue kingdom is fraught with hidden dangers, as the various princes gradually become embroiled in a fierce competition for the throne. Among them, the most powerful contenders for the throne are the Crown Prince, the Second Prince, and the Sixth Prince. The Crown Prince, with his rightful claim and overwhelming support, is backed by the Prime Minister Meng Yuanzhou and Duke Jing Taihong, making him the strongest faction. The Second Prince, on the other hand, enjoys the support of the National Master's residence and the Ministry of Revenue. Although National Master Songzhi does not hold the same position as the Prime Minister, he wields considerable influence, being one of the masters of the Tianyuan realm, capable of contending with the Prime Minister. Simultaneously, the Ministry of Revenue, which oversees the finances of the royal city of Haoyue, is also at the Second Prince's disposal. With the backing of these two formidable forces, the Second Prince's faction is astonishingly powerful. As for the Sixth Prince, while his influence pales in comparison to that of the Crown Prince and the Second Prince, he possesses extraordinary martial talent and is exceptionally clever, winning the favor of the reigning emperor. Moreover, he has garnered support from numerous individuals and factions, allowing him to contend against the Crown Prince and the Second Prince. Now, as the struggle for the throne is on the cusp of commencing, all factions are beginning to choose sides, while only the Duke of Zhenghua Gu Zhanchuan and Duke of Anghua Helian Hanhai remain neutral. Both the Duke of Zhenghua and the Duke of Anghua command a third of the kingdom's military power, each of them being heavyweight figures capable of swaying the throne and the court. How could the various princes allow such figures to remain neutral? The Crown Prince has already gained the support of the Duke of Anghua, and if he can secure the backing of the Duke of Zhenghua Gu Zhanchuan and Duke of Anghua Helian Hanhai, then his ascension to the throne would be all but assured. The Second Prince and the Sixth Prince, lacking the support of military heavyweights, would undoubtedly be in desperate need of the backing of Gu Zhanchuan and Helian Hanhai to contend with the Crown Prince. Thus, it appears that the schemes, ambushes, and plots surrounding this debauched young master may indeed be intertwined with the most profound conflicts within the Haoyue kingdom. Oh, the headache! The gods clash, yet I, this insignificant scion, bear the brunt of it. Truly, there is no justice in this world. However, how did the Crown Prince and the Sixth Prince's faction know of my presence in this tranquil landscape? They had already dispatched assassins in advance. Could it be the tranquil landscape itself? Or perhaps, the Second Prince's faction has spies among the Crown Prince and the Sixth Prince. The more Gu Daochen pondered the intricacies of this situation, the more his head throbbed. For the layers involved were simply too many to decipher. Chapter 41: The Gu Family's Turmoil. Never mind, such matters shall be left for my elder and aunt to grapple with upon my return home. This young master is better suited to revel in his debauchery. Nevertheless, the present situation is indeed fraught with peril. I must remain vigilant. Should I inadvertently suffer a misstep or be assassinated while asleep? It would be truly tragic. It seems prudent to request some skilled guards from my elder to ensure my safety upon my return. Perhaps I should even train some elite protectors myself. The more he considered this notion, the more it resonated with him, leading Gu Daochen to make a pivotal decision to cultivate his own cadre. This decision would later ripple across the vast continent, bringing about endless waves of change. In the early morning, at the Gu family's Jianxin pavilion, Gu Zhanchuan and Gu Moyan gazed incredulously at this unfilial scion, whose words poured forth in a torrent. Daochen, what did you say? You won a substantial sum in the tranquil landscape. You also encountered Princess Yuming, and you were targeted by assassins? A considerable amount of time had passed, equivalent to the burning of an incense stick, when Gu Moyan noticed that Gu Daochen's increasingly outrageous tales seemed to show no signs of abating. Finally, she interjected, interrupting him. In truth, Gu Moyan's inquiry had already touched upon the crux of Gu Daochen's elaborate narrative, significantly condensing his verbose account. According to Gu Daochen's previous claims, he had won several million taels of silver while under the influence of an aphrodisiac. Moreover, Princess Yuming had purportedly been captivated by his beauty, appearing amidst idyllic landscapes with the intention of seducing him. However, Gu Daochen remained steadfast and virtuous, maintaining his integrity and thwarting her advances. Additionally, a sudden assassin, hailing from the Blood Feather Tower, had sought Gu Daochen's life by name. Yet he had dispatched the assailant with remarkable ease. Such a storyline would be met with skepticism by anyone in the Haoyue kingdom, particularly by Gu Zhanshuan, the patriarch of the Gu family, who was well aware of his grandson's true character. Despite Gu Moyan's indulgent affection towards Gu Daochen, she found it impossible to believe his outlandish claims. "Cousin, I assure you, every word I speak is the truth." Seemingly sensing the disbelief and skepticism from both parties, Gu Daochen protested in earnest. "Enough! You wretched fool, your fabrications grow more ludicrous by the moment. You, who can barely keep the Gu family afloat, claim to have won millions in silver, and under the influence of an aphrodisiac, no less? Are you jesting? Which gullible fool would lose such a sum to someone of your ilk? And as for Princess Yuming, her haughty and aloof nature is well known. How could she possibly be found in such pastoral surroundings, let alone coveting your charms? You expect me to believe you maintained your virtue? Surely, you jest. Furthermore, you claim to have dispatched an assassin from the Blood Feather Tower with ease. I do not wish to underestimate you, but I doubt you could best even a beggar in a fight. Speak plainly. What trickery do you intend to employ today?" Faced with Gu Daochen's obstinate denial, Gu Zhanshuan's eyelids twitched with rising irritation until he could no longer contain his fury, slamming his palm on the table and demanding answers. "I tell the truth, yet you refuse to believe me. It seems I must present evidence, or you will remain obstinate." Upon uttering these words, Gu Daochen, in his agitation, slapped the table with force. "Remain obstinate? Is this fool even aware of his choice of words? You dare to strike the table against me? How audacious! What is this?" As Gu Zhanshuan witnessed his grandson's brazen behavior, his anger swelled further, but when he beheld the items emerging from Gu Daochen's storage ring, he was rendered speechless. A substantial stack of silver notes, nearly a foot thick, was thrust upon the table, alongside a collection of invaluable jade pendants, jewels, luminous pearls, and golden leaves, all glimmering with opulence, cascading forth from Gu Daochen's storage ring like a deluge. Scattered about, they nearly covered half the table. These, as Gu Zhanshuan flipped through the thick stack of notes, each worth 100,000 taels, both he and Gu Moyan found themselves momentarily dumbfounded. Could it truly be 2 million taels in silver? When they turned their gaze to the array of treasures, they were once again taken aback. Not to mention the exquisite jade pendants, which radiated a crystalline brilliance that indicated their extraordinary worth. One in particular bore the inscription Song. Was this not the family emblem of the direct descendants of the Song family from the National Master S residence? Furthermore, among the treasures was an exceedingly rare piece of millennia-old cold jade. Upon examining 2 jade ruyi, they noted the presence of dragon motifs, unmistakably royal gifts bestowed upon esteemed ministers. Additionally, there was the family jade pendant from the Li family, the Minister of Revenue, not to mention the luminous pearl. All these silver notes, and such an abundance of treasures, were they indeed won by you? As Gu Zhanshuan observed these items, his eyelids twitched with increasing intensity, skepticism etched across his face. When had this scoundrel become adept at winning? It seemed that ever since he had taken up gambling a few years prior, he had never emerged victorious. If he claimed to have stolen or robbed them, that would be more believable. 2 million taels. Such a sum was staggering, even for the Gu family, capable of covering several years of expenses. The other items were even more precious, of course. Zhu Zhishan and Shuren can testify. Yes, it was Song Tianyang, Li Jianda, and those other gullible fools who invited us, the 3 young masters of Pingxing, to gamble, and they lost to me. You see, this jade pendant bears the emblem of the Song family from the National Master S residence. This piece of millennia-old cold jade was pawned to me for 300,000 taels. Gu Daochen recounted each detailed. Oh, Zhu and Sikong's youngsters have joined as well. So you were all invited by Song Tianyang? In that case, the National Master S residence. Yes, Li Jianda, Sun Hong, and Tian Hushuan indeed have close ties with the National Master S residence. Upon hearing Gu Daochen mention Zhu Jishan and Xikong Shuren, along with the names of Song Tianyang, Li Jianda, and Tian Heshuan, Gu Zhanshuan's skepticism began to wane. Yet, he remained perplexed by the circumstances of this gambling match. Though Song Tianyang was a pampered youth, he was also quite cunning. Why would they willingly offer you such wealth? At that moment, Gu Moyan gazed at the substantial sum on the table, equally astonished and bewildered. As a member of the National Master's residence, she could not overlook the significance of each family member. Although Song Tianyang was a junior with little reputation, he had long been within the purview of Gu Moyan, the family leader in her assessment. This youth from the National Master's residence, despite appearing to flounder among the ranks of debauched young masters, possessed considerable cunning and was held in high regard by the National Master. Song Zhua. How could such a person deliberately lose such a vast fortune to Gu Daochen, even going so far as to mortgage everything he could afford to lose? Upon hearing Gu Daochen's earlier claim that the millennia-old cold jade was pawned for a mere 300,000 taels, Gu Moyan could easily imagine the pain Song Tianyang must have felt. Chapter 42. The Turmoil Within the Gu Family, Part 2. I just mentioned it, did I not? Allow me to rephrase. They prepared an aphrodisiac for me. Furthermore, they secretly abducted Princess Yuming and concealed her in a pastoral setting, intending for me to engage in relations with her. Those rascals thought they could concoct a superior aphrodisiac without my detection. Little did they know, I am an expert in such matters. Their juvenile tricks could never deceive me, alas. I had indulged in too much drink at the time and failed to recognize Princess Yuming. Falling asleep instead, it was only later that Zhu Jishan and Mu Tu informed me. What a pity! Gu Daochen articulated this in a manner that Gu Zhanshuan and Gu Moyan could comprehend, causing both to change color in shock. Are you implying that this entire scheme was orchestrated by Song Tianyang? That the Song family from the National Master's residence dared to abduct Princess Yuming? Though Gu Daochen was an unsavory character, Gu Zhanshuan and Gu Moyan knew he would not lie about such a grave matter. Moreover, the severity of the situation was palpable. Should Gu Daochen indeed fall into their trap and engage with Princess Yuming, the ramifications would be dire. The National Master's residence and the Li family had plotted this wicked scheme against the Gu family. A brief contemplation allowed Gu Zhanshuan and Gu Moyan to recognize the underlying deceit and conspiracy. The malicious intent behind such a plot incited Gu Zhanshuan's fury. Regardless of the circumstances, Gu Daochen remained a direct descendant of the Gu family, his beloved grandson. How could they dare set such a treacherous trap for him? Should it succeed, Gu Zhanshuan envisioned the Gu family's disgrace and the ensuing inquiries from the royal family and various factions. Such indignation was intolerable for the usually dignified and principled Gu Zhanshuan. In a fit of rage, he commanded Gu Daochen to lead the way, intent on seeking retribution from the National Master's residence. Father, please calm your anger. Daochen has yet to finish his account. If the events at the pastoral setting are indeed true, then what of the assassin? Seeing Gu Zhanshuan in such a state, Gu Moyan hastily intervened. The assassin? Yes, indeed. Daochen, what can you tell us about that assassin you mentioned? At Gu Moyan's prompting, Gu Zhanshuan took a deep breath and paused. Take a look. The assassin introduced himself as Chasing Fate, unruly, and wielded this weapon. With a clang, Gu Daochen produced a snake-shaped, long, needle-like weapon, tossing it onto the table. Ah? The Tengsha needle? This truly belongs to the Chasing Fate, unruly assassin. Upon witnessing this peculiar weapon, Gu Moyer's gaze flickered momentarily. Though Gu Daochen had not previously heard of Chasing Life, unpredictable Gu Lian, Gu Moyer was well aware of this individual's notorious reputation as one of the most ruthless assassins in the Haoyue kingdom. Known for his merciless killings despite being merely at the condensation realm. Furthermore, Gu Moyer was oblivious to the fact that this individual was an assassin of the Bloodfeather Tower. Did you truly encounter the assassination attempt by Chasing Life? Unpredictable Gu Lian? How did you manage to escape? No, his weapon has somehow fallen into your possession. Did you slay him? As Gu Moyer beheld the Tingshi needle, her expression grew grave. The audacity of someone daring to harm a member of the Gu family was astonishing. This was a blatant provocation against their clan, starkly different from the schemes devised by Song Tianyang and his ilk. However, What astonished Gu Moyer and Gu Zhanchuan even further was that after Gu Daochen had faced the assassination, he emerged unscathed and returned with the assailant's weapon. How had this seemingly frivolous young master of the Gu family accomplished such feats? Huh. I already mentioned it, didn't I? That fellow underestimated me, thinking I was merely a playboy. But he never anticipated my unparalleled talent in martial arts. I swiftly dispatched him. Gu Zhanchuan and Gu Moyer finally accepted that Gu Daochen had indeed faced an assassination attempt, yet they remained skeptical about his claim of having eliminated the chasing life. Unpredictable himself, leaving Gu Daochen feeling somewhat exasperated. Why was it that when he spoke the truth, no one believed him? Oh, though chasing life, unpredictable Gu Lian is merely a condensation realm warrior. He must be nearing the pinnacle of that realm, with extraordinary methods of killing. Surely you could not? Upon hearing Gu Daochen's words, Gu Zhanchuan and Gu Moyer still harbored doubts, but just then, Gu Zhanchuan suddenly recalled something. He swiftly approached Gu Daochen, reaching for his arm. Condensation realm? This is the 6th level of the condensation realm. The moment Gu Zhanchuan's hand made contact with Gu Daochen's arm, he sensed the surging internal energy within him. This revelation left Gu Zhanchuan exhilarated, nearly causing him to pull out a hair in disbelief. What? Daochen has reached the 6th level of the condensation realm? Upon hearing Gu Zhanchuan's exclamation, Gu Moyer too was incredulous, rising to her feet. Just over a month ago, Gu Daochen had astounded the Gu family by defeating Gu Feng and the martial arts prodigies Zhao Baiqing and Li Feng at the family's training grounds using unusual techniques. Despite this, no one had believed that Gu Daochen had genuinely attained the condensation realm. They thought he had merely exploited his eccentric methods. Even Gu Zhanchuan and Gu Moyer shared this sentiment. However, Gu Zhanchuan had previously detected that his grandson's physique had undergone a transformation, even surpassing his own prowess in his youth. Thus, upon learning that Gu Daochen had escaped the assassination and might have killed the assailant, Gu Zhanchuan naturally sensed something was amiss, and now, upon confirming Gu Daochen's 6th level of the condensation realm, he was utterly astonished. You? How did you reach the 6th level of the condensation realm? He asked incredulously. Huh? What do you mean? Who says a playboy cannot attain the 6th level of the condensation realm? I've always stated that my talent is extraordinary. Indulging in pleasures is merely a form of cultivation that common folk fail to comprehend. Gu Daochen retorted, rolling his eyes at the elder's inquiry. This, Gu Zhanchuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Indeed, who had decreed that a spoiled scion could not reach the condensation realm? Yet, something still felt amiss. At that moment, Gu Zhanchuan dismissed Gu Daochen's sardonic reference to common folk, including himself, as his mind swirled with shock and disbelief. Chapter 43. The Turmoil of the Gu Family, Part 3. Though the condensation realm is regarded as the initial stage for martial artists, it is by no means an easy level to cultivate. Each advancement could take months, if not years, to achieve. Ordinary martial artists with insufficient talent might spend their entire lives merely at the condensation realm. The assassin Gu Lian is a prime example. Despite being nearly middle-aged, he had only reached the 8th level of the condensation realm. Even prodigies like Gu Yin'er and Gu Feng had only attained the 3rd or 4th level. Yet Gu Daochen, who was younger than Gu Yin'er by a year and known for his indulgent lifestyle, had inexplicably reached the 6th level of the condensation realm. Could it truly be as Gu Daochen claimed? That indulgence in pleasures was a form of cultivation? This was utterly baffling. Daochen has indeed reached the 6th level of the condensation realm? In that case, he is the foremost genius of our Gu family. Such news, if they were to learn of it, would surely bring joy. Upon confirming this matter, Gu Moyer's face radiated with unprecedented brilliance. Among the younger generation of the Gu family, Gu Xingyu, their most outstanding member at 22 years old, was heralded as the leader of the younger generation, yet his cultivation only reached the 8th level of the condensation realm. He had been serving in the military and did not reside at home often. Now, Gu Daochen, a seemingly carefree playboy yet not yet 16, had silently achieved the 6th level of the condensation realm. Such a talent for cultivation would rival even the martial arts geniuses gathered at the Divine Martial Academy. So it seems that chasing life, unpredictable Gu Lian indeed underestimated you and fell to your hand. Gu Zhanchuan murmured, his eyes sparkling as he scrutinized Gu Daochen. seemingly attempting to discern something from his seemingly unremarkable grandson. Grandfather, your intense gaze is making me feel bashful. Let us discuss serious matters. Your grandson has just survived an assassination attempt. Aren't you going to arrange some guards for my protection? Not too many. Just 100 or so experts in the Divine Vein realm will suffice. With Gu Zhanchuan and Gu Moyer finally believing Gu Daochun's harrowing tale from the previous night, he began to outline his purpose for the visit. What? You want over 100 Divine Vein experts to protect you? Do you think Divine Vein experts grow on trees? Would you like me to personally guard you? Upon hearing Gu Daochun's outrageous request, Gu Zhanchuan, who had initially been overjoyed, was now taken aback, his eyes wide in disbelief. He had indeed considered dispatching a few elite guards for his grandson's protection after confirming the assassination attempt. But this outrageous demand was simply too much. Personal protection. How could I possibly accept that? Besides, if you were to follow me around daily, it would hardly be convenient for me to enjoy my leisurely escapades. Gu Daochun responded with a mix of reverence and disdain toward Gu Zhanchuan's proposal. You reckless brat, are you courting death? Seeing Gu Daochun's audacity to speak so disrespectfully, Gu Zhanchuan glared fiercely. However, after taking a deep breath, he chose to ignore Gu Daochun's insolence. Well, Moyer, what is your perspective on the National Master's residence and the assassination attempt by Chasing Life? Unpredictable? Gu Zhanchuan refrained from questioning how Gu Daochun had reached the 6th level of the condensation realm. In his view, their Gu family's bloodline was so exceptional that even a scion like Gu Daochun could achieve the 6th level, and it was of utmost importance that he thwarted the conspiracy against their family, thereby enhancing the reputation of the Gu family. Thus, Gu Zhanchuan felt a sense of paternal pride rather than anger at Gu Daochun's earlier defiance. Father, the National Master's schemes against our Gu family are indeed not beneficial. Moreover, given the National Master's audacity, he likely wouldn't dare target Princess Yuming. Therefore, the matter concerning the idyllic countryside may have another mastermind behind it. For the assassination of Daochun. If it was indeed an order from the Bloodfeather Tower, then it was likely aimed specifically at our Gu family, and furthermore, they wished to prevent our family from approaching that figure behind the National Master. Upon hearing Gu Zhanchuan's inquiry, Gu Moyer's expression turned grave. In just a few sentences, she had discerned the intricate conspiracy behind the events, arriving at the same conclusion as Gu Daochun. Truly worthy of being the helm of the Gu family, merely from my casual words. You perceive as though you witnessed it firsthand, and no wonder, at times, even the elder must heed the opinions of the ant. Upon hearing Gu Moyer's analysis, Gu Daochun felt a surge of admiration for her keen insight. Our Gu family has been loyal to the Haoyue kingdom for generations, fighting valiantly on the battlefield to ensure a century of peace for our nation, instilling fear in neighboring countries. As the struggle for imperial succession commences, the members of the royal family inevitably plot against my ancient clan. Gently nodding, Gu Zhanchuan remains lost in thought, an indistinct aura rippling within him. Father, he muses, the competition for the throne has always been bloodthirsty and brutal. If my ancient clan wishes to stand apart, it is unlikely that we will be tolerated by those princes. It is already fortunate that Daochun was able to return unscathed. Now, with the chaos in the Haoyue kingdom beginning to unfold, perhaps we must indeed arrange for several guards to protect Daochun and the younger generation of my ancient clan. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Moyen speaks with deliberate care. Aside from myself, all of our clan's members are generals, each possessing the prowess of the Divine Veins realm. Those with ulterior motives towards my clan would not dare approach us lightly. As for Gu Zhanchuan, it is already remarkable that he does not display a scowl towards others. No one would dare provoke him. Currently, it is only the younger generation of the Gu clan that remains vulnerable to manipulation by outsiders, potentially serving as pawns in their schemes against us. Indeed, my dear aunt speaks most wisely. I must have someone to protect me. Otherwise, venturing outside could be perilous. The Princess of Dreams has yet to claim me. And should I meet an untimely demise, how heartbroken she would be. Gu Daochun fervently agrees with Gu Moyen's sentiments, nodding vigorously. You, even if you reached the Qi condensation realm and became a true warrior, your disposition remains rather unrefined. I must ask you, as the party involved in this incident, what is your perspective on this matter? Upon hearing Gu Daochun's irreverent remarks, Gu Zhanshuan's expression darkens, and he lets out a heavy snort. Chapter 44. The Dread of Gu Zhanshuan. Me? Do I have a say in this? Very well then, allow me to express my thoughts. This time, the National Master's residence and Blood Feather Tower dared to offend me, not merely as a personal affront, but as a severe provocation to the dignity of my ancient clan. Old man, with your temperament, how can you tolerate such vile miscreants? You ought to lead the Heavenly Wolf Guards and deal with these scoundrels decisively to showcase the might of the Gu clan. Gu Daochun states with exaggerated earnestness as Gu Zhanshuan inquires of him. Oh, you truly think so? Then, as you wish. No sooner had Gu Daochun spoken than, to his astonishment, Gu Zhanshuan emanates a palpable aura of menace. Summon the Heavenly Wolf Guards, yes, as he claps his hands, several figures outside the War Heart Pavilion kneel in response. They too exude a similar ferocity as Gu Zhanshuan, seemingly indifferent to the National Master's residence and Blood Feather Tower. Wherever Gu Zhanshuan directs his blade, they shall annihilate all in their path. Subsequently, much to Gu Daochun's astonishment, Gu Zhanshuan sweeps the Millennium Cold Jade, luminous pearls, the National Master's token, and various royal artifacts into his sleeve. Striding forth and vanishing from the War Heart Pavilion. Wait, Aunt, why aren't you stopping grandfather? I was merely jesting. At this moment, Gu Daochun finds himself at a loss for words, surprised that the typically composed and dignified elder of the Gu clan would act with such overwhelming decisiveness. Your grandfather's departure is undoubtedly backed by a certain confidence, Gu Moyan remarks with a knowing smile, seemingly unfazed by Gu Zhanshuan's actions. Confidence? Yet, in such matters, without evidence, what use is grandfather's presence, moreover, behind the National Master's residence? There are likely several princes lurking, Gu Daochun contemplates, recognizing that the National Master's residence has left no traces of their schemes. Even the aphrodisiac would only take effect under the influence of incense in the idyllic countryside. Mere wine cups bear no marks. Furthermore, the Princess of Dreams cannot verify that she was abducted by the National Master's residence. In such a scenario, Gu Daochun can only imagine that the National Master and the Minister of Revenue would categorically deny any involvement. Evidence, Daochun, you still do not fully grasp the nature of the Gu clan. We are a military family. When have we ever needed evidence to act? As long as we are certain in our hearts, we shall retaliate without hesitation. Gu Moyan's expression remains calm, yet her tone mirrors the fierce resolve of Gu Zhanshuan. Upon hearing Gu Moyan's words, Gu Daochun feels a tremor within him, as if he is gaining a newfound understanding of the Gu clan. Although Gu Daochun was a martial arts master in his previous life, he was unfamiliar with the concept of a military family. The Gu clan has commanded legions for 3 generations, leading a multitude of valiant warriors through blood-soaked battlefields. As the saying goes, a general's success is built upon the bones of many. Currently, the Gu clan boasts a marshal and 4 great generals. It can be said that the reputation of the Gu clan is founded upon countless enemies' remains. For an entity such as the Gu clan, while they may not excel in cunning schemes, any who dare to provoke them shall face relentless retribution. This is precisely why the major powers of the realm dare not lightly offend the Gu clan. Ultimately, all of this is predicated upon strength. If someone schemes against the Gu clan and we do not act, how will they come to know of our might? Furthermore, do you truly believe that your grandfather's actions are solely for revenge? While our clan may not know the whereabouts of Blood Feather Tower, your grandfather will undoubtedly inform the National Master's residence about your assassination attempt. In doing so, the hidden figure behind the National Master will surely realize that they too have been ensnared. At that point, the princes will begin to suspect and guard against one another, hesitating to act against the Gu clan. Gu Moyan's eyes glimmer as she slowly elucidates her thoughts to Gu Daochun. You all are remarkably astute. Gu Daochun's lips twitch slightly upon hearing her words, realizing that beneath Gu Zhanshuan's seemingly domineering actions lies such profound strategy. It must be acknowledged that both Gu Zhanshuan and Gu Moyan are formidable individuals, certainly not to be trifled with, especially not beneath the National Master's residence. How dare you speak of your grandfather in such a manner? For now, you should remain at home and avoid unnecessary outings. As for the matter of skilled guards, your aunt will seek out suitable candidates for you. Moreover, since you possess such martial talent, do not waste it. Devote yourself to your training, and should you have any questions, feel free to ask your aunt. With a tender pat on Gu Daochen's shoulder, Gu Moyan reiterates her advice. Very well then. Aunt, let us split these silver notes evenly. The treasures taken by grandfather should offer a substantial return, even if just to honor him with some fine wine. With Gu Zhanshuan and Gu Moyan orchestrating events, Gu Daochen finds himself relieved of further concerns. He nonchalantly takes half of the silver notes from the table and departs with an air of ease. This day is destined to send ripples throughout the entire royal city. The Duke of State, one of the three nobles of the Haoyue kingdom, and the military marshal Gu Zhanshuan, who has largely remained in seclusion in recent years, now emerges with tremendous force, radiating a palpable aura of menace. Thousands of elite cavalry thunder through the streets, heading north, leaving silence in their wake. No one dares to stir. 3,000 Heavenly Wolf Guards. This formidable force consists of individuals whose weakest members are equivalent to the likes of Gu Lian, boasting strengths in the Qi condensation realm, while each captain of 100 is a formidable warrior of the Divine Veins realm. With 30 such warriors and thousands of peak Qi condensation fighters, the indomitable Heavenly Wolf Guards, battle-hardened and seasoned, gallop forth, unleashing an aura reminiscent of 1,000 armies, creating a suffocating pressure felt by all who witness it. At the fortified stronghold of the royal city, Tiancheng, you scoundrel, come forth. With Gu Zhanshuan's thunderous command, the royal guard Tiancheng scurries out, nearly rolling in his haste. Marshal Gu, what brings you here? In the presence of Gu Zhanshuan and the Heavenly Wolf Guards, Tiancheng shows no semblance of authority. Humph! Tiancheng, your audacity knows no bounds. You dare to allow your wretched son to ensnare my grandson and attempt to assassinate Daochen. You must be tired of living. Gu Zhanshuan regards the royal guard with the disdain one might afford an insect, his face a mask of cold contempt. Chapter 45. Cultivating a Foundation. What? Are you referring to He Xian? That cannot be. He Xian lacks the gall for such treachery. Marshal Gu, you must be jesting. Upon hearing Gu Zhanshuan's accusations, Tiancheng's mind erupts in chaos, his expression instantly frozen in disbelief. Tio conspire against the grandson of Gu Zhanshuan? To attempt his assassination? Although aligned with the National Master's residence and the Second Prince, and often wielding his influence, the charges laid by Gu Zhanshuan are ones that even the strongest backing or elevated rank cannot absolve. Once the charge is firmly established, it is likely that Tiancheng will not survive for long. Humph, are you joking? I, Gu Zhanshuan, hold a distinguished status. How could I jest with you? Look at these. Gu Zhanshuan retrieved several jade pendants and a luminous pearl from his sleeve. Ah, this, Marshal Gu, with all due respect, although He Xian has a penchant for gambling, he would never dare to set a trap for young Master Gu, let alone attempt to assassinate him. Upon seeing these evidence, Tiancheng's complexion turned ashen, only to be quickly replaced by a flush of rage. Tianheshuan, you scoundrel, come here at once. When Tianheshuan appeared, trembling, Tiancheng immediately berated him. You scoundrel! How dare you gamble behind my back with the young master of the Gu family? And even hire someone to kill him? What? Assassination! This is slander. Father, I merely gambled with Song Tianyang and Gu Daochen, and I lost everything. How could I possibly plot to kill him? Upon hearing Tiancheng's words, Tianheshuan shouted as if he were being slaughtered at a gamble. Even that is unacceptable, you unfilial son. Stealing a furtive glance at the unyielding Gu Zhanshuan, Tiancheng clenched his teeth and ordered his subordinate to bring forth a whip, mercilessly striking Tianheshuan. Amidst the anguished cries that echoed like those of a slaughtered pig, it was only when Tianheshuan was bloodied and near death that Gu Zhanshuan's fury subsided. Enough, I presume with your cowardice, you would not dare to assassinate my grandson. There may be another reason behind this, however. You will need to redeem these items you pledged to Daochen with silver. Daochen mentioned 120,000 taels. Seeing that Tianheshuan was nearly breathless, Gu Zhanshuan finally exhaled. Gu Zhanshuan's visit was not intended to annihilate these individuals, but rather to convey a covert message to those behind them, signaling that the Gu family is not to be trifled with, while also collecting some silver. Now that the situation appeared to be under control, Gu Zhanchuan naturally proposed terms for reconciliation. 120,000 taels. Good initially. Upon hearing that Gu Zhanchuan had finally relented, Tian Cheng felt a slight relief. But upon hearing the sum of 120,000 taels, his facial muscles twitched. His precious son had reported back, stating that in order to assist Song Tianyang, he had not only lost 20,000 taels but also pawned a luminous pearl, gifted by the Empress Dowager, valued at 100,000 taels, to Gu Daochen. Yet now, in Gu Zhanchuan's words, the redemption had increased 12-fold, and he was unable to retort. Under the formidable presence of Gu Zhanchuan and the 3,000 God strategy Heavenly Wolf Iron Cavalry, from the city guard Tian Cheng to the commander of the Forbidden Army Sun Yu, and then to the Minister of Revenue Li Mingjiang, all bore expressions of ashen dread. The few of them thoroughly dealt with Sun Hong, Li Jinda, and others, and under Gu Zhanchuan's threat, with grim faces, returned the jade pendants and other items they had wagered with Gu Daochen, paying hefty sums to redeem them. Even the National Master's residence was thrown into disarray as Gu Zhanchuan stormed in, pointing fingers and hurling insults. National Master Song Zhua, having learned of the failed plan from Song Tianyang, had already prepared for Gu Zhanchuan's arrival. However, upon discovering that Gu Daochen had been assassinated that night, Song Zhua's expression turned ashen, and he allowed Gu Zhanchuan to vent his rage without retaliation. The tumultuous events that shook the royal city did not go unnoticed, as numerous figures and factions within the palace became aware. In an instant, countless hearts filled with astonishment, silence, and derision. Meanwhile, as the architect and protagonist of this upheaval, Gu Daochen had already returned to his courtyard, preparing to commence an important plan. During the day, Gu Daochen continued his diligent training in the 9-yang divine skill within the cave. Striving to reach the pinnacle of the 9th level as swiftly as possible, by evening, he summoned Ruo Shui, Xiao Yu, Ning Zhao, and Tan Er to his chamber. At this moment, Gu Daochen reclined languidly in a rattan chair, savoring exquisite pastries while his gaze wandered over the 4 beautiful maidservants. Among his 4 attendants, Ruo Shui was gentle and pure, Ning Zhao, poised and striking. Tan Er was ravishingly beautiful, with unparalleled musical talents, and Xiao Yu, fair and graceful, with a delicate charm. The 9th young master of the Gu family seemed to select his maidservants as if they were contestants in a beauty pageant in Huaxia. They would surely qualify for such a contest. It appeared this lad was planning to do something with them once he came of age. As Gu Daochen's gaze roamed, he found himself increasingly captivated by his maidservants. Tan Er, I recall you possess an extraordinary talent for music, with unmatched skills in playing the qin. After admiring the charm of his classical maidservants, Gu Daochen's attention finally settled on Tan Er. 9th young master, Tan Er was born into a family of musicians and has had an understanding of music since childhood, but I cannot accept your praise of unmatched qin skills. Under Gu Daochen's scrutinizing gaze, the maidens' faces flushed slightly. Suddenly, hearing Gu Daochen's inquiry, Tan Er hastily responded with caution. You are quite modest. Well then, tonight I wish to hear a little tune. Tan Er, you shall remain. Gu Daochen chuckled with a gleam in his eye. 9th young master. Suddenly hearing their master request Tan Er to stay, Xiao Yu and Ruo Shui were taken aback, while Tan Er felt her heart race. At that moment, the memory of Gu Daochen's earlier remark about wanting them to serve him in bed resurfaced in their minds. Why are you all so agitated? Fear not. In the coming days, each of you will take your turn. Now, leave. Glancing at the blushing faces of Xiao Yu and the others, Gu Daochen waved his hand dismissively, issuing an undeniable command. Yes, 9th young master. The words of Gu Daochen left Xiao Yu and the others with no choice but to comply. Hearing his authoritative command, they bowed and exited, leaving the flustered Tan Er alone to face Gu Daochen. Well, they have all left, so Tan Er, shall we begin? Observing Tan Er, who resembled a startled bird, Gu Daochen could not help but reveal a meaningful smile. Chapter 46. Transmitting Skills 9. 9th young master. Begin what? Feeling Gu Daochen's deep gaze and his slightly wicked smile, Tan Er's heart raced, and her hands were unsure of where to rest. Of course, we begin with music. Pointing with a finger, Gu Daochen indicated toward a corner of the room where a guzheng had already been placed. Play music. Upon hearing Gu Daochen's words, Tan Er let out a cute ah, her expression shifting to one of realization, followed by a sigh of relief. What else? Do you think Tan Er wishes to do something to me? Seeing Tan Er's adorable demeanor, Gu Daochen feigned a look of nervousness and joked, no? Then, what does the young master wish to hear? Tan Er quickly denied it and rushed to the guzheng. Let's start with a few random pieces. Selecting a variety of styles, Gu Daochen replied nonchalantly, different styles? Then, I shall begin with a piece called Water Cloud's Zen Heart. As soon as her fingers touched the guzheng, Tan Er's earlier tension seemed to dissipate considerably. With a gentle plucking of the strings, a melody of flowing water and drifting clouds arose, ethereal and serene. Water clouds, formless and shapeless, drift unpredictably, bringing tranquility and stillness to the heart, embodying the essence of drifting clouds and water. Though the piece is not difficult, its meaning is profoundly deep. Without a focused mind, one could hardly convey its quintessence. Yet, this piece, under Tan Er's deft fingers, was performed with remarkable finesse. Tan Er, to possess such a state of mind. As the music played, Gu Daochen's eyes sparkled with delight. As the piece Water Cloud's Zen Heart approached its conclusion, the melody suddenly shifted to snow reflecting the moon, soaring in spirit, as if weeping and lamenting. Following that came mountain peaks gaze at the moon, and one after another. Pieces of varying styles unfolded under Tan Er's skilled hands, each exquisite and remarkable. At this moment, Tan Er's heart was also immersed in the melody's essence, lost in its beauty, amidst the tranquil melodies. Unbeknownst to her, Gu Daochen had already approached Tan Er from behind. The realm of music mirrors the heart's realm. In martial terms, it is the realm of intent. A tranquil heart allows the essence to flow freely. Tan Er, I did not expect you to be such an extraordinary talent. Well then, let me first check your body. Upon hearing Gu Daochen's profoundly enigmatic words, Tan Er was still oblivious to their meaning. However, in an instant, Gu Daochen's hand unexpectedly rested upon Tan Er's delicate shoulder, moving in an extraordinarily peculiar manner along her collarbone. As Tan Er suddenly felt the hands of Gu Daochen, her heart raced uncontrollably, and the serene state she had just attained was instantly shattered. However, at that very moment, Gu Daochen's voice rang out once more, urging her to maintain her focus. His gentle admonition, Tan Er, who had just lost her composure, inexplicably experienced a jolt, and the disarray within her vanished, returning her to the previous state of tranquil meditation. Simultaneously, in her perception, an invisible flow of warmth surged forth from Gu Daochen's palm and entered her body. This mysterious and wondrous warmth, upon entering Tan Er's being, transformed into a dragon-like entity, adorned with golden whiskers, sharp claws, and two majestic horns. This is a dragon. Tan Er seemed to see the transformation within her with utmost clarity. Yet, it was precisely because of this clarity that she felt even more astonished and incredulous, struggling to comprehend how a dragon could suddenly manifest within her body at the behest of the young master. Roar. Just as Tan Er was engulfed in confusion, a sound akin to a tangible roar erupted, and the serpentine warmth twisted and churned according to some arcane rhythm. Subsequently, an immense, formless power erupted without warning. Crack, crack. Within this extraordinary force, Tan Er's body erupted with sound. Veins within her began to open one after another amidst the dragon-shaped energy. Bones were continuously reinforced by the sonic waves of the dragon, and numerous acupoints were abruptly breached by the power of this warmth. Yet, this was merely the beginning. Under the tumultuous roar of this dragon-like energy, 1, 2, 3, in succession, 8 streams of dragon-shaped warmth flowed through Gu Daochen's palm and into Tan Er's body. As if 8 ferocious celestial dragons had taken form, as these 8 dragon-like currents coursed through her, Tan Er experienced astonishing transformations. Her essence was refined, and she was reborn. Faced with this incomprehensible spectacle, Tan Er was overwhelmed with shock, utterly unaware of what had transpired. However, she could feel that her body was undergoing remarkable changes, venturing into realms she had never imagined and which remained entirely unknown to her. Yet, at this moment, What captivated her most was not the astonishing transformation within her, but the enigmatic rhythm manifested by the churning and vibrating forms of the 8 dragon-like currents in her perception. The undulating waves of these 8 dragon-shaped energies resembled a melody she had never before encountered, rising and falling, producing an unfathomable sequence of notes. These profound rhythmic fluctuations, bit by bit, coalesced into countless sounds, forming a torrent of melody. Is this a musical rhythm? Such a wondrous vibration. In the midst of her mental tumult, Tang Er observed the method by which the 8 celestial dragons emitted their sounds. Utterly astounded, gradually, as she faced the mysterious melody she had never before experienced, Tang Er felt herself becoming immersed in it. The myriad of enigmatic rolls, vibrations, and undulations of the dragon-like energies seemed to present themselves as methods of operation, as if they were the very essence of a melodic incantation, imprinting themselves deeply within her mind, becoming a part of her most profound memories. Moreover, the sounds emitted through the tumultuous movements of these 8 dragon-shaped streams resonated like the roars of celestial dragons, cascading like a torrent, obliterating all barriers, and shaking the very essence of her spirit, elevating Tang Er's mental state to new heights. Uncertain of how much time had passed, when the 8 dragon-shaped currents had successfully opened the myriad of meridians within Tang Er, including the Ren and Du meridians, ultimately achieving the great circulation of her energy, they finally came to a halt. Simultaneously, these 8 dragon-shaped currents settled within her dantian, falling into a state of tranquility. Chapter 47. The 8 Sounds of the Heavenly Dragon. Young Master Jiao, what on earth just happened? As tranquility returned, Tang Er felt as though she had just awakened from a dream, gazing incredulously at Gu Daochen. How? Did it feel like an illusion? At that moment, Gu Daochen's complexion appeared slightly pale, clearly indicating that the task of opening Tang Er's meridians had not been an easy feat for him. It is well known that refining the sinews and marrow of an ordinary person, or even opening the Ren and Du meridians, would typically require at least a century of cultivation to accomplish. Presently, Gu Daochen lacked such capability. If not for the fact that he had cultivated the I Jing Jing to the 9th level and the Zhiyang Divine Art to the 6th level, he would not have been able to achieve such a feat. Nevertheless, the exertion had taken a considerable toll on him, and the perceptive Tang Er immediately sensed something amiss with Gu Daochen. Young master, are you all right? Was it because of me? At this moment, although Tang Er still did not understand what had transpired, she vaguely suspected that young Master Jiao must have performed an incredibly arduous task for her. Anxiousness and fear welled up within her heart. I'm fine. Just now, I checked your body, Tang Er, and discovered that your physique? No, your innate talent is quite remarkable, a rare genius indeed. Thus, I was suddenly inspired to impart to you a method of musical rhythm. How do you feel about it? Gu Daochen's apparent fatigue was merely a result of excessive energy expenditure, and he was not injured at this moment. However, Gu Daochen was more intrigued, even slightly anxious, about Tang Er's transformation. A method of musical rhythm? Was that truly a melody just now? Tang Er had thought it was an illusion. Upon hearing Gu Daochen speak of her innate talent, her face flushed once again. But when she heard him mention the method of musical rhythm, she became excited once more. Indeed, this is a genuine supreme method of musical rhythm, which I learned from an astonishing predecessor of musical art. As it is said, it is imprinted in the heart and etched in the body. Did you gain any insights just now, Tang Er? Gu Daochen's penetrating gaze remained fixed upon her. Imprinted in the heart? Etched in the body? I seem to. Upon hearing Gu Daochen's words, the mysterious and wondrous trajectory of the 8 dragon-shaped strings reappeared vividly in Tang Er's mind. At that moment, the previously imprinted mysterious vibrations returned as if they were tangible. Simultaneously, the 8 streams of warmth within her dantian, which had already settled, suddenly began to circulate in accordance with the string trajectory she had comprehended. I can feel it. Just now. It was not a dream. Suddenly realizing this, Tang Er exclaimed with delight. At that moment, amidst the vibrations and movements of the 8 dragon-shaped currents, she felt as if her body had become the body of a zither, and the 8 dragon-shaped currents were the strings. resonating and weaving together a melody that had yet to manifest in the world. Yes, Tang Er, this piece is extraordinarily profound, possessing the power to shake the heavens and the earth. You have only grasped its rudimentary form for now. In the future, you must practice diligently every day and never allow a single day to go to waste. For now, this piece can only be performed within your body and cannot be manifested externally. The zither of the external world cannot bear such a melody. In due course, I will find a zither that can accommodate this piece for you. When that time comes, the sound of this zither will be enough to astound the world. Sensing the changes within Tang Er's body due to the 8 streams of warmth, Gu Daochun's eyes sparkled with delight. The external zither cannot bear this melody, and the sound will astound the world. Could such a piece truly exist in this realm? Young master, I will remember this. From now on, I will practice every day and will not disappoint you. Tang Er, who was already enamored with music, was now even more exhilarated after personally experiencing the extraordinary scene. Hearing her young master speak of the profundity and wonder of this piece, her heart raced with excitement. Moreover, Tang Er sensed that Gu Daochun seemed to have placed some indescribable expectations upon her, causing her cheeks to flush as she vowed earnestly, "Indeed, I have already refined your essence and marrow, and in the future, your cultivation speed will be remarkably swift. I hope this piece can soon see the light of day in your hands." Gu Daochun nodded in agreement. "Young master, does this piece have a name?" Tang Er gradually suppressed her excitement and inquired of Gu Daochun. "It does. It is called The 8 Sounds of the Heavenly Dragon." As Gu Daochun gazed, memories flickering in his mind, he slowly uttered a name. The 8 Sounds of the Heavenly Dragon, an unparalleled martial art cultivated by the 6-fingered zither demon of Huaxia. The 8 Sounds of the Heavenly Dragon: adhesion, slaughter, seizure, capture, pulling, dragging, spinning, hammering. To practice the 8 sounds, one must possess an extraordinarily high level of inner strength as a foundation, and the method of operation is uniquely distinct. These 8 words cannot merely be played on a zither. They represent an ultimate and supreme martial art. In the martial world of Huaxia, there exists the devil's zither sound, bewitching and enigmatic, the lethal heavenly strings, of unparalleled power, the swift fingers striking the strings, generating rapid sound waves, the 8 sounds of the heavenly dragon, where the music shatters the frail, sealing the throat with string sounds and severing meridians with sound waves, sweeping all before it. Once upon a time, in the legends circulating through the rivers and lakes of Huaxia, the 6-fingered zither demon wielded the 8 sounds of the heavenly dragon and the devil's zither as a vessel, battling the formidable experts of various sects, claiming countless lives, with none able to withstand him. It was through fortunate circumstances that Gu Daochun was able to gather this unparalleled martial art. However, this supreme technique was not suitable for Gu Daochun's cultivation. He could only commit it to memory. Today, reborn in another realm, he has finally found a successor for this once-lost supreme martial art of Huaxia. Initially, Gu Daochun had merely intended to cultivate his own faction. Yet now, as he passes on Huaxia's supreme martial art, an inexplicable thrill stirs within him. It seems that what he has just done transcends merely nurturing subordinates and building strength. It embodies a transmission of knowledge, a legacy of the martial arts long lost in Huaxia. Ding, detection of the host conducting a martial arts transmission. New permissions activated. Just as Gu Daochun basked in this sense of accomplishment, the familiar voice of the infinite upgrade system unexpectedly resounded once more. However, this time, the voice did not announce a random task, but rather revealed new permissions. Chapter 48. New permissions martial arts transmission. New permission level 1. The host may choose 5 level 1 martial arts successors. The stronger each successor's cultivation, the more upgrade points the host will receive. Furthermore, beneath the 5 level 1 successors, level 2 successors may also be established, from whom the host will receive half the upgrade points of the corresponding level 1 successors. Level 3 successors will similarly decrease in sequence. The greater the number of successors at each level, the stronger their abilities, the more upgrade points the host can acquire. Currently, the host has conducted the first martial arts transmission, and the successor's cultivation is at the 3rd layer of Qi condensation, rewarding 3,000 upgrade points. Ding host. Gu Daochun qualification. Supergrade early stage realm. 6th layer of Qi condensation physique, fire attribute upgrade items, muscle changing scripture, 9th layer, 10,000 forms and phenomena I, 1st layer, 3 level 1 demon beasts upgrade points, 23,000 points per mission 1. Complete random tasks to earn upgrade points per mission 2. Basic martial arts transmission. Can transmit martial arts to gain upgrade points, 15 level 1 successors. When the voice of the infinite upgrade system finally ceased, Gu Daochen was once again filled with delight. Previously, he could only passively wait for the system to issue random tasks to earn a pitiful amount of upgrade points. Moreover, this system was rather unorthodox, sometimes instructing him to touch the face of Zhao Baiqing, and at other times prompting him to gamble for winnings. This method of acquiring upgrade points, akin to relying on sheer luck, was a source of great frustration for Gu Daochen. Furthermore, the number of upgrade points obtained through this means was exceedingly meager. Despite Gu Daochen currently possessing a substantial 20,000 upgrade points, he estimated that merely upgrading the 9 Young Divine Art to the 10th layer would require at least 5,000 points. With 20,000 upgrade points, he could upgrade the 9 Young Divine Art 3 or 4 times at best, which was still far from his goal. Not to mention, the martial arts awaiting Gu Daochen's advancement were countless. And this was just the martial arts. The infinite upgrade system could facilitate upgrades far beyond that. Now, with the new permissions activated by the system, acquiring upgrade points through martial arts transmission presents a completely different scenario. This method resembles a pyramid. As the transmitter, Gu Daochen can virtually establish limits without restriction. The larger the base below, the more individuals there are, and the stronger their abilities, the more upgrade points Gu Daochen at the pinnacle shall accrue. Although he can currently only temporarily possess 5 level 1 successor slots, by passing down successively, in this snowballing manner, Gu Daochen envisions a future day when the upgrade points he receives will amount to a staggering figure. Moreover, the strength and number of those who inherit his martial arts will only grow stronger and more numerous, ultimately generating an inexhaustible flow of upgrade points. The mere thought of such a situation brings Gu Daochen to the brink of tears. Unbeknownst to him, dawn had already broken. Ruo Shui, Ning Zhao, and Xiao Yu had arrived early at Gu Daochen's bedroom, hesitating and anxiously awaiting permission to enter. Creak. Suddenly, the door swung open, and Gu Daochen stepped out. "Oh? You all are here so early? Well, I have been feeling a bit weak. Last night truly exhausted me. I must rest well during the day." Upon seeing Xiao Yu, Ning Zhao, and Ruo Shui, Gu Daochen could not help but feign a pitiful demeanor due to his apparent fatigue. At that moment Tanner, still exhilarated from practicing the 8 sounds of the Heavenly Dragon, followed closely behind Gu Daochen. "Tanner, are you all right?" Noticing that Tanner seemed somewhat distracted, her complexion slightly flushed, a certain unseemly image involuntarily surfaced in the minds of Xiao Yu and the others. "Me? Of course, I'm fine. The young master is truly amazing. He taught me last night." Upon hearing the inquiries from Xiao Yu and the others, Tanner snapped back to reality and responded. However, before she could finish her sentence, Gu Daochen interjected. "Tanner, what happened last night must not be spoken of lightly. It is a secret between you and me. All right, you all need not attend to me during the day. I shall, exercise a bit. Xiao Yu, do come by tonight." Leaving behind a statement that left them all in a fluster, Gu Daochen vanished from sight. A day passed in silence. As evening approached, Xiao Yu arrived early at Gu Daochen's quarters as instructed. Feeling anxious and fidgety, moments later, Gu Daochen finally appeared. "Xiao Yu, you arrived quite early. In fact, I've noticed you for a long time. Your skin is truly fair." Gazing at Xiao Yu's almost translucent complexion, Gu Daochen chuckled softly. "Ah, young Master Jiao." Startled by Gu Daochen's arrival, Xiao Yu hurriedly stood up. "No need to be so formal. Did you not see Tanner's state? She is quite content. Now, it is our turn." Attempting to ease Xiao Yu's tension, Gu Daochen spoke in a friendly tone. However, upon hearing Gu Daochen's reassurances, Xiao Yu only grew more anxious. "Xiao Yu is young Master Ji's mate. Ever since following young Master Ji, Xiao Yu has belonged to him. Whatever young Master Ji says, Xiao Yu will comply without question." Trembling, Xiao Yu seemed to have resigned herself to her fate. Indeed, Xiao Yu is very obedient. He. I know that Xiao Yu loves flowers the most. Recently, I stumbled upon a secret formula that can grant girls eternal youth and beauty. Would you like to learn? Observing Xiao Yu's reaction, Gu Daochen chuckled once more. Ah, eternal youth and beauty. Suddenly hearing Gu Daochen's words, Xiao Yu, who had been forcing herself to remain calm, gasped in surprise, seemingly taken aback by her young master Ju's sudden mention of such a topic. What do you think? Care to give it a try? Noticing that he had piqued Xiao Yu's interest, Gu Daochen inquired again. Well, all right. Although she did not fully understand what Gu Daochen intended to do. Girls naturally have no resistance to the ideas of eternal youth and beauty. Very well, just relax and follow my guidance. Within a tranquil mindset, a passage of profound text suddenly resonated in Xiao Yu's mind. The way of heaven is to diminish the excess and replenish the insufficient. Thus, the void prevails over the tangible, the insufficient triumphs over the surplus. Its meaning is profound, its logic intricate, its essence deep. The phenomena of heaven and earth are divided, the conditions of yin and yang are arranged. The changes of appearance are revealed, the signs of life and death are manifested. Without intention, traces remain the same. Without constraint, the obscure and the bright connect. Scrutinize its words for subtlety, verify its deeds for accuracy. It can be said to be the essence of the ultimate path, the beginning of life. As this mysterious text appeared, Gu Daochen's hand once again rested upon Xiao Yu's back. Chapter 49. Mingyu Skill Divine Water Cannon Wuxiang Skill Mingyu Skill. The unparalleled martial art of the Huaxia martial world. The supreme inner method cultivated by the successive leaders of the Yihua Palace, whose divine power is astonishingly profound, and when practiced to the utmost realm, can grant eternal youth. In the legendary martial arts of Huaxia, the Mingyu Gong is divided into 9 levels. Attaining the 6th level signifies entry into the realm of top-tier masters. Reaching the 8th level renders one invincible across the land. Should one achieve the pinnacle of the 9th level, their skin becomes as transparent as jade while the power within is highly concentrated and restrained. During its operation, not only does it not deplete one's internal energy, but it also enhances one's capabilities, unceasing and boundless. Simultaneously, the practitioner's internal true qi forms a vortex-like attraction, drawing in external harm as a magnet draws iron. Furthermore, when the power is fully unleashed, the practitioner's exterior becomes increasingly transparent, resembling a jade enveloped in cold mist, noble, elegant, and profoundly mysterious. The strength derived from this skill is enough to obliterate all obstacles. Not only that, the esoteric nature of this divine art allows practitioners to grow ever younger and more radiant, achieving a state of perpetual youth. When the Mingyu Gong is in operation, it stands apart from all worldly martial arts. Regardless of how intricate a martial technique may be, it invariably consumes energy during execution. Thus, throughout the ages, countless prodigies have crafted marvelous techniques, striving to maximize their internal power while minimizing energy expenditure to prolong the use of true qi. However, upon mastering the Mingyu Gong, one experiences no loss of internal energy, only a slight depletion of physical stamina. During combat, the power remains contained, and the true qi flows ceaselessly within, achieving a state of clarity and transparency. Once, the master of the Yihua Palace, Yao Yu, who perfected the Mingyu Gong, struck fear across the martial world, rendering her invincible. Her commands were absolute. At this moment, Gu Daochen, inheritor of a second martial path in this alternate realm, has chosen the Mingyu Gong, which is no less formidable than the Tianlong Beiyan. Yao Yu, Xiaoya. From this day forth, Gu Daochen believes that the once mighty master of Yihua Palace will descend once more into this alternate world, shaking it to its core. On the 3rd day, Ruoshui, gentle and pure, was entrusted with the Divine Water Cannon by Gu Daochen. The Divine Water Cannon is the treasured scripture of the Divine Water Palace in Huaxia's martial world, a legacy of the legendary figure. The Water Mother Yinji.it is said that during the era of the Divine Water Palace, the Water Mother Yinji stood unrivaled in the martial world, her prowess flowing like water. Characterized by its subtlety and inscrutability, her lightness and movement was as steady as Mount Tai, reaching the peak of excellence. The unfathomable heavenly water divine skill, cultivated from the depths of water, and her astonishing innate palm technique, were both honed within the aquatic realm. Water, embodying the extremes of softness and gentleness, possesses the power to carve stone. Beneath its seemingly tranquil surface lies a force capable of reshaping mountains and shattering the earth. The might of the heavenly water divine skill mirrors that of water itself, appearing gentle and serene, yet relentless and overwhelming, capable of breaking through any barrier. Moreover, the Water Mother Inji developed the Heavenly One Divine Water, which instilled awe throughout the martial community. The Divine Water Cannon, penned by her own hand, contains her insights into the refining method of the Heavenly One Divine Water, her self-created Heavenly Water Divine Skill, and the powerful tidal palm techniques and lightness skills. It also encompasses the martial knowledge that Inji would later acquire, and this tome has been passed down through generations of the Divine Water Palace, eventually coming into Gu Daochun's possession. Finally, on the fourth day, Gu Daochun imparted to Ning Zhao the supreme secret technique of the Xiaoyao sect, the Xiaowuxiang Gong. As one of the three divine arts of the Xiaoyao sect, the Xiaowuxiang Gong is rooted in Taoist philosophy, emphasizing tranquility and non-action, enabling the practitioner to traverse the void and hone their vital energy. When perfected, its might is formidable. While the Xiaowuxiang Gong bears a name reminiscent of the formless teachings of Buddhist martial arts, it is fundamentally distinct. This technique's primary characteristic is its elusiveness. Once mastered, a practitioner can imitate the techniques of others, even surpassing the original wielders in powered. It is said that the Xiaowuxiang Gong was created by the sect's leader, Xia Yozi, and is the defensive skill of one of the three great masters, Li Qiushui. With this divine skill, Li Qiushui could contend with the Tianshan Tonglao. Furthermore, when practiced alongside the Lingbo Weibu, mastery can be achieved swiftly. Hence, Gu Daochun also taught Ning Zhao the Lingbo Weibu. Finally, after 4 days of intense effort, Gu Daochun opened the door once more, appearing even more gaunt than before. Having remained indoors for 4 days, he truly felt exhausted. Bestowing teachings is not a simple matter of imparting martial knowledge. It requires an unimaginable expenditure of energy and true qi from the teacher. The meridians Gu Daochun opened for Xiaoya, Tanner, and the others were not the entirety of their body's pathways, but rather those specifically required for each technique and the vital channels necessary for rapid cultivation. Nevertheless, had it not been for the foundation of the 9th level of the Yi Jin Jing and the endless vitality of the Zhuyang Shan Gong, Gu Daochun might not have been able to persevere. However, as he transmitted these 4 supreme techniques of Huaxia, he felt an unprecedented sense of accomplishment. Moreover, after his teachings, he was astonished to find that the Zhuyang Shan Gong had progressed even faster following the intense consumption of energy. Though he had not engaged in deep meditation over these 4 days, his Zhuyang Shan Gong had indeed reached the 7th level, 7th stage of qi condensation. Generally, it takes a martial artist a year at minimum, and often several years, to advance from the 6th to the 7th stage of qi condensation. Yet, Gu Daochun accomplished this in merely 4 days. While he reveled in his own virtue, he remained unaware of the profound impact his 4 newly trained maidens would have on the Haoyue Kingdom and even the vast continent in the future. 5 first-level successors have now been completed, leaving only 1 remaining. Taking a deep breath, Gu Daochun's figure vanished once more. Chapter 50. The Sunflower Cannon martial arts are not to be lightly transmitted. Although the authority granted by the Infinite Upgrade System holds a fatal attraction for Gu Daochun, as a former martial arts master in his past life, he understands the long-standing rule within the venerable Huaxia martial world. Only those suited may inherit any martial art. If the recipient is unworthy, the consequences could be dire, leading to the downfall of martial arts. This is why Gu Daochun first assessed Xiaoya and the others before passing on his teachings. Xiaoya, Tanner, and the other 4 possess an innate goodness, demonstrating unwavering loyalty to Gu Daochun, and their natural talent is commendable. After Gu Daochun purified their bodies and opened their vital channels, they have become vastly superior to the so-called geniuses of the vast continent. Furthermore, as they were originally unversed in martial arts, their pure hearts render them more receptive to profound martial heritage. With Gu Daochun's continued guidance, he can already envision the astonishing martial accomplishments these 4 maidens will achieve in the future. As for the 5th individual, Gu Daochun has long made his decision, Wei Zongwen. In the deep of the night on the 5th day, as Tanner, Xiaoya, and the other 4 maidens were absent, the figure that appeared in Gu Daochun's room was none other than Wei Zhongxian, the steward who had attended to him since childhood. Young Master Jiao, you summoned this old servant at such an hour. Is there something you wish to play? Though it was the middle of the night. Wei Zhongxian showed no sign of displeasure, still wearing a fawning smile as he inquired. However, given that Wei Zhongxian had suffered injuries in his lower region, rendering him a eunuch, his question about playing made Gu Daochun's expression stiffen slightly, and he felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. In recent days, he had been teasing Xiaoye, Tanner, and Ruoshui. He hadn't anticipated that karma would return so swiftly. Play. Let us save that for another time. Today, I called you here for a serious matter. Steward Wei, may I ask if you practiced martial arts in your youth? Calming his emotions, Gu Daochun slowly posed the question. Reporting to young Master Jiao, this old servant was once a scholar. Though I dabbled in martial arts, I ultimately fell into misfortune and could not even succeed in reaching the qi condensation stage. Thus, I am not considered a true martial artist. Wei Zhongxian hurriedly replied, filled with shame. Wei Zhongxian recounted this part of his past. A sense of unfulfilled ambition and regret seemed to rise within him in this age of martial prosperity, who has not harbored dreams of becoming a mighty warrior. Yet now, Wei Zhongxian is not merely unable to become a martial artist. He is no longer even a complete person. This remains his deepest sorrow. Indeed, you were saved by my father and have shown unwavering loyalty to our family, caring for this young master for many years. I have no means to repay you. Recently, I came into possession of a mysterious martial technique that requires self-castration for practice. Today, I shall bequeath this to you, hoping that you may fulfill a long-held desire, Gu Daochun solemnly declared. What? A technique that requires self-castration for cultivation? Young Master Jiao, are you jesting with this old servant again? Upon hearing Gu Daochun's words, Wei Zhongxian first experienced a jolt of shock, but then quickly forced a smile and replied, I have always been honest and never joke around. Well, if you don't believe me, take a look at this. It is the martial arts manifesto I have meticulously copied. With unwavering conviction, Gu Daochun tossed over a text he had previously prepared for Wei Zhongxian to peruse. To cultivate divine skills, one must wield a knife for self-castration. The path of qi cultivation is simply about guiding thoughts and directing energy, in the vast and ethereal void. As heaven and earth differentiate the pure from the turbid, so too does humanity cultivate qi, striving to refine the ethereal and cleanse the murky. Qi is the master of life, while form is the utility of the body. Heaven and earth may be reversed, and humanity possesses the means of transformation between genders. The interplay of yin and yang can reshape the very fabric of existence. To practice this art, one must prioritize nurturing the heart, free from distractions and transcendent of worldly matters, as this extensive manuscript, merely a few hundred words in length, unfolded before Wei Zhongxian's eyes. His expression underwent a complete metamorphosis. Indeed, within his gaze, an unprecedented excitement glimmered. Could it be that such extraordinary martial arts techniques exist in this world? Wei Zhongxian, being a scholar well-versed in literature, felt the profound depth of the text upon his first glance, recognizing it could not have been fabricated haphazardly. Moreover, as he turned to the first page, for grand characters leapt into his view. Sunflower scripture, sunflower scripture, sunflower scripture. Yet, the old servant lamented, alas, my frail body can no longer endure such training. My meridians and bones have aged, making it exceedingly difficult to cultivate. After murmuring this twice, Wei Zhongxian sighed once more. You need not concern yourself with such matters. Since I have resolved to impart this technique to you, I have already taken this into account. The sunflower scripture is ideally suited for your physique, Manager Wei. Not only is it immensely powerful, but the progress you can achieve will be astonishingly swift, compensating for the limitations of your age. This scripture is divided into two parts. The upper section focuses on qi cultivation, while the lower section is dedicated to swordsmanship. Today, I shall impart to you the first layer of the upper section. The first layer of sunflower. At the time of the sun's zenith, during the hours of Zi and Wu, one should cultivate a round and settled mind, discarding all distractions. Qi emerges from the dantian, spiraling down from the right kidney to the right foot, then ascending back up through the right flank to the right hand, flowing over the shoulder and into the neck, reaching the back of the head, and then traversing back through the left ear, descending to the left hand and back to the left flank, going down from the left kidney to the left foot, and ascending once more to return to the Dantian. As Gu Daochen spoke, irrespective of Wei Zhongxian's astonishment, he once again channeled the robust true energy of the Nine Suns, cleansing Wei Zhongxian's meridians and bones, opening up his energy pathways. The fourth layer of the sunflower scripture is centered on the heart, purging dust and returning to simplicity, achieving clarity and tranquility, allowing one to perceive the three realms with unparalleled capability. Its method elevates true energy, with both hands layered, left pressing down on the right stroking the crown, and after 3,000 cultivations, one may transcend into divinity. When Gu Daochen withdrew his hand, the final layer of the sunflower scripture manifested within Wei Zhongxian's mind. Subsequently, Gu Daochen left Wei Zhongxian to contemplate in solitude as he quietly departed. In the following days, Gu Daochen practiced the Nine Suns during the day and imparted the foundational practices and methods of martial arts to Tanner, Xiaoyu, and Wei Zhongxian at night. Under the guidance of this martial arts master, their progress was remarkable. However, Tanner and Xiaoyu, not being martial artists and possessing pure hearts, remained oblivious to the extraordinary nature of the martial arts Gu Daochen was teaching them. Among the five, only Wei Zhongxian, seasoned by the world, sensed that what he was cultivating might be something extraordinary. However, he had received Gu Daochen's instructions to refrain from speaking of it to anyone for the time being. Yet, in this half-month period, while the others advanced at a stunning pace, none progressed faster than Gu Daochen. Chapter 51. The 15th layer of the Nine Suns within the cave of the Back Mountain. The three demon beasts, Little Lion, Little Red, and Little Black, continued their vigilant duty, ensuring no one approached their master. However, today, the trio exhibited a subtle unease, casting wary glances toward the cave's entrance as if a fearsome power brewed within. At that moment, had anyone been present, they would have been astonished to witness the once pitch-black cave emanating a fiery crimson glow. The brilliance was searing and radiant, akin to a phoenix breaking through the clouds, or a swirling scarlet mist, at times resembling a fearsome flame darting wildly, recklessly consuming all in its path, lingering ominously in the air. This terrifying power could be distinctly felt even hundreds of meters away. Then, within the cave, as a blinding light erupted, 9 orbs resembling circular suns flickered and vanished in an instant, followed by the complete dissipation of the glow. Finally, I have cultivated the 9 suns to the 9th layer. At this moment, feeling the surging and robust fiery true energy within, Gu Daochen's voice was filled with joy. In his previous life, he had achieved perfection in the 9 suns, and now, after more than a month of rebirth in this new realm, he had once again returned to his peak state. This brought him immense delight. However, it also marked the moment he would transcend the limitations of his previous martial arts framework and step into a new realm of martial arts. Indeed, in terms of true energy, I have reached the 9th layer of the Qi condensation realm in this world. Now, to proceed. At this moment, Gu Daochen felt a mix of excitement and trepidation. If he were to follow the martial arts hierarchy of the vast continent, he would need to break through the bottleneck of the Qi condensation realm and ascend to the divine meridian realm. However, Gu Daochen's physique was a rare fire attribute, which caused a mutation in the 9 suns cultivation. Now, the 9 orbs of true energy formed from the 9th layer of the 9 suns were not entirely contained within the Dantian, but were distributed across 9 major acupoints, including the Dantian, Jade Pillow, and Heavenly Pivot. At this moment, there remained 356 acupoints awaiting the 9 suns' true energy to fill them. So, what comes next? With a fleeting thought, Gu Daochen made a resolute decision. Since the heavens have granted me, Gu Daochen, a second chance at life and bestowed upon me the infinite upgrade system as an aid, I shall unhesitatingly explore the supreme pinnacle of martial arts. To follow the framework of my previous life would yield no challenge and strip my rebirth of its significance. The infinite upgrade system shall elevate the 9 suns. With steadfast determination, Gu Daochen finally issued the command. Ding! The host currently possesses 38,000 upgrade points. Do you wish to upgrade the 9 suns technique? Upon hearing Gu Daochen's command, the system's voice resonated in response. Upgrade, ding. The 9 suns technique is commencing upgrade. Consuming 4,000 points to reach the 10th layer. Consuming 5,000 points to reach the 11th layer. Consuming 6,500 points to reach the 12th layer. Consuming 9,000 points to reach the 15th layer. The host has 2,000 upgrade points remaining, insufficient for further upgrades. Ding host. Gu Daochen. Aptitude. Super grade early stage. Realm. 15th layer of Qi condensation. Physique. Fire attribute. Upgrade items. Technique. Yi Jin Jing, 9th layer. Wanxiang Sunluo I, 1st layer. 9 Suns, 15th layer, and 3 first-level demon beasts. Upgrade points, 2,000. Rights 1. Complete random tasks to earn upgrade points. Rights 2. Basic martial arts inheritance. Can inherit martial arts to gain upgrade points. Level 1 inheritors, 55. Level 2 inheritors, 0. As the final words of the infinite upgrade system echoed, the 9 Suns technique reached the 15th layer. At this moment, feeling the 9 orbs of true energy within his 15 major acupoints. Akin to small suns, Gu Daochen was utterly astonished. It truly can be done. The 9 Suns technique, which only reached the 9th layer in Huaxia, has indeed ascended to the 15th layer. The 15th layer of Qi condensation? How intriguing! The infinite upgrade system not only allowed Gu Daochen to break through the constraints of Huaxia's martial arts in his previous life, but also transcended the limitations of martial arts in this vast continent. At this moment, across the entire vast continent, no one could fathom that within a small cave of the kingdom of Haoyue, someone had shattered the 9-layer shackles of Qi condensation, achieving an unprecedented 15th layer. Who knows if the 15th layer of Qi condensation can stand shoulder to shoulder with the divine meridian realm of this world. Muttering to himself, Gu Daochen's eyes sparkled with an inexplicable confidence. Bolstered by the formidable prowess of the 9 Yang divine skill, if he were to reach the 9th level of this mastery, he believed he could effortlessly confront all formidable practitioners within the condensation realm. However, whether he could triumph over the formidable beings of the divine pulse realm on this vast continent, thereby achieving a challenge beyond his current level, remained uncertain. Nonetheless, at this moment, Gu Daochen had ascended to an unprecedented 15th level of the 9 Yang divine skill. He was exceedingly eager to test the strength of the divine pulse realm in this world. But perhaps it is wise to maintain a low profile for now. Until he genuinely stepped into the divine pulse realm, it would be prudent to present himself as a practitioner at the 9th stage of the condensation realm, lest he frighten the delicate flora and fauna around him. Although the Gu family boasted several practitioners of the divine pulse realm, Gu Daochen, after a moment of contemplation, resolved to adopt a more modest demeanor. Indeed, discretion is the better part of valor. In the early morning, after a night spent instructing Ruo Shui in the ethereal techniques of the heavenly water divine skill, Gu Daochen finally arose from his slumber. What? The upgrade points have surged to 3,000. It appears that Tanner, Xiaoyu, and the others are making significant progress each day. Tio facilitate the monitoring of the fluctuations in upgrade points. Gu Daochen had normalized their observation, allowing him to check at any moment. Upon awakening, he was astonished to discover that his upgrade points had increased by 1,000 from the previous day's total of 2,000. This indicated that Tanner, Xiaoyu, and Wei Zhongxian were indeed making remarkable strides daily. Moreover, the sensation of earning while lying down was immensely gratifying to Gu Daochen. However, this pace was still insufficient. To swiftly elevate the 9 Yang divine skill to over 300 layers, and to fill every major acupoint required an enormous amount of upgrade points. And such a rate was still far from adequate. It seems, then, that he must devise a means to expedite the enhancement of Tanner, Xiaoyu, and the others' capabilities. Additionally, thoughts regarding the second-tier inheritors must also be considered. Gu Daochen stretched lazily, murmuring to himself. Chapter 52. A frustrating situation. Since acquiring the privileges of a martial arts inheritor, Gu Daochen no longer needed to devote extensive hours to the cultivation of internal energy. As long as Tanner, Xiaoyu, Ruo Shui, Ning Zhao, and Wei Zhongxian consistently improved their skills, he would be rewarded with a continual influx of upgrade points. Gu Daochen's focus could now shift to comprehending the profound mysteries and principles of martial arts, thus conserving a significant amount of time and energy. It could be said that the enhancement of Xiaoyu and Tanner directly translated into Gu Daochen's own strength. He was now contemplating how to expedite the improvement of Xiaoyu, Tanner, and the others, as well as the prospect of selecting second-tier inheritors for them. Nevertheless, Gu Daochen understood that such matters could not be rushed and required a patient search for the opportune moment. In the courtyard of Lichentang, amidst the melodious chirping of birds, Gu Daochen was leisurely practicing Tai Chi, embracing the sparrow's tail, single whip, wild horse parts its mane, and stepping forward to 7 stars, Gu Daochen infused no true energy into his movements. He simply focused his mind and spirit, drawing circles from hand to foot. Having finally freed himself from the relentless grind of cultivating internal energy, Gu Daochen had re-entered the phase of discerning the profound mysteries of martial arts and the principles of the universe. In his past life, he often collaborated with a group of Tai Chi masters to explore the intricacies of this ancient art. It is said that Tai Chi Chuan is a legendary creation of the Wudong master Zhang Sanfeng, characterized by a harmonious blend of softness and strength, embodying the principles of yin and yang. Through the practice of Tai Chi, not only can practitioners harmonize their intent, energy, form, and spirit, but they can also grasp the highest realms of martial arts. Achieving unity with nature. In this life, Gu Daochen retained his habit of regularly contemplating Tai Chi and the principles of martial arts. Young Master Ji, the family head, and the chief steward are here to see you. Just as Gu Daochen was immersed in his Tai Chi practice, a servant's urgent announcement broke his concentration, and several figures approached him from a distance. "What are you up to, boy?" a familiar voice interrupted. As Gu Zhanchuan, the family head, and Gu Moyan stepped forward to confront Gu Daochen. Accompanying them were 4 middle-aged men, exuding an air of coldness. The scene of Gu Daochen practicing Tai Chi had not escaped their notice, leading to a hint of confusion among them. Previously, when Gu Daochen had defeated Gu Feng using Tai Chi, Gu Zhanchuan and the others had not witnessed the event and were unfamiliar with the art. In their eyes, Gu Daochen's recent movements appeared peculiarly slow and devoid of lethal force. Yet, Gu Zhanchuan, being a congenital master, perceived something extraordinary underlying the seemingly innocuous practice. "What was that you just practiced?" Gu Zhanchuan inquired, a hint of skepticism in his tone. "Oh, that was a Tai Chi form I created myself. It cultivates calmness, invigorates the muscles and tendons, and enhances one's vitality, particularly beneficial for the elderly. Would you like to give it a try, old man? I could teach you, and perhaps you might even conceive a son younger than me." Gu Daochen hesitated briefly before enthusiastically recommending his creation to Gu Zhanchuan. In truth, he genuinely wished for Gu Zhanchuan to engage with the art of Tai Chi, as the elder was already a master of the heavenly origin realm, possessing an understanding of martial arts that surpassed his own. Should Gu Zhanchuan cultivate Tai Chi, it might deepen his comprehension of nature and aid him in breaking through his current limitations. However, Gu Daochen's sincere offer only elicited a twitch of annoyance at the corner of Gu Zhanchuan's mouth. "Nonsense. At my age, do you expect me to have another child?" Initially, Gu Zhanchuan felt a flicker of astonishment upon hearing that the recent movements were Gu Daochen's own insights. Yet, upon hearing the absurd suggestion of teaching him to have another son, his temper flared, and he felt his blood boil. After a moment, with Gu Moyan and the other 4 observing his incredulous expression, Gu Zhanchuan took a deep breath to regain his composure. However, the glint in his gaze towards Gu Daochen had subtly turned unfriendly. "It's rare for you, young Master Ji, to stay at home for half a month. But why do I hear rumors that you summon maids to your chambers every night? Sometimes even the chief steward. You truly are a remarkable grandson." Half a month prior, Gu Daochen had disrupted the machinations of the National Teacher's Estate and showcased his talent in martial arts at the 6th stage of the condensation realm, which had filled Gu Zhanchuan with pride, believing his wayward grandson had finally changed. However, to his dismay, over the past half-month, Gu Daochen had not engaged in any martial training and instead summoned a maid each night, spending the entire night with her, and occasionally even calling the chief steward to join him. This behavior left Gu Zhanchuan's expression darkened, nearly causing him to choke on his own wrath, questioning whether his grandson had become a libertine. Such actions were a severe degradation of the Gu family's reputation, prompting Gu Zhanchuan to contemplate the unthinkable. "Ah, old man, so you have been spying on me? You even know about my private affairs?" Upon hearing Gu Zhanchuan's accusations, Gu Daochen adopted a look of incredulity, casting a disdainful glance at him. "Nonsense. Why would I stoop to spying on someone as hopeless as you? You'll be turning 16 in a few days. That makes you an official adult. Coincidentally, 10 days from now, the Divine Martial Academy of my Haoyue Kingdom will be enrolling a new batch of students. and your cousin Gu Yenner will be applying as well. Don't you consider yourself to be exceptionally gifted in martial arts? Then you should go and participate. It would save you from lounging about all day. In his second bout of fury, Gu Zhanshuan waved his sleeve and stormed off, leaving Gu Daochen utterly stunned. Chapter 53. Elixirs. Aunt. Is the old man leaving just like that? The Divine Martial Academy? Is he truly suggesting that I enroll? Upon hearing that Gu Zhanshuan encouraged him to take the entrance examination for the Divine Martial Academy in 10 days, Gu Daochen was taken aback, and an inexplicable image of the enchanting Luo Yinjin, Zhao Baiqing, surfaced in his mind. During his time at the Gu family's martial arts arena, Gu Daochen had once sparred with disciples from the Divine Martial Academy and, following the system's task, had inadvertently touched Zhao Baiqing's face, nearly inciting public outrage. At that moment, he had declared that he had no intention of attending the academy. However, he did not expect Gu Zhanshuan to suddenly insist on his participation, which felt like a betrayal of his earlier words. Daochen, your recent actions have certainly vexed your grandfather, Gu Moyan remarked with a smile, her eyes glinting with deeper meaning. Aunt, I assure you, my intentions were purely for serious matters, not as you might imagine. Gu Daochen replied, raising his hands in innocence. Regardless, you cannot continue in this manner indefinitely. If your parents were alive, they would undoubtedly wish for you to achieve something significant upon turning 16, in fact. Once your grandfather recognized your martial talent, he had already resolved to send you to the Divine Martial Academy. Whether you succeed in the examination is solely up to you. Even our Gu family cannot expect special treatment from the academy. Nevertheless, I believe in you. You shall not fall short of other martial prodigies, Gu Moyan encouraged. Well, visiting the Divine Martial Academy does sound appealing. I've heard there are many beautiful women there, Gu Daochen mused. His interest piqued by Gu Moyan's persuasion. Gu Daochen had long desired to broaden his horizons in the realm of martial arts. Although the Gu family was influential, it lacked extensive cultivation resources, which left him wanting. The Divine Martial Academy, however, was the pinnacle of martial learning in the Haoyue Kingdom, brimming with vast knowledge and perhaps even hiding martial arts that would capture his interest. Furthermore, there were bound to be many other talents like Zhao Baiqing, if not more exceptional. This notion filled Gu Daochen with excitement. Indeed, if you gain admission to the Divine Martial Academy, you will surely attract the admiration of many young ladies. By the way, these elixirs are a gift from your grandfather. Each direct descendant of the Gu family is entitled to receive a few elixirs each year to enhance their martial prowess. Previously, since you were indifferent to martial arts, your share was withheld. Now that you have demonstrated your talent and are preparing for the Academy's assessment, all the year's allocations have been given to you. I hope you do not disappoint your grandfather's expectations, Gu Moyan said as she handed Gu Daochen a jade vial. Elixirs that can enhance martial cultivation? Gu Daochen exclaimed, opening the vial with anticipation. Inside, he discovered a dozen white pills, each the size of a fingertip, exuding a fragrant aroma, unmistakably extraordinary. Just the scent invigorated his energy. These elixirs were crafted from precious herbs such as Zaidan Shan, Baichaolu, and Xingling Chao, capable of consolidating the foundation and accelerating the cultivation of true energy. However, they should not be used excessively, as it could undermine one's martial foundation, Gu Moyan advised. Wow, these truly enhance martial cultivation? Zaidan Shan, Baichaolu, Xingling Chao. Gu Daochen's heart raced with excitement as he listened to Gu Moyan's words. In his previous life in Huaxia, there were also rumors of rare treasures and sacred herbs that could augment one's martial abilities. Many martial arts practitioners relied on elixirs to reach their full potential. For instance, the kite flower scripture he taught to Wei Zhongxian contained the phrase refining pills and consuming them, harmonizing the internal and external. However, in Gu Daochen's era, such elixirs had long been lost. Yet here, in this unfamiliar world, these potency-enhancing elixirs had materialized before him. Aunt, are these elixirs produced by the Gu family? Gu Daochen inquired eagerly after pocketing the jade vial. Certainly not. The status of alchemists is revered. In the Haoyue Kingdom, there are fewer than 10 alchemists in total. Although the Gu family is powerful, we do not have an alchemist. These elixirs were acquired at great expense from an alchemist with whom our family has a close relationship. Speaking of which, the millions of taels you recently provided have alleviated some financial strain on our family, Gu Moyan replied, first letting out a gentle sigh before smiling again. Oh, So, alchemists are so scarce? Gu Daochen remarked, feeling a pang of disappointment at the thought of not being able to uncover the secrets of alchemy. Indeed, alchemists hold a prestigious position, nearly on par with martial masters. Were it not for your grandfather's status, even wealthy noble families would struggle to procure elixirs, resorting instead to exorbitant prices at auctions or the black market. Gu Moyan explained. Is that so? So, while these elixirs are rare, they still circulate in auctions and the black market. Gu Daochen pondered, stroking his chin as he contemplated his next moves. Originally, he had been strategizing how to quickly elevate the strength of Wei Zhongxian, Xiao Ye, and others, but these elixirs offered him a shortcut. Moreover, he would require elixirs to assist in seeking out the second-tier martial inheritors in the future. However, it seemed that for the time being, his aspirations of alchemy would remain unfulfilled, and he would need to devise alternative methods. Now, I won't keep you any longer. Recently, you requested that I send some experts to ensure your safety, didn't you? I have taken the liberty of finding some for you. Gu Moyan's voice rang out once more. Breaking into Gu Daochen's thoughts as she spoke. For men who had been standing behind her stepped forward, coming into Gu Daochen's view. From the moment he first laid eyes on these guards, Gu Daochen sensed their extraordinary aura. However, as they had been standing behind Gu Zhanshuan and Gu Moyan, the feeling was not as pronounced. Now that they had stepped forward, he could distinctly perceive an energy reminiscent of the elite celestial wolf guards. Cold, ruthless, iron-blooded, and merciless. These four were undoubtedly fierce warriors, unyielding in the face of death. They were once your father's personal guards, the Yan Yun 18 Blood Guards. Gu Moyan's voice echoed as Gu Daochen appraised the four men. The Yan Yun 18 Blood Guards fought alongside your father, vanquishing countless foes. However, after numerous battles, only these four remained. For reasons unknown, they withdrew from the battlefield but did not return home. Instead, they came to serve the Gu family. They recently completed a mission and are eager to ensure your safety, she continued. The moment Gu Daochen heard the name Yan Yun 18 Blood Guards, he envisioned a scene of bloody slaughter, where 18 fearless warriors traverse the battlefield, indifferent to death. Young Master Gu Daochen, we have followed General Wui for many years. Grateful for his favor and the Gu family's support, we pledge to protect you with our lives. As long as we draw breath, no harm shall come to you. After Gu Moyan introduced them, the four blood guards bowed in unison, their demeanor respectful. Good. You need not be so formal. However, Aunt, did grandfather not instruct me to take the examination for the Divine Martial Academy in 10 days? What then of these guards? Gu Daochen nodded to the four blood guards before turning to Gu Moyan with a puzzled expression. Hee, it seems you are quite confident in your ability to gain admission to the Divine Martial Academy. Nevertheless, even so, the Academy is not completely isolated from the outside world. Students are not required to remain there at all times. You will return frequently. They will always be available to assist you. These four are loyal to your father and the Gu family, and as your father's only descendant, they will do everything in their power to protect you. If you are not present, they can remain in your courtyard to safeguard your privacy. Gu Moyan remarked, her implication cleared up. Well, I am aware of what privacy means as mentioned by Gu Moyan, yet Gu Daochen shows no inclination to elaborate, merely nodding in acknowledgement. The four blood guards, what are your names? After Gu Moyan departs, Gu Daochen turns to the four blood guards and inquires. Honorable Ninth Young Master, we no longer use our real names. You may refer to us as Blood 1, Blood 4, Blood 9, and Blood 13, responds the leader of the four blood guards, a stern figure. With respect as he utters each name. A respective individual bows to Gu Daochen. Upon hearing these titles, Gu Daochen immediately comprehends that they are referring to their designations as part of the Yan Yun 18 Blood Guards. The vacant spots, naturally, are occupied by those who have perished on the battlefield. And what is your cultivation level? Gu Daochen continues his inquiry. Our cultivation is at the second and third stages of the Divine Vein Realm. Blood One states candidly regarding their prowess, the Divine Vein Realm. Gu Daochen's gaze flickers subtly upon hearing this. Just recently, he had been contemplating seeking out formidable experts of the Divine Vein Realm, only to discover now that the attendants chosen by Gu Moyan for him are precisely those at the second and third stages of said realm. Moreover, it is evident that each of them wields a blade, indicating their preference for combat with swords. However, Gu Daochen refrains from making any rash moves and instead breaks into a sudden laugh, posing another question to them. As experts of the Divine Vein realm, my aunt seems to understand my intentions. Let me ask you this. If one day I am bullied, will you assist me in retaliating? Conversely, if I were to bully someone else, would you also help me in that? With a hint of a dandy demeanor, Gu Daochen queries, Indeed. As long as it is young Master Gu's command, we shall comply unconditionally. The four blood guards, initially taken aback by Gu Daochen's unexpected question, hesitate only briefly before nodding in unison. As esteemed warriors of the Gu family, they are well aware of the various rumors surrounding Gu Daochen, the flamboyant scion. Many of these tales are quite unsavory, to the extent that even General Gu Zhantian cannot tolerate them, evidenced by the incident of summoning maids for nightly entertainment. Nonetheless, Gu Daochen is the sole bloodline of the highly revered General Gu Wui. He is a direct descendant of the Gu family. Under this relationship, regardless of Gu Daochen's shortcomings, the four blood guards are resolute in their protective duty. They are even prepared to set aside their principles if necessary. This resolve was established the moment they decided to follow Gu Daochen. How endearing it is to encounter such unprincipled individuals. After receiving their affirmative response, Gu Daochen nods in satisfaction. Very well, I am just about to seek out some mischief. You shall accompany me. After a moment of contemplation, Gu Daochen turns and departs. At the pinnacle of the Tianxiang Tavern in the heart of Haoyou City, Gu Daochen savors exquisite wine and cuisine while awaiting something. The four blood guards stand solemnly behind him. They have learned from Gu Moyan about the assassination attempt on Gu Daochen by the Blood Feather Tower. Thus they dare not take their protective duties lightly. Should anything happen to Gu Daochen, they would have no face left to see the Gu family. Moments later, with a tremendous tremor of the tavern floor, the rotund figure of Zhu Zhishan, resembling a plump ball, finally reappears after a month's absence. Old Nine, what urgent matter compels you to summon me and even bring guards along? Are you planning something grand? Zhu Zhishan, panting from the exertion of climbing, hurriedly seats himself across from Gu Daochen. Alongside Zhu Zhishan are 8 extraordinarily robust and imposing figures. These 8 men possess massive physiques, bulging muscles, and prominent temples, resembling 8 iron towers, creating a striking contrast to Zhu Zhishan's own stature. Old Zhu, you once claimed that climbing stairs aids in weight loss, but it seems to me that it only risks your life. Perhaps we should change the venue for the next gathering of the 3 young masters of Ping City, Gu Daochen remarks, rolling his eyes at Zhu Zhishan's labored state. The top floor of the Tianxiang Tavern serves as the meeting place for the 3 young masters of Ping City. Gu Daochen has summoned Zhu Zhishan and Sikong Shuren with a purpose. However, witnessing Zhu Zhishan struggle after just a few flights of stairs, Gu Daochen genuinely worries that this fellow might suffer a heart attack before any action can commence. Chapter 55. The 8 Great Behemoths. With a physique as standard as mine, why would I need to lose weight? Look, according to your request, the 8 Great Behemoths I have brought are quite commendable. Wouldn't you say? Zhu Zhishan gasps as he expresses utmost confidence in his physique. Wealth itself is a form of power. The Zhu family, engaged in various businesses, possesses wealth rivaling nations. Such vast riches necessitate the protection of numerous skilled guards. Or else they would have been devoured long ago. As the saying goes, under heavy rewards, there are valiant men, and men die for wealth, birds perish for food. With the Zhu family's financial might, what kind of experts could they not recruit? Thus, for Zhu Zhishan, bringing a few skilled guards is no remarkable feat. These 8 great behemoths have mastered formidable martial arts, impervious to blades and possessing immense strength. Together, they have once swept away hundreds of bandits from their lair and defeated countless experts. Though they have yet to enter the Divine Vein realm, they are renowned figures within the Condensed Qi realm. Subsequently, they were recruited by the Zhu family and became Zhu Zhishan's elite guards. The 8 great behemoths? Gu Daochen observes the 8 towering figures opposite him. A slight smile gracing his lips. One cannot deny that these individuals indeed possess a semblance of the robust martial prowess reminiscent of ancient Chinese warriors capable of great feats. Merely a glance allows Gu Daochen to ascertain that their bones, muscles, and skin have been honed to withstand steel blades and iron rods. The principle of cultivating one's inner energy while training the bones and skin is evident. These individuals have undoubtedly put in considerable effort in both the physical and qi cultivation realms, However, in comparison to the legendary iron cloth shirt and golden bell shield techniques of ancient China, their skills appear rather trivial. When faced with Gu Daochen, who has mastered the Yijinjing and Zhuyang divine art, their abilities are even less noteworthy. If Gu Daochen so desired, he could effortlessly dismantle their martial prowess with a myriad of techniques. Yet, for the purpose of this endeavor, these individuals are still adequate. The 8 great behemoths do seem formidable. They appear quite impressive. Gu Daochen nods in agreement, of course. The expert's eye, old Zhu, bring forth cannot be weak. Now, tell me, what exactly is your plan? What thrilling escapade are you contemplating? Are you planning a robbery? Zhu Zhishan, brimming with confidence in his guards, is nonetheless more intrigued by Gu Daochen's intentions for a thrilling venture. Robbery? Would I engage in such tasteless antics? Gu Daochen retorts. This time, I merely wish to acquire some elixirs for experimentation. After downing a cup of wine, Gu Daochen finally reveals his purpose. What elixirs? Are they a new type of aphrodisiac? Zhu Zhishan, still catching his breath, inquires with confusion. Aphrodisiac? With my dashing appearance, do I need such a thing? Those beauties would flock to me regardless. Gu Daochen replies nonchalantly, I am referring to elixirs for enhancing martial prowess. Gu Daochen emphasizes his point. What? Enhancing martial prowess? What do you need that for? Zhu Zhishan, finally comprehending, cannot help but express his bewilderment. The elixirs that countless warriors yearn for seem to pale in comparison to Zhu Zhishan's interest in aphrodisiacs. Their conversation is so absurd that the guards behind them exchange bewildered glances. Ah, you may not be aware, but my esteemed father intends for me to participate in the upcoming recruitment for the Divine Martial Academy in 10 days. Hence, I must prepare, Gu Daochen explains with a sigh. What? The Divine Martial Academy? Your father must have lost his mind, allowing you to take part in the Divine Martial Academy's examination. Zhu Zhishan's eyes widen in disbelief, as if hearing something more outrageous than an aphrodisiac. What do you know? I am, in fact, a true martial arts genius. Having just concluded a period of seclusion to refine my skills, I am ready to sweep away all insignificant beings. The Divine Martial Academy is merely a courtesy for me. Gu Daochen rolls his eyes, anticipating Zhu Zhishan's reaction. You are a martial arts genius? Zhu Zhishan exclaims incredulously. Well, I believe it. Sweeping everything away? You aren't planning to use aphrodisiacs in the Divine Martial Academy, are you? Although Zhu Zhishan verbally expresses his trust, it is evident that he does not take Gu Daochen's words to heart. He even speculates whether his close friend has had his fill of excitement outside and is now intent on causing a stir within the Divine Martial Academy. As he thinks he has deciphered Gu Daochen's intentions, a hint of excitement and thrill appears on his face, presenting an indescribably lewd expression. How could you even guess that? Never mind. Let's not dwell on this. Where is that wooden block? He is always the last to arrive. Seeing the doubt in the other's eyes, Gu Daochen couldn't help but wave his hand, both admiring the other's imagination and feigning the demeanor of a solitary master. Just as Gu Daochen mentions the last of his 3 close friends, Sikong Shuren, flanked by several figures, ascends the stairs. You two arrived quite early. I hope I'm not late. Sikong Shuren's lanky figure sways unsteadily, while the figures behind him exude an intimidating presence, unmistakably skilled warriors, yet not resembling ordinary guards. Wooden block? Are these the elite guards you recruited this time? What is their background? Upon seeing the figures behind Sikong Shuren, Zhu Zhishan is momentarily taken aback. Have you heard of the 7 fiends of Ileo? My old man has recently forbidden me from bringing guards out, fearing I would stir up trouble. These 7 experts were procured from the water prison in my uncle's name. If they perform well this time, this young master might find a way to commute their death sentences. Sikong Shuren beams with pride as he introduces them to Gu Daochen and Zhu Zhishan. By heaven, they are indeed experts from the water prison. Upon hearing Sikong Shuren's introduction, Gu Daochen and Zhu Zhishan exchange glances. They both know that the water prison is where the most dangerous criminals of the Haoyue Kingdom are held. Filled with martial artists and notorious bandits, Sikong Shuren's uncle is the Deputy Minister of Justice, wielding considerable power. Yet, it is astonishing that this fellow managed to extricate experts from the water prison. This only illustrates that Sikong Shuren's level of debauchery is hardly inferior to that of Gu Daochen and Zhu Zhishan. Greetings, young Master Gu Jiao and young Master Zhu. Under Sikong Shuren's introduction, the seven fiends of Ileo hastily pay their respects to Gu Daochen and Zhu Zhishan. Although the seven fiends of Ileo are considered formidable figures in the martial world, they are acutely aware that in front of these three young men, they are no more significant than ants. If the latter wished to extinguish their lives, it would be as effortless as squashing FLY. In truth, after stepping out of their cells, the thought of escaping had crossed their minds. However, they knew that would likely condemn them to a life of endless pursuit and hardship. Thus, they resolved to curry favor with Sikong Shuren, hoping for a commutation of their sentences. At the very least, they might endure less suffering in prison. Chapter 56. Preparing to rob, all these individuals are beneath the divine pulse realm. Observing the experts brought by Sikong Shuren and Zhu Zhishan, Gu Daochen fell into contemplation. In the current Haoyue Kingdom, the majority of ordinary martial artists are primarily at the condensation chi realm. While this realm marks the initial entrance into the martial path, it is by no means simple. Each breakthrough within this realm often requires years of dedication, with later stages demanding even more time. Ordinary martial artists, lacking resources, elixirs, and techniques, find it increasingly challenging to advance. Even in a prestigious family like the Gu clan, a 16-year-old Gu Yener has only recently reached the third or fourth level of the condensation chi realm. Similarly, martial geniuses like Zhao Baiqing and Li Feng from the Divine Martial Academy are only around the fifth or sixth level. As for those at the Divine Pulse realm and above, they have truly entered the domain of the strong in the Haoyue Kingdom, each being an extraordinary individual and a force to be reckoned with. Not to be easily trifled with by a few debauched youths, it seems that my favorable treatment is indeed due to Gu Maxian's goodwill. However, even so, the strength we possess should suffice. As Gu Daochen appraised the guards brought by Zhu Zhishan and Sikong Shuren, these individuals were simultaneously sizing each other up. As the saying goes, there is no first in literature, nor second in martial arts. When experts meet, they naturally wish to compare themselves in silence. The 8 great behemoths and the 7 fiends of Ileo possess cultivation levels comparable to the relentless pursuers who once attempted to assassinate Gu Daochen. Both hovering around the 7th and 8th levels of the condensation chi realm, and each could sense the formidable presence in the other. However, when they turned their gaze to the 4 silent and expressionless blood guards behind Gu Daochen, an involuntary shudder coursed through them. The completely unversed Zhu Zhishan and Sikong Shuren could not perceive the unusual aura of Gu Daochen's 4 companions, but these seasoned individuals sensed the overwhelming power emanating from them almost immediately. Although the 8 great behemoths and the 7 fiends of Ileo are formidable figures and notorious bandits in their own right, merely glancing at the 4 blood guards sent chills down their spines. Despite not revealing their cultivation levels, the faint yet terrifying aura of murderous intent emanating from them made it instinctively clear that they were not to be trifled with. Haha, how about it? Old Zhu? I heard you wanted us to bring some experts along. Aren't my methods impressive? So tell me, who are we going to deal with this time? Ignoring the mutual appraisal of their subordinates, Sikong Shuren, like Zhu Zhishan, directly inquired of Gu Daochen upon arrival. Well, we do have some targets in mind, but they remain uncertain. I have already spoken to old Zhu. This time, I intend to acquire some elixirs that can enhance martial cultivation. However, these elixirs are typically refined by master alchemists and are notoriously difficult to obtain. Yet, I have heard that there are channels to acquire such elixirs in the black market of our royal city. With everyone gathered, Gu Daochen drummed his fingers on the table and began to speak earnestly. The black market? Upon hearing Gu Daochen's words, the eyes of Zhu Zhishan and Sikong Shuren lit up. I'm quite familiar with the black market. There's a large flag-free black market hidden in the southern part of the royal city. Zhu Zhishan, hailing from a merchant family, naturally possesses considerable knowledge about such establishments. In the Haoyue Kingdom, the north is esteemed above all, with the royal palace situated at the northernmost point. Other high-ranking officials, such as the Prime Minister's residence, the National Master's residence, the Envoy's residence, the Department of Civil Affairs, and the Deputy Minister's residence, are all found in the north. Sikong Shuren's residence, the Ministry of Works, is among them. The eastern part is where military leaders reside, with numerous generals and commanders congregated there, including Gu Daochen's own Gu family. The western part is home to influential clans and merchants, interspersed with many commoners. This area is notably vibrant in commerce and entertainment, housing the picturesque landscapes Gu Daochen has visited. And Zhu Zhishan's family is also located here. As for the southern part, it is where the myriad professions converge, teeming with common folk, various factions, martial artists, and notorious bandits. Typically, this area is regarded as a lowly place by the nobility of the Haoyue kingdom, who generally disdain to visit it. For individuals from esteemed families like Gu Daochen and Sikong Shuren, entering such a place would be seen as a degradation of their status. The flag-free black market mentioned by Zhu Zhishan resides within this region. At this moment, the Tianxiang Tavern, where Gu Daochen, Zhu Zhishan, and Sikong Shuren have convened, lies centrally within the Haoyue royal city and is frequented by the masses. Oh, you know that place? Indeed, old Zhu, your family is in trade. Upon hearing Zhu Zhishan's words, Gu Daochen suddenly realized, I can't say I know it well. My father usually forbids me from associating with those in the black market, claiming they are too chaotic, and violence and theft are commonplace. Sometimes, one might not even know who their assailant was before being killed. Nonetheless, I have always wanted to explore that place. I have heard it is filled with many illicit treasures. And the elixirs you mentioned must surely be available there. The mere mention of business seems to invigorate Zhu Zhishan, particularly when it concerns the black market, which captivates him immensely. Many illicit treasures? Then what are we waiting for? This time, the three young masters of Pingqing shall go and level the black market, seizing all the good stuff. Upon hearing Zhu Zhishan's declaration, Sikong Shuren became equally excited. Slamming his hand on the table, in that case, we'll discuss the details on the way. Fatty, you lead the way. Gu Daochen, not wishing to elaborate further, waved his hand dismissively. Although the black market is perilous, it is unlikely to house any masters at the Tianyuan realm, and the number of Divine Pulse realm experts should also be limited. With the 4 blood guards he brought, along with Sikong Shuren's 7 fiends of Ileo and Zhu Zhishan's 8 great behemoths, they should face minimal danger, and no problem. This time, the 3 young masters of Pingqing shall create a ruckus in the black market. Zhu Zhishan also let out a hearty shout, striking a pose filled with bravado, and tumbled down the stairs. Chapter 57. The Prodigal Rescues the Beauty. This time, everyone arrived on horseback, moving with remarkable speed. Upon reaching the southern part of the city, aside from Zhu Zhishan's horse, which nearly collapsed from exhaustion, everything else appeared normal. This truly the southern part of the city. Speaking of which, this was Gu Daochen's first visit to the southern region of the royal city. However, as Gu Daochen beheld the sights before him today, his eyes widened in astonishment. Before him, a throng of people bustling about, a tide of humanity. Various individuals continuously traversed every nook and cranny of the streets. Vendors selling wares, buyers haggling, all manner of transactions reminiscent of a bustling marketplace. The surrounding buildings were equally modest and unremarkable, imbued with a rare sense of lively vibrancy. The southern region of the Haoyue kingdom was strikingly different from what Gu Daochen was accustomed to. The myriad forms of life die in this lifetime, reborn in the general manner. He had almost forgotten the warmth of the common folk. Galloping through the streets, Gu Daochen couldn't help but let out a soft sigh. Of course, this area wasn't solely comprised of humble abodes. Many grand mansions interspersed throughout clearly belonged to the affluent and powerful. Just as Gu Daochen was admiring the distinct atmosphere of this place compared to the rest of Haoyue City, an incident unfolded before him that captured his attention. 2 lovely ladies, where do you reside? Are you already betrothed? Fate has brought us together. Beauties, join us for some merriment, as long as we are pleased. We can grant you anything your heart's desire. Come along, let us share a few drinks first. In a corner of the street, a group of 5 or 6 figures, lecherous in appearance and varying in height, encircled 2 delicate girls, brazenly displaying sinister smiles. Clad in matching attire with weapons at their waists, it was evident they hailed from some nefarious faction. The 2 girls, visibly terrified, wished to resist but felt utterly powerless. Witnesses to this scene dared not voice their outrage, seemingly fearful of the assailants. Some quickly turned away, pretending not to see. Amidst the brazen harassment, the ruffians had even begun to grope the 2 girls, pulling and tugging as they attempted to forcibly abduct them. These ruffians from the southern part of the city truly lacked any finesse. Observing this scene, Gu Daochen couldn't help but furrow his brow. Release those girls, allow me to handle this. With a righteous shout, Gu Daochen spurred his horse and charged forward. The 4 blood guards and Zhu Zhishan quickly followed suit. Who is this? As the hooves thundered closer, the assailants were taken aback and turned to face Gu Daochen. In broad daylight, they dared to openly harass innocent maidens? This was typically the sort of mischief I indulge in. Do they think I am invisible? Seeing them still clinging to the 2 girls, Gu Daochen declared with righteous indignation. What? Who are you? How dare you meddle in the affairs of my Beiwubei? Initially dismissive of Gu Daochen, a mere youth daring to intervene, their expressions shifted when they noticed the formidable 4 blood guards, along with Ileo Chisha and the 8 hulking figures that followed. Beiwubei? Never heard of it formidable? Observing the audacity of these individuals, Gu Daochen felt a stir of intrigue. You haven't even heard of our Beiwubei. It seems you are outsiders, and no wonder you possess such gall. The ruffians exchanged cold laughs, particularly the one with a scarred face, whose eyes glinted with malice. Why so many words? Haven't you heard that these 2 beauties have caught my eye? Scram. Growing impatient with their threats, Gu Daochen waved a hand at his blood guards. In an instant, a flash of steel glimmered, and before they could react, a new scar appeared on the face of the scarred man. The onlookers gasped in shock at this display. You dare to harm someone from Beiwubei. Very well, let us see how this plays out. Realizing Gu Daochen and his companions were unafraid to take action, and that their assailant possessed formidable skills, the self-proclaimed members of Beiwubei changed their demeanor, hastily dragging the scarred man away in retreat. Ladies, hope you weren't too frightened. Once the ruffians had departed, Gu Daochen dismounted and turned to the 2 girls. They were dressed not in fine silks, but appeared to come from ordinary households. However, their faces were quite charming, exuding a pure beauty that likely drew the unwanted attention of the Beiwubei scoundrels. Thank you for rescuing us, young master. The 2 girls, still recovering from their fright, appeared pale and shaken, resembling startled birds. Furthermore, their gazes toward Gu Daochen were laced with a hint of fear. They had heard his words, and it seemed he was not entirely virtuous. Surely, they had not just escaped one den of danger only to stumble into another. Do not mention it, it is rare for me to save anyone. Perhaps we are simply fated. I have matters to attend to today, otherwise, I would surely invite you both for some tea. With a slight wave, he signaled to the 4 blood guards and departed. A hero saving a damsel? I say, Old 9, this isn't your style. Zhu Zhishan and Sikong Shuren were taken aback as they witnessed Gu Daochen's unexpected departure. When did their prodigal companion develop such a tender heart? Tise, it's a strategy of allure. You wouldn't understand why handsome visage will certainly be remembered by those ladies. When we meet again, they shall throw themselves into my arms, Gu Daochen explained dismissively. Oh wow. Old 9, your skills in courting have leveled up. Hearing his words, Zhu Zhishan and Sikong Shuren's eyes widened in realization. It seemed they had discovered a new, sophisticated approach to wooing women beyond mere forceful abduction. They couldn't help but lament why they hadn't acted first. Otherwise, it might have been them who left an impression on the lovely girls. This mere incident was soon forgotten, as they brushed aside the earlier threats from Beiwubei. Swiftly moving on, under Zhu Zhishan's guidance, Gu Daochen and his companions navigated through twists and turns until they finally arrived at the place he referred to as the Daki Black Market. Chapter 58, Daki Black Market. This was a rather hidden locale, yet inside it revealed a vast and surprising expanse. As Gu Daochen and his companions entered, they were immediately surrounded by a throng of individuals. Esteemed guests, you appear unfamiliar. Is this your first visit to the Daki Black Market? What goods do you seek? I have everything one could desire. How about isollusion poison? I guarantee it will elevate your senses to the heavens. Only I possess such top-tier merchandise. Don't listen to him. Don't listen to him. When it comes to goods, our Wanfuel has the most comprehensive selection. Whatever you need, just let me know. I can offer you a 30% discount. Martial arts manuals? Peiyuan pills? Exquisite weapons? Various jewels and rare items? Anything you can name, I can procure for you. You too should save your breath. Who doesn't know that you two charge the most for your wares? Hey boys, are you here for some fun? Need a man or a woman? If you're interested, As long as you can pay the price, a variety of beautiful women and handsome men await your pleasure. The denizens of the black market, upon catching sight of Gu Daochen, Zhu Zhishan, and Sikong Shuren's opulent attire and horses, immediately recognized them as wealthy targets and surged forward. Moreover, they presented themselves as noble young masters, accompanied by guards, making them the epitome of generosity. As Gu Daochen, Zhu Zhishan, and Sikong Shuren exchanged glances amidst the throng of eager peddlers and shady merchants, they couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Particularly, not far away, several provocatively dressed women of various skin tones were winking and making suggestive gestures at them, while a few muscular men leered with seductive glances directed at Gu Daochen and the others. What in the world is this? Quickly, send these ruffians away. As Zhu Zhishan felt the penetrating gazes of several burly men, an involuntary chill coursed through him. Angered and emboldened, he immediately issued commands to the guards. In response, the 8 formidable figures behind him nodded in agreement and swiftly moved to disperse the crowd. These 8 towering figures, renowned for their exceptional martial prowess, resembled small mountains, and their sheer strength rendered the onlookers utterly defenseless, forcing them to retreat in haste. Esteemed guests, sensing the might of the 8 imposing figures, the individuals from the black market were taken aback, realizing that these were not ordinary guards. At that moment, the 7 fiends of Ileo, under the command of Sikong Shuren, stepped forward. Fellow denizens of the black market, have you returned to inspect the territory? However, you have misjudged this time. These gentlemen are not ones you can afford to offend. Some among the 7 fiends were notorious figures, including seasoned thieves, who had previously dealt with the black market. Faced with this scenario, they were well acquainted with the dynamics at play. Friends from the underworld? A misunderstanding indeed. However, if the guests truly have needs, I assure you I will provide genuine goods. Alas, it seems this endeavor has been in vain. Upon hearing the specific jargon unique to the underworld from the 7 fiends, the black market patrons were disheartened, realizing they could not prey upon the fat sheep this time, and began to withdraw. Yet at that moment, Gu Daochen's gaze sharpened. Bring forth the one who mentioned the Peiyuandan. Following Gu Daochen's command, Blood 13's eyes gleamed as he darted forward, seizing the plumpest individual from the group of black market patrons. Esteemed sir, what is it that you require? This corpulent individual, nearly the size of Zhu Zhishan, had slanted eyes that occasionally glimmered with the shrewdness characteristic of a merchant, unmistakably a swindler. However, in Blood 13's grip, his considerable bulk appeared surprisingly docile. The black market merchants had encountered far too many individuals of varied backgrounds. A mere glance revealed whether one was formidable or not. The faint aura of slaughter emanating from Blood 13 made it abundantly clear to this man that he was dealing with someone capable of ruthlessness. Thus he dared not stir. Simultaneously, he was inwardly horrified, pondering the true nature of Gu Daochen, who could command such a figure. Did you not claim to possess Peiyuandan? Gu Daochen scrutinized the merchant, comparing him to Zhu Zhishan, ultimately concluding that Zhu Zhishan held a slight edge. Peiyuandan? Well, I did have some, but, upon hearing Gu Daochen's inquiry, the black market merchant hesitated, stammering. Are you attempting to deceive me? 13. Remove his appendage. Observing the merchant's demeanor, Gu Daochen shot him a piercing glance. No, young master. I assure you, I speak the truth. In fact, there are no pills left in the black market. As Blood 13 unsheathed his icy blade, the merchant felt a wave of dread wash over him, his complexion paling as he cried out like a slaughtered pig. This individual had initially attempted to pass off a falsehood, hoping to deceive Gu Daochen and his companions. But upon realizing they were not to be trifled with, he had no choice but to confess, there are no pills left in the entire black market. What do you mean by that? Upon hearing this, Gu Daochen's gaze flickered. Prior to venturing into the black market, he had familiarized himself with its lack of order and rules, rife with deception, bloodshed, violence, and the trafficking of goods. Though many valuable items could be found, acquiring them was no easy feat, and even if one succeeded, possession was not guaranteed. One could very well lose their head before exiting. Thus, exhibiting strength in such a place dissuaded others from harboring ill intentions. Now, under Gu Daoqin's deliberate show of might, the merchant had indeed revealed the truth. Well, this matter is rather clandestine. If I divulge this information, you must promise not to disclose that it came from me. Under the threat of the blade at his appendage, the merchant, with a mournful countenance, began to speak in hushed tones. In truth, there are a few establishments within the black market that can procure martial arts pills through special channels. And our Wanfuluo is one of them. However, just days ago, the Beiwubang went on a rampage and forcibly purchased all the cultivation pills from us, leaving us with no stock at all. As the merchant spoke, his small eyes darted around anxiously, seemingly fearful of drawing attention. Oh, Beiwubang. That name sounds familiar. I recall now. Isn't that the gang that previously harassed innocent maidens? Upon hearing the merchant's words, Zhu Zhishan and Sikong Shuren exchanged astonished glances. Suddenly recalling the notorious gang. Chapter 59, Beiwubang? It truly seems so. What on earth is this Beiwubang, that they could seize all the pills? As Zhu Zhishan and Sikong Shuren spoke, Gu Daoqin also pondered. Shoo, lower your voices. The Beiwubang is one of the 5 most powerful gangs here, with substantial influence. Many of their members are present in the black market. When the merchant heard Zhu Zhishan and Sikong Shuren brazenly utter the name Beiwubang, his face turned ashen with fear. Oh, so they have people here in the black market. Does that mean they conduct business here as well? Gu Daoqin mused aloud. Indeed, the Beiwubang is exceedingly domineering, monopolizing any trade they engage in, disallowing others from selling the same goods to inflate prices. Originally, their primary underground trade was human trafficking. Who knew they would suddenly shift their focus to pills? Our Wanfuluo's days are likely to become troublesome. The merchant spoke with a mix of resentment and fear, maintaining a cautious demeanor throughout. Human trafficking? Hemph! The audacity of Beiwubang to brazenly engage in such activities. Gu Daoqin scoffed. Is it true that other gangs are equally ruthless? The Beiwubang's power is immense, with numerous experts among them, and their leaders are all formidable figures at the Divine Pulse stage. Even if the other major gangs disapprove of their methods, they are unlikely to provoke them. The merchant explained, "Oh, the Beiwubang possesses Divine Pulse experts? I never would have imagined such a force existed in the southern part of this small city. Lao Jio, with the pills gone, should we continue our exploration?" After hearing the merchant's account, Sikong Shuren mumbled, turning to Gu Daoqin. He understood that Gu Daoqin had come to the black market primarily for the pills, and now that they were unavailable, continuing their search seemed pointless. We must continue. That Beiwubang dares to obstruct my path. Such a matter cannot be left unresolved. Hey, you there. What is your name? Lead the way, and I am keen to see how this Beiwubang conducts its human trafficking. After a brief contemplation, Gu Daoqin made his decision. Young master, please spare me. I cannot dare venture into Beiwubang's territory. If they discover I spoke ill of them, they would surely kill me. The merchant wailed in despair upon hearing Gu Daoqin's words. However, Gu Daoqin paid him no heed. Turn back? If you refuse to go, I shall slay you right now. Consider your options. This? No, please, I will go. Faced with Gu Daoqin's unyielding stance, the merchant realized resistance was futile and begrudgingly led Gu Daoqin and the others towards the location where Beiwubang engaged in human trafficking. With the merchant as their guide, they encountered little further disturbance along the way. However, this also allowed Gu Daoqin to witness numerous scenes he had never before experienced. In under 20 minutes, 3 violent encounters occurred. Yet the surrounding populace seemed utterly indifferent, as if such occurrences were commonplace. Just as those they had encountered previously promoted drugs, weapons, jewelry, and various contraband. Such sights were ubiquitous. Before long, they finally arrived at the location where Beiwubang conducted its human trafficking. Sunjishur, is that the very place where Beiwubang sells humans? Such an open operation, and no one seems to be in charge? The uncle of Sikong Shuren, being the Minister of Justice himself, possesses a certain understanding of the laws of the Haoyue Kingdom. At this moment, he gazes towards the imposing iron cage nearby, which holds at least 100 individuals for the purposes of trade, and inquires of the corpulent merchant from Wanfuli in the eyes of Gu Daoqin and Sikong Shuren. The unfortunate souls confined within the North Wu Gang's cage are predominantly young women, all possessing delicate features and graceful figures. Among them, the eldest barely exceeds 20 years, while the youngest are still in their teens. Yet, Their eyes are uniformly dimmed by despair, fear, and a numbing rigidity, as if hope for their future has been extinguished. They resemble birds trapped in a cage, subject to the whims of others, destined for slaughter. This young master, if there are overseers involved, it cannot be termed a black market, murmured the steward's son from Wanfu.as. For these individuals, most are not from within the royal city. Rather, they are merchandise captured by the North Wu gang from various locales or apprehended based on the specific demands of a significant patron. Are these women to be sold to brothels, or perhaps destined to serve as maids in wealthy households? Zhuang Zhishan asked, puzzled. Despite the Zhu family's control over numerous businesses, they had never engaged in the abhorrent trade of human trafficking, which is expressly forbidden by the laws of the Haoyue kingdom. Being sold to brothels or to affluent families as maids would indeed be their most favorable fate. In reality, most of these young women will be sold to cruel and bloodthirsty thugs, or to deranged old men, all for a handsome price. Have you not noticed the varying ages of these girls? Some are skilled in martial arts, while others possess exceptional talents, catering to the diverse tastes of potential buyers. After enduring countless torments, the likelihood of any of them surviving is tragically slim. Though steward's son of Wanfu is a merchant of ill repute, when he speaks of the tragic fates awaiting the young girls within the iron cage, a flicker of sympathy crosses his heart. Could it truly be so? Have these girls' families not come searching for them, or reported their disappearances to the authorities? Upon hearing this, Sikong Shuren's expression briefly betrays indignation as he questions. Families, alas, with the North Wu gang's modus operandi, how could they leave behind any loose ends or complications? Most of these girls hail from ordinary households, lacking power or connections. To ensure these girls' despair, the North Wu gang has already annihilated their families. Side Steward Sunday annihilated their families? Upon hearing this, Gu Daochen's eyes narrowed slightly, and no matter the world, darkness inevitably lurks within. However, the North Wu gang's heinous actions push even Gu Daochen's limits, awakening a flicker of murderous intent within him. He recalls the recent incident where members of the North Wu gang had harassed two women in the street, suspecting that their intentions were far from mere teasing, but rather something more sinister, which he had inadvertently thwarted. Come, let us take a closer look. With a blank expression, Gu Daochen refrained from saying more and directly approached the iron cage. Chapter 60. North Wu Gang, Part 2, Esteemed guests, welcome. Pray tell, what are your preferences? Have you found any items to your liking? We offer only the finest here. There are those skilled in music, painting, and even martial arts, ensuring your utmost satisfaction. Should you require something custom-made? Rest assured, as long as the price is right, we shall meet your desires. As Gu Daochen and his companions approached, a corpulent middle-aged man, who had just concluded a negotiation with another party, hurried over with a few intimidating bodyguards in tow. Oh, skilled in martial arts and talented in the arts as well? Excellent, excellent in that case. I shall take them all, Gu Daochen remarked coolly, casting a fleeting gaze at the rotund man. W. The thugs from the North Wu gang were momentarily taken aback, thinking they had misheard. Are your ears failing you? I said I will take them all, Gu Daochen reiterated, maintaining his indifference. Young master, our merchandise from the North Wu gang is quite expensive. Are you certain you possess sufficient funds? The North Wu gang member's expression shifted, but he quickly adopted a forced smile, having noticed the formidable figures standing behind Gu Daochen. He emphasized North Wu gang deliberately, indicating this was not a place for recklessness. Funds? It seems your hearing truly is impaired. When did this young master ever mention purchasing with money? Does the North Wu gang not acquire through force? As for the beauties I desire, I have always taken what I wanted. Gu Daochen scoffed at the threat. What? You dare to come onto my North Wu gang's territory and act so brazenly? Did your family not warn you whom to avoid? Hearing Gu Daochen's words, the North Wu gang members recognized the provocation and drew their weapons, revealing their murderous intent. Just then, before Gu Daochen and his companions could respond, a cacophony of noise erupted from afar. Young master, it is these people. They are the ones who just thwarted our North Wu gang's plans. A shrill voice cried out as a throng of 70 or 80 armed individuals surged forward, quickly encircling Gu Daochen, Zhu Zhishan, and Sikong Shuren. It's that scar-faced man from the North Wu gang, Zhu Zhishan exclaimed upon recognizing a figure among them, marked with fresh and old scars. This man was none other than the scar-faced thug they had driven away during their earlier escapade to rescue a damsel. Accompanying him was a youth clad in a blue robe, with an overly styled appearance, exuding an air of arrogance, while his right arm encircled a flamboyant, somewhat attractive woman, unmistakably another young master of excess. Ah, young master, you have arrived. These individuals just threatened to forcibly seize our North Wu gang's merchandise. They disregard us entirely. The corpulent middle-aged man rushed over, excitement evident in his demeanor upon seeing this newcomer. What? It seems you are deliberately seeking trouble with my North Wu gang. Do you have any idea where you are? Do you know who I am? It appears you court death. You fat pig dare to show your face here? The North Wu gang's young master scrutinized Gu Daochen, Zhu Zhishan, and the others, releasing the woman from his grasp as he swaggered forward with a sneer. Especially upon seeing Zhu Zhishan, whose rotund figure resembled that of a meatball. He could not help but mock. You must be joking. Look at you, daring to laugh at me? Zhu Zhishan, unable to contain his anger at being called a fat pig, reacted swiftly and struck out with a resounding slap. Zhu Zhishan loathed being called fat pig more than anything else. Unless it came from Gu Daochen or Sikong Shuren, anyone else daring to insult him in such a way would surely face dire consequences. Zhu Zhishan had always been a law unto himself. He feared no one, not even the disciples from the National Master-'s estate. Now, a mere young master from the North Wu gang dared to insult him, leaving him no choice but to retaliate. The arrogant young master, accustomed to instilling fear into others, never anticipated a sudden attack. Unprepared, Zhu Zhishan's hefty palm landed squarely on the North Wu gang young master's cheek, resulting in a resounding slap. With a sharp crack, the North Wu gang's young master, already somewhat frail, was sent spinning 3 times before he stumbled, spitting out bloodied teeth. Ah! He wailed, dazed and reeling from the blow. You dare lay hands on my North Wu gang's young master. You are all done for. Today, no one shall leave alive. Take them down, drown them in a pig's cage, skin them alive. Only at this moment did the North Wu gang members, who had accompanied their young master, react. With a chorus of furious shouts, they charged menacingly towards Zhu Zhishan, Gu Daochen, and their companions. Among these individuals, the few who took the lead were all esteemed leaders of the Beiwu Bang, each a formidable expert of the 7th level or above in the condensing Qi realm. The remaining members of the Beiwu Bang, numbering around 70 or 80, surged forward with impressive momentum. However, they found themselves facing the 8 great human bears and the 7 fiends of Ileo. Amidst their furious shouts, the 8 great human bears unleashed their practiced martial prowess, engaging in direct hand-to-hand combat with their adversaries. The 8 individuals led by Zhu Zhishan charged forth like human tanks, leaving devastation in their wake. Wherever they passed, their opponents either suffered broken bones or were sent flying. The 7 fiends of Ileo were no pushovers either, each one ruthless and cunning, matching the Beiwu Bang leaders in skill. As soon as they struck, they sent their foes reeling at this moment. With the 4 blood guardians of Gu Daochen remaining mostly passive, the members of the Beiwu Bang quickly began to show signs of exhaustion within a short span of time. Zhu Zhishan was equally relentless, his fierce visage pressing down upon the body of the Beiwu Bang's young vice leader, who weighed over 500 pounds. With a sharp intake of breath, the previously unconscious young leader of the Beiwu Bang awakened under this weight, emitting cries akin to that of a slaughtered pig, as 2 of his bones were crushed beneath Shua's oppressive force. How dare you mock me, you brat? With a savage glare, Zhu Zhishan began to strike at the already swollen face of his opponent once more. Chapter 61. Beiwu Bang, Part 3, 9th Young Master. Should we intervene? Blood One inquired, having observed the unfolding spectacle. You all? Not yet, take your time. The main players have yet to appear. Once the youngsters are dealt with, the elders will naturally show themselves. A mere wastrel like this, along with his incompetent lot, hardly merits my involvement, Gu Daochen replied, seemingly enjoying the show as he watched the agile Zhu Zhishan overpower the young vice leader of the Beiwu Bang. Speaking in a leisurely tone, upon hearing Gu Daochen's words, the 4 blood guardians fell into a brief silence. seemed that Gu Daochen was indeed a wastrel 10 times greater than his adversary. The rumors surrounding him far surpassed those concerning the insignificant young leader of the Beiwubang. Yet, though they thought this, the four dared not voice their thoughts, since Gu Daochen had deemed it a spectacle. They would simply observe, as the four blood guardians remained largely inactive. The battle raged on with fervor. One side was numerous, while the other was powerful, making them well-matched opponents. Meanwhile, as the young leader of the Beiwubang was being pummeled, others had already hastened to inform the Beiwubang's leader of the situation. At the main headquarters of the Beiwubang, the leader Tang Dongyuan sat solemnly in his seat, inquiring of his subordinates, "Have we gathered all the elixirs that were required?" Tang Dongyuan bore some resemblance to his son, the young vice leader, yet he was tall and imposing, with a fierce demeanor that suggested he was not someone to be trifled with. At his side stood 3 sturdy middle-aged men in their 40s, their eyes sharp and alert. Reporting to the leader, after some time spent gathering, "We have successfully acquired the elixirs from the various factions in the Daki black market. However, we have yet to take action against the other 4 major factions." These 3 men were all vice leaders of the Beiwubang, genuine primary-level experts in the Divine Vein realm, renowned and feared in their own right. As they spoke, nearly 100 bottles of elixirs were produced and presented before Tang Dongyuan. "Excellent!" Tang Dongyuan nodded in satisfaction upon seeing the elixirs, but a glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes. "As for the other 4 factions, that individual has promised that once we accomplish this task, the southern part of the city will belong solely to the Beiwubang." At that time, it seemed that Tang Dongyuan was backed by a mysterious figure of great influence, someone who could not only command the Beiwubang but also eliminate the other factions. Is that so? Splendid. If that individual speaks, then those factions are hardly worth mentioning. With the support of that great figure, our Beiwubang shall surely thrive and dominate all of Southern City. The other 3 men echoed Tang Dongyuan's excitement. "Indeed, as long as we successfully carry out the task entrusted to us, everything else will naturally fall into place. Not only will we monopolize the human trafficking trade, but we will also seize control of other businesses." At this moment, Tang Dongyuan seemed to envision a future overflowing with wealth and power beckoning to him. However, just as he was lost in this reverie, several subordinates of the Beiwubang rushed in, panic evident on their faces. "Leader, it's bad. The young vice leader has been beaten. Our territory in the black market has been attacked." These individuals had just returned from the Daki black market. Recognizing the dire situation, they hurried back to report to Tang Dongyuan. What? His dreams of grandeur shattered in an instant, and Tang Dongyuan's fury erupted. "Who dares to offend the Beiwubang? Who dares to harm my son, Tang Yi? Could it be the people from the other 4 factions? This is utterly intolerable. Gather all the halls and let us wipe them out." In his current state of inflated ambition, the news of an attack on his son and the Beiwubang was unbearable for Tang Dongyuan. With a wave of his hand, he stored the elixirs into his spatial ring and led the powerful members of the Beiwubang towards the Daki black market with great fury. Just as Zhu Zhishan and his companions were on the verge of thoroughly incapacitating the young vice leader of the Beiwubang and his cohorts, Tang Dongyuan and his men finally arrived. "Who dares to offend the Beiwubang and harm my son, Tang Yi?" With a booming voice, over 100 fierce figures from the Beiwubang appeared at the scene, led by Tang Dongyuan and the 3 vice leaders. Behind these 4 were over 100 men armed with blades and swords, their expressions fierce and exuding an aura of bloodlust, unmistakably ruthless individuals. Although Gu Daochen did not recognize any of them, he could surmise that the tall, imposing figure among them was undoubtedly the leader of the Beiwubang, Tang Dongyuan. The 3 men following him were likely the vice leaders, and the individuals behind them were undoubtedly the elite fighters of the Beiwubang. "You are the father of this worthless fool? The one who dares to intercept my lordship's dealings?" Upon seeing the main characters finally emerge, Gu Daochen's gaze sharpened. "Who are you? To dare? This is outrageous. I shall annihilate your entire lineage." Tang Dongyuan, having just arrived, began assessing Gu Daochen and the 7 fiends of Ileo, attempting to ascertain their identities to avoid provoking any formidable figures. However, upon seeing his son Tang Yi, nearly unrecognizable and severely beaten, he could no longer contain his fury. The young vice leader, Tang Yi, was now misshapen beneath Zhu Zhishan's weight, with broken arms and a face swollen beyond recognition, blood seeping from his mouth, barely clinging to life. This sight ignited the already volatile rage of the domineering Tang Dongyuan, who disregarded everything else. Who dares to humiliate my Bei Wubang? Even if you are the king of heaven, I shall flay your skin today. With Tang Dongyuan's command, he charged forward, leading the members of the Bei Wubang directly towards Gu Daoqin and his companions. Hey, old knife, the other side has experts in the divine vein realm. What should we do? Zhu Zhishan, having just dealt with the young vice leader of the Bei Wubang, was taken aback as he saw the enemy approaching. Chapter 62. Experts in the divine vein realm fear not. Since I have arrived, I am well prepared. Gu Daoqin issued commands to the 4 blood guardians. Those divine vein experts are yours to handle. Do not hold back. I wish to see your true capabilities. Understood, 9th young master. With Gu Daoqin's directive, the 4 blood guardians' eyes gleamed with intensity as they charged towards the Bei Wubang's leaders and vice leaders. They were already filled with killing intent against the Bei Wubang's human trafficking and extermination of families. Naturally, they would not hold back in the presence of their main adversaries. Moreover, as they engaged in battle, they formed a protective circle around Gu Daoqin, ensuring that no members of the Bei Wubang could approach and harm him. By heavens, old knife! Your guards are actually divine vein experts. How could your family patriarch send such powerful protectors for you? What on earth has transpired? As Gu Daoqin suddenly beheld the formidable display of the 4 blood guardians beside him, both Zhu Zhishan and Sikong Shuren were taken aback, as if they had stumbled upon a new continent, their gazes fixed upon Gu Daoqin. Previously, they had believed that the guards they had brought with them were already quite impressive. Yet they had not anticipated that the 4 individuals accompanying Gu Daoqin were, in fact, formidable beings of the divine vein realm. An entirely different echelon. Emph. Do you not know that I am the beloved grandson of our esteemed Gu family patriarch? How could I possibly be compared to you? Is it not perfectly normal to have several divine vein experts as protectors? The old man even offered to personally safeguard me, but I graciously declined. Gu Daoqin nonchalantly remarked, What do you mean by being a beloved grandson? Are we not also dear to our kin? Upon hearing Gu Daoqin's words, both Sikong Shuren and Zhu Zhishan rolled their eyes, inwardly contemplating when they could also request a few divine vein experts from their own elders for protection, so as not to be overshadowed by Gu Daoqin. As for Gu Zhanchuan's proposition to personally protect Gu Daoqin, they dismissed it entirely. It was already a miracle that he did not wish to eliminate Gu Daoqin, let alone offer protection. Was that not absurd? Yet, while Sikong Shuren and Zhu Zhishan pondered this, directing the 8 great beasts and the 7 fiends of Ileo in repelling the onslaught of the Bei Wubang's elite, Gu Daoqin's gaze remained fixed on the clash between the 4 blood guardians and the leaders of Bei Wubang. The divine vein realm was a sight Gu Daoqin had never witnessed before. It was the first time he observed the prowess of divine vein warriors in this world. Earlier, Gu Daoqin had noted that the Qi condensation realm warriors in this realm merely condensed their energy within their dantian. Without truly cultivating their meridians in combat, they would only channel their true energy into their limbs or weapons, rendering their techniques rather rudimentary, and the power they wielded was vastly inferior to that of the martial arts of Huaxia. However, when warriors in this world ascended to the divine vein realm, the situation underwent a transformation. According to what Gu Daoqin had gleaned from the Gu family's library, the divine vein warriors of the vast continent had commenced the cultivation of their corporeal meridians. Interestingly, the cultivation practice in this realm diverged once more from that of Huaxia's internal martial arts. In Huaxia, after unblocking their meridians, practitioners would redirect their true energy back to the dantian, only utilizing their meridians when practicing internal skills or executing martial arts. In contrast, the divine vein warriors of this realm not only sought to unblock their meridians, but also aimed to condense their true energy within them, ensuring that their meridians were perpetually infused with true energy, gradually sculpting them into divine veins, a process that significantly augmented their martial prowess. This phenomenon resembled the flow of rivers. The Qi condensation warriors of this otherworldly realm regarded their dantian as a source of water. Upon entering the divine vein realm, unblocking a meridian equated to opening a river channel, into which they would inject their true energy, creating a continuous flow. this power naturally surpassed that of mere water sources. This methodology of cultivating true energy was fundamentally different from that of Huaxia, piquing Gu Daocan's profound curiosity. Although Gu Daocan, due to the mutations of the Zhuyang divine skill and an infinite upgrading system, would remain in the qi condensation realm for an extended period, he was still intensely intrigued by the martial arts of the divine vein realm in this other world. Presently, the 4 blood guardians beside him and the leaders of Beiwubang were meticulously unveiling the might of the divine vein powers of this world. Piece by piece, the leader of Beiwubang, Tang Dongyuan, appeared to practice an exceedingly domineering technique that harmonized both internal and external training. As he unleashed his power, every joint in his body crackled like firecrackers, producing an incessant series of resounding pops. His weapon of choice was a dark, segmented steel whip, seemingly an extension of his own joints, each segment infused with formidable true energy. Whenever he lashed the whip, the air around him was punctured by the explosive true energy contained within, creating a terrifying sound that reverberated, showcasing immense might. Such power and control over true energy far surpassed that of the qi condensation warriors. The other 3 vice leaders of Beiwubang wielded various weapons. One employed the earthly fiend claw, its tips cloaked in a menacing black true energy capable of effortlessly piercing flesh. Another brandished a white light axe, its blades slicing through the air with the ferocity of a tempest. The last wielded the falling maple ghost blade, with techniques that were both enigmatic and perilously unpredictable. Although these 3 were slightly weaker than Tang Dongyuan, they were nonetheless bona fide initial stage divine vein experts, their prowess and martial refinement far exceeding that of ordinary qi condensation warriors. In the face of such overwhelming power, Gu Daocan found himself regarding figures like Gu Lian, known as Chasing Fate and Unchanging, as utterly inconsequential on the opposing side. Engaged in combat with Tang Dongyuan and his cohort were the 4 blood guardians who emanated a distinct martial style markedly different from the conventional martial arts of the Jianghu. Likely a product of their military backgrounds, perhaps due to their extensive experiences with life and death. Although they possessed established techniques, each strike they delivered was fraught with lethal intent, and each move could claim a life. The aura of slaughter emanated from their blades, glowing with a fiery brilliance. Such an intensely aggressive style, while not complex or profound, instilled a deep sense of trepidation in Tang Dongyuan and his associates, who roared in defiance, reluctant to advance recklessly. The divine vein realm was indeed significantly more powerful than the qi condensation realm, with their true energy nearing the prowess of Huaxia's martial arts. With just a few glances, Gu Daocan discerned the strengths and weaknesses of those engaged in battle. In his eyes, the divine vein warriors of this world had indeed experienced a marked improvement in their utilization of true energy, no longer exhibiting the superficiality of their qi condensation counterparts. Furthermore, their approach to shaping divine veins seemed to surpass Huaxia's mere unblocking of meridians, a realization that filled Gu Daocan with excitement. Through observing this clash, he felt as though a new door to martial arts had swung open before him. Chapter 63. Taking action in truth. Within Huaxia, there exist certain techniques that disperse internal energy throughout the meridians. For instance, the once feared star-sucking technique within the martial world of Huaxia absorbs others' internal energy through void, rendering the Dantian perpetually an empty box, eternally akin to a deep valley, dispersing one's true energy into the meridians, transforming them into vessels of true energy. However, such techniques have not achieved the same result as condensing one's meridians into divine veins, as seen in the vast continent. Now, it appears that this method of refining into divine veins indeed presents a novel approach. Nonetheless, the divine vein realm experts from Beiwubang and the 4 blood guardians were still only at the initial stages, having opened merely 1 or 2 meridians. Thus their power still fell short of that of Huaxia's martial arts. While the quality and robustness of the true energy among the divine vein realm experts were commendable, their martial techniques remained significantly lacking. Their comprehension of martial arts was still lamentably inadequate. It seems that in the realm of martial arts, I truly ought to pay a visit to the Divine Martial Academy. At this moment, Gu Daocan's mind was awash with thoughts, murmuring to himself. Without delving into what Gu Daocan was contemplating, The battlefield had descended into utter chaos as the two sides clashed. Following the skirmish between the four Blood Guardians and the leaders of Beiwubang, the subordinates of Beiwubang collided with the 8 great beasts and the 7 fiends of Ileo. The sheer numbers of the opposing side, bolstered by several masters above the 7th layer of the Qi condensation realm, posed a considerable challenge. Despite the personal strength of the 8 great beasts and the 7 fiends of Ileo being superior, they dared not unleash their full potential in order to safeguard Zhu Zhishan, Xikong Shuren, and Gu Daocan. Instead, they formed a protective circle, striving to keep the adversaries at bay. A wide ionic cacophony of clashing blades and anguished cries. Shouts of fury echoed all around. Indeed, there are formidable experts. No wonder they dared to provoke my Beiwubang. However, today, regardless of who you are, none shall leave this place. Capture those 3 who dared to lay hands on my son. As the leader of Beiwubang, Tang Dongyuan had been meticulously observing the unfolding melee. Although Gu Daocan's 4 Blood Guardians were merely in the 2nd and 3rd layers of the Divine Vein realm, and the leaders of Beiwubang were also initial-stage Divine Vein practitioners, the disparity between them was not vast. However, the 4 Blood Guardians, employing their ferocious and bloodthirsty blade techniques, exerted considerable pressure on Tang Dongyuan. In just a brief skirmish, he had nearly sustained injuries several times. While the 3 vice leaders were evidently beginning to falter, simultaneously, Tang Dongyuan noticed that the 8 great beasts and the 7 fiends of Ileo were evidently formidable figures within the Qi condensation realm, capable of withstanding the assault of so many adversaries. However, he keenly observed that the true leaders of this faction were those 3 young men who appeared utterly clueless about martial arts. As long as we capture the trio of Gu Daocan, Zhu Zhishan, and Xikong Shuren, their defeat is assured. Indeed, leader, with the command issued by Tang Dongyuan, the subordinates of the Beiwubang began to respond. Instead of confronting the formidable Bada Renxiong and Ai Lao Qisha head-on, they devised every possible means to break through the encirclement and approach Gu Daocan and the others. Meanwhile, Tang Dongyuan and the other 3 vice leaders engaged fully with the 4 great blood guards, making it difficult for them to manage both fronts. This is bad. Young Master Gu Jiu, Young Master Zhu, Young Master Xikong, be cautious. Faced with the full-force onslaught from the Beiwubang, Bada Renxiong and Ai Lao Qisha exerted all their strength to protect the trio. However, the sheer number of adversaries and their shifting targets made it increasingly strenuous for everyone involved. Damn it! These rascals have gone mad. Had I known we would have to contend with such scoundrels, I should have brought more people along. Witnessing this scene, Zhu Zhishan and Xikong Shuren were taken aback. Although their excursion to the Daqi Haishicheng had been exhilarating, the imminent threat to their lives instilled a sense of panic within them. Humph! Look at your cowardice, fear not. For I, the young master, shall protect you. I assure you. You will not lose a single piece of flesh. However, young Master Zhu, if you were to lose a few pounds, it might be a blessing in disguise. Observing the state of his 2 companions, Gu Daocan could not help but take charge of the situation. The unscrupulous merchant from Wanfu Tower had already fled amidst the chaos, leaving only Gu Daocan, Zhu Zhishan, and Xikong Shuren, 3 individuals who lacked martial prowess. Now, as danger loomed closer, Gu Daocan naturally began to reassure his 2 comrades. You will protect us? Young Master Jiu, your bravado is indeed commendable. However, you should prioritize your own safety. If old Master Gu were to become enraged, we would be unable to withstand it. Precisely. The flesh I possess has been earned through sheer effort. I do not require anyone to help me lose weight. Naturally, Zhu Zhishan and Xikong Shuren scoffed at Gu Daocan's claims, dismissing them as mere bravado. Yet, just as the 3 were engaged in mutual jesting, several figures from the Beiwubang finally breached the defenses established by Ai Lao Qisha and surged forward. With swiftness, these individuals from the Beiwubang charged in without hesitation, directly targeting Gu Daocan and Zhu Zhishan. This is not good. Witnessing this development, Bada Renxiong and Ai Lao Qisha felt a surge of urgency and sought to return for support. However, they found themselves firmly held back by other members of the Beiwubang, rendering them unable to act. Some members of Ai Lao Qisha, realizing the situation was spiraling out of control, began to entertain treacherous thoughts. These 7 had originally been freed from the dungeons by Xikong Shuren. If he were to survive, they would not dare to entertain any notions of betrayal. Yet, should disaster befall him, their only fate would be death. Rather than await such a grim end, it might be wiser to flee now. As treacherous thoughts emerged among the members of AI Lao Chi Sha, they hesitated, and increasingly more individuals from the Beiwubang managed to break through. However, just as the situation threatened to spiral beyond control, an unexpected figure emerged to intervene. Beiwubang, you first resorted to the abduction of innocent maidens, then to trafficking humans, and even condoned your subordinates' violent acts. Such atrocious behavior is utterly disgraceful to us heroes and champions. Although I am but a humble citizen, I too must stand for justice. With a flourish, Gu Daochen vanished from sight, and in a series of explosive sounds, the recently entered members of the Beiwubang, caught off guard, were sent flying, clutching their faces and crying out in agony. Chapter 64, Dual Blade Kill, Style 49. What? Damn it, kill him. P.S. Seeking death. Suddenly, upon witnessing this scene, the remaining few from the Beiwubang who had broken through were taken aback, their expressions shifting as they roared in anger, leaping into action with blades drawn, charging towards Gu Daochen. In an instant, a flurry of blades and swords filled the air, a chilling aura emanating from their fierce onslaught directed at Gu Daochen. These hulking figures possessed martial skills capable of breaching the defenses of Bada Renxiong and the others. And when working in unison, they exuded a formidable presence. Yet, before Gu Daochen, a figure whose true abilities were unknown to them, their fates were already sealed. With a cold, disdainful sneer, Gu Daochen swiftly evaded their attacks, leaving their blades to slice through empty air. The members of the Beiwubang were momentarily taken aback as they regrouped, roaring in unison, leaping forth once more, their blades flashing anew, attacking Gu Daochen from all directions with even greater ferocity. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Gu Daochen had soared into the air, his palms striking out with astonishing speed, producing a cacophony of clashing sounds as he expertly deflected their attacks. In an instant, blades were cast aside, and the figures of the Beiwubang were sent reeling backwards, standing bewildered at a distance. Do you truly dare to display your pitiful skills before me? At this moment, Gu Daochen stood calmly, hands clasped behind his back, surrounded by scattered blades and swords glinting ominously on the ground. Upon closer inspection, 3 of the blades bore finger-sized dents, evidently damaged by Gu Daochen's remarkable finger strength. This sight left the onlookers aghast, gasping in disbelief. What is happening? This young brat was not supposed to be a debauched son of privilege like the Beiwubang's young master, yet how could he possess such terrifying martial prowess? Furthermore, what type of martial art is this? Is it a form of external cultivation? Even Bada Renxiong could not simply deflect blades with mere fingers, let alone shatter them. But if it were internal cultivation, what level of profound energy would be required? Moreover, while it may be easy to shatter blades, to create such precise indentations with one's fingers requires a level of strength and purity of energy that is beyond the capability of an ordinary practitioner. Could it be that this slender, ethereal youth is a master of an extraordinary lineage? How could that be possible? As the atmosphere grew eerily silent, Gu Daochen was already on the move once more. Allow me to teach you how to wield blades and swords properly. With a calm voice, Gu Daochen deftly grasped a sword and a blade, and then he leapt towards the members of the Beiwubang. Bypassing Bada Renxiong and AI Lao Chi Sha. Dual Blade Kill, Style 49. With a firm command, the sword and blade in Gu Daochen's hands traced intricate patterns as they were wielded. The dual blade kill is a rare martial art created by a powerful figure in the Huaxia martial world. Dui, a master of blade techniques, Dui spent decades honing his craft and, upon joining the Amei sect, ingeniously fused the fierce and bold essence of blade techniques with the ethereal and delicate swordsmanship of Amei to create this extraordinary martial art. This martial art, which uniquely combines the distinct uses of blade and sword, is exceedingly difficult to master, requiring the practitioner to engage in simultaneous actions with both hands. In his previous life, Gu Daochen had invested considerable effort to master this technique. And now, for the very first time, the marvel of the dual blade kill was unveiled on this vast continent. By heavens, has Old Jiu been possessed by a martial deity? He mentioned wanting to attend the Divine Martial Academy. Could it truly be the case? When did old Jiu become this formidable? As Gu Daochen exhibited his prowess, Zhu Zhishan and Xikong Shuren were left in stunned disbelief, nearly dislocating their jaws. Before the astonished gazes of Zhu Zhishan, Xikong Shuren, Bada Rinxiong, and Ai Lao Qi Sha, Gu Daochen truly appeared as an unparalleled master, plunging into the flock of adversaries. With a blade and a sword in hand, he moved as if in a realm devoid of obstacles. Though these members of the Beiwubang seemed to dominate their surroundings, they had never encountered martial prowess like that of Gu Daochen in the preceding moment. The swordplay was both exquisite and ethereal, piercing directly through the central gate, yet in the next instant, it transformed into a heavy and domineering blade technique, capable of shattering mountains and uprooting peaks. This rapid transition between lightness and gravity evoked a conflicting sensation in every observer, one that made them feel as though they might vomit blood, not to mention the impossibility of countering such an assault. Beneath the enigmatic and profound moves of the dual killing of blade and sword, the members of the Beiwubang were rendered akin to children. Utterly devoid of the ability to defend themselves, each one dispatched in turn. As for Gu Daochen, confronted with these vile scoundrels who readily annihilate entire families and engage in human trafficking, he exhibited no mercy whatsoever. Each strike of his blade or thrust of his sword resulted in a life extinguished beneath him in a mere span of time. The hundreds of members of Beiwubang, including their hall leaders, found themselves nearly all incapacitated. After dispatching this horde of minor minions, Gu Daochen's gaze suddenly flickered towards the direction of Tang Dongyuan, the leader of Beiwubang, the realm of divine meridians. As the light in Gu Daochen's eyes flickered, the movements of Tang Dongyuan's 9-section steel whip, along with the explosive sound of his bones resonating as he executed his techniques, gradually unfolded in Gu Daochen's mind. Though the divine meridian realm of the vast continent was indeed wondrous, its principles of meridian manipulation bore little difference from those of Huaxia martial arts. In fact, it might even be simpler compared to the complexities of Huaxia martial traditions. Furthermore, Tang Dongyuan, merely at the second level of the divine meridian realm, had just opened 2 of his meridians, and his understanding of true qi was still at a relatively rudimentary level. Thus, in the eyes of a martial arts prodigy like Gu Daochen, it was but a matter of moments to discern his flaws. Subsequently, he shifted his form and lunged towards the blood-soaked figure and Tang Dongyuan of Beiwubang. Chief Tang, did you not claim earlier that we could not leave? It seems, rather, that it is you who cannot escape. As the voice echoed, Gu Daochen appeared not far from Tang Dongyuan. You insolent brat, do you truly believe victory is assured? Tang Dongyuan had already sensed the earlier unfolding events, and consequently, his heart brimmed with increasing anger and unease. At that moment, in the clash with the 4 blood guardians, he and the 3 deputy leaders were being increasingly suppressed by their adversaries. Initially, he had hoped his subordinates would capture Gu Daochen and Zhu Zhishan, compelling them to tread cautiously. However, who could have anticipated that this Gu Daochen, seemingly emerging from nowhere, was a hidden master, pretending to be an underdog? Just one individual had nearly subdued all of his subordinates, which filled Tang Dongyuan with foreboding. Chapter 65. Too many vulnerabilities. Oh, even at this juncture, you remain so confident. Do you presume that no one can dismantle your horizontal training techniques? Humph. Blood One, step aside. I shall personally deal with him. Upon hearing Tang Dongyuan's continued bravado, Gu Daochen snorted coldly. Then, summoning his Zhuyang True Qi, he soared into the air. Condensing Qi realm? Ha ha ha, brat, do you think having some skills allows you to contend with me? Tang Dongyuan, you are but a mere child. Clearly, you are oblivious to the chasm that lies between the condensing Qi realm and the divine meridian realm. My forged bone True Qi is beyond your capacity to breach. As Gu Daochen made his initial move, Tang Dongyuan's heart sank once more. Previously, upon witnessing Gu Daochen's dual killing of blade and sword, 49 styles, he had been startled, believing the other to be a secretive master. However, now he sensed that Gu Daochen was merely of the condensing Qi realm. With a sinister grin, Tang Dongyuan dismissed his earlier concerns entirely. Young Master 9, be cautious. This individual has mastered both internal and external arts. His physique is as robust as steel, and his horizontal training is exceedingly tyrannical. Do not approach recklessly. Observing Gu Daochun's advance, Blood One, astonished by the power of young Master Nine, offered a warning. Through their previous skirmishes, Blood One had come to understand the overwhelming dominance of Gu Daochun's internal and external martial arts, even surpassing the formidable 8 great beasts. Otherwise, how could his opponent possibly endure for so long under his blade? Yet, Gu Daochun paid no heed. Forged Bone True Chi? A rather flamboyant name. Let us see if you can withstand my sword. Just as Gu Daochun approached Tang Dongyuan, his sword made a delicate sweep. Aimed straight for his chest, seeking death, witnessing Gu Daochun's audacity, Tang Dongyuan felt a surge of murderous intent. His 9-section whip, akin to a rattlesnake's tail, carved an arc through the air, accompanied by a hissing sound as it lunged ferociously towards Gu Daochun's sword. However, to Tang Dongyuan's astonishment, Gu Daochun's seemingly simplistic strike vanished inexplicably, just as it was about to be ensnared by the 9-section whip. Then, with a slight flick of his wrist, a series of whooshing sounds erupted. As the long sword transformed into 9 ethereal sword blossoms, evading the whip and enveloping Tang Dongyuan's entire form within their embrace. What manner of swordplay is this? This is bad. Taken aback by this unforeseen transformation, Tang Dongyuan had no time to contemplate how his opponent had achieved such a feat. He immediately channeled all his effort into his forged bone true chi. Clap, clap, clap. The dreadful sound of bones cracking resonated once more. As powerful true chi surged forth around Tang Dongyuan's body. Simultaneously, Gu Daochun's light and airy sword had already struck Tang Dongyuan. Thud. The lightweight steel sword met Tang Dongyuan's body, producing a sound akin to striking leather. This strike did not penetrate, however. Upon witnessing this, Gu Daochun's gaze merely flickered, showing no sign of hesitation. Thud, 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 thud. With a series of 9 resounding impacts, the 9 sword blossoms that Gu Daochun had just conjured each struck Tang Dongyuan's body. A closer inspection would reveal that these 9 strikes were not random. Each one targeted the joints connecting the bones in Tang Dongyuan's chest and arms. Simultaneously, a stream of pure Jiang True Chi infiltrated Tang Dongyuan's body through the tips of the swords. Having accomplished all this, Gu Daochun elegantly withdrew. Ha ha ha, foolish young one. How could you possibly comprehend the might of my forged bone true chi? Mere posturing. What is happening? As Tang Dongyuan witnessed Gu Daochun's apparent lack of success, he erupted into maniacal laughter. Yet, before he could finish, he suddenly felt a piercing pain shoot through him. With a muffled groan, Tang Dongyuan's body staggered violently, retreating a significant distance, his complexion pale, beads of sweat the size of soybeans forming on his forehead. Although Gu Daochun's intricate 9 strikes had not penetrated his body, they had effectively severed the joints between his bones. Now, Tang Dongyuan's forged bone true chi lay utterly ruined, his arms hanging limply, rendering him incapable of movement. What is happening? How could my forged bone true chi be shattered? Your sword clearly had no effect on me. Amidst his anguished cries, Tang Dongyuan gazed incredulously at Gu Daochun from a distance, his eyes filled with fury and disbelief. It seemed that even at this moment, he could not grasp the reality of what had just transpired. There is nothing much to it. Your so-called bone-forging technique has far too many vulnerabilities. It is utterly unnecessary to pierce through. A mere wooden stick could vanquish you. In response to the opponent's overwhelming confidence in his genuine bone-forging true energy, Gu Daochun mercilessly pointed out that any martial art akin to iron cloth shirt or golden bell shield would possess its own weaknesses. However, within Huaxia, such vulnerabilities tend to be rather concealed and difficult to discern. Yet, the genuine bone-forging true energy of Tang Dongyuan, the leader of the Beiwu Bang, has an abundance of weaknesses. Nearly every joint in his body serves as a point of weakness. With so many vulnerabilities, Gu Daochun found himself at a loss as to how to proceed. Moreover, he had not even utilized the 15th level of the 9 Yang True Energy, but merely the 9th level of the 9 Yang Divine Skill. Nevertheless, the opponent's weaknesses were still incapable of withstanding a single strike from Gu Daochun. This exemplifies the disparity between the two in terms of martial prowess and understanding. Gu Daochun's words, which caused Tang Dongyuan to cough up blood. also rendered Xue Yi, who stood nearby, somewhat embarrassed. Despite having engaged in a fierce battle with the opponent for an extended period, he had managed to suppress him but could never quite seize victory. However, the person he had initially perceived as a reckless young master, requiring protection, had effortlessly dismantled Tang Dongyuan's martial arts in a matter of moments. This left Xue Yi feeling a sense of shame. Though more significantly, he was overwhelmed with astonishment. Previously, Gu Daochun's dual kill with sword and blade had already left Xue Yi in shock, but witnessing Gu Daochun defeat Tang Dongyuan, the leader of the Beiwu Bang, left him utterly speechless. Having traversed the battlefield for over a decade and having taken the lives of countless individuals, Xue Yi had witnessed various martial arts and methods of slaughter. Yet, he had never seen anyone as effortlessly dismantle a practitioner of internal and external cultivation as Gu Daochun, who wielded mere condensation of qi. Particularly striking were the 9 sword blossoms that Gu Daochun casually unleashed. Although Xue Yi did not comprehend their significance, he instinctively sensed that such a feat was beyond the capabilities of an ordinary martial artist. At the very least, he knew he could not accomplish it. Chapter 66. Hidden Secrets and Empty Talk. Xue Yi, apprehend this fellow. At this moment, Tang Dongyuan had lost all semblance of threat. Gu Daochun cast aside his sword and turned his gaze toward Xue Si, Xue Jiu, and Xue Shisan. The 3 deputy leaders of the Beiwu Bang, though also of Divine Pulse Realm, were by no means as formidable as Tang Dongyuan and had been under the overwhelming pressure of several blood guards. Now, with the sudden defeat of their leader, the trio found themselves in disarray in mere moments. Without Gu Daochun needing to intervene, they were subdued by Xue Si, Xue Jiu, and Xue Shisan, with blades pressed against their throats. The Beiwu Bang had suffered a complete defeat, and why heavens, the Beiwu Bang has actually been defeated. Who are these individuals that they could vanquish the Beiwu Bang? The formidable Tang Dongyuan, the leader of the Beiwu Bang, has been bested. The ruckus from the clash between Gu Daochun and the Beiwu Bang had attracted the attention of various factions in the Daqi black market, particularly the other 4 major gangs from the southern part of the city, who had long since sent spies to observe. The outcome of the confrontation was utterly unexpected for all. It is said that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local serpent in the southern part of the city. The Beiwu Bang was the very embodiment of a local tyrant, and the most ruthless and powerful one at that. Yet, the once dismissed strong dragon had stripped the serpent of its skin, even decapitating it in plain view. This outcome left the people of the southern city in a state of shock and delight, though more than anything, it sparked curiosity regarding the mysterious identities of Gu Daochun and his companions. You? Who on earth are you? How dare you challenge the Beiwu Bang? I am a subordinate of the 6th prince. Witnessing the utter defeat of his faction, Tang Dongyuan, enduring excruciating pain, once again revealed a shocking piece of information. What? You are a man of the 6th prince? Upon hearing Tang Dongyuan's claim, Zhu Zhishan and Sikong Shuren, who had rushed over, were taken aback. Although both hailed from noble families, they understood that they could not possibly rival the princes. The Beiwu Bang, which had been regarded as a mere black market gang, was somehow connected to a prince. Are you trying to scare us? How could a mere Beiwu Bang possibly have ties to a prince? Zhu Zhishan scoffed, his eyes narrowing as he derisively turned to face Tang Dongyuan. With a wave of his hand, Zhu Zhishan tossed the unconscious young deputy leader of the Beiwu Bang at Tang Dongyuan's feet. If you have any guts, reveal your origins. Let us see if what this leader says is true. Within a matter of days, the 6th prince will learn of this, and you will find no place to bury your bodies. Despite being gravely wounded, Tang Dongyuan maintained a cold and fierce expression, issuing threats. Humph. Observing Tang Dongyuan's unwavering conviction, Zhu Zhishan and Sikong Shuren exchanged glances, ultimately turning their gaze towards Gu Daochun. Humph, the 6th prince. Even if you are a man of the 6th prince, what of it? You wish to know my origins, do you? I am none other than Song Tianyang of the State Master's estate. Although initially startled by Tang Dongyuan's mention of the 6th prince, Gu Daochun quickly regained his composure and let out a cold snort. He had heard of the 6th prince before. While the prince's influence could not compare to that of the crown prince or the 2nd prince, he was well favored by the current emperor. Not only did he command numerous skilled subordinates, but he also maintained connections with various factions in the martial world, making him one of the three most prominent contenders for the throne in the Haoyue kingdom. Thus, it was entirely plausible that Tang Dongyuan could be affiliated with the sixth prince. Though think that a small gang from the southern city could be entangled with the sixth prince was quite unexpected. Nevertheless, Gu Daochen was not easily intimidated. What? The state master's estate? You are a man of the second prince? Hearing Gu Daochen's declaration of identity, Tang Dongyuan's expression shifted dramatically. I have heard that your Bei Wubang has been hoarding medicinal pills. I have come here on orders to retrieve them. Hand them over swiftly, Gu Daochen remarked coldly, observing the change in Tang Dongyuan's demeanor. Indeed. I am Li Jianda of the Li family from the Ministry of Revenue. I have come on the second prince's orders. I am Sun Hong, a descendant of the royal guards. Upon hearing Gu Daochen's declaration of no name change, no surname alteration, Zhu Fadi and Sikong Shuren were quick to join in, seamlessly complementing each other. Little did poor Song Tianyang, Li Jianda, and Sun Hong know that they had unwittingly stepped into a trap. Medicinal pills? You actually know about the medicinal pills? Upon hearing Gu Daochen mention medicinal pills, Tang Dongyuan's heart sank. This matter was a covert order from the sixth prince, known only to a select few. Yet, Gu Daochen and his companions had mentioned it right away, indicating that they might truly be affiliated with the second prince's faction. You dare to steal the sixth prince's possessions? In the midst of internal conflict, Tang Dongyuan seemed reluctant to give up, attempting to leverage the name of the sixth prince to intimidate his opponents. Presumptuous, do you dare to refuse the second prince's demands? Gu Daochen was unyielding, pushing back without hesitation, eye in his eyes. All these princes were no good. The one who had previously dispatched assassins from Bloodfeather Tower to kill him was likely the sixth prince. Now, Gu Daochen relished the spectacle of one dog biting another. You? Faced with Gu Daochen's unyielding demeanor, Tang Dongyuan was at a loss for words. Humph, Tang Dongyuan, it seems you are still unwilling to concede to your fate. Allow me to elucidate the current situation so you do not foolishly seek your own demise. If you do not surrender the medicinal pills, your death is a certainty, with no alternative outcome. Conversely, if you do hand them over, even if the sixth prince were to blame you later, you could easily shift the responsibility onto the second prince, I assure you, as long as you comply. I will not take your life. Seeing that his opponent was still obstinate, Gu Daochen, after a moment of contemplation, began to coax him gently. Can you guarantee that you will not kill the leader of the Bei Wubang? Tang Dongyuan, struggling internally, began to waver. When given the choice, who would wish for death? Although the medicinal pills were a task assigned to him by the sixth prince, and failure could mean the end of his future prosperity. If he were to die now, he would have no future at all. Therefore, preserving his life took precedence. Of course, you may inquire about my credibility. I, Song Tianyang, am known for my integrity and honesty, Gu Daochen asserted with unwavering confidence. Very well, under the eaves, one must lower their head. Given the current circumstances, Tang Dongyuan had no choice but to yield. Gritting his teeth, he reluctantly surrendered the elixirs contained within his storage ring. Storage ring? You truly are a perceptive individual. Upon witnessing the multitude of over 100 vials of elixirs scattered on the ground, Gu Daochen's eyes glimmered with delight, and he promptly collected them. Well, Tang Gangs, my companions and I have exerted considerable effort, engaging in a confrontation with your esteemed faction, resulting in significant losses. Would it not be fair to discuss some form of compensation? After securing the elixirs, Gu Daochen continued to speak. Extortion. This is blatant extortion. What losses have you incurred, and you dare to demand compensation? Upon hearing Gu Daochen's words, Tang Dongyuan's facial muscles twitched involuntarily. Typically, it was the Bei Wubang that acted with arrogance and disregard for reason. Yet now he found himself confronted by someone even more unreasonable. However, under the current circumstances, he had no choice but to acquiesce, for he had indeed lost. Indeed, young Master Song Tianyang's words ring true. However, I did not bring many valuable items on this outing, thus I can only. As Tang Dongyuan spoke, he prepared to retrieve additional treasures from his storage ring. But at that moment, Gu Daochen's voice resounded once more. Chapter 67. The Fall of Bei Wubang. There's no need for further trouble, Tang Gangs. This storage ring appears ill-suited to your temperament. Allow me to graciously accept it on your behalf. with a disingenuous smile. Gu Daochen beckoned with his finger. You? Very well? Tang Dongyuan's facial muscles twitched again upon hearing Gu Daochen's words. He was now deeply suspicious that the other party was not acting under the prince's orders, but rather engaging in a blatant act of thievery. The items within that storage ring represented Tang Dongyuan's very life. It contained not only millions in silver notes, but also numerous treasures and rare artifacts he had amassed over the years. Yet now, compelled by circumstances, he had no choice but to part with them. Tang Gangs indeed understands the situation. This ensures you have not concealed anything, for if the second prince were to take offense, it would be difficult for us at the National Master S manner to explain. With a beaming smile, Gu Daochen accepted Tang Dongyuan's storage ring, feeling a sense of relief. Just when Tang Dongyuan thought the ordeal had concluded, Gu Daochen turned his gaze toward the women imprisoned within the cages sold by Bei Wubang. Tang Gangs, these lovely ladies. Your faction seems to have no further use for them. Why not allow me to take them off your hands? Gu Daochen continued to smile as he negotiated with Tang Dongyuan. Of course, if young Master Song desires, our faction is willing to offer them as well. Though Tang Dongyuan's heart bled, he had no choice but to comply. Very well. After thoroughly extorting what he could, Gu Daochen contemplated if he had overlooked anything. Once he was certain that Tang Dongyuan was left with nothing, he instructed a few trembling subordinates from Bei Wubang to unlock the iron cage doors, and he approached the delicate figures within. The women confined in the iron cages had witnessed everything that transpired. These young women had been abducted by Bei Wubang from various locations, reduced to mere commodities for sale. With many losing their entire families at the hands of Bei Wubang in the merciless black market, they could only endure daily terror, awaiting the unknown fate of being purchased as playthings by some twisted individual. The profound sense of helplessness and despair had long since transformed into a deep-seated hatred that filled their hearts. Now, as they beheld the Bei Wubang members suffering grievously, these once fragile women felt no fear or sympathy. Rather, they were consumed by a desire for vengeance. Dear ladies, in principle, you now belong to me. However, I have always adhered to the law and cherished the delicate. I would never engage in the trade of human lives. I am fully aware that you were forcibly taken by Bei Wubang, and many of your families were slaughtered by them. Thus you share a profound vendetta against this faction. Indeed, I too abhor the heinous deeds of Bei Wubang. Now, it is time for your revenge. As Gu Daochen observed the women stepping out of the iron cages, some appearing numb, others fearful, and still others filled with rage, he unexpectedly stated, "What, young Master Song Tianyang? Did you not promise that you would not kill me?" Tang Dongyuan was taken aback upon hearing Gu Daochen's declaration. "Indeed, I did say I would not personally take your life, but I never promised to prevent others from doing so." Gu Daochen innocently shrugged his shoulders. "Shui, ensure they are kept in check. If there is any resistance, eliminate them on the spot." Gu Daochen commanded Shui and the others before turning his attention back to the women abducted by Bei Wubang. "Esteemed benefactor, may we truly exact our revenge upon them?" At Gu Daochen's behest, several stunning yet resolute women stepped forward, trembling as they inquired, "And of course, I have always upheld my promises and treated all with fairness." Gu Daochen hesitated briefly before reaffirming his commitment. Anyone who tells too many lies eventually loses confidence, and Gu Daochen was no exception. Just moments ago, he had assured Tang Dongyuan of his integrity, claiming he was Song Tianyang now. As he repeated the same assurances to these pitiful girls, even his face flushed slightly. Nevertheless, with Gu Daochen's approval, dozens of women, their faces alight with vengeance, began to pick up the blades and swords strewn on the ground. Advancing toward Tang Dongyuan and the other members of Bei Wubang, "And no, you cannot kill us. I am a member of Bei Wubang." As the seemingly fragile women approached with weapons in hand, the once domineering members of Bei Wubang displayed expressions of sheer panic. Previously, they had regarded these women as mere livestock, treating them as commodities. But now the tables had turned completely in the face of their hatred-filled gazes. Tang Dongyuan and his cohorts understood that these women would not spare them. The very sight of the women looking at the mastermind, Tang Dongyuan, with eyes that seemed to crave his flesh and blood, filled them with dread. Indeed, against the backdrop of deep-seated hatred, no amount of intimidation or pleas for mercy could soften the resolve of these women. Ultimately, in a surge of fear, those once innocent and untainted by bloodshed, without the slightest hesitation, plunged the blades into every inch of the bodies of Beiwubang members. Father, mother, your child has avenged you. Brothers, sisters, you can now rest in peace. The wicked have been slain by your sister. I cannot believe I survived. Wanner, can you see me from beyond? As Tang Dongyuan and his cohorts finally faced their reckoning, the air was filled with the sounds of anguished weeping. This was the release of emotions that had been suppressed for too long in the depths of despair. Witnessing this scene, Gu Daochen refrained from intervening. He understood the sentiments of these women. Anyone whose family had been murdered and who had been caged like livestock would surely be plunged into despair. Such a fate, inflicted upon anyone, would be enough to shatter their spirit, especially for those who were once ordinary. Vulnerable women. In fact, upon learning of Beiwubang's atrocious deeds, Gu Daochen had already harbored thoughts of vengeance. Ultimately, he allowed these girls to take matters into their own hands, helping them reclaim their shattered spirits, and providing an outlet for the emotions they had long suppressed. After a considerable time, the 100 or so women gradually regained their composure. At that moment, Gu Daochen's voice finally broke the silence. Well, ladies, although you have now become my responsibility, I will not compel you to do anything against your will. If any of you wish to return home, you are free to go. Should you choose to accompany me, you are most welcome. The decision to stay or leave is entirely yours. His words left the hundreds of women in a state of stunned silence. After a moment of quiet, confusion and helplessness followed. Chapter 68, Triumph Freedom. How they had longed for this word. Yet now, having attained it, they found themselves at a loss. Their homes were gone. Most of their loved ones were also lost. Gazing into the vastness of the world, they found no place to call their own. What path lay ahead for these fragile women? What hopes for the future awaited them? At this moment, as some individuals found themselves engulfed in confusion, their once enchanting cheeks bore an expression devoid of any lingering affection, hinting at a sense of resignation. Just as the atmosphere grew somewhat oppressive, a voice, ethereal and crystalline, unexpectedly resonated within the hearts of each of them. As long as you still breathe, there is hope. Though your homes have been lost, you can rebuild anew. Your lives are still beautiful. You must believe that miracles exist. This message was delivered through a profound psychic transmission by Gu Daochen, who did not utter these words casually, but rather infused them directly into the minds of these women. In that instant, every listener felt a tremor within their hearts. Miracles. While Gu Daochen's words were not deafeningly loud, they brought a glimmer of light and an elusive direction, illuminating the previously overwhelming sense of despair and hopelessness, as if a thread of hope for survival had been woven. Why, Lord, Shihan now has no home. Initially, Shihan had resigned herself to perish in this place, but now, not only had her Lord saved them, but he had also allowed them to avenge their family's grievances. Shihan willingly offered to serve her Lord as a maid. In gratitude for his great kindness in this perilous land, they should have long been devoured, leaving not even a trace behind. Grateful for their Lord's salvation, the women expressed their desire to follow him. Hoping he would not disdain them, with no homes to return to, it was indeed a blessing for them to be taken in by their Lord. After some contemplation, apart from the 20 or so individuals who had relatives to rely on or other plans in mind and chose to depart, the vast majority opted to follow Gu Daochen. In a world rife with chaos, what could a rootless and fragile woman accomplish? Perhaps before they could escape the black market or the royal city, they would be captured by other factions. Only by finding a protector could they hope to survive. Gu Daochen's ability to annihilate the Beiwu Tang and his formidable subordinates, coupled with his fearlessness towards the sixth prince behind Beiwu Tang, represented their hope. Well then, let us return. With the dust settling, Gu Daochen waved his hand and began the journey back. This expedition to the southern part of the city had yielded results that left Gu Daochen thoroughly satisfied. Not only had he acquired the necessary elixirs, but he had also spent not a single coin. It was akin to a righteous heist. Moreover, he had amassed a considerable fortune in return. The exhilaration of such a triumph was utterly intoxicating. Now, Gu Daochen was already devising plans for future raids on various gangs, as it was a surefire venture. Additionally, The unfortunate women rescued from Beotang represented a valuable asset to Gu Daochen. He had already begun formulating a future plan for these women, knowing that if this plan came to fruition, it would further bolster his martial legacy and upgrade potential. Old Zhu, why are you taking in so many beauties? Is your household in need of maids? Zhu Zhishan and Sikong Shuren, who had held back their questions during the return journey, could contain themselves no longer. These unfortunate souls are indeed part of my considerations, Jiyu Daochen replied. As for Beotang, we need not lift a finger. With Tang Dongyuan and the 3 vice leaders deceased, the other factions will naturally ensure Beotang's demise. As for the 6th prince behind Beotang, at this point, Gu Daochen's gaze flickered. So many had witnessed today's events. Although the higher-ups of Beotang like Tang Dongyuan were dead, with the 6th prince's power, discovering the truth of today would be all too easy. Using the names of Song Tianyang, Li Jianda, and the others as a cover won't last long, especially since, Old Zhu, your ample physique is quite conspicuous, Gu Daochen remarked, glancing at Zhu Zhishan, whose considerable girth nearly obscured the horse he rode. Zhu Zhishan's ample figure was a rarity within Haoyue Royal City. Anyone who mentioned it would undoubtedly lead the 6th prince to connect the dots. Thus, Gu Daochen had long concluded that this matter could not be concealed from the 6th prince for too long. My physique? Would the 6th prince truly be interested in my ample form? Initially startled by Gu Daochen's words, Zhu Zhishan soon grasped their meaning, his face flushing with embarrassment. However, there is no need for concern. Even if he finds out, he wouldn't dare confront us openly. After all, a prince colluding with underworld factions is not something that can be publicly acknowledged. If he wishes to deal with us, it would have to be in secret. Moreover, as the 3 young masters of Pingxing, we are not so easily trifled with. Nevertheless, the kingdom is rife with undercurrents, so during this period, you must bolster the strength of your guards. Gu Daochen advised Zhu Zhishan and Sikong Shuren, this matter isn't too difficult. Simply relay today's events to your elders, and I believe they will know how to proceed. Very well, that seems the only course of action. Zhu Zhishan replied, By the way, Old Zhu, when did you cultivate such formidable martial skills? Are you truly aiming to enter the Divine Martial Academy? After nodding in agreement, Zhu Zhishan and Sikong Shuren recalled something and turned to ask, Didn't I mention? I am a martial genius of unparalleled talent, yet you both have always doubted me. What can I do about it? For me, entering the Divine Martial Academy is an exceedingly simple task. Once there, we will work together to elevate the name of the 3 young masters of Pingxing, perhaps even attract a few beauties in the process. Once I am invincible, the Pingxing faction can strike at whomever we wish. Gu Daochen boasted unabashedly. Attracting a few beauties sounds quite appealing. I've heard that the Divine Martial Academy is filled with martial prodigies, so we wouldn't disgrace the name of the 3 young masters of Pingxing. Upon hearing Gu Daochen's words, Sikong Shuren and Zhu Zhishan nodded in agreement, their expressions betraying an unmistakable lack of shame. All right, soon, we will part ways. I shall keep the elixirs and these beauties. Tang Dongyuan's storage ring contains plenty of silver notes and treasures. We shall divide them fairly. By the way, Old Zhu, haven't you always wanted a storage ring? I'll give this one to you, though I wonder if your finger can even fit it. Gu Daochen pulled out the storage ring belonging to Tang Dongyuan, the leader of Beotang. Of course it will fit. Even if my finger doesn't work, I can wear it as a necklace. Upon seeing the storage ring, Zhu Zhishan's eyes sparkled, and he snatched it up, as if fearing Gu Daochen would have a change of heart. Well then, in a few days, I shall head to the Divine Martial Academy to seek out beauties. You two should reign in your exuberance. We will connect again later. With a farewell, Gu Daochen led the 4 blood guards and the group of women rescued from Beotang back towards the Gu family. Chapter 69. Level 2 Martial Legacy. At this moment, the Gu family was bustling with activity. According to rumors, the dandy Gu Daochen had returned from someplace with over 100 exceptionally beautiful women. Reactions varied. Some were astonished, some skeptical, some derisive, and others lamented the family's misfortune. However, for the Gu family, who had grown accustomed to Gu Daochen's extravagant ways, this was hardly surprising, and they soon brushed it aside. In the courtyard of Gu Daochen, an unconventional welcome meeting was underway. On a hastily constructed stage, Gu Daochen, accompanied by Tanner, Rua Shui, Xiaoye, and Ning Zhao, addressed the newcomers. Ladies, your past lives are now behind you. As I have stated, from this day forward, You shall be considered mine, marking the beginning of your new existence. You have lost your families, but from now on, this place shall be your home. The path ahead is for you to tread. I believe I can create a completely different life for you. However, whether you can seize this opportunity depends upon you. Observing the figures before him, Gu Daochen felt an increasing sense of satisfaction. The martial arts inheritance privilege, which had been activated by the limitless upgrade system, had designated 5 first-level martial arts inheritors: Wei Zhongxin, Tanner, Ning Zhao, Ruo Shui, and Xiao Yue.as for the second-level inheritors. There had yet to be any progress. Though these individuals were initially ordinary women, the trials of their dark past had forged their minds and convictions into something far beyond that of the average person. Moreover, when the Beiwu Bang captured these individuals, it was evident that they had chosen with great care, each one a paragon of excellence, blessed with beauty and grace. Some were skilled in music, others in painting, and a few even possessed martial arts foundations. Additionally, Gu Daochen discerned that a notable number among them had exceptional innate qualities, making them ideal candidates for his envisioned second-level martial arts inheritors. Thank you, young Master Jiu. We shall not disappoint you. Upon hearing Gu Daochen's address, they resolved with determination. Although they were unfamiliar with the terms Yujin lowly mentioned by Gu Daochen, they grasped the essence of his words. Each had experienced their darkest moments in life, yet it was precisely this that made them cherish the glimmer of hope Gu Daochen offered. They were prepared to give everything for it. Very well, Tanner. Select 12 individuals proficient in music. In the future, you will teach them the melodies and the methods of internal cultivation. As for the specific scores, this young master will provide them to you shortly. Gu Daochen continued. Ning Zhao, Ruo Shui, and Xiao Yu. The others will be entrusted to you. You may impart what I have taught you to these individuals, and from this point onward, they shall become your disciples. Furthermore, these elixirs are for you. Expedite their initiation. You may first select those with superior aptitude and quick comprehension, and then gradually teach them. Gu Daochen had already briefed Tanner, Xiao Yu, and the others about the experiences of these unfortunate souls and had outlined the tasks they were to undertake. Faced with these pitiful individuals, Tanner, Ning Zhao, Xiao Yu, and Ruo Shui felt profound sympathy for their plight. Thus, upon hearing Gu Daochen's instructions, they did not hesitate and immediately approached their future disciples. While Gu Daochen was laying out his plans for the second-level martial arts inheritors, news of his annihilation of the Beiwu Bang reached the ears of a certain individual within the Haoyue royal city. In the Haoyue Palace, in the Ruhua Hall, a strikingly handsome young man with red lips and white teeth, adorned in a golden python robe, sat alone upon the main seat. Despite his youth, he sat with the composure of a mountain, every gesture exuding an air of elegance and nobility that compelled one to instinctively feel a desire to bow in reverence. Opposite him, several figures cloaked in black knelt, their faces obscured. Report to His Highness the Sixth Prince. We have received word from our subordinates that the Beiwu Bang was annihilated yesterday, and their leader, Tang Dongyuan, has met his demise. The whereabouts of the elixirs remain unknown, reported a slender, black-clad figure, a hint of trepidation in his voice. The Sixth Prince. This individual was none other than Li Xiaojun, one of the prominent princes of the Haoyue Kingdom. Among the royal princes, he was not only exceptionally intelligent and remarkably talented, but also possessed a cultivation level of astonishing prowess. At just over 20 years of age, he had already ascended to the realm of divine veins, earning the title of the most gifted prince in martial arts within the Haoyue Kingdom. Furthermore, he had gathered around him countless masters and astute advisors. Oh? Have you discovered who was responsible? Upon hearing his subordinates report, Li Xiaojun maintained his calm demeanor, as if nothing could disturb his tranquility. According to those present, the intruders claimed to be from the National Master's office, Song Tianyang, along with Li Jinda and Sun Hong, leading the charge. However, they mentioned that the confrontation was exceedingly fierce, and they dared not approach too closely, hence they could not ascertain the specifics. The black-clad figures reported honestly. Oh? Song Tianyang from the National Master's office? How could they be aware of the Beiwu Bang's affairs? Is it merely a coincidence? Or has the second prince uncovered something? Li Xiaojun furrowed his brow at the mention of the National Master's office aligning with the second prince, a fact he was well aware of. However, He remained uncertain whether Song Tianyong and his associates' actions were mere happenstance, or if they had indeed unearthed something significant. Moreover, according to the reactions from individuals in the black market, one of the three had an exceedingly rotund physique and was adorned with an abundance of jewels. Just as Li Xiaojun pondered, a black-clad figure recalled something and reported again. Oh, an exceedingly rotund individual, adorned with jewels. Li Xiaojun's interest was piqued. Song Tianyong, Li Jianda, and Sun Hong do not possess such a physique. Could it be that someone is impersonating them? That rotund person, Zhu Zhishan from the Zhu family? Upon hearing this, Li Xiaojun's gaze flickered once more. Your Highness, you are absolutely correct. I, too, share this suspicion in our royal city. Only Zhu Zhishan from the Zhu family could fit that description. The black-clad figure nodded in agreement. Chapter 70. The Sixth Prince. So it appears, this incident was not orchestrated by Song Tianyong and his cohorts, but rather, the three young masters from Pingqing. The three young masters from Pingqing, led by Gu Daochen, were nothing more than a trio of debauches, self-important and dismissive of others, albeit possessing a modicum of cleverness. Given their personalities, it was unlikely they would comprehend the deeper intricacies of the situation. Thus, it seems this was merely a coincidence. Despite his noble status, the Sixth Prince seemed to possess a profound understanding of the characters of the three young masters from Pingqing. When discussing the matter, he did not express any disdain for them being debauches, but rather addressed the issue at hand. This further illustrated the depth of his character and temperament, as tranquil and unfathomable as a deep pool. Meanwhile, Gu Daochen remained oblivious to the fact that his impersonation of Song Tianyong had been unraveled by the Sixth Prince in mere moments. Your Highness the Sixth Prince, it is said that the other party took away all the women sold by the Beiwu Bang and extorted a substantial sum of silver from Tang Dongyuan. The black-clad figure continued to report. Oh, extorted? Indeed, that aligns with the style of that Gu family debauchee and his Pingqing trio. However, how could they possibly annihilate the Beiwu Bang? Although Tang Dongyuan was incompetent, he was still a master of the divine vein realm. It appears that my previous attempt to assassinate Gu Daochen has led the Gu family to bolster his protection. Upon hearing that Gu Daochen had extorted the women and wealth from the Beiwu Bang, a smirk crept onto Li Xiaojun's lips. Had Gu Daochen heard the Sixth Prince's musings, he would have realized that the assassins from the Blood Feather Tower were, in fact, orchestrated by the Sixth Prince himself. What truly transpired during that incident remains a mystery. The assassin from the Blood Feather Tower had disappeared without a trace, thwarting the Sixth Prince's grand design. It was perplexing how that waste from the Gu family had stumbled upon such fortuitous luck. Your Highness, the Blood Feather Tower has since explained that their hired assassin, the unfaltering pursuer, was slain by a master, with his entire skeletal structure shattered. Perhaps it was Gu Zhanshuan who secretly dispatched someone to protect his ineffectual grandson. It is unexpected that my attempt on that debauchee's life failed, and now he has inadvertently disrupted my plans. Could it be that this debauchee is my nemesis? Li Xiaojun chuckled softly, self-deprecatingly. Your Highness the Sixth Prince is a paragon of talent. A noble identity, a dragon among men. How could a mere debauchee compare? Upon hearing Li Xiaojun's words, the black-clad figures hastily replied. Well, now that we have come this far, further discussion is futile. Let us chalk this up to their stroke of luck. As for you, at this moment, Li Xiaojun toyed with a rare dragon-shaped jade pendant, a faint smile gracing his nearly perfect face, while the black-clad figures remained kneeling before him, not daring to stir. These individuals had followed the Sixth Prince for a long time and were well aware of his temperament. Although Li Xiaojun was always gentle and composed, he harbored an aversion to failure. The task of collecting the elixirs had been entrusted to them, and their failure rendered them unable to evade responsibility. Now, as Li Xiaojun spoke of himself, the black-clad figures trembled in fear. This time, the fault does not lie with you. You may leave. Noticing their anxious demeanor, Li Xiaojun suddenly smiled gently, speaking with a calm demeanor. Thank you, Your Highness the Sixth Prince. It appears that the Sixth Prince did not anticipate that he would so easily let us off the hook. As Li Xiaojun's voice resonated in the air, the group felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, hastily bowing in gratitude before retreating. Gu Daochen, I have underestimated you twice. How amusing, bring them in. With a gentle clap of his hands, two figures silently materialized beside him, as if emerging from the void, bowing in obedience. The three of them impersonating Song Tianyang indicates that Tang Dongyuan likely divulged information regarding this prince's affairs just before his demise. While the three young masters of Pingqing may be incompetent, for now, we cannot afford to act against them overtly. You are to investigate if there are any remnants of the Baiwahang in the southern part of the city. If any are found, ensure they vanish without a trace. Li Xiaojuan's tone remained soft and indifferent, as if he were reluctant to expend even a modicum of effort in speech. However, the underlying menace in his words caused those who heard them to freeze in apprehension. Yes, Your Highness, the sixth prince. With two affirmations, the mysterious figures vanished from the hall. Humph, the Gu family. Under the grand scheme, how can you remain aloof? Either align yourselves with me, or else, as his gaze flickered, the chilling intent in the sixth prince's eyes flashed momentarily. 3 days later, early morning, in the courtyard of the ninth young master of the Gu family, with a carefree disposition, a tranquil mind, and breath sinking into his dantian, Gu Daochen was engaged in his customary practice of Tai Chi, gracefully gesturing amidst a tranquil grove. 4 days had elapsed since their journey to the southern city, and his martial arts inheritance had begun to take shape, filling Gu Daochen with immense satisfaction. Tanner, Ruo Shui, Ning Zhao, Xiao Yu, and Wei Zhongxian, thanks to Gu Daochen's cleansing and opening of their meridians, were experiencing rapid advancements in their cultivation, progressing by leaps and bounds. Within this short span, their cultivation had already reached the fourth layer of the Qi condensation realm, a pace far exceeding that of the so-called martial geniuses of the Haoyue kingdom. With such progress, coupled with the elixirs provided by Gu Daochen, their cultivation soared like a rocket. As for the women rescued from the Baiwahang, they too had undergone remarkable transformations in these few days. Gu Daochen had not performed any cleansing on them. Rather, he left a strand of true energy within each individual, allowing them to cultivate independently. According to the initial arrangement, aside from the 12 musically gifted women selected by Tanner, the others, Ning Zhao, Ruo Shui, Xiao Yu, each acquired more than 30 disciples to whom they imparted Gu Daochen's martial teachings. Under the attentive guidance of Xiao Yu and the others, nearly half of these women successfully grasped the operation of true energy. Officially becoming Gu Daochen's secondary martial inheritors, several individuals with prior martial foundations or outstanding innate talents had even managed to step into the first layer of the Qi condensation realm. This progress had exceeded Gu Daochen's expectations. In the future, with gradual advancement and ample elixirs, the number and cultivation levels of these secondary martial inheritors would surely grow rapidly, continuously providing Gu Daochen with a wealth of upgrade points. Furthermore, these individuals would serve as a solid foundation for Gu Daochen's future endeavors to promote the martial arts of Huaxiat. Gu Daochen reveled in the tranquility of his Tai Chi practice. The 4 blood guards, who had been vigilantly watching over him from a short distance, suddenly spoke up. Chapter 71. Sparring Ninth Young Master. Just as Gu Daochen completed a round of Tai Chi and prepared for another, Blood 4 interrupted him softly. What is it? Upon hearing Blood 4's voice, Gu Daochen paused momentarily in his circular motion. Blood 4. There is something I do not comprehend and I wish to seek enlightenment from the ninth young master. Blood 4's tone betrayed a hint of unease. Oh? Speak. Gu Daochen cast a sidelong glance. Ninth young master, you are a martial arts prodigy, a talent unlike any Blood 4 has ever encountered. However, the Tai Chi you are practicing seems beyond my understanding. What is its purpose? Once Blood 4 finished speaking, the other blood guards, Blood 1, Blood 9, and Blood 13, exchanged puzzled glances, their expressions mirroring his confusion. Indeed, ever since the encounter at the southern city with the Baiwahang, the blood guards' perception of Gu Daochen had undergone a radical transformation. After that battle, they realized that their ninth young master, long regarded as a frivolous wastrel, was in fact a concealed martial arts genius of extraordinary caliber. They had also observed that even the maidservants within Gu Daochen's courtyard possessed remarkable skills. Thus, while filled with excitement and reverence, the blood guards were also inundated with endless questions about their ninth young master. What martial arts did Gu Daochen practice? Why had they never seen anything like it? How could he, despite merely being at the Qi condensation realm, discern the flaws in a godly Meridian Realm expert's martial techniques and defeat them with a single strike? To what level had Gu Daochun's cultivation and strength truly ascended? Would they, too, stand a chance against him? Since returning to the Gu family, these thoughts had been swirling incessantly in their minds. Yet, they understood that, as guards, there were matters they could not inquire about or seek to know. Therefore, after returning from the southern city, they had to stifle their myriad of questions. Initially, the four of them believed that by vigilantly guarding Gu Daochun, they would eventually witness his extraordinary martial arts in action. However, 4 days had passed, and aside from training the women, Gu Daochun had spent his mornings practicing Tai Chi without demonstrating his remarkable martial skills. In their minds, they envisioned Gu Daochun practicing fearsome techniques akin to the 49 styles of dual blade slaughter. Yet, the reality starkly contrasted their expectations. They would have understood if Tai Chi possessed its own mystique. However, the Tai Chi that Gu Daochun practiced resembled nothing more than a gentle exercise routine for the elderly, wholly uncharacteristic of martial arts. This left the four of them in a state of utmost perplexity. On the fourth day, they could no longer contain their curiosity and finally voiced their questions. "Oh, do you look down upon Tai Chi? Would you care to come and give it a try?" Observing the expressions of Blood Four and the others, Gu Daochun discerned their thoughts and couldn't help but smirk. None of us dare to offend the ninth young master. Upon hearing Gu Daochun's words, Blood Four and the others' expressions shifted, and they clasped their hands in polite submission. "Hee, consider it a friendly sparring match. I shall not hold it against you." With a chuckle, Gu Daochun resumed his movements. Beginning a new round of Tai Chi spar, this Blood Four felt he had inadvertently offended. Initially, the group hesitated about striking against Gu Daochun, but their overwhelming admiration and curiosity for martial arts compelled them to take the plunge. Exchanging glances, Blood Four was the first to summon his resolve and lunged at Gu Daochun. Piercing fist, Blood Four's strike was straightforward and unembellished, aimed directly at a vital point. Although he intentionally held back some of his strength, the punch was still swift and fierce, far beyond the capacity of an ordinary Qi condensation realm martial artist to withstand. Yet, just as Blood Four's fist aimed for the seemingly vulnerable Gu Daochun, a hand, moving at a leisurely pace, traced an arc and perfectly aligned with Blood Four's wrist. Without exerting any noticeable force, Gu Daochun merely shifted his body and pushed forward, causing Blood Four to sense a gentle yet irresistible force dissipating the might behind his punch, propelling him backward as if he were a leaf caught in the wind. What? How can this be? Witnessing this scene, not only was Blood Four stunned, but the expressions of Blood One, Blood Nine, and Blood 13 also reflected shock and disbelief. At that moment, Gu Daochun was still executing his leisurely Tai Chi yet. Everything seemed to fall into place as the onlookers failed to perceive any intricacies. Blood Four's formidable punch had simply been neutralized. They were acutely aware of the power behind Blood Four's strike, which made the situation all the more astonishing. "Come at me together." With a subtle wave of his hand, Gu Daochun beckoned the other three. "Ninth young master, we apologize for our offense." At this moment, the four blood guards had already begun to sense that the enigmatic figure before them, the ninth young master, was indeed an extraordinary existence. His seemingly elder-like Tai Chi movements concealed mysteries they had yet to uncover. Driven by an insatiable desire to explore the martial arts, they cast aside their identities and reservations, advancing towards Gu Daochun. With the top suspended like a surging spring, and the essence of heaven, earth, and humanity unified, their spirits sank into their dantian, initiating the boundless realm of Tai Chin, the very instant the four blood guards launched their assault. Gu Daochun transformed into the circular flow of Tai Chi, revealing profound secrets. With each movement, he remained composed and unhurried, effortlessly executing techniques. As his figure ebbed and flowed, the essence of Tai Chi manifested in a seamless interplay of reality and illusion. Yin and Yang, forming a harmonious unity. Within the 3-meter radius of this celestial domain, it seemed as if the dualities of Yin and Yang had crafted a flawless realm. Within this sphere, no matter how ferociously the four blood guards unleashed their lethal strikes, they could not penetrate the circle of Tai Chi. Instead, they found themselves restrained, losing control over their own bodies. What was happening? Witnessing this scene, the faces of the four blood guards were filled with astonishment and disbelief. At this moment, although the four blood guards did not employ the true energy of the divine pulse realm, Gu Daochen similarly refrained from utilizing his cultivation at the condensation realm. The two sides engaged solely in a contest of techniques. Yet this very simplicity accentuated the vast disparity in their martial prowess. Previously, the flaws they perceived in Tai Chi now revealed themselves as an integral whole, steeped in endless profundity, as they experienced it firsthand. Before Gu Daochen's holistic Tai Chi, the four blood guards felt that their once formidable killing techniques, honed through countless battles, were rendered utterly ineffective, regardless of the speed or ferocity of their assaults. Within Gu Daochen's realm of Tai Chi, they found no room to maneuver. Every technique was rendered futile. This sensation was akin to being enveloped by an invisible force, entirely beyond their control. Chapter 72. The Teaching of the Blade Path. After a brief moment. What kind of martial art is this? Tai Chi. Is this truly Tai Chi? It appears entirely flawless, an integral whole. We are simply unable to overcome. In that instant, as Gu Daochen judiciously ceased his movements, the four blood guards, having just emerged from the sphere of Tai Chi, displayed expressions of utter incredulity. Simultaneously, visions of the seemingly omnipresent circle surrounding Gu Daochen lingered in their minds. An integral whole, utterly without flaw, profound in its essence. At that moment, Gu Daochen's voice resonated once more. Born of heaven and earth, aware of the death of the universe, perishing before heaven and earth, cognizant of the end of all things. Thus, where there is life, there must be death. Where there is a beginning, there must be an end. This is the natural way. The way of heaven is constant, yin and yang are dualities, and Tai Chi emerges from this. Channel the vital energy within your body, and subsequently manifest the true essence between heaven and earth, perceiving all things as one with yourself, an omnipresent flow. How does this Tai Chi of mine resonate? As the echoes of profound wisdom filled the air, Gu Daochen had already retracted his Tai Chi stance, standing with his hands clasped behind him, gazing at the four blood guards, the way of nature. The dualities of yin and yang, the unity of all things with oneself. Upon hearing Gu Daochen's esoteric martial insights, the four blood guards were momentarily entranced, as if lightning had pierced through their consciousness, opening a new gateway to martial understanding. Yet, their current level of comprehension rendered them unable to grasp this revelation. This sensation left them feeling profoundly unsettled. Very well, the path of Tai Chi is ill-suited for you. You have taken too many lives. You tread the path of slaughter, not that of nature. Observing the four's desire to comprehend the intricacies of Tai Chi, Gu Daochen spoke earnestly. The path of slaughter? Upon hearing Gu Daochen's words, the four blood guards awakened from their reverie, breaking free from the realm of Tai Chi indeed. The ultimate goal of martial cultivation is to grasp the profound mysteries of the universe. We have merely just begun to step into it. However, while that may be true, your path of slaughter is, well, lacking. You must have learned martial arts before entering the army, subsequently honing your blade techniques on the battlefield, resulting in your practical, lethal methods. Later on, upon arriving at the Gu family, you likely assimilated various other blade arts, incorporating them into your original techniques. Am I correct? As Gu Daochen recalled the techniques the four blood guards had displayed during their confrontation with the northern martial gang in the southern city, he inquired of them. The ninth young master speaks truly. Upon hearing Gu Daochen's insights, Xue Yi and the others felt a jolt in their hearts, for what he described aligned perfectly with their martial experiences. The four of them wielded blades as their weapons, eschewing the multitude of techniques typical of ordinary swordsmen in favor of more lethal, decisive strikes. These were honed through over a decade of blood-soaked battles. After entering the Gu family, they indeed integrated additional blade techniques. Yet, Gu Daochen should not have known these details. The only plausible explanation was that he had discerned the essence of their techniques during the clash with the northern martial gang. However, merely by observing them a few times, he could unveil the intricacies of their decades-long blade arts. Such insight and perception were truly formidable. At this moment, the four guards began to understand why Gu Daochen could effortlessly identify the weaknesses in Tang Dongyuan, the leader of the northern martial gang. Nevertheless, just as they were still immersed in the awe of Gu Daochen's remarkable perception, his voice resonated once more. In truth, you have been practicing your blade techniques incorrectly. Gu Daochun's statement remained calm, yet it sent a tremor through the four guards. Had this been said before witnessing Gu Daochun's extraordinary talents and comprehension, the four would have dismissed it. However, having witnessed his unparalleled martial prowess, they now regarded him as a paragon of martial arts, rivaling even the greatest masters. Thus, when they heard Gu Daochun claim their blade techniques were flawed, their hearts were inevitably shaken. Please, ninth young master, guide us. After exchanging glances, Xue Yi and the others spoke respectfully. Though you do not count as my martial inheritors, since you have become my guards, I shall not hesitate to offer guidance. Now then, may I borrow a blade? Who among you shall step forward to give it a try? After having dismantled their combined efforts with the principles of Tai Chi, Gu Daochun was now prepared to wield a blade. As the leader of the four blood guards, Xue Yi stood before Gu Daochun, gripping the hilt of his blade. Once a member of the legendary Yin Yun 18 blood guards, when Xue Yi raised his blade, an entirely different aura enveloped him. It was a cold, ruthless, bloodthirsty essence forged through countless bloody battlegrounds. Simultaneously, he had assimilated numerous blade techniques, emanating an air of boundless potential even before he drew his sword. It seemed that once he unsheathed his blade, it would strike from unforeseen angles, thirsting for blood and life. This overwhelming aura of slaughter garnered Gu Daochun's silent admiration. Opposite him, Gu Daochun held the blade of Xue Shisan, a pitch-black weapon with a matching scabbard and hilt. This blade lay concealed, its sharpness unknown to all, yet Gu Daochun knew it had claimed the lives of thousands. The moment he grasped the hilt, he could feel its sanguine essence. Xue Shisan had once wielded this very blade to dominate the battlefield. It was a true weapon of slaughter. Indeed, it is a fine blade. Although it is not my primary focus, I have gained some understanding in its use. Allow you to experience the ninth young master's blade. The blade is the courage of 100 weapons, one of the most vital instruments in the martial traditions of China. Throughout history, countless martial practitioners have wielded the blade, distilling and creating numerous techniques and styles, such as the Eight Gates Golden Lock Blade, the Bagua Blade, the Sun and Moon Qian Kuren Blade, the Shaolin Twin Blades 18 Rolls, the Tai Chi Blade, and the Plum Blossom Blade, among others. As a former master of martial arts, Gu Daochun possessed his own understanding and insights regarding the blade arts of China. However, in his view, the blade did not require an abundance of techniques or the myriad transformations of a sword. What was truly necessary was simplicity and perfection. Chapter 73. The Art of the Blade, Part 2. With a swift motion, Blood One took the initiative. His blade, as ever, exuded an aura of chilling ruthlessness. The moment it was drawn, a sharp and fierce energy was unleashed, dancing with the blade, transforming into an intricate web of steel that ensnared Gu Daochun from all directions. Under the cover of this blade net, escape was rendered impossible. This was the culmination of Blood One's integration of various swordsmanship techniques into his own lethal style. Although it could not yet be deemed profound, it far surpassed the average yellow-tier martial arts. However, as the unpredictable blade net took shape, Gu Daochun did not even cast a glance at it. It was only when Blood One had completely enveloped him that Gu Daochun's blade finally emerged from its sheath. Clang! Swiftly, Gu Daochun's strike was devoid of any embellishment or complex technique, only speed. His arm and every sinew moved with the utmost simplicity, executing a direct withdrawal and slash. Blood One, Blood Four, and the others caught a fleeting glimpse of the flash of light. Yet none perceived Gu Daochun's blade. In an instant, the blade light had already reached Blood One's chest. What? Confronted with this swift and unexpected blow, Blood One was struck with terror, abandoning the formation of the blade net, and could only pivot his body with utmost haste to parry with his own blade. Blood One, a true master who had navigated the bloody battlefield for over a decade, reacted swiftly to the impending crisis, altering his stance in a heartbeat. Just as Gu Daochun's strike grazed his body, he narrowly evaded it by a hair's breadth. Yet, before Blood One could stabilize his stance, Gu Daochun's next strike arrived once more. Still, there was no technique, but this time, the strike bore an added weight, amplifying the sense of impending doom. Under this assault, Blood One felt as though a mountain was descending upon him, leaving him with no space to evade. His only recourse was to raise his blade to block. Bang! The resounding clash of blades echoed throughout the arena. Blood One felt his body sink under the immense force, his feet nearly sinking into the ground. However, this overwhelming sensation was fleeting, dissipating in an instant. Soon after, Gu Daochun's next strike approached. Sweep, slash, flick, cleave, dart, slice, thrust. Gu Daochun's blade maintained a simplicity throughout, relying solely on the most fundamental techniques of the 8 forms. Yet each strike was delivered with the swiftness of lightning, instilling a profound sense of inevitability in those who faced it. There was no escaping, no dodging. They could only struggle for survival beneath the weight of each blow. To attempt to unleash any intricate technique in the face of such strikes was nothing short of folly. In that moment, Blood One felt as if he were confronted with the earlier Tai Chi sparring, where all techniques lost their efficacy, forcing him to merely follow the rhythm of his opponent's strikes. Time flowed slowly. When that terrifying blade finally came to a halt, Blood One felt entirely drenched. The sensation of teetering on the brink of death left him in a state of shock, a feeling he had not experienced in years. Was this the blade of the 9th young master? The battle bore a striking resemblance to the earlier Tai Chi exchange, devoid of any infusion of true energy. Yet Blood One suspected that even if he were to employ the powers of the Divine Vein Realm, he would meet the same fate as Tang Dongyuan, the leader of the North Martial Alliance, who was swiftly dispatched by Gu Daochun's keen perception of weakness. The root of this unfathomable occurrence lay in the monumental disparity in martial prowess between them. Whether through Gu Daochun's Tai Chi or the art of the blade, he far surpassed Blood One and his peers' comprehension and expectations. They could even surmise that even the likes of Gu Wui and Gu Moyan from the Gu family would be eclipsed in martial understanding by this 9th young master. As Blood One and the others mulled over Gu Daochun's straightforward yet overwhelmingly potent blade techniques, Gu Daochun's voice resonated once again. The blade exists to sever that which it strikes, the edge of the blade. Like a torrent rushing to the sea, or like flames that scorch, its form is sharp and deadly, capable of cleaving heaven and earth. The blade requires no embellishment. A single strike must compel one to defend, leaving no room for counterattack. Failure to withstand it means death. This is the essence of the blade's slaughter. As the saying goes, the murderous aura rises in the quiet night, and the cold gleam weeps before the spirits. The dance of the remaining purple sleeves rustles through the vast sky. Your blades have incorporated too many techniques and variations, which has ironically stripped them of their inherent dominance and weight. This is the pursuit of trivialities over substance. Gu Daochun's tone was exceedingly calm, yet it seemed to contain the very essence of the blade, causing the hearts of the onlookers to tremble violently. Murderous aura rises in the quiet night, and the cold gleam weeps before the spirits. The art of the blade must be as such. 9th young master, could you enlighten us on the art of the blade? At this moment, Blood One, Blood 4, Blood 9, and Blood 13 repeated Gu Daochun's earlier words, their faces awash with astonishment. Indeed, just now, neither of us utilized true energy, nor did I employ any intricate techniques, yet you could only defend? Unable to deliver even a single strike. This is what I previously indicated. Your understanding of the blade is misguided. Every individual possesses their own comprehension of the blade. I do not demand that your blades mirror mine, for they may possess their own variations. However, you must always remember that the blade is born for the purpose of slaughter. Thus, what you need to do now is to forget all those superfluous techniques that lack substantive utility. Seek to understand the meaning and essence of your blade, and ultimately, integrate the blade into your true heart. Only then can you attain the highest realm of the art of the blade. As a master of martial arts, Gu Daochun's prowess was not merely a collection of techniques. His true pride lay in his understanding of the realm of martial arts. Techniques are but the exterior. The true essence of martial arts lies in the realm of intention, even in the profound mysteries of heaven and earth. What Gu Daochun was imparting to them was the concept of forgetting the blade within the realm of Huaxia martial arts. Should the 4 blood guards truly achieve the realm he described, then it would not be impossible for them to become masters of the art of the blade in the future. To forget the extraneous techniques of the blade, to grasp the meaning and essence of the blade, and then to integrate it into one's true heart, murmuring Gu Daochun's words, The four seemed to glimpse a path of blade mastery they had never encountered before. First, let us draw the blade 1,000,000 times, then practice the fundamental skills of the art of the blade 1,000,000 times. That should allow us to preliminarily reach the realm of forgetting the blade. I hope that in the future, you will truly qualify to become my Gu Daoquan's guards. All right, I have completed my Tai Chi practice and must return to breakfast and indulge in some beauty. You may begin, without regard for the tumultuous thoughts swirling in the minds of the four blood guards. Gu Daoquan simply waved his hand and turned to depart. Chapter 74, The Gathering of Talents. Days passed. Within the courtyard of Gu Daoquan, the most notorious scion of the Gu family, the atmosphere was vibrant and lively. 12 graceful figures followed Tanner daily, strumming various musical instruments, the melodies drifting softly in the air. Hundreds of beautiful maidens, under Gu Daoquan's supervision, practiced various poses, their enchanting allure stirring the hearts of any man who beheld them. This scene compelled every member of the Gu family to tread carefully, wary of entering Gu Daoquan's paradise. Meanwhile, as the courtyard buzzed with activity, the entire Haoyue kingdom began to stir as well. With the imminent enrollment of the Divine Martial Academy, martial talents from across the kingdom prepared to converge upon the royal city. In the Su family, one of the four prominent families of the Southern Mansion Prefecture, Liner, you are the most outstanding genius our Su family has seen in decades. This enrollment at the Divine Martial Academy is your opportunity to bring glory to our family. Indeed, Liner has just turned 19, yet he has already mastered the Yellow Origin Inner Strength and the Chaotic Lance to the 7th level. Such martial aptitude is truly rare in our Su family over the past century. With Liner's cultivation at the 7th level of the Condensation Realm and his martial talent, he will surely stand unrivaled not only in our Southern Mansion Prefecture but even in the royal city. At that moment, in the Su family's council chamber, over a dozen elders beamed with pride as they gazed upon their family's prodigious son, sparing no praise. Thank you, uncles and elders, for your kind words. I, Shaolin, will give my all this time and will not disappoint the family's nurturing and expectations. Beneath the gaze of the elders stood a striking young man, his features sharp and handsome, with a silver lance in hand that could extend and retract, exuding an aura of elegance. This young man was none other than Su Shaolin, the foremost genius of the younger generation in the Su family and a paragon of talent in the Southern Mansion Prefecture. Indeed, Shaolin's aptitude is of the mid-tier peak. Coupling that with his current cultivation and martial talent, I believe entry into the Divine Martial Academy should pose no challenge. While the other three prominent families also possess several martial arts prodigies, they have all succumbed to the prowess of our clan Shaolin. With Shaolin's exceptional talents, he stands out even amidst the entirety of the royal city and within the prestigious Divine Martial Academy. Once Liner gains admission to the Divine Martial Academy, it is only a matter of time before our Su family ascends to become the foremost family in the Southern Prefecture's capital. Observing this remarkable young heir of our lineage, everyone is filled with immense satisfaction, their minds conjuring images of the grandeur that awaits as our family rises to supremacy in the Southern Prefecture's capital. All thanks to this extraordinary individual. Rest assured, dear uncles, I shall ensure that others understand what true genius entails. Even the talents within the royal city and the Divine Martial Academy shall not impede my Su Shaolin's relentless pursuit. Every genius carries an air of pride. At this moment, Su Shaolin harbors an unquenchable flame within, his eyes gleaming with ambition and arrogance. He firmly believes that this journey to the Divine Martial Academy will allow him to make a resounding impact, earning him recognition far and wide. In the southeastern mountainous region of the Haoyue Kingdom, the echoes of battle cries reverberate through the wilderness. Here lies the stronghold of a band of marauding thieves. Though this gang lacks formidable experts, their sheer numbers and ruthless disposition deter ordinary forces from confronting them. Yet today, this band of thieves finds themselves in disarray, overwhelmed by the might of four figures. These four individuals, though exceedingly young, wield their skills with a ferocity and decisiveness that far surpasses those of the thieves. Who are you? Why do you trouble my 6-horse gang? Faced with the merciless slaughter of the four, the fierce gaze of the bandit leader begins to tremble. He seems unable to fathom that such youth could possess such lethal skills and unwavering resolve, rivaling even his own. Humph! a mere band of mountain thieves dares to boast as they face death? Have you heard of the 4 stars of slaughter? With a disdainful scoff, the 4 show no signs of halting their lethal assault, as terrifying flashes of blades weave together to form a symphony of death. What? You are the legendary 4 stars of slaughter. Upon hearing their self-introduction, the bandit leader's heart sinks completely. The name of the 4 stars of slaughter has resonated throughout the southeastern corners in recent years. It is said that these 4 young men are ruthless and extraordinarily skilled, specifically hunting down various thieves, rogue elements, masters, and even ferocious beasts to hone their martial prowess. Over the years, they have claimed countless lives. Little did the leader anticipate that his 6-horse gang would also fall under the gaze of these notorious figures. As he laments his dire fate, he can only ponder how to preserve his own life. However, as time passes, the 6-horse gang gradually falters, leading to its complete annihilation. It has been 3 years since we have tempered our martial arts through slaughter. With the new admissions for the Divine Martial Academy on the horizon, this shall serve as our final battleground. The martial arts forged in the crucible of battle are the true essence of martial prowess. This time, we shall demonstrate to those who consider themselves geniuses that we are the strongest of the younger generation in the Haoyue Kingdom. Once not a single soul remains of the 6-horse gang. The 4 stars of slaughter finally cease their relentless onslaught. In a secluded valley, a magnificent waterfall cascades thunderously down, resonating across the land. The sheer force and the staggering height of over 100 meters render the waterfall a breathtaking spectacle. With powerful torrents crashing down from the mountaintop, seemingly intent on obliterating all in their path, leaving one in awe. Yet, beneath this mighty waterfall, atop a massive boulder, a figure exceeding 2 meters in height stands hunched, allowing the colossal deluge to strike against his mountainous back. As droplets scatter, his iron-like physique trembles, yet he remains steadfast, unmoved. Under the immense natural pressure of the heavens, his veins bulge and muscles strain, creating an impression that they might burst at any moment. The collision between the waterfall and his body emits a sound reminiscent of steel being forged. This child, Julian, truly possesses extraordinary talent in external martial arts. Our decision to withhold him from entering the Qi condensation realm seems to have been wise. Indeed, it has not been in vain for us to expend countless medicinal resources and efforts to refine his physique, enabling him to practice formidable techniques such as the Demon Tiger Bone Forging Art and the Celestial Serpent Muscle Training Method, pushing his organs, bones, and muscles to the utmost limits of human capability. Presently, Julian, even at the 9th level of Qi condensation, may not find an equal match. On the shore, 2 elders gaze upon the figure in the waterfall, their expressions filled with profound emotion. Chapter 75. Gathering of Geniuses, Part 2. The powerful figure within the waterfall is training purely in external martial arts. If outsiders were to witness this scene, they would undoubtedly be left utterly astonished. In today's martial world, cultivating internal energy and vital essence is not the sole path to success. Mastering external martial arts to perfection can also lead to unparalleled heights, even reaching the innate realm. However, the path of external cultivation is far more arduous and demands an unimaginable level of physical prowess, rendering most individuals incapable of success. Yet, for those who can transcend their limits in external cultivation, their strength becomes truly terrifying. Well, there is little more we can impart to Julian. If he wishes to advance further, he can only do so at the Divine Martial Academy. It is said that there are countless martial arts within the academy. Hopefully, there will be techniques suitable for Julian's training. This child has grown up by our side. If he participates in this Divine Martial Academy assessment, he may very well leave those so-called geniuses in awe. How delightfully intriguing. Now, let us proceed, my old friend. Today we shall utilize the last of our medicinal resources to refine Julian one final time, even if it may yield little result. These 2 elders, whose identities remain shrouded in mystery, seem to harbor no doubts about the giant's entry into the Divine Martial Academy, and in the blink of an eye, they vanish from sight. As the assessment for the foremost martial arts institution in the Haoyue Kingdom, the Divine Martial Academy, approaches, the young prodigies of the Haoyue Kingdom are filled with fervor and ambition, in the throes of youth and passion. Who does not wish to showcase their talents in front of the world? Who does not desire their name as a genius to echo throughout the realm? In an instant, whether they are renowned prodigies or hidden powerhouses, or even those who possess confidence in their martial skills, they all begin to converge upon the royal city of Haoyue. Morning dawns in the ancient residence of the Haoyue royal city. Gu Daochen, you scoundrel, hurry up. Is it that the allure of gentle company has rendered you incapable of rising? I truly question how your grandfather could possibly allow you to participate in the Divine Martial Academy entrance assessment. At this moment, Gu Yen'er, Daochen's eighth cousin, stands outside his courtyard with her hands on her hips, resembling a small tempest as she calls out, I'm coming, I'm coming. Sigh. The gentle company is a hero's grave. It is only natural for this young master to rise a bit late. Besides, there is still ample time before the official assessment at the Divine Martial Academy. So why the rush? Under Gu Yen'er's urging, Gu Daochen finally stumbles out of the courtyard, his eyes still bleary with sleep, swaying with each step. Still calling yourself a hero? I see that you are merely aware that you have no chance of entering the Divine Martial Academy, which is why you are so unconcerned. Hearing Gu Daochen's words, Gu Yen'er rolls her eyes at him. She harbors 1,000 doubts regarding Gu Daochen's chances of passing the Divine Martial Academy assessment. Although she witnessed Daochen's cleverness during the last martial arts competition, she ultimately concluded that it was merely a stroke of luck and does not qualify as true talent. How could a mere scion who has merely grasped some clever tricks possibly gain admission to the Divine Martial Academy? Yet, against her expectations, Gu Zhanshuan insisted on having Gu Yen'er accompany Gu Daochen to the assessment, which left her exceedingly displeased. What uses urgency? Can being anxious guarantee admission? The Divine Martial Academy does not admit individuals based on their haste. I am not saying this to you, but as a martial artist, one must maintain composure. Look at you, shouting and fussing early in the morning. How can such a mindset lead to admission into the Divine Martial Academy? Observing Gu Yen'er's fiery demeanor, Gu Daochen cannot help but critique her. Really? You, young man, have begun to reprimand me. It seems, listening to Gu Daochuan's words, Gu Yen'er found herself utterly captivated by his elaborate arguments. Indeed, her early arrival was largely fueled by the excitement surrounding the impending major examination, but it was also motivated by her intention to offer Gu Daochuan some timely advice on what he ought to be mindful of. However, to her surprise, before she could utter a single word, she was met with his scolding. Moreover, Gu Daochuan's reasoning was not only systematic but, most importantly, rather persuasive.